Chapter 248, Elder Hao. Teach me, esteemed one. The voices rose and fell, and in that moment, the gazes of all the elders turned toward Xiao Yan, no longer laced with doubt, but rather infused with fervor. In the realm of alchemy, mastery of the craft is revered above all else. The alchemical prowess of these elders was merely at the 5th tier. Even with the aid of a medicinal cauldron, they could not guarantee the successful creation of a 5th-grade Windwalker pill. Yet, Xiao Yan, without employing a cauldron, had effortlessly concocted one. A mere glance from the seasoned alchemist was sufficient for them to discern the superior quality of this Windwalker pill. The aroma, the hue, and the abundant medicinal potency within were characteristics of a premium elixir that they could scarcely hope to produce, even with their cauldrons. In less than 2 hours, the once surrogate elders of the alchemical department gazed at Xiao Yan with eyes filled with admiration. If he were to casually impart even a fraction of his knowledge, it would be of immeasurable benefit to them. I never anticipated that this Yin Zhao's alchemical skills could be so extraordinary, Su Qian mused. Though he was not adept in alchemy, he found himself astonished by Xiao Yan's abilities, inevitably comparing him to Han Feng. While Yin Xiao was indeed brash, he was not inconsiderate. He treated his friends with great respect. In stark contrast, Han Feng exuded a sullen arrogance, regarding others as beneath him. Even in polite discourse, he conveyed an air of disdain, particularly after having spent nearly half a year in the alchemical department without contributing anything of value. May this Yin Xiao bring genuine benefits to the academy, Su Qian thought, a smile gracing his face. If what he said regarding the fallen heart flame was true, he would be a great benefactor to the Canaan Academy. Since all esteemed elders have acknowledged Mr. Yin Xiao, I shall leave the matter of the medicinal herb treasury in your capable hands to familiarize him with the workings, he declared. Absolutely, Elder Yin Xiao, I shall guide you. One elder stepped forward, only to be restrained by another from behind. What rank do you hold to offer guidance to Mr. Yin Xiao? I shall take it upon myself. Ultimately, Xiao Yan was escorted to the medicinal herb treasury amidst a throng of alchemical elders, leaving several students astonished in their wake. What on earth is happening today? These elders usually remain cooped up in their chambers. Why are they all out in a frenzy? Indeed, that young man seems to have just been introduced by the Grand Elder. These elders appear to hold him in high regard. Could it be that he is a masterful alchemist? In an instant, many students from the alchemical department regarded Xiao Yan with curiosity and admiration. The path of an alchemist is fraught with challenges and the guidance of a master would indeed be a tremendous fortune. After traversing the intricate and winding pathways of the inner courtyard, Xiao Yan finally arrived at the so-called treasury of medicinal herbs at the Jia Nan Academy, surrounded by a throng of elders. This structure, ancient and unadorned, emanated a palpable density of elemental energy as one approached, and the occasional waft of herbal fragrance from within was enough to invigorate the spirit. Old Hao, come out. One elder approached a quaint little house at the entrance and knocked vigorously on the door. Why are you banging? An irritable voice grumbled from within. Soon, an energetic old man emerged from the room. Although his hair was white, his vitality rivaled that of a young person. Upon opening the door, Elder Hao was taken aback by the sight before him. Like a tea that moment, the majority of the alchemy department's elders stood at his doorstep, encircling a young man. What do you intend to do? Elder Hao's expression shifted to one of vigilance. These scoundrels from the alchemy department were like dogs, constantly eyeing the treasures within the medicinal herb treasury. They appeared glamorous and aloof on the outside, yet often engaged in underhanded dealings behind closed doors to safeguard the treasures within the treasury. Elder Hao had been outsmarting them for over a decade. However, today, these rascals had congregated here. Could it be that they had grown weary of thievery and decided to resort to outright robbery? Ignoring Elder Hao's wary demeanor, the knocking elder stood tall, cleared his throat, and gradually unveiled Xiao Yan's figure to Elder Hao. Old Hao, listen carefully. This is Elder Yin Xiao, the newly appointed elder of the alchemy department. Elder Yin is a true master of alchemy, capable of effortlessly crafting 5th-grade elixirs and with 6th-grade concoctions posing no challenge whatsoever. Since Elder Yin has just begun his tenure at the academy, he has come here to acclimate. During his time in this position, you must ensure that Elder Yin is well attended to. Should Elder Yin express any dissatisfaction, the alchemy department will have no qualms about tossing you into a cauldron. After delivering this warning, he turned to Xiao Yan with an ingratiating smile, saying, Elder Yin, this old fellow is Hao Run, the guardian of the medicinal herb treasury. From now on, he will be responsible for hosting you. Understood, everyone may return now. I will find time to discuss alchemy with you all later, Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile. Upon hearing these words, the The faces of the alchemists lit up with satisfaction, and they respectfully bid farewell to Xiao Yan. And it was only after this group of elders departed that Elder Hao regained his composure. Elder Yin Xiao, it appears your alchemical skills are quite formidable otherwise. Those who regard themselves as superior would not hold you in such high esteem. Elder Hao offered a warm smile to Xiao Yan, as a sixth-tier alchemist. His status far surpassed that of a Dou Huang. As a Dou Huang elder, he found himself with little to boast about in front of Xiao Yan, aside from his years of service. Merely adequate, Xiao Yan replied with a light shake of his head, and then continued. Elder Hao, we shall be colleagues from now on. I hope to rely on your guidance. Not at all. It is my honor to assist Elder Yin Xiao. Elder Hao responded, a smile gracing his features at being valued by sixth-tier alchemist. Our work is not particularly challenging. Our sole responsibility is to oversee the repository of medicinal herbs. As he spoke, Elder Hao handed Xiao Yan a white jade tablet. As a sixth-tier alchemist, Elder Yin Xiao surely has no intention of vigilantly monitoring the herbs like those old fellows. Xiao Yan paused momentarily, then chuckled and shook his head. I've been managing this for over a decade, and the most exhausting aspect is outsmarting those troublesome creatures. Elder Hao sighed softly before adding, Come, let me give you a tour of our workspace. This is a significant site within the Jia Nan Academy, housing exceedingly precious medicinal materials. With that, he led Xiao Yan into the ancient structure behind him. I hope the contents within are not mere rubbish, Xiao Yan mused with a smile, trailing behind Elder Hao as he pushed open the grand door crafted from special wood. Chapter 249, The First Encounter with Ziyan. Behind the wooden door lay a spacious chamber, enveloped in a gentle, ethereal glow. It was rather impressive, possessing a modicum of collectible value. Observing the room, with its walls and floors entirely crafted from pristine white jade, a smile flickered across Xiao Yan's visage. The collection of an academy reaching such a standard could certainly be deemed commendable. Its scale was nearly comparable to the modest storerooms of some elders within the Xiao clan. The materials necessary for storing high-grade medicinal herbs naturally required superior jade, as ordinary quality storage rings proved inadequate. Thus, the elders of the Xiao clan would seek out exquisite jade to construct their small storerooms. The treasures that Xiao Yan had previously incited his associates to pilfer were also concealed within these small repositories belonging to the elders. Well, Elder Yin Xiao, don't you think our collection at the Jia Nan Academy is quite abundant? Noticing Xiao Yan's silence, Elder Hao's face beamed with a proud smile. The treasures stored within this vault of wonders would likely enchant even a 7th-grade alchemist. Not bad, Xiao Yan nodded gently, following Elder Hao deeper into the chamber. Observing Xiao Yan's nonchalant demeanor, Elder Hao couldn't help but smirk slightly. You're putting on quite the act. I wonder how long you can maintain it. Am I not familiar with the disposition of alchemists? The two continued their stroll, and Elder Hao's face radiated pride as he surveyed the various medicinal herbs. Elder Yin Xiao, do you know why the Academy has nearly 10 alchemist elders, yet appointed me to oversee this treasure trove of herbs? As they walked, Elder Hao spoke with a cheerful tone. Why is that? Xiao Yan inquired, curiosity evident on his face. Indeed, it was curious that a repository dedicated to medicinal herbs had not appointed an alchemist as its custodian, but rather a common elder. Observing Xiao Yan's inquisitive expression, Elder Hao straightened his posture, a proud gleam illuminating his features. It is due to loyalty, and above all, loyalty. In that moment, the crystalline brilliance emanating from the jade wall illuminated Elder Hao, transforming his otherwise unremarkable figure into one of grandeur and radiance. Elder Hao, Xiao Yan began slowly. You exude a glow known as virtue, which profoundly cleanses my spirit. Witnessing Xiao Yan's expression, a wave of unexplainable contentment surged within Elder Hao. His gaze upon Xiao Yan became exceedingly amiable, as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. Elder Yin Xiao truly understands profound principles. No wonder those inept alchemists have never managed to attain the 6th-grade rank, for they lack the noble qualities of Elder Yin Xiao. Are we engaging in a mutual flattery exchange? Xiao Yan silently mused, intending to continue the banter when suddenly, a rustling sound interrupted them. Elder Hao, did you hear something? How could there possibly be any commotion in this treasure chamber? Elder Hao shook his head and confidently remarked, even a Dou Zun powerhouse could not infiltrate silently. Creak, creak. The sound, reminiscent of gnawing on a carrot, echoed once more, causing Elder Hao's previously confident smile to freeze abruptly. How could it be? How could anyone breach this treasure chamber? Creak, creak. Accompanying the sound was even the unmistakable noise of slurping. Suddenly, realization struck Elder Hao, and his expression changed dramatically. I know who it is. It's her, he exclaimed, grabbing Xiao Yan and striding towards the source of the noise. As they approached the direction from which the sound emanated, Elder Hao's voice, filled with anger, resonated within the treasure chamber. It is you. It is indeed you, girl. In stark contrast to Elder Hao's fury, Xiao Yan's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Before them stood a petite girl in white, no taller than their chests. She appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old, with long, light purple hair cascading down to her waist. Her delicate features were charming, and her large, innocent black eyes blinked innocently at the two. However, her innocent demeanor only exacerbated Elder Hao's exasperation, for beneath her feet lay two herbs that had been thoroughly nibbled. One was a century-old blood essence ginseng, its most tender parts devoured, the remnants carelessly discarded on the ground. The other, a cold snow spirit fruit, had been half-eaten and similarly discarded. At this moment, the girl clutched in her hands a fire blood dragon fruit, 2 bites taken out of it. You have come to pilfer the herbs again. This time, you have gone too far, even eating 2 bites before tossing it aside. Elder Hao lamented as he gazed at the 2 herbs, worth tens of thousands of gold coins, carelessly left on the ground. I did not steal. The girl protested, hiding the dragon fruit behind her back, grinning with her mouth stained red from the fruit. See, I haven't touched anything. Witnessing the girl's shamelessness only intensified Elder Hao's ire. Your wastefulness will surely be reported to the Grand Elder. Upon hearing the mention of the Grand Elder, the girl's previously innocent face transformed in an instant. She then raised a tiny, pink fist and threatened Elder Hao, old man. Do you want to be hit again? Unfazed, Elder Hao retorted coldly, it is my duty to safeguard the herb repository. Even if you were to strike me dead, I must report truthfully. As he spoke, he took 2 steps back, positioning himself behind Xiao Yan. He had heard that the newly appointed Elder Yin Xiao was a Dou Huang powerhouse. Surely, he would be able to protect himself against this little girl. Upon hearing Elder Hao's declaration, the fierce expression on the girl's face vanished, replaced by a pitiful gaze directed at him. Hao Ren, I know you are a good person. Please don't tell the old man, okay? Pretty please. With her adorable demeanor, it was impossible for anyone with even a modicum of compassion to refuse her. For a moment, Elder Hao found himself speechless, unable to continue his threats. How about this? If you consume all these herbs and do not waste them, I shall negotiate with the Grand Elder on your behalf. At least he won't be displeased. True to his name, Elder Hao, indeed, acquiesced. However, the little girl, emboldened by his concession, glanced disdainfully at the herbs on the ground and haughtily declared, I don't want them. These herbs taste terrible. Elder Hao was instantly incensed. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath, he noticed Xiao Yan stepping forward, smiling as he reached out to pat the girl's head. Elder Yan, be cautious. Elder Hao's expression shifted dramatically. He recalled that upon first encountering the girl, he had made a similar gesture, resulting in his right hand being shattered. To his astonishment, after placing his hand on the girl's head, she indeed retaliated by attempting to strike his wrist, but ultimately, she withdrew her hand with a grimace. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan appeared utterly unscathed. It seemed that this newly arrived Elder Yin was truly enigmatic. Elder Hao's estimation of Xiao Yan's power deepened. This individual was no ordinary Dou Huang. Disregarding Elder Hao's astonishment, Xiao Yan turned his attention to the little girl and gently inquired, Little one, is your name Ziyan? Chapter 250, Sister, what does my name have to do with you? The white-clad girl was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Yan's words, then began to struggle to free herself from his grasp. During their brief encounter, she had discerned that Xiao Yan's strength might surpass her own. Yet, no matter how fiercely she fought, she could not extricate herself from his hold. Let go of me, you scoundrel! Ziyan roared, flailing her arms at Xiao Yan. But her efforts were futile against the firm grip that restrained her. You rascal! As Xiao Yan held her, Ziyan's dark eyes flickered with anger, and a violet glow emanated from her body, her cheeks reddening with frustration. In the next instant, a tremendous force surged through Xiao Yan's palm, causing him to feel a hint of surprise. Truly, she was a descendant of the Taishu ancient dragon. Even in her youth, she could unleash such formidable power. Elder Yan, cease this playful banter with the little girl. If you continue, this treasure chamber may very well be dismantled by the two of you. At that moment, Elder Hao's anxious voice resonated from behind Xiao Yan, as he realized that cracks had begun to form in the white jade floor beneath Ziyan. Although astonished by Xiao Yan's prowess, Elder Hao recalled his responsibilities and dared not allow their antics to persist. Upon hearing Elder Hao's words, Xiao Yan nodded slightly and subsequently released his right hand. Suddenly bereft of that formidable power, Ziyan stumbled, nearly colliding with Xiao Yan. You scoundrel, when I grow up, I shall devour you whole. Ziyan roared at Xiao Yan, extending her neck defiantly before attempting to make her escape. Although she found Xiao Yan exceedingly displeasing at the moment, a brief encounter had revealed the terrifying strength of this human. Adhering to the principle of a gentleman avenging himself, even if it takes a decade, she deemed retreat the wisest course of action. Just as she was about to slip away, a voice abruptly halted her. Did you not find these medicinal herbs unpalatable? I possess an abundance of delectable herbs. Would you care to partake? The voice was far from melodious, yet the content caused Ziyan to come to an abrupt stop. Are you speaking the truth? Ziyan turned her head, tilting it quizzically as she scrutinized Xiao Yan. I never deceive children, Xiao Yan replied, a peculiar smile dancing on his lips. Ultimately, under the astonished gaze of Elder Hao, the little girl who had long been a source of his vexation followed Xiao Yan out of the treasure chamber. At the entrance of the chamber, in a neighboring room, Ziyan blinked her large eyes at Xiao Yan. The two exchanged glances until Ziyan broke the silence first. Have you finished staring? Where are the herbs you mentioned? No need to rush, Xiao Yan said, gently ruffling her hair amidst her exasperated expression. The next moment, a drop of crystalline red blood burst forth from his spatial ring. As this drop appeared, the room was flooded with an exceedingly violent and potent energy. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's suppression of the aura with his Dou Qi, it might have startled Elder Hao next door. Upon witnessing the gleaming drop of blood, Ziyan's initially curious gaze transformed into one of fervent excitement, her mouth nearly watering. What tier of magical beast's essence blood is this? After swallowing hard, Ziyan gazed at Xiao Yan with wide, curious eyes. 9th tier, Xiao Yan stated nonchalantly, causing Ziyan's eyes to widen even further. This is far too precious. Despite being a sheltered little girl, Ziyan understood the immense value of a drop of 9th tier magical beast essence blood. In an instant, her gaze towards Xiao Yan shifted from defiance to a hint of bashfulness. It's nothing. I have plenty of such essence blood, Xiao Yan smiled slightly. In the next moment, a strand of colorful flame ignited at his fingertips. Strange fire. Upon seeing the vibrant flame, a look of panic crossed Ziyan's small face, and she instinctively retreated a couple of steps towards the corner of the room. Observing her reaction, Xiao Yan couldn't help but pause momentarily, then gently patted her head, chuckling softly as he shook his head. No need to fear. This strange fire will not harm you. Upon hearing his words, Ziyan's previously tense body relaxed slightly. In the next moment, Xiao Yan retrieved several high-grade medicinal herbs from his storage ring, causing Ziyan's eyes to sparkle once more. At that moment, she realized that Xiao Yan's wealth far surpassed that of the so-called treasure vault. As the strange fire in Xiao Yan's palm danced, several colorful fire lotuses enveloped the herbs, slowly refining them. While refining these herbs, Xiao Yan turned his gaze towards Ziyan and inquired with a smile, "Where are your parents?" At the sound of Xiao Yan's question, Ziyan's bright eyes dimmed instantaneously. "They are not here," she replied, lowering her head, curling her legs, and wrapping her arms around her knees. Her pristine white teeth biting down on her lip, a hint of moisture glimmering in her dark eyes. "Since I became aware of my surroundings, I have lived alone in the deep mountains. In my childhood, I could only flee in shame from bullying by others until I consumed the transformation grass and met the Grand Elder of the Inner Court, who brought me here." Indeed, according to the original narrative, Ziyan had been playing near the Xiao Yan Academy with her father, Zhu Kuan, when she fell victim to the sinister hands of the ancient emperor, Tuashi. Zhu Kuan was captured and imprisoned in the ancient emperor's cave, while Ziyan, being too frail, was carelessly discarded outside. Upon realizing this, a glimmer of understanding appeared in Xiao Yan's gaze. For a tyrannical ancient emperor, even a noble bloodline like the ancient dragon of the void held little significance. Yet, seeing the despondent expression on this girl's face, he could not help but pat her head once more. "Do not worry. From now on, you shall be my sister." "You?" Ziyan lifted her small face to glance at Xiao Yan, about to retort, when she noticed that the fire lotuses had coalesced into a single bloom. As the last fire lotus unfurled, dozens of blood-red, crystalline pills materialized in the air, their fragrant aroma wafting into her nostrils, making her mouth water instantly. "Brother! Brother!" In the next moment, her petite form lunged toward Xiao Yan, clinging to his arm and shaking it in a playful manner. Observing her endearing antics, Xiao Yan could only shake his head in exasperation, ultimately collecting the pills into a jade vial and handing it to Ziyan. "Consume these pills, and your strength should have the potential to reach the peak of the Douwang level. Once you attain that, I shall gift you a transformation pill." Upon hearing the words transformation pill, Ziyan's previously excited expression momentarily faltered, only to transform into overwhelming excitement. "You have a transformation pill." Her voice nearly approached a scream. After all these years at Xiao Yan Academy, she had never heard of any news regarding such pills. The two incompetent alchemists in the inner court were utterly incapable of concocting them. Yet, soon after, a shy but touched expression graced her fair and adorable face. A pair of glossy, dark eyes gazed anxiously at Xiao Yan, filled with confusion as she inquired, "Why are you so kind to me?" Although somewhat carefree, she was acutely aware that the pills he presented were crafted from exceedingly rare medicinal materials, whether it be the essence of a 9th-tier magical beast or the transformation pill. They were treasures unobtainable even within the confines of the Jia Nan Academy. Yet, here she was, receiving them as a dreamlike gift from the individual before her. Did I not mention? From now on, you will be my little sister, Xiao Yan replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing these words, an inexplicable mist of emotion clouded the girl's dark pupils. Chapter 251, The Sky-Burning Refining Tower. The encounter between Xiao Yan and Ziyan came to a close, revealing that the little girl had already been won over by Xiao Yan's gesture. Setting aside the emotional cards he would play later, even the pills and transformation pills he provided were beyond her capacity to refuse. That night, Elder Hao brought 2 bottles of fine wine to visit Xiao Yan, and they engaged in a simple exchange of sentiments. With each step closer, Elder Hao found Xiao Yan increasingly unfathomable. In terms of strength, Xiao Yan had rendered that little girl nearly defenseless, indicating at least the prowess of a peak Dou Huang. Furthermore, in the realm of alchemy, his ability to earn the admiration of the esteemed alchemists was indicative of formidable skills. This significantly elevated Xiao Yan's standing in Elder Hao's eyes. Though he was not a Dou Zun, his influence rivaled that of Elder Su Qian. Contemplating this, Elder Hao's demeanor towards Xiao Yan grew increasingly respectful, and Xiao Yan was equally pleased with Elder Hao's attitude. The two were adept at flattery, and they enjoyed a delightful meal together. The following morning, as Xiao Yan awoke from his meditation, he slowly opened his eyes. Upon stepping outside, he found Elder Hao already waiting at the door with a cheerful expression. Elder Yan, follow me, Elder Hao said with a grin, leading Xiao Yan towards the sky-burning refining tower. As he beheld the ancient, dark tower in the distance, a glint of excitement appeared in Xiao Yan's eyes. Within the vastness of his spiritual perception, he sensed a familiar and alluring intense heat surging from deep beneath the black tower. The fallen heart flame is indeed beneath it. A fervent glow lit up Xiao Yan's gaze. Since departing from the Xiao clan, he had discovered 3 types of extraordinary flames, yet these were all ranked relatively low. Had it not been for the yin-yang sacred flame being meticulously nurtured, even the combination of these 3 flames would pale in comparison to any flame within the top 10 rankings. Although the fallen heart flame had yet to ascend to the top 10, it surpassed both the blue lotus earth heart flame and the 10,000 beast spirit flame by a considerable margin. Should he absorb the fallen heart flame along with Han Feng's sea heart flame, his extraordinary fire would undoubtedly rival those ranked 5th or 6th. As the two approached, an enormous black tower materialized before Xiao Yan. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that only a small portion of the tower's pinnacle was visible above the ground. A glance at the outer layer of the sky-burning refining tower revealed that the space surrounding the tower was distorted, as if a defensive barrier had been meticulously arranged. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of the esteemed dean. After all, our revered dean is a legendary Dou Zun expert. I have spent decades at the academy, rising from an outer court disciple to an elder, yet I have only encountered the dean once, Elder Hao remarked with a beaming smile, a hint of pride returning to his expression. Such a privilege is a testament to loyalty. Many other elders have never had the fortune to meet the dean in their lifetimes. Look at you, so stirred by a single encounter with a Dou Zun. I can only imagine the shock you would experience if you knew my bodyguards are all semi-saints. Xiao Yan smiled slightly, remaining silent. Hee, Elder Yan Xiao, this is the entrance. Let us proceed inside, Elder Hao said, gesturing towards a grand door above. At this, Xiao Yan nodded slightly and followed Elder Hao through the entrance. However, just as they stepped inside, an eerie, invisible flame ignited within Xiao Yan's heart. Indeed, it was the fallen heart flame. A smile crept onto Xiao Yan's lips as he thought, and with a mere thought, the intangible flame was devoured by his Dou Qi. Elder Yin Xiao's cultivation is truly unfathomable. Elder Hao, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. In typical academies, even the elders often wear grim expressions upon their first entrance into the sky-burning refining tower. It was a rarity to see someone like Xiao Yan, whose lips curled into a peculiar smile. Elder Yin Xiao, feel free to explore here. I will register in the office nearby, and then escort you to the final level, Elder Hao said with a gentle smile before striding towards an office. After Elder Hao departed, a smile remained on Xiao Yan's face as he continued his descent into the underground levels. Upon reaching the second level, the influence of the fallen heart flame surged once more. However, Xiao Yan paid it no heed and continued his descent. Just as he neared the third level, an elder unexpectedly emerged. Upon seeing Xiao Yan's youthful appearance, the elder recalled that none of the third-level disciples he was familiar with resembled this young man. Young man, to enter the third level, one must possess the strength of a Dou Ling, the elder remarked, assuming Xiao Yan was a new disciple. Taken aback, Xiao Yan paused briefly before smiling and retrieving an exquisite jade token from his pocket. Are you also an elder of the academy? At the sight of the token, the elder was momentarily stunned, then nodded with a smile. It appears I was mistaken. The jade plate in Xiao Yan's possession clearly bore the 5 prominent characters denoting the elder of the alchemy department. Although the elders of this department were notoriously proud within the academy, one could not deny that there were indeed times when others sought their esteemed assistance. Xiao Yan greeted the elder with a subtle smile and a nod before meandering through the 3rd floor. This level, while not particularly potent in terms of the Fallen Heart Flame's intensity, was the most populous within the academy, as those of both lower and higher cultivation levels were relatively few. Most seasoned practitioners remained here, observing the diligent students laboring in their cultivation on the 3rd floor. Xiao Yan couldn't help but reminisce about his days in the university library during his previous life. Many of his classmates spent countless hours there, fervently pursuing their dreams of postgraduate studies. However, at the same age, Xiao Yan found himself contemplating matters far beyond the confines of academia. With no one present in the room, he decided to immerse himself in the cultivation atmosphere of the sky-burning refinement tower. A gentle smile graced his lips as he casually entered a vacant chamber. Just yesterday, Su Qian had bestowed upon him a most treasured fire energy card from the Inner Academy. 1,000 units of fire energy was no trifling sum in ordinary circumstances. Casually inserting the card into the slot, Xiao Yan felt a surge of the intensely powerful Fallen Heart Flame manifesting within his heart. Yet, instead of panicking at the sight of this formidable flame, he boldly connected with it through his soul power. The Fallen Heart Flame was inherently endowed with the ability to restrain souls. However, it was unfortunate for it to encounter a prodigy like Xiao Yan, who not only possessed formidable strength, but also harbored 3 types of exotic flames. In a mere moment, the Fallen Heart Flame vanished amidst a tempest of shock and fury within Xiao Yan's heart. Suddenly, a heavy knocking reverberated through the room. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, but the smile on his face quickly darkened. This was the cultivation room of the Jia Nan Academy, and according to the unwritten rules of the continent, such spaces were off limits to disturbances once a seclusion sign was displayed. After all, if an individual were deep in critical cultivation, any interruption could not only disrupt their focus, but could also lead to dangerous repercussions. In the case of a fearsome flame, like the Fallen Heart Flame, if a great Dome Master were to cultivate here, such an interruption could potentially lead them astray. In more severe circumstances, there was even a risk of being consumed by the exotic fire itself. Currently, Xiao Yan faced no such danger due to his overwhelming cultivation prowess. But one could only ponder the fate of another in his stead. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan withdrew the fire energy card and slowly opened the door to the cultivation room. As the door creaked open, several young men and women came into view. The individuals before him, both male and female, possessed a commendable level of cultivation. Yet, in Xiao Yan's discerning eyes, they were all but insignificant insects. What momentarily captured his attention, however, was a young woman at the center of the group. She was strikingly beautiful, with an oval face, cherry lips, and a pair of sparkling large eyes. The harmonious blend of her features bestowed upon her a captivating allure. While her beauty did not quite rival that of Xiao Yan's harem, she was nonetheless more enchanting than Ruo Lin. Yet, Xiao Yan merely cast a fleeting glance before dismissing her. Although she was pleasing to the eye, she fell short of qualifying for his harem. Who was the imbecile that knocked on the door? With a single utterance, Xiao Yan's words darkened the countenances of those present. Unfazed by their expressions, he reiterated his inquiry. I ask again, who was the fool that opened the door? If no one steps forward, none of you shall leave today. Upon hearing his proclamation, the previously solemn group of youths first exhibited expressions of bewildered amusement, soon replaced by a hint of smugness. Was this boy truly oblivious or merely stubborn? Did he not recognize their esteemed status? As these thoughts raced through his mind, the leader of the group stepped forward with a sneer. Newcomer, are you? You seem unaware that this training room is reserved exclusively for our esteemed heir. Taken aback, Xiao Yan turned his gaze once more towards the beautiful woman. Which rule of the Canaan Academy states that this is your training room? Do you possess any proof from the inner court to substantiate your claim? If this is indeed a training space designated solely for you by the inner court, I shall let you off this time. At his words, the expressions of all present, including the young woman, soured considerably. The onlookers, who had been observing the scene, exchanged glances of surprise and sympathy. It was evident from the newcomer's unfamiliar face that he was indeed a novice. Why provoke someone like Lu Fei? Not only was her cousin renowned on the rankings, but the formidable Reina beside her was enough to spell trouble for this newcomer. As expected, with Xiao Yan's voice still echoing, Reina, standing next to Lu Fei, stepped forward first, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Yan. You certainly have a knack for provoking others. However, daring to speak to us in such a manner warrants a lesson from this senior, lest you become arrogant and unwittingly attract the ire of those you should not offend. As he spoke, an aura emanated from him, causing many of the onlookers to change their expressions in alarm. Is Reina already a 2-star Dolan? I hadn't anticipated he had reached such a level. This newcomer is truly in for a challenge. A two-star doling gazed upon the proud expression adorning Reiner's face, and Xiao Yan felt an urge to raise his head and deliver a sharp retort. A mere two-star doling, Xiao Feng, that mischievous lad, might surpass him at this age. What audacity did this young man possess to attempt to impress him? Reiner, do refrain from being overly harsh. Otherwise, my cousin will surely blame me later. Observing Reiner's demeanor, Lu Fei uttered these words with a hint of indifference, as if without her reminder, Xiao Yan would be at risk of being vanquished by Reiner. Honestly, family, who comprehends this? These two seem utterly immersed in their performance. Witnessing their confident posturing, Xiao Yan's face revealed an expression of exasperation. Just as he prepared to deliver a reprimanding remark to jolt them from their delusions, a distant voice suddenly resonated within the third-floor hall. As a newcomer to the inner court, it seems unnecessary for you to make things difficult for him. Following the sound of this cool voice, the expressions of Lu Fei and her companions shifted, while Xiao Yan's eyes lit up with intrigue. At the entrance of the third-floor alchemy tower, a young woman clad in a silver robe was gracefully approaching. Tall and slender, her slightly gaunt cheeks framed a rare beauty. Her skin was as white as snow, and her features were exquisite, surpassing Lu Fei by a considerable margin in Xiao Yan's recollections, with only Kai Lin and Sun Er potentially rivaling her allure. What thrilled Xiao Yan even more was the sight of her waist-length hair, an extraordinary silver hue that, combined with her silver robe, radiated an aura of ethereal coldness. Much like a snow lotus, beautiful yet untouchable. A silver-haired enchantress. Who could resist such a sight? Upon arriving at the Jia Nan Academy, Xiao Yan found himself contemplating the notion of forming a harem for the first time. Beside him, Reiner's gaze, filled with the typical fervor of a man, was also tinged with apprehension. Han Yue, it seems this matter does not concern you. I advise you to refrain from meddling. Reiner's eyes locked on Han Yue, his body slightly tense. Ignoring Reiner's warning, Han Yue cast a glance at the seemingly indifferent Xiao Yan, her clear eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Nevertheless, she spoke with calmness. While I do not oppose your objections to a newcomer occupying your usual training space, such a forceful intrusion could lead to dire consequences if this new student were to lose control. Can you bear the responsibility for that? Han Yue, you needn't trouble yourself with this matter. I have my own methods of handling it. Lu Fei scoffed, her pride stung by the presence of someone stronger and more beautiful than herself. Indeed, Han Yue, it would be best if you refrained from interfering. An incongruous voice chimed in, momentarily silencing everyone. It was none other than Xiao Yan himself. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Han Yue displayed a fleeting look of surprise on her face. After glancing at him once more to confirm there was nothing amiss, she gently nodded. Since this junior displayed such confidence in himself, she decided not to meddle further. With that, she turned decisively and descended deeper into the Tianfin refining tower. The third level was not particularly efficient for her. However, just as she had taken a few steps away, a series of sharp slaps echoed in the air. The newcomers were still too proud at their core. Yet, was Reina's blatant display of arrogance a tad excessive? Contemplating this, Han Yue frowned and ultimately turned back. What she beheld upon her return rendered her slightly agape. Not far from the training room, Xiao Yan nonchalantly shook his hand, while beneath him lay a group of unconscious students. Whether it was the provocateur Reina or the alluring Lu Fei, both bore vivid red handprints on the right side of their faces. In addition to the marks, the ground was stained with blood and scattered teeth, indicating they had been knocked out cold by a single slap, with several teeth lost in the process. Disregarding the fallen students, Xiao Yan approached Han Yue with a warm smile, cheerfully introducing himself. You must be Han Yue. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Yan Xiao. Should you require any assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out in the alchemy department. After delivering this, he continued his descent underground. Although Han Yue was a beautiful character in the original narrative, witnessing her in person confirmed her exquisite beauty. Yet, the allure of the fallen heart flame was proving to be even more enticing to Xiao Yan than mere beauty. As he pondered this, he stepped onto the stairs leading to the fourth level, leaving Han Yue momentarily bewildered in place. Reina was a two-star doling. While she could defeat him, it would require considerable effort. Yet this newcomer seemed to have effortlessly knocked Reina out with a single slap. When had the alchemy department produced such a formidable student? Han Yue's mind swirled as she considered the extraordinary strength of this individual. Even Lin Zuya would not be able to defeat a doling with a single blow. Just then, she noticed Elder Hao approaching the third level of the refining tower, smiling cheerfully. Aside from overseeing the treasure vault, Elder Hao often stood guard on the third floor. However, moments after entering, his expression shifted dramatically. What had transpired? He looked at Han Yue, utterly perplexed. Just before taking over the shift, he had been sharing with a fellow elder that he had made a remarkable new acquaintance. Yet, Witnessing the scene before him obliterated any semblance of joy he had felt. Not far ahead, several young men and women lay sprawled on the ground, their faces swollen on the right side. Blood pooled beneath them, accompanied by a few shattered teeth. Had a fight just occurred here? Elder Hao furrowed his brow and inquired of Han Yue. He found it difficult to comprehend who could so effortlessly incapacitate these individuals. It was worth noting that these people were not weak. Among them, Reina was a formidable spirit warrior, and only the girl Ziyan seemed to possess such strength within the Academy's rankings. If Ziyan were to intervene, the outcome for these individuals would likely be even more tragic, as her beastly physique could easily deliver a devastating blow. Han Yue opened her mouth, ultimately recounting the events that had transpired. Upon learning the details, Elder Hao's frown deepened. How could a newly arrived alchemy disciple possess such formidable prowess? Do you know the name of that young disciple? For some reason, Elder Hao felt a looming sense of foreboding. He seemed to have mentioned that his name was Yin Xiao, and that I could seek him out if needed. Han Yue replied truthfully. Yin Xiao? Elder Hao's eyes widened in astonishment, startling Han Yue in the process. Elder Hao, is there a problem? Han Yue asked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. A problem? Elder Hao chuckled bitterly, but soon his expression softened. He had not anticipated that the fellow would still possess such a volatile temperament, indiscriminately striking even someone like Lu Fei. His gaze then turned to Han Yue, and a friendly smile graced his lips. Young Yu, your unintentional act has garnered you a most valuable favor. At this, Han Yue appeared somewhat dazed. Certainly, Yin Xiao was indeed powerful, but what manner of person could elicit such admiration from Elder Hao, a warrior of the Fighting King rank? Seemingly perceiving Han Yue's confusion, Elder Hao wore a knowing smile. That Yin Xiao is not merely a student. He is a newly appointed elder within the alchemy department, his alchemical skills likely surpassing even those of the department head. Moreover, his strength is exceedingly formidable, quite possibly among the elite at the Emperor of battle level. Would you not agree that you have secured a tremendously valuable favor? Upon hearing Elder Hao's words, Han Yue's normally composed visage could not suppress a flicker of astonishment. A sixth-tier alchemist, one of the foremost among the Emperor of battle? Such prowess would surely command respect even from the elder Su Qian. Though she hailed from a family of considerable standing, with several Emperor of battle figures among her kin, she understood all too well the remarkable strength of a peak Emperor of battle sixth-tier alchemist. Such a character, if not considering combat prowess, holds a status nearly equivalent to that of an initial stage Dou Zun. It was unexpected that a thoughtless act would yield such a precious favor. Observing the faint excitement on Han Yue's face, Elder Hao merely smiled, yet upon seeing the unconscious students sprawled on the ground, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of bitterness. This fellow had certainly stirred up quite a bit since arriving at the academy. However, considering Xiao Yan's power and value, he could only mutter that the onlookers were indeed lacking in insight. As both individuals harbored their own thoughts, Xiao Yan had already traversed several floors, arriving at the lowest level of the Tianfeng refining tower. Along the way, many elders inquired about his identity, but upon seeing the token he produced, most responded with a smile. The alchemy department's old-timers, though notorious, undoubtedly possessed competence. No one dared claim they could live their entire lives without the assistance of an alchemist. At that moment, the nobility of the alchemist's identity was fully revealed, especially highlighted by the 6th-rank inscription on the bottom of Xiao Yan's token, which prompted some elders to express their admiration. Upon reaching the final level of the Tianfeng refining tower, 2 elders suddenly obstructed Xiao Yan's path. Elder Yin Xiao, while we hold great respect for your status, we cannot allow you entry without the Grand Elder's express permission, they stated with apologetic smiles. The final level of the Tianfeng refining tower was tied to the very foundation of the academy, the source of its continuous emergence of Dou Wang powerhouses. Furthermore, the seal of the fallen heart flame was an extremely significant component. Should that seal be compromised, the entire inner academy would suffer unprecedented losses. In response to the 2 elders' obstruction, Xiao Yan chose not to confront them directly. Instead, he simply nodded with a smile and found a spot to sit down, quietly attuning himself to the movements of the fallen heart flame. He was now in close proximity to it, and even without descending, he could effortlessly sense that extraordinary flame with his spiritual power, as Xiao Yan's vast spiritual energy permeated the ground and traversed through an exceedingly spacious cavern. He came upon a dark red space reminiscent of blood. Within this realm, a visibly pulsating energy formed a cylinder that tightly encased it, adorned with various bizarre, winding runes, emanating an intensely violent energy. As Xiao Yan's spiritual power easily penetrated this luminous barrier, he beheld a dark red world of magma. Compared to the inferno where the Qinglian earth heart flame resided, this magma seemed to possess an even more peculiar essence. Disregarding the strange magma, Xiao Yan's consciousness continued its descent, and soon, A disorienting shriek reverberated directly into his soul. Found you. Upon sensing the piercing shriek, Xiao Yan's visage did not betray any discomfort. Rather, it revealed a glimmer of exhilaration. At that moment, he unleashed the full force of his spiritual energy, enveloping the subterranean magma realm beneath half of the inner courtyard. Soon, an almost translucent, formless fiery serpent materialized within Xiao Yan's perceptual range. The instant it was shrouded by his spiritual power, the formless fire serpent emitted a sound tinged with faint trepidation. It seemed to harbor a profound wariness toward Xiao Yan. Yet after this moment of caution, the serpent began to thrash violently, as if in retaliation. Instantly, the entire sea of magma surged into a tumultuous boil. At that very moment, the countenances of the two elders guarding the innermost layer underwent a dramatic transformation. This is troubling. The fallen heart flame is stirring once more. They exchanged glances, and just as they contemplated raising the alarm, a cloaked figure appeared before them and Xiao Yan. Has the fallen heart flame erupted again? Su Qian's face initially bore a hint of panic, but his gaze quickly fell upon Xiao Yan in the distance. Did this disturbance of the fallen heart flame have any connection to Elder Yin Xiao? Chapter 254, The Shock of Su Qian. In response to Su Qian's inquiry, Xiao Yan merely smiled faintly, neither nodding nor shaking his head, instead casting a glance at Su Qian before speaking. I have heard that entry into the final layer requires the personal consent of the Grand Elder. I wonder if the Grand Elder might grant me this opportunity? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Su Qian fell into a momentary silence. Despite the well-articulated nature of Xiao Yan's request, he hesitated, recalling the previous incident involving Han Feng. Could this individual truly be more trustworthy than Han Feng? As Su Qian wrestled with his doubts, a tremor reverberated through the tranquil base of the sky-burning refining tower once more. In this instance, Su Qian could keenly sense that even the fallen heart flames within the tower had been affected. Very well. I shall take Elder Yin Xiao to observe the fallen heart flame. However, I hope Elder Yin Xiao will remember our agreement, for even should I perish, there are still formidable beings within this academy capable of restraining Elder Yin. Su Qian's words caused the two accompanying elders to involuntarily change their expressions. For the implication of the Grand Elder's statement suggested that he viewed himself as not yet a match for Elder Yin. Contemplating this, a flicker of trepidation entered their gazes as they regarded Xiao Yan. Just half a year prior, the alchemy elder named Han Feng had silently slain two guarding elders at this very location before infiltrating the depths. Had it not been for Su Qian's timely discovery, the inner courtyard may well have faced utter ruin. Even so, it was nearly the case that a powerhouse like the Grand Elder had narrowly escaped falling into that individual's hands. Should today's Xiao Yan harbor similar intentions, it was conceivable that the two of them might also meet an untimely demise in this place, unheard and unseen. Apologies, but it seems that no one at Canaan Academy can hold sway over me. Xiao Yan mused internally. With his current strength, even without the aid of the two saints of literature and martial arts, he was nearly invincible among all save the Dou Zun. The Dou Zun powerhouses of Canaan Academy, lacking in substantial heritage, were insufficient to contend with him, even in unison. After receiving Su Qian's consent, Xiao Yan finally traversed the final layer of the heavenly flame refining tower and arrived at a location enveloped by an energy barrier. Accompanied by Su Qian, Xiao Yan stood at the outer layer of the energy shield, gazing at the dark red, blood-like magma within, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a series of peculiar sounds, Xiao Yan emitted a call akin to summoning a dog, much to Su Qian's bewilderment. To his astonishment, shortly after this utterance, an enigmatic division appeared in the dark red sea of magma, as if a colossal serpent writhed within. In the collective perception of those present, a gigantic fire python spanning 20 to 30 zhang manifested in their spiritual vision. What has transformed this creature to such formidable strength? Su Qian's expression shifted subtly upon witnessing the fallen heart flame. After its emergence in the magma realm, the formless fire python disregarded the apprehensive gazes of Su Qian and the others, staring at Xiao Yan with its nearly translucent triangular eyes, filled with trepidation. Oh, little fallen heart flame, come obediently into my grasp. Xiao Yan's countenance radiated excitement, akin to one who has beheld a sumptuous feast. Upon devouring the fallen heart flame, even if he did not ascend to the Dou Zun realm, his prowess would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of Dou Zun. Seemingly attuned to Xiao Yan's intentions, the formless fire python coiled its body, emitting a series of low, warning growls. Regrettably, Xiao Yan paid no heed to its caution. Instead, he turned to Su Qian and said, "Elder, it would be prudent to swiftly evacuate the students. Otherwise, should a conflict arise, they may suffer dire consequences." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Su Qian's expression changed again, regarding him with a disapproving glare. Are you suggesting that you intend to seize the fallen heart flame now? Let us not forget our agreement. Xiao Yan smiled slightly, responding, I merely wish to weaken the power of the fallen heart flame for your sake. Otherwise, should it erupt, many students within the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower may suffer grave injuries or even perish. After contemplating Xiao Yan's words, Su Qian glanced at the enormous form of the fallen heart flame and, after a moment's hesitation, gritted his teeth and nodded in acquiescence. Very well. Soon after, the two elders behind him swiftly informed the students on each floor to evacuate. Meanwhile, within the third level, Han Yue and Elder Hao wore expressions of confusion. What is happening? Why has the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower suddenly been sealed today? Han Yue frowned slightly, as she had originally intended to devote herself to serious practice at this location today. Elder Hao also appeared momentarily stunned, but upon receiving the news from the communication token, his expression shifted dramatically. There is going to be a riot at the base of the tower. Quickly, evacuate the students. Elder Hao hastily called upon Han Yue for assistance. Yet a trace of shock suddenly crossed his face. Observing Elder Hao's expression, Han Yue seemed to recall something, her fair face revealing a hint of alarm. Could it be related to that Elder Yin Xiao? Elder Hao nodded slightly but solemnly cautioned, this matter is of great significance. Do not speak of it to others. In response, Han Yue nodded seriously and proceeded to help evacuate the students who were still in seclusion. However, deep within her heart, a sense of mysterious speculation regarding Elder Yin Xiao began to rise once again. Unbeknownst to her, this Elder Yin Xiao was becoming increasingly powerful and enigmatic in her mind. At the foot of the refining Qi Tower, Xiao Yan smiled faintly at Su Qian, saying, open a breach in the seal and allow me to enter. Su Qian scrutinized Xiao Yan once more, hesitating for a moment before slowly responding. Your current actions concern the future of our entire Jia Nan Academy. I hope you will proceed with caution. With that, he gently waved his hand over the layer of ceiling, creating a void large enough for a person to pass through. The moment this void appeared, the infinite fire python's eyes glinted with frenzied excitement, as it recklessly surged towards the opening. In the next instant, Xiao Yan had already materialized before it. You wretched beast, do you still wish to escape? Xiao Yan chuckled ominously, extending his hand as vibrant flames coalesced in the air into a colossal hand, descending upon the fire python. Witnessing this scene, Su Qian hastily formed seals to rapidly restore the energy barrier. Boom! The gigantic hand of multicolored flames struck the fallen heart flame, causing its previously surging form to plummet back into the depths of the magma, stirring up towering waves of molten rock. Roar! Under such an assault from Xiao Yan, the fallen heart flame finally descended into madness, emitting a terrifying sonic wave capable of shattering ordinary Dou spirits. Even Su Qian could not help but change his expression at such overwhelming power. However, in the next moment, another massive hand of colorful flames descended upon the infinite fire python. Su Qian was astonished to find that this python, which even the guardians regarded with trepidation, was rendered nearly powerless against Xiao Yan's might. Observing this spectacle, a cold sweat unexpectedly dripped down his back. Chapter 255, Subjugation. Xiao Yan's strength was undoubtedly far superior to that of Han Feng. As he gazed upon the fallen heart flame being ravaged by Xiao Yan, Su Qian suddenly realized that Xiao Yan's power exceeded his expectations by a significant margin. Originally, I presumed that Xiao Yan possessed strength akin to that of the likes of Qian by heir, yet observing his demeanor, it appears that this individual wields far greater prowess. It is no wonder that he confidently asserts his ability to effortlessly vanquish Han Feng. With such formidable power, unless the director himself intervenes, there are indeed few within the academy who could contend with him. Contemplating this, a wry smile inevitably graced Su Qian's face. After all, Han Feng, despite being a 5-star Dou Zun, pales in comparison before Xiao Yan. One cannot help but wonder about the caliber of their teacher, capable of nurturing 2 7-star alchemists. Surely, they must be a legendary 8-star alchemist at the very least. Such an individual could wield immeasurable influence across the northwestern continent. Within the dark crimson realm of molten lava, the formless fire python emitted a fierce roar, yet it remained powerless in the presence of Xiao Yan. It thrashed wildly, its body engulfed in intangible flames, even attempting to unleash its heart fire against Xiao Yan. Regrettably, this heart fire proved utterly ineffective against Xiao Yan, whose soul power approached the 8th grade. In a stunning turn, Xiao Yan's soul transformed into a piercing spike, deeply embedding itself into the very essence of the assaulted at its core by the soul's might. The fallen heart flame struggled with increasing ferocity, causing the entire magma world to erupt in cataclysmic waves, sending tidal surges of molten rocks soaring to heights of several dozen to nearly 100 feet, an awe-inspiring sight that left Su Qian observing from a distance, both startled and apprehensive. In that instant, Even the entire sky burning refining tower quivered slightly, prompting Su Qian to feel grateful for his earlier decision to disperse the students. Yet, standing unwaveringly in the depths of the lava, Xiao Yan remained undisturbed. The more violently the fallen heart flame thrashed, the more exhilarated he became. After all, such turmoil indicated that the had grown even more powerful. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan extended his hand once more. In an instant, a massive hand formed from azure flames materialized before him. Another? Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qian's expression shifted dramatically. Two forms have coalesced into colossal hands, grasping the fallen heart flame with a tenacity akin to catching a slippery eel. Before Su Qian could fully process his astonishment, yet another black and white surged forth from Xiao Yan's flame-wreathed palm. The two flames, one black and one white, twisted into serpentine forms, ensnaring the fallen heart flame in their grasp. Enveloped by these spectral dragons, the fallen heart flame emitted a desperate, low moan, its attempts to escape proving futile. Observing the plight of the fallen heart flame, Xiao Yan's countenance remained resolutely unchanged as he summoned the power of the yin-yang sacred flame, systematically devouring the essence of the fallen heart flame. The air crackled with the violent collision of energies, and with each impact, wisps of the fallen heart flame's outer fire were siphoned away. In the searing realm of molten lava, a bizarre yet resplendent spectacle unfolds beneath the heavenly flame refining tower. A hand of flame, radiant in its 7 colors and tinged with azure, firmly grasps an intangible fire serpent, while entwined within its grasp are 2 serpentine flames, one black and the other white, that tightly coil around the formless fire python. With each collision between the black and white flames and the intangible fire python, wisps of refined intangible flames cascade toward Xiao Yan. After the extraction of hundreds of these ethereal flames, they coalesce into a diminutive, formless fire serpent that appears beside him. With each emergence of these tiny serpents, the presence of the colossal intangible fire python diminishes slightly. Upon witnessing the coiling of the formless fire serpent beside Xiao Yan, Su Qian's countenance reflects a renewed astonishment, tinged with fervor. It is the origin heart flame. Su Qian's heart quakes as he gazes at the formless fire serpent. This origin heart flame is a true treasure, refined through multiple processes, rendering it suitable for human use. Historically, the elders of the Jia Nan Academy expended tremendous effort to extract merely 3 or 4 pieces in a year. Yet now, this rock owl seems to effortlessly refine one in no time. It is crucial to note that this origin heart flame serves as the key enabling numerous inner disciples and elders of the Academy to swiftly ascend to the Dou Wang rank. Surviving the refinement of this flame is tantamount to acquiring a key to the realm of Dou Wang. In the past, only the most exceptional students of the Academy were deemed worthy of obtaining this refinement. It remains uncertain how many origin heart flames this rock owl can yield, but regardless, any portion shared with the Jia Nan Academy would significantly bolster its core strength. Time trickles away, and 3 days later, outside the heavenly flame refining tower, a group of students gazes with discontent at the elderly figures blocking their path. Elders, when will the heavenly flame refining tower finally open? One student implores. What is the hurry? I have informed you countless times. The heavenly flame refining tower is currently fraught with danger, and entering entails the risk of falling into ruin. Do you not understand? An elder replies, exasperated. What precisely is the danger? You should at least inform us. A particularly obstinate student steps forward, expressing his discontent. How would I know what dangers lurk inside? This is a direct order from the Grand Elder. Please do not make it difficult for this old man. I refuse to listen. You simply do not wish for us to enter. I still have so much fire energy left unused. A female student protests, covering her ears and shaking her head. Refusal to listen, is it? If memory serves, I taught your Dou technique class. Since you choose not to heed my words, prepare to fail, the elder retorts coldly, causing the girl's expression to stiffen. Meanwhile, deep within the crimson depths, the once 30-foot-long intangible fire python has now shrunk to less than a yard in length. Gazing upon Xiao Yan's cold visage, the formless fire python emitted a mournful cry of surrender. Hikek, seeking mercy are we? How naive, Xiao Yan scoffed. In his eyes, the fallen heart flame bore no distinction from ordinary beasts. To become stronger and more formidable, one must slaughter livestock and consume their flesh for sustenance. Mercy and kindness, to him, were mere vices. Moreover, the fallen heart flame was no benign entity. Should it swallow Xiao Yan, not only would his life be in peril, but the 3 unique flames within him would also become its meal. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Yan intensified his power of absorption. Under this force, the fallen heart flame erupted in a final struggle, yet it proved futile. Ultimately, with a firm grip amidst its vengeful gaze, Xiao Yan crushed the last remnants of the fire python, reducing it to fiery fragments that fell into the yin-yang sacred flame. Thereupon, it transformed into a source heart flame, measuring a foot in length, that appeared behind Xiao Yan. At this moment, behind him, nearly 100 source heart flames were densely coalescing. After Xiao Yan meticulously refined these external powers, a small serpent, akin to the size of a loach, transformed into an intangible glow and sped towards the molten sea below. Attempting to flee, Xiao Yan chuckled coldly, his hand grasping the void, summoning 2 fiery palms that once more sealed the path of the formless little serpent. In the midst of its struggles, it was encased within a sturdy fiery cage, thoroughly imprisoned. The formless little serpent continued to writhe, ensnared by the black and white flames. It emitted a final lament, only to discover that its will was gradually dissipating. After completing this task, Xiao Yan turned with satisfaction to survey the array of refined source heart flames behind him. Chapter 256, Lu Qing. Before Xiao Yan lay hundreds of translucent, formless fire snakes, each harboring pure fallen heart flame that burned slowly. In other words, these numerous fallen heart flames were sufficient to elevate dozens of Dou spirit experts to the rank of Dou Wang. Observing these source heart flames, Xiao Yan waved his sleeve, collecting them into its folds, and then, under Su Qian's anxious gaze, ascended towards the luminous barrier above. Elder Yin Zhao's prowess is truly formidable. The fallen heart flame, which our entire inner court cannot subdue, is so effortlessly controlled by you. Noticing Su Qian's flattering tone, Xiao Yan understood the old man's thoughts and, with a wave of his hand, released half of the source heart flames from his sleeve. Upon seeing over 50 additional source heart flames suddenly appear before him, Su Qian could not help but swallow hard. He had not anticipated that Elder Yin Zhao would be so generous, able to produce half of the fallen heart flames in one go. This was something he had never imagined. In Su Qian's original imagination, he believed that if Xiao Yan could produce even a quarter or a third of the original heart flame, it would be quite commendable. After all, this heart flame was exceedingly precious, with every single piece possessing a significant chance of forging a Dou Wang powerhouse. Thus, under Xiao Yan's watchful gaze, he hurriedly and cautiously placed the more than 50 pieces of heart flame into a special jade apparatus. Observing Su Qian's meticulous demeanor, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile. Before slowly articulating, "Leave 3 pieces of heart flame each for Ziyan and Han Yue, and you may freely distribute the rest." After uttering this, his gaze shifted to the fallen heart flame, firmly bound within the magma by the, as he gently remarked, "Soon, I shall collaborate with the elders of the alchemy department to develop a pill that will enhance the utilization of the heart flame, striving to maximize its efficiency. Once I manage these matters, I shall assist the academy in seeking another fallen heart flame." Hearing Xiao Yan's confident and methodical plans, even Su Qian was momentarily taken aback, his gaze toward Xiao Yan growing increasingly affectionate. "Elder Yin Zhao, should you successfully accomplish all this, you would be a figure of monumental contribution in our academy's history, second only to the esteemed dean. In that case, I would have no qualms about offering you my position as the Grand Elder," Su Qian exclaimed with fervor. Initially, he had harbored suspicions about Xiao Yan, contemplating whether he was merely after the fallen heart flame, like Han Feng. But he was astonished to find that Xiao Yan's promises appeared to be genuine. Furthermore, the prospect of him leading the elders in crafting a pill to aid in the utilization of the heart flame suggested that the Jia Nan Academy might soon witness a surge of new Dou Wang powerhouses. Your position as Grand Elder is merely that of a senior worker. Who would covet such a role?" Xiao Yan silently scoffed inwardly, maintaining a polite smile on his lips. "The position of Grand Elder is fraught with responsibilities and should be held by someone as conscientious as yourself. I, Yin Xiao, am accustomed to a life of freedom and leisure and cannot take on such duties." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Su Qian's smile broadened even further. Ignoring the elder's beaming visage, Xiao Yan swiftly departed from the Tian Fun refining tower. The heart flame, unless stored in specialized equipment or enveloped by, would otherwise dissipate into pure fire attribute energy, vanishing into the ether. This batch of heart flame, even within the current Flame Alliance, represented a considerable resource that could be utilized to nurture many newcomers. Additionally, the younger members of the Xiao clan would soon be preparing to advance toward the Dou Wang stage. Individuals like Xiao Mei and Xiao Ning had already reached the level where they could refine themselves with the heart flame. Moreover, beauties like Yafei and Yao Yi from the harem would, within 2 years, likely be on the cusp of becoming Dou Wang powerhouses as well. Xiao Yan's research aims to facilitate the efficient utilization of the source heart flame elixirs, primarily for the benefit of others. To err on the side of caution, he advised Su Qian to remain underground, guarding the sealed fallen heart flame. Upon exiting the heavenly flame refining tower, the golden sunlight bathed his face, causing Xiao Yan, who had not seen the sun for 3 days, to squint slightly. However, he soon noticed a throng of students gathered at the entrance of the tower, causing quite a commotion. Look, someone's coming out of the tower. A group of students had been eagerly awaiting the reopening of the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower. Once they had savored the sweetness of double or triple experience from the tower, they found themselves unsatisfied with ordinary cultivation. At the moment Xiao Yan emerged, a few elders were momentarily taken aback, and Elder Hao, stationed at the entrance, was the first to approach him. Elder Yan Xiao, is the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower available for continued use? Xiao Yan glanced at the elders, who were overwhelmed by the students, and with a smile, he shook his head before proceeding to move forward. Elder, why does that guy get to enter the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower freely while we cannot? Speak up. Is he your grandson? One student, displeased at Xiao Yan's unimpeded exit, shot a disgruntled look at Elder Hao. Enough nonsense. This is Elder Yan Xiao, the newly appointed elder of the Alchemy Department. You youngsters better behave yourselves, or I'll fail you. Elder Hao glared fiercely. Haha, you, a logistics elder, talking about failing me? I don't believe it. That kid must have connections. The student, a bit of a troublemaker, infuriated Elder Hao further. That young man does appear to be a legitimate elder from the Alchemy Department, a student remarked with uncertainty. Indeed, it is him. I witnessed it myself. The elders of the Alchemy Department have been highly complimentary towards him. This new elder seems to possess alchemical skills that surpass even the department head. Another student nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, the previously boisterous student was momentarily taken aback, gazing in astonishment at Xiao Yan's departing figure. Young fellow, do not obstruct the way. As Xiao Yan made his way toward the Alchemy Department, he encountered an unexpected visitor. A tall and robust young man stood before him, wielding a long black spear that was nearly a yard in length. One could sense an air of determination and dominance emanating from him. Having spent considerable time with a group of elders, Xiao Yan had inadvertently adopted a somewhat mature demeanor. Youth? Lu Qing was initially taken aback, but his gaze toward Xiao Yan grew increasingly hostile. Among the young at Xiao Yan Academy, no one dared to refer to him as a young fellow. You injured my cousin in the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower. Although she was in the wrong, your methods were rather excessive, wouldn't you agree? Lu Qing did not yield, but instead regarded Xiao Yan with a detached expression. Your cousin? Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned, then recalled Lu Fei's visage. Are you referring to that beaker? Which beaker? Lu Qing furrowed his brow. Although he could not comprehend Xiao Yan's words, he discerned that the other was hurling insults. Thus, he slowly reached for the long spear behind him. Brother. At that moment, a somewhat immature yet melodious voice suddenly resonated. A petite figure clad in white abruptly dashed to Xiao Yan's side. Upon seeing this figure, Lu Qing's previously indifferent gaze suddenly contracted. Chapter 257, Director of the Alchemy Department. What a hassle. Why is it her? Lu Qing's countenance, once imbued with the fervor of battle, shifted dramatically. The figure in white before him could only be Ziyan. What altered his expression further was the fact that this mighty girl had taken to calling this individual brother. Heaven! What on earth had this person done to endear himself to this seemingly adorable, yet truly fearsome girl, compelling her to address him so affectionately? At the sight of her, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled as he affectionately ruffled her purple hair. What made you suddenly think of finding me? With her head being tousled by Xiao Yan, Ziyan's delicate little nose scrunched slightly, but upon recalling her purpose, she allowed him to continue. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qing's expression approached a state of bewilderment. In the past, anyone who dared to approach and pat this girl on the head had been fortunate to escape without injury. This left him with a heightened sense of curiosity and respect for Xiao Yan's identity and abilities. The elixirs you concocted for me are far too potent. I find them overwhelming. Could you possibly create some that would aid in my digestion? Preferably ones that are also delicious, Ziyan implored, her large, dark eyes gazing up at Xiao Yan with a mixture of innocence and a hint of pitiful yearning. Do you think such elixirs are akin to digestive tablets? Xiao Yan replied with a sigh of exasperation. Yet, upon noticing the increasingly vibrant aura surrounding Ziyan, he nodded slightly and said, very well. I happen to be heading to the Alchemy Department to research a particular elixir. You may accompany me. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's consent, Ziyan's eyes instantly transformed into crescent moons as she beamed. Thank you, brother. While speaking, she gleefully clung to Xiao Yan's arm and playfully nuzzled against him. Her endearing demeanor, coupled with her playful antics, was enough to soften even Xiao Yan, who had long since felt the weight of maturity. As they proceeded, Lu Qing, upon witnessing Xiao Yan's arrival, could not resist taking a couple of steps back, a moment that Ziyan fortuitously observed. Ah, so it is you, the defeated one. What are you doing blocking the path? Ziyan's expression swiftly morphed into one resembling a fierce deity, though her fierce visage still bore a touch of childishness. Lu Qing could not help but feel a bead of sweat form upon his brow. To this day, He could not forget the moment when Ziyan's delicate yet formidable fist had struck him, leaving him grievously wounded. Even though his strength had improved somewhat, he still felt utterly devoid of confidence in the presence of Ziyan. "It's nothing. I'm merely passing by," Lu Qing chuckled, intending to depart. "Concerning your sister, I hope you take the time to educate her properly." At that moment, Xiao Yan's voice resonated once more, calm yet firm. "This matter pertains to me. Had it involved other students, it could have resulted in an unresolved grievance. Though the principle of the strong prevailing is a prevailing theme in this world, it is unwise for classmates to act too ruthlessly against one another. If you fail to regard this as a lesson, the next time, I shall show you the true meaning of the survival of the fittest." With that, Xiao Yan turned and continued toward the alchemy department without looking back. Upon hearing these words, Ziyan's large, dark eyes darted around before she turned to Lu Qing, her expression fierce. "My brother is a formidable expert whom even I cannot defeat. What makes you think you can provoke trouble? If I find out you've upset him, I'll make sure to knock your head askew." With that, she bounced after Xiao Yan, leaving him behind. Shortly after their departure, Lu Qing's expression shifted dramatically. The girl claimed that the rock owl's strength surpassed his. How could that be? Even the average elders were no match for her. Moreover, this individual was still so young. As he pondered this, Lu Qing's face stiffened slightly. He suddenly recalled a conversation with a friend from the alchemy department a few days prior, who mentioned a remarkably young elder with profound alchemical skills had arrived. A cold sweat trickled down Lu Qing's back. Could it be him? Before long, the figures of Xiao Yan and Ziyan appeared within the alchemy department. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, the elders, with the exception of a few engrossed in their alchemical work, immediately set their tasks aside to greet him with smiles. However, when they noticed the figure in white trailing behind Xiao Yan, their expressions drastically shifted, as if the supreme Laozi had encountered the Monkey King. They hurriedly concealed the pills they were studying. "Why is she here? Oh dear, this girl's arrival spells trouble for the alchemy department." The elders exchanged wary glances at Ziyan. Seeing their apprehensive demeanor, even Xiao Yan could not help but pause, then turned to Ziyan and asked, "What have you been doing here? Why are they so frightened of you?" "I haven't done anything," Ziyan protested indignantly, yet upon observing the elder's wary expressions, her lips pouted slightly, and her dark pupils began to glisten with unshed tears. "Did I not only consume a few of their pills?" The grand elder returned them all. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Upon her arrival at the academy, her youthful naivety led her to engage in numerous petty thefts and even brazen acts of robbery. This behavior, despite her charming appearance, instilled a sense of wariness in many. The absence of friends was indeed a source of distress for a young girl. Just then, a warm hand rested gently upon her head. "Do not feel disheartened. From now on, we shall neither steal nor rob. Whatever you desire to eat, I shall prepare for you," a soothing voice whispered in her ear. At that moment, Xiao Yan turned his serious gaze towards a gathering of elder alchemists and declared, "Esteemed elders, this girl is now my sister, and I trust you will take good care of her henceforth." The elders were momentarily taken aback, but admiration soon colored their expressions as they looked at Xiao Yan. "Rest assured, Elder Yan Xiao, we have always looked after this girl with great care," they replied with warm smiles. Meanwhile, Ziyan, standing behind Xiao Yan, felt a flicker of surprise. Instinctively clutching his sleeve and drawing closer. Unbeknownst to her, a newfound trust and reliance began to blossom in her gaze towards him. "Ah, Elder Yan Xiao, at last, we have awaited your arrival." Just then, a disheveled figure emerged from among the alchemists, clad in a tattered alchemist's robe, with unkempt hair. He bore the appearance of a beggar. Yet, upon closer inspection, Xiao Yan discerned the insignia of a 6th-grade alchemist upon his chest, hinting at his true identity. As anticipated, the scruffy old man's eyes lit up upon seeing Xiao Yan, and he eagerly introduced himself, "Elder Yan Xiao. I am the current head of the alchemy department at the academy, Feisher. I just emerged from seclusion yesterday and heard tales of your exquisite alchemical skills. How about we engage in a friendly exchange of techniques?" Feisher? What an interesting name, Xiao Yan mused, initially suspecting that the old fellow might be seeking trouble due to his fervent demeanor. However, recalling his plans, he smiled gently and replied, "Director Feisher, let us not rush into exchanging alchemical techniques just yet. I happen to have a research topic that may pique your interest." "A topic?" Feisher's eyes brightened once more, and he nodded eagerly. "Of course, as long as it is beneficial to the art of alchemy. My research concerns the development of a pill that can enhance the success rate of refining the primordial heart fire for doling practitioners," Xiao Yan stated, prompting excitement to flicker across the faces of Feisher and the elder alchemists behind him. A pill aimed at improving the refining effects of the primordial heart fire? The alchemists could hardly contain their exhilaration. In truth, the notion of enhancing the utilization of the primordial heart fire had been proposed a decade prior. The existence of the fallen heart flame is undoubtedly the most unique and cherished resource within the entire academy. Each cluster of primal heart flames is considered an exceedingly precious asset. After all, the ability to facilitate a doling expert's nearly unimpeded transition into the realm of Dou Wang is an effect that far surpasses the allure of the Breaking Sect pill for those at the pinnacle of Dou Huan. While the Breaking Sect pill merely enhances the probability by a mere 10%, the primal heart flames can nearly guarantee a 100% success rate. Of course, this is contingent upon one's ability to endure the tempering process of the primal heart flames. Otherwise, failure to withstand it may not only render the intended effects moot, but could also result in a regression of one's cultivation. Should there exist a method to augment the success rate of this tempering process, it would indeed be a monumental boon. Elder Yanxiao, do you possess any viable strategies? As the group of elders exchanged glances, they could not suppress a wry smile. To be candid, we have long since researched such elixirs. Yet we have yet to successfully refine a suitable one. Theoretically, it is indeed possible to concoct such a pill, but the costs associated are quite exorbitant. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had not considered the costs of the elixir. As a scion of a wealthy family, even without the status of the imperial son, he could easily procure abundant rare herbs for pill concoction. Even the cores of 7th-tier magical beasts were of little consequence. After becoming the imperial son, he was even indifferent to the cores of 8th-tier magical beasts, allowing him to indulge in extravagant expenditures for alchemy. However, the circumstances for those at the Canaan Academy were markedly different. Perhaps in their theoretical framework, the cost of the elixir they envisioned could equate to that of a 6th-grade pill. Such expenses are burdensome even for Dou Wang experts, let alone for those within an academy of doling status. Although Canaan Academy possesses some philanthropic aspects, it is not a charitable organization, and even the wealthiest cannot afford to be so reckless. Why not show me the pill formula you previously prepared? Perhaps I might offer some suggestions. Xiao Yan suggested with a smile. He recognized that he was somewhat above these grassroots alchemists. His alchemical skills had already reached the pinnacle of 7th grade. More significantly, his extensive knowledge and insights into the medicinal clan, the Xiao clan, the pill tower, and the alchemical notes of Elder Yao provided him a depth of understanding that the alchemists of Canaan Academy could scarcely hope to achieve in their lifetimes. To acquire any one of these insights would be a rare opportunity of immense significance. After exchanging glances, the elders of the alchemy department nodded in agreement, hastily acquiescing. Showing a rudimentary formula to an alchemist of Xiao Yan's caliber posed little risk, especially since Elder Yanxiao was now one of their own. Soon, an elder retrieved a refined recipe from a concealed chamber within the alchemy division. After dispersing many idle disciples, only Ziyan obediently followed behind Xiao Yan, while the others present were all at least 5th-tier alchemists. Elder Yanxiao, this is our recipe. The group of elders exclaimed excitedly as they gathered around to examine the document. Each revision of a recipe signifies an accumulation of experience and knowledge for the alchemist. Observing the recipe intricately inscribed on jade, Xiao Yan nodded slightly, though his brow furrowed upon closer inspection. According to your proposed method, the cost to refine such a pill is nearly equivalent to that of a royal pill, he remarked. The elders exchanged awkward smiles at his words. The price of a royal pill could nearly purchase a Dou Wang's life, making the investment in nurturing such a Dou Wang a losing proposition. However, some were not convinced. This recipe is the result of a year of painstaking calculations. Can Elder Yanxiao conjure a new method with just a glance? Indeed, I can. Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile, pointing to the 3 primary ingredients on the recipe. These 3 main herbs can be entirely replaced. The ice spirit fruit can be substituted with the ice flame grass. Although the ice flame grass is an ice attribute herb, it possesses an affinity for flames and is exceptionally effective for concocting fire-harmonizing pills. At his words, the elder's eyes brightened slightly. And what of the soul-calming fruit? This fruit is the most precious among the materials, and even for 6th-tier pills, it remains quite valuable, fetching over 1,000,000 gold coins. Xiao Yan shook his head and addressed the gathered elders. The purpose of including the soul-calming fruit is to protect the user from the destructive properties of the original heart flame during use. However, you should know that the original heart flame primarily harms the soul due to the intense suffering experienced during the body tempering process, which leads to mental turbulence and unstable souls, making them susceptible to burns. With a smile, he continued. But it is not stated that the enhancement of this original heart flame's refining probability can only be achieved by consuming a single pill. For instance, this recipe does not seem to conflict with the 2nd-tier ice heart pill, does it? The elders suddenly fell silent at his words. Indeed, there was no rule stating that only 1 pill could be consumed. If an additional ice heart pill were used to replace the soul-calming fruit, the cost would be nearly reduced by 1,000,000. After all, The standard price of an ice heart pill is only around 20,000 gold coins, even with inflation. It would hardly exceed 100,000. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Yan had effectively slashed the recipe's cost by almost 2 million. At this juncture, he also pointed to the final primary ingredient. The 5th-tier magic core not only incurs exorbitant costs, but also wields tremendous power. While it may enhance safety, it is likely to diminish the refinement's efficacy. It would be more prudent to directly switch to a 4th-tier magic core. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's suggestion, the elders could not restrain their inquiries. Would the effects of a 4th-tier magic core be somewhat inferior? A sudden interruption could potentially lead to the user going astray. This is, in fact, quite simple. By replacing the Qingmu grass with the more sustainable Vitality grass, and after a brief series of straightforward operations, Xiao Yan substituted 3 primary ingredients and incorporated an additional auxiliary herb, thereby replacing 5 components. At this moment, the elders gazed at Xiao Yan with newfound respect. A formula that had perplexed everyone for a decade was effortlessly modified by Xiao Yan, resulting in a cost reduction of at least 2 million gold coins, if not more. Consequently, although the cost of this pill still rivaled that of an ordinary 5th-tier pill, it had been significantly lowered compared to before. With the means available to the inner courtyard disciples, it was still feasible to gather 1 or 2 doses. With this thought, the elders could not help but raise their hands in admiration, giving him a thumbs up. 6. At this moment, Xiao Yan's prowess in alchemy had thoroughly captivated them. Now, shall we proceed with the experiment? Considering the reduced costs, the head of the department, Fei Shi, could hardly contain his excitement, rubbing his hands together. Chapter 259, Heart Flame Body Refining Pill, Part 2. Upon hearing Fei Shi's words, Xiao Yan nodded slightly, and then turned to the elders with a smile, saying, "Why are you all not preparing the materials yet?" At this, the elders finally came to their senses. Elder Yin Xiao remarked, "Indeed, we shall prepare right away," and hurried off to gather the medicinal materials. It was not that Xiao Yan was being stingy, rather, the quality of these herbs was too low for him, and he did not possess them in his storage ring. Before long, the elders returned with a substantial amount of materials before Xiao Yan. "Let us find a more spacious location to concoct the potion," Xiao Yan suggested, casting a glance around the hall. Although he was merely crafting a 5th-tier pill, it was the first experiment, and even with his abilities, he could not guarantee success. Should he fail, the entire hall might suffer considerable repercussions. The alchemy elders, of course, had no objections, and thus they swiftly relocated to an alchemy square. This square was already occupied by several students from the alchemy department, who were busy refining pills. However, upon witnessing the sudden arrival of the elders, expressions of confusion crossed their faces. It seemed that the alchemy elders had not made such a grand appearance in quite some time, but upon seeing the young man encircled by them, astonishment lit up the faces of the students. How could that individual be so young? "Fool, this is the newly arrived Elder Yin Xiao from our alchemy department. He is a 6th-tier alchemist," another student could not help but mockingly exclaim. "A 6th-tier alchemist?" The student paused momentarily, and then his gaze toward Xiao Yan ignited with fervor and reverence. Ignoring the astonished stares of the students, Xiao Yan had already grasped one of the medicinal herbs and commenced his alchemical process. He effortlessly lifted the collection of herbs, and in the next moment, a vibrant burst of 7 colored flames erupted from his mouth, enveloping the herbs within. As the flames embraced the herbs, they transformed into blooming fire lotuses, gradually refining the essence contained within the materials. Witnessing this spectacle, even the elders, who had previously witnessed Xiao Yan's skill, were still filled with awe. Meanwhile, Fei Shi, seeing Xiao Yan's technique for the first time, displayed an expression of astonishment on his weathered face. Setting aside the fact that the extraordinary flame was something he had never encountered before, even Xiao Yan's mastery of flame control was beyond his experience. In comparison to his own abilities, Fei Shi immediately sensed the vast chasm between them, causing his gaze towards Xiao Yan to burn with even greater intensity, as if he were beholding an unparalleled beauty. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Xiao Yan, slightly distracted in his alchemical endeavor, suddenly felt a chill at Fei Shi's gaze. Could it be that this old fellow harbored some peculiar inclination? Elder Yin Xiao's flame control technique is simply astonishing. "It would be my honor to learn a thing or two from him," Fei Shi remarked, seemingly aware of Xiao Yan's discomfort and quickly offering an awkward smile. Realizing the situation, Xiao Yan exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, who wouldn't feel uneasy being eyed by an elderly man? Fei Shi's admiration for Xiao Yan's abilities was evident, and it was no surprise that the other students were equally captivated. At this moment, their gazes shifted from initial curiosity to shock and admiration. The possession of extraordinary flames by an alchemist was already a source of envy. But Elder Yin Xiao's breathtaking flame control was nothing short of remarkable. This singular skill alone could incite fervor among numerous students. Unbeknownst to them, The alchemical plaza had gathered a multitude of disciples from the alchemy department, with even a few from other departments drawn to the scene. Did you see that? This is our alchemy department's newly arrived elder Yanxiao. Just look at his flame control technique. It's simply mesmerizing. One student exclaimed. Is his alchemical skill truly that impressive? Another student from a different department inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Based on my over a decade of alchemical experience, Elder Yanxiao's skills could easily outstrip our department head by a considerable margin. I trust you can comprehend what I mean, came the confident reply. Outstrip your department head by a considerable margin? The student's face registered shock. If that is the case, then could this Elder Yanxiao be regarded as the chief alchemist of our academy? Indeed, that is precisely my intention. If I could receive even a modicum of guidance from Elder Yanxiao, my ascendance to the 4th rank would be imminent. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yan's reputation began to gently circulate among the numerous students. In a matter of days, all the students within the inner court of the Jia Nan Academy would be aware of the arrival of a remarkably powerful alchemist in the alchemy department. Yet, at the center of this gathering, Xiao Yan remained oblivious, diligently refining the herbs in his possession. After approximately an hour, a myriad of colorful medicinal essences were effortlessly extracted by Xiao Yan. There were purple powders, blue liquids, and silver pastes, among others. Witnessing this spectacle, the alchemists not only envied Xiao Yan's mastery over fire control, but were also astonished by the formidable nature of the extraordinary fire he wielded. If such materials were entrusted to an ordinary 5th-rank alchemist, it would likely take an entire day to complete the extraction. The power of the extraordinary fire was truly terrifying. Feisher could not help but exclaim in wonder. Amidst his astonishment, Xiao Yan meticulously introduced each essence in sequence into the multicolored flames. Soon, the fire lotus, having devoured all the herbal essences, gradually closed, forming a vibrant flower bud. Upon witnessing the bud, a collective awe swept through the gathering of alchemists. Marveling at Xiao Yan's exceptional alchemical skills, the materials he employed clearly indicated that Elder Yanxiao was concocting a 5th-rank pill. Yet he executed the entire process without the use of an alchemical furnace. The bud continued to burn gently until, after about an hour, an enticing fragrance wafted from it, invigorating the onlookers, though only Xiao Yan and Feisher furrowed their brows in concern. As anticipated, moments later, a violent surge of energy suddenly erupted from within the bud. Sensing this energy fluctuation, Feisher's expression changed dramatically, and he urgently called out to the nearby students. Quick, retreat. The furnace is about to explode. Upon hearing this, the students' faces paled, and they hastily attempted to withdraw. However, before they could distance themselves significantly, they witnessed Xiao Yan frowning and extending his palm. As he clenched his hand with determination, the once beautiful bud abruptly transformed into a massive hand of flames, which then grasped fiercely at the source of the energy disturbance. With a resounding thud, the palm's center unleashed a gust of wind that disheveled the hair of those nearby, yet they remained undeterred. Their eyes fixated on the sight of the energy fluctuation. To their astonishment, the powerful energy that was anticipated to explode had completely dissipated, leaving behind only a pile of ashes. Had it failed? Xiao Yan furrowed his brow slightly, pondering which step had gone awry, while the gazes of the observing students and elders toward him were imbued with a hint of reverence. This newly arrived Elder Yanxiao was indeed formidable. Chapter 260, Heartfire Body Refinement Pill. The explosive force of the 5th-tier elixir that just erupted could undoubtedly rival the full-force strike of a peak Dou Wang powerhouse. Should it have been allowed to spread unchecked, it would have likely obliterated the entire alchemical square. Yet, with a mere gentle grasp, Xiao Yan effortlessly extinguished the energy unleashed by the elixir's detonation, rendering it into nothingness. From this singular detail alone, it became evident that this elder of the rock owl possessed prowess that ranked among the elite of Dou Huang. With the mastery of a peak 6th-tier alchemist and the cultivation of a peak Dou Huang, Xiao Yan's strength and status were now abundantly clear to all present. Disregarding the reverential gazes of the onlookers, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, reflecting upon the steps and material selection that had led to his recent failure in alchemy. After half an hour of contemplation, he turned to an elder beside him and instructed, replace the golden silk grass with golden line grass, and the purple light dew with azure light dew. Upon hearing this, the elder promptly nodded and hurried back to the alchemy hall to procure the new materials. Upon receiving the fresh batch of ingredients, Xiao Yan exhibited no signs of fatigue. Instead, he resumed the alchemical process with renewed vigor. As a vibrant 7-colored fire lotus ignited, the new round of refinement commenced. However, this time, he made adjustments to the heat at several critical junctures and substituted 2 auxiliary herbs. As nearly 2 hours elapsed, a deep rumble reverberated across the alchemical square once more. The sound elicited expressions of regret and disappointment from the gathered elders. Although Xiao Yan had significantly reduced the cost of the alchemical process, the expense of this batch of materials still hovered around 1 million gold coins. With 2 batches consumed, that amounted to a staggering 2 million gold coins gone to waste. This is the nature of the alchemist's profession. Swift returns accompanied by even swifter expenditures. The growth of every alchemist is, in essence, forged through heaps of gold coins. Ignoring the elder's despondent expressions, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Xiao Yan's eyes. He once again summoned a new set of materials, disregarding the pained looks from the crowd, as the 7-colored flames enveloped the ingredients anew. Under the searing heat of the essence of the herbs was swiftly extracted once more. Just as he was on the verge of coalescing the elixir, Xiao Yan unexpectedly summoned a translucent serpent from his spatial ring. It was the origin heart flame. Many of the elders momentarily froze at the sight of this ethereal creature. Most of them had undergone body tempering with the origin heart flame, and amidst their curious gazes, Xiao Yan delicately extracted a wisp of the flame from the serpent and introduced it into the amalgamated essence of the herbs. Boom! In the next instant, the entire mass of herbal essence began to simmer, releasing a bubbling sound. Xiao Yan, undeterred, continued to encase the budding form of the elixir within the 7-colored flower bud. Another hour passed, and with a wave of his hand, the flower bud, now reduced to the size of a fist, slowly unfurled before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. As the flower bud unfurled, a crystal-clear azure pill began to rotate mesmerizingly within the vibrant flames of the rainbow lotus. The fragrant aroma of the elixir wafted from the bud, causing the elders' aged eyes to sparkle with fervent delight. It is done. Several elders exchanged glances, their gazes toward Xiao Yan now infused with an unspoken reverence. With the creation of this pill, Xiao Yan's contributions to the academy would surpass those of many past department heads. Even the venerable elder Su Qian would find it challenging to achieve such a feat. After all, this seemingly insignificant azure pill would almost double the birth rate of Dou Wang's strongholds within the Jia Nan Academy. Elder Yin Xiao, shall we bestow a name upon this pill? With fervent anticipation, he gazed at the radiant azure elixir before him. Although this pill was initially developed by the alchemy department of Jia Nan Academy, it was Xiao Yan who ultimately realized the final formulation and production. As the first alchemist to refine this pill, Xiao Yan had the prerogative to name it. A moment of contemplation passed before he gently uttered, "Let it be called the Heart Flame Body Refinement Pill." Heart Flame Body Refinement Pill? The eyes of Elder Fei Shi and the other elders lit up, nodding in admiration. Indeed, that name is quite fitting. Witnessing the smiles on the faces of the elders, Xiao Yan too smiled subtly. He took out a jade tablet and meticulously inscribed the formula and refining steps of the Heart Flame Body Refinement Pill upon it. Thus, a significant formula once again emerged within Ziyan Nan Academy. At that moment, Xiao Yan discreetly retrieved a jade talisman and sent a message within. "My dear, send someone to Jia Nan Academy in the Black Corner region to collect some materials." Understood. Moments later, the talisman vibrated slightly, and a sultry, icy voice responded. "The queen remains as aloof as ever." Xiao Yan smiled faintly, then proceeded to instruct her to bring some materials for refining the Heart Flame Body Refinement Pill, engaging in casual conversation with the queen before gently placing down the jade pendant. Following Xiao Yan's successful refinement of the Heart Flame Body Refinement Pill, a stir arose in the square, and after a prolonged period, the crowd gradually dispersed. Yet, with their departure, Xiao Yan's reputation was irrevocably established. That night, in a secluded corner of Jia Nan Academy, Lu Qing and his entourage listened to the introduction from a friend in the alchemy department, their faces betraying a hint of trepidation. They could hardly fathom that this seemingly young novice student was, in fact, a newly appointed elder of the academy, possessing formidable alchemical skills and strength that rivaled even the esteemed elder Su Qian. Such a powerful figure had, unfortunately, been subjected to their petty provocations. In light of this, merely enduring a beating seems rather trivial. After all, given this person's standing, if he were to deliberately provoke a conflict, those individuals would likely be unable to remain in this courtyard any longer. To my astonishment, this fellow is indeed a formidable powerhouse. Lu Fei, standing behind Lu Qing, slightly furrowed her brows. However, as if recalling something, the corners of her mouth gently lifted. One wonders whether this elder, Yin Xiao, has an aversion to the charms of women. Contemplating this, a smile unexpectedly graced Lu Fei's face. If she could forge a connection with this elder Yin Xiao, her ascension to the rank of Dou Wang would be just around the corner. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan was blissfully unaware that he had become the target of the gaze of the individual he deemed a mere flask. At that moment, he was diligently concocting medicinal pills in a secluded area of the inner courtyard's rear mountain. Though referred to as pills, they were, in fact, digestive tablets being prepared for Ziyan. A vibrant array of flames gradually enveloped a large mass resembling the initial form of the pill, while Ziyan obediently squatted nearby, her small hands propping up her chin, her dark, expressive eyes fixated on the nascent pill. Unbeknownst to them, a fragrant aroma began to waft from the pill, causing Ziyan to drool uncontrollably. Observing her in this state, Xiao Yan suddenly felt that she and his foolish disciple would make a perfect pair. Just as he was pondering this, a formidable and elusive aura quietly materialized in the sky. Ordinary experts were completely oblivious to this presence. Yet those skilled above the Dou Zun level in the inner courtyard were abruptly stirred awake by its approach. Why is this fellow here? Xiao Yan felt a sense of resignation upon witnessing the figure in the sky. Chapter 261. Is this Dou Zun one of your subordinates? What kind of person is he? Ziyan finally snapped out of her reverie, her curiosity piqued by the allure of the pill. Observing her adorably naive expression, Xiao Yan gently tapped her forehead in exasperation, then redirected his gaze back to the sky. There stood a robust figure clad in a long robe of the Cloud Sect, facing off against 4 or 5 elderly men hovering in midair, their expressions vigilant. After shaking his head in resignation, Xiao Yan pulled his hand, causing the mass of the nascent pill to elongate like a string of candied hawthorn, ultimately nurturing it amidst a series of miniature fire lotuses. Once these flames dissipate, you can collect the pills, Xiao Yan instructed Ziyan, then vanished before her excited countenance. After Xiao Yan's departure, Ziyan, after a brief moment, set aside her anticipation for the pills and lifted her gaze towards the sky, where Xiao Yan stood suspended in the air, scrunching her little nose in a light huff. I knew your strength had certainly reached the Dou Zun level. At that moment, high above, Xiao Yan had arrived at the opposing side. On the side of the Jia Nan Academy, apart from the familiar Su Qian, there were 2 elderly men strikingly similar in appearance, their cultivation barely crossing the threshold of 9-star Dou Zun. Behind the 2 elderly figures stood 2 others, even more formidable in their cultivation. Although they had yet to reach the realm of Dou Zun, they were undoubtedly at the pinnacle of Dou Zun. It appeared that the foundations of the Jia Nan Academy were indeed quite impressive. Why are you here? After a slight nod to Su Qian, Xiao Yan cast a resigned glance at the burly elder beside him, clad in the robes of the Cloud Sect, none other than Yun Patian. Ah, leader. I have come to deliver some medicinal materials. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, Yun Patian abandoned his lofty demeanor, donning a rather servile grin. Upon witnessing this exchange, Su Qian and the guardians from the academy displayed looks of sheer bewilderment. Goodness, who is this young man? Even Su Qian, who was already well acquainted with Xiao Yan, wore an expression of confusion. He had thought this individual was already immensely powerful, yet here he was, seemingly fawning over a Dou Zun expert. Disregarding their expressions, Xiao Yan slowly accepted the spatial ring from Yun Patian's hand and inquired, have there been any recent news regarding Han Feng? None, Yun Patian replied, gently shaking his head. Noticing the flicker of dissatisfaction on Xiao Yan's face, he hastily added, however, it seems there is some information concerning the 2 old men, Jin and Yin. They once accompanied Han Feng, and capturing them should yield some insights about him. At this, Xiao Yan's expression softened slightly before he asked, where are these 2 currently? According to reports from our scouts in the Flame Alliance, they seem to have been spotted at the Spring God Gorge in the Black Corner region. However, the scout did not acquire any specific whereabouts. It was merely confirmed through various inquiries that the 2 had indeed appeared there, Yun Patian explained. With a gesture, he proposed, leader, should we send people to conduct a thorough search? There is no need, Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head slightly. Too many people might alert them. Just send 2 of our best trackers. Understood, leader, Yun Patian nodded in agreement. At this moment, Xiao Yan waved his hand, and 50 jade vials, refined anew with his, materialized before Yun Patian. Within these vials resided the essence of the primordial heart flame, which, when used to temper the body, would facilitate a Douling's seamless progression to Dou Wang. This is the formula for the heart flame tempering pill, which enhances the effect of the primordial heart flame. Please take them back to the Flame Alliance, and have Kai Lin distribute them, Xiao Yan instructed. Upon hearing this, even Yun Patian's face displayed a hint of astonishment. An opportunity that could aid a Douling in advancing to Dou Wang was not particularly rare for him, but 50 of them combined were certainly worthy of his attention. At the very least, such an opportunity was not something Yun Patian could produce on his own. I understand, leader. Cloud broke, and the sky nodded slightly before flashing a grin at Su Qian and the guardians of the academy, ultimately vanishing into the heavens. At that moment, Su Qian, standing beside Xiao Yan, gazed at him with a hint of confusion, mirrored by the wary and perplexed expressions of the other guardians. Elder Yanxiao, was that Dou Zun powerhouse just now one of your subordinates? Su Qian had begun to address Xiao Yan with respect. If Xiao Yan had merely possessed the strength of a high-level Dou Zun, Su Qian would not have felt overly concerned. However, witnessing such deference from a Dou Zun toward Xiao Yan altered his perception entirely. It was important to note that even the esteemed head of the Jia Nan Academy was merely a Dou Zun, and such a being held immense influence in the northwestern continent. Yet, this formidable figure was a subordinate of Xiao Yan. Haha, Elder, there is no need for astonishment. Our current collaboration must continue, with our primary focus on capturing my senior brother, Xiao Yan replied with a smile, shaking his head. For now, please refrain from revealing my identity. With that, he nodded at the guardians behind Su Qian and then vanished from sight. Once Xiao Yan disappeared, one of the elders among the crowd could no longer contain his curiosity. Su Qian, is this Yin Xiao now an elder of our academy? You old fools who do nothing but slack off. Su Qian felt a surge of irritation upon seeing the clueless expressions of the guardians. Nevertheless, he recognized that he was no match for these old men, so he maintained a cheerful demeanor and said, "Allow me to explain this matter to you." With that, he led the group of guardians away from the sky. Upon Xiao Yan's return, the once burning flames had long since extinguished, and the pills had been gathered by Ziyan. Apart from those collected, Ziyan's cheeks were stuffed, appearing round and plump like two dumplings. This is meant to be a snack, not a meal. Seeing Ziyan's appearance, Xiao Yan couldn't help but chuckle as he playfully pinched her chubby cheeks, nearly squeezing the pills out. Ugh, Ziyan protested, wriggling free and continuing to chew on the pills in her mouth. You little girl. Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly. Observing his expression, Ziyan's previously aggrieved big eyes suddenly squinted into a crescent shape. Once this matter is resolved, I can truly prepare to devour the fallen heart flame. After teasing Ziyan for a while, Xiao Yan's gaze shifted once more toward the nearby Heavenly Flame Refining Tower. Chapter 262, Just Call Me Xiao Yao. As Xiao Yan stepped into the final layer of the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower once more, Su Qian looked at him with a newfound sense of reverence. In response, Xiao Yan merely smiled gently and instructed Su Qian to once again activate the energy shield, allowing them to delve into the world of magma. The elder must not forget our agreement. Once I locate a more obedient falling heart flame, this large one shall be mine. Xiao Yan smiled slightly before plunging into the sea of lava with a splash. Watching Xiao Yan's vanishing figure, Su Qian's expression flickered with a hint of complexity. Initially, Xiao Yan's strength was sufficient to astonish him, yet with the subsequent events unfolding, Su Qian found himself increasingly questioning the true magnitude of Xiao Yan's power, or perhaps the extent of this fellow's formidable background. A Dou Zun expert willingly serving as a subordinate to a Dou Zun, even if this Dou Zun is exceptionally powerful, remained somewhat difficult for one to accept. While Su Qian was still in shock, Xiao Yan had already been swimming through the ocean of lava for a moment. The surrounding temperature and pressure continuously escalated, yet Xiao Yan's countenance remained unchanged. Setting aside his already formidable strength, bolstered by the assistance of he navigated the lava with the ease of a fish in water, utterly unperturbed. After delving deeper into the lava for a brief period, Xiao Yan flicked his fingers, and an invisible serpent suddenly materialized within the molten mass. This serpent was a remnant of the original heart flame he had previously left behind. Although it could not even be classified as a child flame of the falling heart flame, it possessed some characteristics of it. Following Xiao Yan's unique refinement, this original heart flame had developed a touch of sentience belonging to him. Without this original heart flame, considering the vastness of the lava ocean, even with the assistance of the literary and martial saints behind him, it would have required considerable effort to locate what he sought. However, with the presence of this original heart flame, the task was greatly simplified. The invisible serpent, upon its appearance, joyfully swam a few laps in the lava before swiftly darting in a specific direction. Noticing the movement of this original heart flame, a smile graced Xiao Yan's face as he quickly followed in its wake. In the boundless expanse of lava, a sea of crimson unfolded, and amidst this scarlet world, a seven-colored flame shadow swiftly traversed. It seemed that the place where the flame's sovereign had perished was indeed quite deep. As they reached a certain depth, the speed of the original heart flame gradually diminished. Observing this, Xiao Yan's smile widened further. With his current cultivation, he could vaguely sense a spatial node nearby. Sure enough, moments later, the original heart flame began to rise slowly before plunging headlong in a specific direction. As this original heart flame dove in, the previously tranquil lava began to stir gently, revealing a faintly glowing transparent circle emerging from the whirlpool of molten rock. With the emergence of this transparent halo, a faint smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face. Within the halo, there were no other creatures, only a skeleton that had long since turned to bone, emanating a subtle luminescence above the ancient sea. Ha, Heavenly Fire Sovereign, I have finally found you. A peculiar grin spread across Xiao Yan's face as he fixed his gaze upon the flame hovering above the skeletal remains of the Heavenly Fire Sovereign. This flame was entirely transparent, reminiscent of an intangible entity. Could it be anything other than the Fallen Heart Flame? Indeed, there was another Fallen Heart Flame here. Xiao Yan smiled slightly, intending to step forward. At that moment, a scorching gust of fiery wind surged toward him. Without even a glance back, Xiao Yan emitted a faint glow from his body, effortlessly dispelling the attack into nothingness. It was only then that he slowly turned to regard a crimson figure several meters away. This creature was entirely red, covered in crimson scales, with a tail approximately half a meter long. It stood upright on two legs, its head round and plump, resembling a lizard capable of bipedal movement. Witnessing Xiao Yan evade its attack with such ease, the flame lizard screeched loudly, seemingly preparing to launch a more powerful assault. Observing this scene, a hint of impatience crossed Xiao Yan's features. Begone! The voice, laced with fighting spirit, reverberated through the sea of magma, causing the flame lizard to sway dizzily, blood trickling from its mouth. Casting a terrified glance at Xiao Yan, the flame lizard promptly realized it was no match for him and hurriedly retreated into the depths below. After witnessing the flame lizard's hasty retreat, Xiao Yan smiled slightly and stepped into the space within the halo. In an instant, the vibrant red that filled his vision dissipated, replaced by a gentle white light. His gaze briefly swept over the invisible flame above the white skeleton before he beamed at the skeletal remains beneath it. Haha, come out. If you do not emerge soon, I shall drag you out myself. It seemed the white skeleton remained unresponsive to Xiao Yan's words. Observing the Heavenly Fire Sovereign's obstinacy, a mischievous smile crept onto Xiao Yan's lips as he raised his hand, gathering a formidable energy. Just as his palm was about to strike the white skeleton, a faint voice finally broke the silence. Stop! With the sound of this voice, a beam of white light suddenly shot forth from the skeleton, transforming into an ethereal figure of an elderly man. Clad in white robes, with hair and beard as white as snow, the figure bore an aged countenance, yet his eyes sparkled with a faint light. Young man, you are rather disrespectful to the elderly. Upon his arrival, the old man fixed an irritable gaze upon Xiao Yan. According to the conventional narrative, should it not be the case that this long-fallen old man suddenly manifests before the young intruder in the ruins, revealing his divine presence? How is it that this lad possesses such formidable strength upon his arrival, and furthermore, displays such a lack of martial ethics, making a move towards my remains without a second thought? In response to the old man's inquiry, Xiao Yan bore no semblance of remorse. Rather, he gazed at the ethereal soul with a beaming smile. Old man, encountering me is your great fortune. Why do you pretend to be a secluded sage before me? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the elder was momentarily taken aback, then regarded Xiao Yan with a hint of displeasure. Do you know who I am, to dare speak to me in such a manner? Of course I know, Xiao Yan replied with a cheerful demeanor. You are Yao Tianhua, a renowned Dou Zun powerhouse from nearly a millennium ago in Zhongzhou, often referred to as the Lord of Heavenly Fire. The revelation left the Lord of Heavenly Fire visibly astonished. How do you know my name? Haha, I certainly know your name, Xiao Yan chuckled. Not only that, but I am also aware of the reason for your demise here. The Lord of Heavenly Fire's expression shifted to one of skepticism as he inquired, why? Because your insatiable greed led you to attempt to fuse two fallen heart flames, resulting in a catastrophic clash between the two extraordinary fires within you, ultimately leaving you grievously wounded. Subsequently, you were besieged by the Fire Lizard clan, left half dead, and trapped here. Am I correct? Xiao Yan observed the Lord of Heavenly Fire with a smile. At this moment, the enigmatic aura that once enveloped the Lord had vanished, replaced by sheer terror. You. Who exactly are you? How do you know everything? Who am I? Xiao Yan gazed at the astonished Lord of Heavenly Fire, a smirk of pride adorning his face. I am Xiao Yan, the current heir of the Xiao clan. Upon hearing the name of the Xiao clan, the Lord of Heavenly Fire trembled once more. Although he was unaware of the significance of the title heir within the clan, he could surmise that Xiao Yan undoubtedly held a prestigious position among the core disciples. So, it is a young master from the Xiao clan. My apologies. With the revelation of Xiao Yan's identity, a courteous smile graced the face of the Lord of Heavenly Fire. When Xiao Xian ascended to the throne, he was merely a fledgling Dou Huang, yet by the time he had matured into a Dou Zun, the Xiao clan was at the pinnacle of its power. At that time, the Xiao clan had recently annihilated the Soul clan and, bolstered by Xiao Xian's Dou Emperor bloodline, was teeming with formidable experts. To put it bluntly, even a dog from the Xiao clan during that era could have soared through the skies as a Dou Zun. Among the Dou Zun powerhouses in Zhongzhou, if one were to question 7 would bear the surname Xiao. Having personally witnessed the might of the Xiao clan, the Lord of Heavenly Fire held profound respect for Xiao Yan and the illustrious clan he represented. Observing the perceptiveness of the venerable Tianhua, Xiao Yan ceased his playful banter and once again articulated his conditions. If you grant me both of these fallen heart flames, I shall endeavor to assist in your revival." Upon hearing the word revival, the venerable Tianhua paused momentarily, and then an expression of excitement illuminated his eyes. "Are you truly speaking the truth?" he inquired. "Indeed. But upon your resurrection, you shall be obligated to serve under my command," Xiao Yan replied with a smile. "Haha, if young Master Xiao can aid in my revival, even without your request, I, Yadian Ho, would feel compelled to repay this debt of gratitude to you," the venerable Tianhua proclaimed, displaying no signs of resistance and exhibiting an extraordinary willingness to comply. This pleased Xiao Yan immensely. How wonderful it would be if all individuals displayed such awareness of the times. "Old Yao," Xiao Yan continued, speaking slowly. "Alas, young master, that is unnecessary. Just call me Xiao Yao." The venerable Tianhua's submissiveness made Xiao Yan somewhat uncomfortable. Yet he persisted. "I have heard that you possess a technique known as the 5-wheel separation fire method." "The 5-wheel separation fire method?" The venerable Tianhua was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Yan's inquiry. Why does the esteemed heir of the Xiao clan place such importance on a high-level earth-tier fighting technique? Though puzzled, he obediently replied, "If it is required, I can immediately impart this technique to you, young master." Seeing his compliance, Xiao Yan reiterated, "In that case, do not dawdle. Promptly allow me to examine this technique." After a brief hesitation, the venerable Tianhua swiftly retrieved a snow-white spatial ring from his skeletal frame. Regardless of whether Xiao Yan was a genuine figure of the Xiao clan or an impostor, he had no opportunity to resist. Given Xiao Yan's prowess, dealing with him in a state of residual soul was virtually effortless. Desiring to be revived or to restore his spiritual power, he realized that Xiao Yan was his only viable option. Should he continue to linger here, waiting for another destined individual, he would likely become one with the magma. Contemplating this, he flicked his fingers against the spatial ring, and a pale white scroll materialized before Xiao Yan. The scroll depicted various fiery creatures, each engulfed in flames. The 5-wheel separation fire method is a fire control technique divided into 5 levels, categorized by the forms of beasts: wolf, leopard, lion, tiger, and flood dragon. Each level possesses its own fire spirit, and when mastered, it can unleash the formidable 5-wheel fire array, capable of incinerating heaven and boiling the seas. Xiao Yan paid little attention to the preceding descriptions and instead focused on the final line of text. If 4 of the 5 beasts are composed of, the power of this method can rival that of a celestial tier fighting technique. Upon reading this line, a smile graced Xiao Yan's face. If this technique were merely an ordinary high-level earth-tier fighting technique, it would not have captured the attention of someone of his stature within the Xiao clan. What truly stirred his interest was solely the line that followed. The 4 distinct flames are indeed comparable to the celestial tier combat techniques. A flicker of excitement illuminated Xiao Yan's visage, for he was on the cusp of gathering all 4 unique flames, with the 4th one hovering just above the sea of magma not far from him. With this thought, his gaze towards the heavenly fire elder grew increasingly amiable. In a swift motion, the elder conjured a palm-sized model of a palace that materialized in his hand. This miniature palace, crafted entirely from white jade, served as a remarkable safeguard for the soul. The heavenly fire elder could faintly sense that the dwindling soul energy within him had nearly ceased its flow upon nearing this small palace. This artifact, known as the Soul Chamber, was a technique acquired by the Xiao clan during their conquest of the Soul Palace, specifically designed for the storage of souls for convenience. Please, take a moment to rest inside. Once I have procured the materials necessary for your revival, I shall ensure your return to a new spring," Xiao Yan said with a beaming smile directed at the heavenly fire elder. Upon hearing the name of the Soul Palace, the elder was momentarily taken aback, further solidifying his belief that Xiao Yan hailed from the Xiao clan. The Soul Palace had once been the most formidable force across the Central State and beyond. Only the legendary Xiao clan, reputed to possess a Dou Emperor, could have vanquished such a power. With this realization, the heavenly fire elder nodded back at Xiao Yan with a smile, saying, "Then I shall leave the matter to you, young master." With that, he plunged into the white jade palace. Once the heavenly fire elder had vanished within the palace, Xiao Yan casually slipped the snow-white storage ring onto his finger. While it paled in comparison to his own, a storage ring wielded by a Dou Zun was still of considerable value. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan waved his hand towards the skeletal remains of the heavenly fire elder, drawing it into the storage ring. Although it bore no immediate utility for him, it was, after all, the body of another, and would serve as a memento once the elder was revived. Having completed this task, Xiao Yan's gaze finally settled upon the human-sized falling heart flame. Following the transfer of this young falling heart flame to Su Qian, he could then proceed to devour the larger one. He pondered whether, after consuming this falling heart flame, he might have the opportunity to ascend to the realm of Dou Zun. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Xiao Yan lifted his hand, cradling the young falling heart flame as he ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, within the soul chamber, the heavenly fire elder gazed blankly at the few individuals before him. The chamber contained 10 pillars, 3 of which were bound with 3 soul bodies. These soul bodies were ensnared by eerie chains adorned with mysterious and arcane runes that shimmered ominously. Ignoring the other 2 bound Dou Zun, the heavenly fire elder focused on the elderly figure secured at the center. Through the essence of her soul, he discerned that she had once been at the pinnacle of Dou Zun. Upon encountering the aged woman, the revered Tianhua could unequivocally ascertain that Xiao Yan hailed from the Xiao clan, and his status was undoubtedly exalted. For, no matter how formidable a Dou Zun might be, it was inconceivable that he could imprison the soul of a pinnacle Dou Zun here. As myriad thoughts swirled in his mind, a sinister aura emanated from behind him. Sensing a presence that rivaled his own, Tianhua could not help but turn abruptly. Before him stood a man with a shadowy countenance, who was, astonishingly, also a spiritual entity. "Have you been captured, or have you surrendered?" UMO inquired with a grin, regarding the esteemed Tianhua. "Captured or surrendered?" Tianhua paused momentarily, then replied, "Surrendered." Upon hearing this, a knowing smile graced Umo's face. "Congratulations, my friend. You have truly latched onto a formidable ally. Let me tell you, this young master's identity is nothing short of terrifying. He is flanked by 2 semi-holy level protectors." As Umo elucidated Xiao Yan's prowess amidst Tianhua's astonished expression, he turned to mock the 3 souls bound to a pillar in the distance. "Among all heroes, only you, Tianhua, and I stand tall. Look at those 3 unfortunate souls. They are destined to suffer. Yet, one cannot blame them. They were simply born into the wrong faction." The 2 grew increasingly animated, reveling in the might of the Xiao clan and their own fortunate alignment. Unbeknownst to them, their laughter echoed through the small soul hall. Meanwhile, the elderly woman, overhearing their conversation, exhibited a flicker of despondency in her gaze. Outside, Xiao Yan had emerged from the sea of lava, cradling the infant version of the fallen heart flame. Chapter 264, Pinnacle of 9-Star Dou Zun. As Xiao Yan burst forth from the magma, wielding the diminutive fallen heart flame, Su Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. Fixating on the small flame in Xiao Yan's grasp, it transpired that beneath the academy lay indeed a miniature fallen heart flame. With this realization, Su Qian's gaze ignited with fervor. This smaller iteration of the fallen heart flame differed significantly from the one possessing sentience. It remained in a state of innocence and ignorance, making it particularly malleable. If nurtured properly through judicious means, this flame could not only provide exceptional heart fire for the inner academy's students, but also serve as a formidable asset for the Jia Nan Academy, yielding multiple benefits. Thus, when Xiao Yan presented the diminutive fallen heart flame to Su Qian, the latter immediately bowed respectfully. "Elder Yan, your contributions to Jia Nan Academy are unparalleled, likely rivaling even those of the dean. On behalf of all within the inner academy, I salute you." Upon witnessing Su Qian's demeanor, Xiao Yan gently chuckled and shook his head, then turned to Su Qian with a smile. "Elder, you need not guard against my refinement of that fallen heart flame this time." "Not at all, Elder Yan Xiao. Please feel free to take it," Su Qian replied generously. In truth, even if Xiao Yan were to forcibly seize the fallen heart flame, Su Qian would not dare utter a word of dissent. After all, even the Dou Zun stronghold was at the command of this man. Should Xiao Yan decide to take it by force, their collective strength would hardly suffice against even one of his subordinates. Moreover, the benefits Xiao Yan had brought to the Jia Nan Academy had long surpassed the original value of that fallen heart flame. To obstruct Xiao Yan under such circumstances would be a gross misjudgment on Su Qian's part. Observing Su Qian's disposition, Xiao Yan nodded with a smile and lightly gestured towards the ethereal fire cage hovering above the sea of magma. In an instant, the fire cage vanished into thin air, and free from its constraints, the transparent, formless serpent attempted to flee back into the magma. "I never expected that, after all this time, your intellect remains intact." Watching the retreating serpent, Xiao Yan's brow furrowed slightly, and he promptly summoned the Heavenly Fire Sovereign from the Little Soul Palace. "Young master, what are your commands?" The Heavenly Fire Sovereign greeted Xiao Yan with a faint smile, having just engaged in boasting with Umo, which clarified the formidable background of the individual before him. Thus, his gaze toward Xiao Yan grew increasingly respectful. "This fallen heart flame once belonged to you. Retrieve it for me," Xiao Yan instructed, pointing at the formless serpent. Taken aback for a moment, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign then nodded with a complex expression. "Understood, young master. I shall attend to it immediately." In the blink of an eye, his soul form transformed into a streak of light, darting toward the formless serpent. Moments later, Xiao Yan saw the Heavenly Fire Sovereign emerge once more, now holding the formless serpent in his grasp. Compared to the previous fallen heart flame, This incarnation now lay tranquil like a newborn babe, indistinguishable from the diminutive form of the original. Clearly, its sentience had been utterly obliterated by the heavenly fire sovereign. After all, this fallen heart flame had once belonged to him, and its intelligence was a mere byproduct of his releasing it before his demise. Perhaps it could have resisted initially. But now, having had most of its power stripped away by Xiao Yan, it posed no threat whatsoever. Gazing at the formless serpent, a smile flickered across Xiao Yan's lips as he accepted it. Well done. In the future, I shall specifically seek a Dou Zun's corpse to aid in your resurrection. Xiao Yan smiled softly. Then I am deeply grateful, young master, the heavenly fire sovereign replied, a complex expression emerging on his face. However, in the future, I kindly request the young master to treat the fallen heart flame with greater care. Understood. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, perceiving the deep affection that the flame master held for this fallen heart flame. After receiving Xiao Yan's response, the flame master hesitated no longer and transformed into a stream of light, returning to the Soul Palace. Once everything was concluded, Xiao Yan gazed at the formless little serpent in his hand, a fervent glimmer flashing in his eyes. Even through a layer of energy mixed with, he could sense the formidable heat emanating from it. Nonetheless, this mattered little. The time had come to devour the fallen heart flame. He pondered whether consuming this flame would allow him to transcend to the Dou Zun realm. With this thought, a hint of exhilaration graced Xiao Yan's visage. After a brief farewell to Su Qian, he swiftly departed from the heavenly flame refining tower and sought a secluded valley not far from the Jia Nan Academy, where he finally came to a halt. Now, it was time to consume the fallen heart flame. Gazing at the transparent little serpent in his palm, a smile tugged at the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth. After retrieving numerous medicinal materials suitable for devouring, he placed the formless serpent into his mouth. By refining the fallen heart flame, he would possess 4 types of, enabling him to wield a power that would instill dread even in Dou Zun experts. Whether it was the 4-color Buddha's Fury Lotus or the 5-wheel fire technique, comparable to heavenly-level combat skills, these would become his true trump cards. Although the intense heat upon the ingestion of the fallen heart flame was still somewhat uncomfortable for Xiao Yan, he had long since grown accustomed to the process of consuming. Moreover, this fallen heart flame had already lost its sentience, having been erased by the Flame Master. Under Xiao Yan's mental guidance, the flame was swiftly directed into his meridians, beginning to circulate along the path of the burning technique. Yet, no matter how familiar Xiao Yan was with the burning technique and the fusion of, neutralizing the volatile power attributes between the would still require the gentle harmonization of the burning technique's energy. Fortunately, with prior experience, Xiao Yan remained calm and composed, slowly merging the flames. Time passed gradually, and before long, the entirety of summer had nearly elapsed. The vegetation within the valley transformed from lush green to a vibrant emerald, while his figure remained still, resembling a statue silently seated there. In contrast to Xiao Yan's tranquility, the Jia Nan Academy was bustling with activity. When the doors of the Heavenly Flame refining tower reopened, many students discovered that the once domineering heart flame had become somewhat gentler than before. Consequently, numerous individuals found themselves able to delve deeper and enhance their abilities. Amidst the students' delight, Han Yue was even more astonished and perplexed. Upon unexpectedly receiving a notification from Su Qian, Han Yue found herself reflecting profoundly on the unintentional act of kindness she had performed that day. My dear Yu, you now possess 3 opportunities to forge your body with the source heart flame, and Elder Yin Xiao has even prepared 3 heart flame refinement pills for you. With such resources at your disposal, even if you were to do nothing, a breakthrough to the Douwang realm would be assured. Su Qian's congratulatory words echoed in Han Yu's mind. Initially, she had merely empathized with Xiao Yan, considering that if her own meditation were to be interrupted forcefully, she too would feel discontented. Thus, she could not help but utter a few words on his behalf. Little did she anticipate that such a small gesture would yield such immense rewards. It is worth noting that each opportunity to refine with the heart flame is exceptionally precious. Should she choose to sell one of her slots, it would fetch an astronomical price. As this thought crossed her mind, Xiao Yan's youthful visage involuntarily resurfaced in Han Yu's consciousness. Han Yue was unaware of the secret behind the fallen heart flame, for even among the elders of the inner court, few were privy to the changes surrounding it. Yet, from Su Qian's courteous demeanor, Han Yue discerned that Elder Yin Xiao's strength and status commanded respect even from the Grand Elder. Notably, it was rumored among the students that this esteemed elder possessed pinnacle 6th-grade alchemy skills and was at the peak of the Douwang realm. These attributes alone signified an extraordinarily formidable presence. Elder Yin Xiao truly is a remarkable individual, Han Yue mused internally, pondering whether his age truly matched his youthful appearance. Shaking her head, she chastised herself for such thoughts. If that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying. Such talent would indeed be deemed extraordinary even in the central continent. As these contemplations filled her mind, Han Yue found herself inexplicably tinged with anticipation. Boom. Dark clouds loomed ominously over the sky, and the rumble of thunder roared above, as the deluge characteristic of summer unleashed its fury upon half of the Black Corner region. Meanwhile, not far from the Jia Nan Academy, a figure that had long remained dormant within a secluded valley now slowly opened his eyes. As his gaze unfurled, an intensely scorching aura swiftly permeated the entire valley. In an instant, the previously damp atmosphere transformed into an arid expanse. The youth tilted his head toward the heavens, and a flame resembling shimmering glass erupted from his eyes. These slender tendrils of fire rendered the air dry in their wake, piercing through the rain and ascending toward the clouds. In a fleeting moment, the once dreary black clouds evaporated as if a sudden tear had been made in an umbrella. Golden sunlight, unimpeded by the clouds, illuminated the entire valley in a radiant glow. Amidst the golden glow, Xiao Yan gradually rose to his feet. Feeling the surging energy within him, a faint smile gracing his lips. After devouring the fallen heart flame, his strength had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Zun. In addition to achieving this remarkable cultivation level, both his techniques and physical form had undergone significant enhancement. Clearly, during the past 2 months, he had not only completely consumed the fallen heart flame, but had also augmented himself with other extraordinary flames. At this moment, the burning art had evolved from a mid-grade earth tier to a high-grade earth tier level. Were it not for the slightly lower caliber of the fallen heart flame, it might have been sufficient to elevate the burning art to the threshold of the heaven tier. At this juncture, his techniques had thoroughly surpassed the levels practiced within the Xiao clan, although still classified as high-grade earth tier. The unique characteristics of the burning art rendered Xiao Yan's endurance and fire control capabilities superior to those of typical heaven tier practitioners. Furthermore, as Xiao Yan gently clenched his fists and closed his eyes, the tattoos on his back transformed into 6 distinct patterns, with a nearly imperceptible serpent tattoo emanating a terrifying energy appearing upon his back. In that moment, Xiao Yan felt that no one beneath the Dou Zun could withstand even a single punch from him. His scarlet refinement flame demon body had reached the 6th transformation level. For ordinary practitioners, this would equate to a physique comparable to that of an 8-star Dou Zun. However, the fact that 4 of the flames he employed were extraordinary flames indicated the formidable challenges inherent in crossing the threshold to Dou Zun. Nonetheless, despite this, Xiao Yan felt no fear when encountering typical Dou Zun practitioners. Even with his current strength, he could contend with Dou Zun experts. And should he unleash the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, few beneath the 5-star Dou Zun could withstand a single strike. As the number of extraordinary flames grew, the terrifying potential of the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus gradually revealed itself. When Xiao Yan possessed only 3 types of extraordinary flames, the 3-color Fire Lotus posed a minimal threat to those who could engage him. However, once he attained 4 types of extraordinary flames, it became a formidable trump card for battling opponents beyond his level. A technique capable of allowing a 9-star Dou Zun to contend with a 5-star Dou Zun is nearly unparalleled even within the Xiao clan. With 4 extraordinary flames granting him such power, once he acquires the Sea Heart Flame, there would be few beneath the Saint tier capable of threatening him. Contemplating this, a profound smile emerged on Xiao Yan's face. Senior brother, do not keep me waiting too long. Yet, before this smile could linger, a familiar flame slowly manifested within Xiao Yan's body. Upon sensing this flame, his expression instantly changed. Oh no, how could I have forgotten about this? Before he could steady his thoughts, the strange flames grew increasingly fierce, and in a moment, Xiao Yan's complexion turned a shade of crimson. Elder One, Elder Wu. Xiao Yan had already summoned the 2 esteemed figures for assistance, but today he called upon them once more. Young master, what troubles you? Upon their appearance, the 2 elders first revealed a hint of confusion, then exchanged a knowing glance, their faces adorned with mysterious smiles. Take me back to the capital of the Jia Empire. Xiao Yan's command only served to amplify their mirth. With the spatial coordinates of the capital, the 2 elders swiftly transported him back in a mere quarter of an hour. The Jia capital, once known solely as the Sacred City, now also served as the headquarters of the Flame Alliance. The Lord's Hall, erected in spring by the members of the Flame Alliance, was originally intended for Xiao Yan's residence. However, this so-called leader showed little interest in the power associated with his title, spending his days assisting the wives of the Alliance leaders in enhancing their cultivation. Nonetheless, the Lord's Hall remained bustling, for while the primary leader frolicked outside, the true authority lay in the hands of the second-in-command, none other than the enchanting Kai Lin, whom Xiao Yan had appointed as the leader of his harem. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the Lord's Hall, Kai Lin, draped in a resplendent robe of myriad colors, was engrossed in reviewing documents. Though she held the position of second-in-command, her daily responsibilities rivaled those of the primary leader. Despite having subordinates to alleviate some burdens, she still dedicated a portion of her energy to the tasks at hand. However, Kai Lin harbored no grievances, as the establishment of the Flame Alliance not only greatly benefited the people of the Jiama Empire, but also provided immense support to her own Serpent clan. In just a few months, 2 supreme elders of the Serpent clan had ascended to the Dou Zone level, and many former Dou Huang experts had now reached the Dou Huang tier. Furthermore, even the lower-ranking members of the Serpent clan had reaped substantial rewards. As the leader of the Serpent clan, Kai Lin was deeply invested in this progress. Once the queen of the Serpent clan for many years, she had managed affairs with remarkable efficiency after the formation of the Flame Alliance. Just as she pondered the implementation of new alliance policies, a surge of fiery energy unexpectedly manifested behind her. Who dares intrude upon the Flame Alliance? The sensation tightened her chest. The current defenses of the Flame Alliance were exceptionally robust. Even an ordinary Dou Zun would find it impossible to infiltrate unnoticed. Yet, this aura felt strangely familiar. As she turned, Xiao Yan's figure materialized before her. "You've returned." Upon recognizing him, Kai Lin's tension dissipated instantly, though her initial warmth was swiftly replaced by a veneer of aloofness as she regarded him with a cool glance. "Of course, I have matters to discuss with you." Xiao Yan, blushing, swept her off her feet amid her bewilderment. "What are you doing? It's broad daylight. There is no time left." 3 days later, Xiao Yan returned to the Black Corner region once more. However, during these 3 days, the members of the Flame Alliance had peculiarly noticed a significant enhancement in the cultivation levels of several Alliance leaders' wives. Aside from Kai Lin, who was hindered by the bottleneck of Dou Zun, the others experienced swift advancements in their powers. For instance, Xiao Yixian and Yao Yi both reached a high level of Dou Ling, and with the refining of Heart Flame, they could soon progress towards Dou Wang. Even Yafei, who possessed slightly inferior aptitude, managed to attain the level of Dou Ling Yun, was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of Dou Huang. While only Nailin Yanran remained a mere Dou Shi. Despite having access to vast resources for cultivation, her progress lagged significantly compared to the others. This filled Nailin Yanran with anxiety. Even Qing Lin, who had been taken as a personal disciple by the Lord of the Heavenly Serpent Manor, saw a rapid elevation in her cultivation after developing the talent of the Bai Shi San Hua Tong. If this continued, she would soon be the lowest in cultivation among them. Xiao Yan, oblivious to Nailin Yanran's current thoughts, had just returned to the Black Corner region and was not far from the Jia Nan Academy. Even if he were aware, he would still adhere to the principles of a fine young man of the 21st century. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he sensed a series of energy fluctuations from battles emanating from the ground beneath him. When Xiao Yan cast his gaze downward, he unexpectedly discovered that one of the teams bore the insignia of Jia Nan Academy. Why is it that every time I come to the Black Corner region, I encounter members of Jia Nan Academy facing difficulties? Are they here solely to provide me with an audience? With such musings, Xiao Yan stepped forward, descending towards the scene. "Senior brother Suya, we are in a bit of danger today." This team was evidently composed of the elite from Jia Nan Academy, or rather, the C'Armée de la C'Armée. Despite being a group of young individuals in their early 20s, many even under 20, each had already reached the level of Dou Ling. Such talent and potential ranked among the top in the Gamma Empire and barely met the standards of geniuses even in Zhongzhou. Yet, this group now appeared disheveled, many bearing injuries. Hearing the voice of a young man, the leader of the group could only offer a resigned smile. Who could have imagined that the water-cold wolf not only had a pack, but also a wolf king? Since the emergence of the Heart Flame refining pill, those among them with hopes of ranking within the top 10 of the strong list had flocked from the inner academy in search of the so-called medicinal materials. Faced with an opportunity that nearly guaranteed advancement to Dou Wang, no one could afford to decline. Among these materials, the cores of 4th-tier water attribute magical beasts were the most sought after. The group initially planned to hunt the nearby 4th-tier water attribute magical beasts, but unexpectedly, their first shot had disturbed the wolf's den. If there were merely a few 4th-tier beasts, it would indeed be a cause for collective joy. However, who could have anticipated that hidden among them was a 5th-tier beast king? The presence of this singular beast king posed an immense challenge for the students, compounded by the formidable 4th-tier frost wolves. The situation was dire, and if it continued in this manner, they might have no choice but to summon the elders of the academy for assistance. Fortunately for Lin Ziyi, the distance to Canaan Academy was not considerable, ensuring that calling for an elder would not jeopardize their lives. Yet, such a call would likely incur a deduction of some fire energy. Nevertheless, upon observing the 2 injured students nearby, Lin Ziyi ultimately resolved to seek help. "I apologize, senior sister Han Yue, for making you accompany us on this trip. Once we return, I shall repay you with fire energy." She had no obligation to join them, yet she had chosen to do so out of camaraderie. Considering the circumstances of their group, Lin Ziyi cast an apologetic smile at a striking silver-haired woman in the team. It's quite all right. It's merely a trivial amount of fire energy. When divided among us, the deduction is negligible. Life takes precedence over such matters. In response to Lin Ziyi's apology, the silver-haired woman merely shook her head gently. Who else could this be but Han Yue? However, unlike the dejection of her fellow students, Han Yue maintained a positive mindset. After all, she had received 3 opportunities from Xiao Yan. Even if one was squandered, 2 remained. Her presence was merely a matter of reciprocity. For they were all formidable contenders on the strength rankings, each likely to require assistance from the others at some point. Just as they were preparing to signal for assistance from Ziyan Nan Academy, a figure suddenly materialized before them. This individual appeared remarkably youthful, clad in black with dark hair, his handsome features bearing a hint of allure. His sudden appearance startled the group, evoking a sense of wariness, yet Han Yue's countenance brightened upon recognizing him. Elder Yanxiao. Upon hearing Han Yue's exclamation, the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment as they looked at Xiao Yan. Elder Yanxiao? Is this truly the legendary Elder Yanxiao? Even Lin Ziyi and the others were momentarily taken aback by Xiao Yan's youthful visage, as it seemed scarcely different from their own. Yet, his accomplishments far surpassed theirs. Had they known that Xiao Yan's youthful appearance was merely a slight embellishment, and that his actual age was even younger, they would surely have been left in utter disbelief. Sensing the awe and admiration in their gazes, a flicker of satisfaction welled within Xiao Yan. This was precisely the impression he sought to convey. With this thought in mind, he conjured a few strands of fighting spirit at his fingertips. The seemingly delicate streams of energy, once released by Xiao Yan, silently penetrated the skulls of numerous water-cold wolves. A series of soft thuds echoed as these creatures fell lifelessly to the ground, much to the astonishment of the elite students surrounding the scene. Even the Wolf King, after gazing in bewilderment at Xiao Yan for a brief moment, found blood trickling from its forehead before it collapsed with a thunderous crash. The arena fell into an eerie silence as the fallen wolves lay motionless before them. Suddenly, a sound of someone swallowing hard broke the collective stillness. The students now regarded Xiao Yan with a newfound reverence. They were acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by these water-cold wolves. Even an ordinary elder would likely face dire consequences in a direct confrontation. Yet here was Elder Yanxiao, effortlessly extinguishing the lives of these beasts with mere flicks of his fingers. Such power was indeed terrifying. How exhilarating. Observing the admiration in the gazes of those around him, Xiao Yan felt a surge of satisfaction within, though his expression remained nonchalant and composed. What are you all still lingering for? Hurry and collect the magical cores from these beasts. Only then did the group snap out of their astonishment. Elder Yanxiao, do you not require these? Even Lin Ziyi felt a tinge of confusion at Xiao Yan's generous demeanor. If you have no intention of refining the heart flame body tempering pill, then do gather the magical cores and present them to me. Xiao Yan replied with a gentle smile, which only heightened the students' apprehension. Do not hesitate. I have no use for these and would not take advantage of you students. Seeing their anxious expressions, Xiao Yan finally provided reassurance. Having relished the role of a sage long enough. Upon hearing his words, Lin Ziyi and the others blushed and nodded in agreement. In that case, we must thank Elder Yanxiao. With that, they exchanged glances and eagerly rushed toward the corpses of the water-cold wolves. Before long, the students, who were undoubtedly the elite of the inner academy, deftly began to dissect the bodies of the wolves with impressive efficiency. Their refined appearances contrasting sharply with their adeptness in handling the task, which resembled that of seasoned butchers. Are you not going to assist in dissecting the magical beasts? A soft voice reached Han Yue's ears. She turned abruptly to find Xiao Yan smiling at her. Under his gaze, a faint blush crept onto her porcelain-like face. A gentle smile graced her lips, reminiscent of a snow lotus in bloom. There was no need for further assistance. With the 3 opportunities bestowed upon her by Elder Yanxiao, she had become one of the wealthiest individuals in the inner courtyard. Her presence here was merely to lend a helping hand. Whenever the subject of those 3 chances for the heart flame body refinement arose, Han Yue felt an increasing sense of gratitude towards her past self for meddling in affairs that were not her own. Who could have anticipated that what began as a mere act of kindness would lead to such immense fortune? Little did she know that had it not been for her striking beauty, Xiao Yan would still have offered her a considerable reward. But he would not have shown her the same level of care and concern, nor would he have been so attentive as he was now. Are you uninjured? Xiao Yan inquired with a warm smile. Who could resist the allure of a silver-haired enchantress? Certainly not him, especially since he recalled that Han Yue had a sister as well. Feeling a touch of bashfulness from his concern, Han Yue replied obediently, I am unharmed. Thank you for your concern, Elder Yanxiao. By the way, what are the names of these individuals? Xiao Yan casually broached the topic. aiming not only to deepen his rapport with Han Yue, but also recalling that these individuals were notable supporting characters in the original narrative. Lin Xiaoya, Lin Yan. Han Yue promptly listed their names. Upon hearing these names, a flicker of recognition crossed Xiao Yan's face. Indeed, they stirred some memories within him. As he pondered this, the group had already disposed of the beast corpses, and Lin Xiaoya, leading the group, did not hesitate to present the 5th-tier Beast King's magic core to Xiao Yan. Elder Yin Xiao, we fear we may never have the chance to repay your great kindness, but we cannot accept this 5th-tier magic core for ourselves. Please accept it. Seeing the student's sense of propriety, Xiao Yan smiled and accepted the magic core, then, to their astonishment, handed it to Han Yue. This is for you, he said with a subtle smile. However, Han Yue appeared taken aback. Elder Yin Xiao, you have already been more than generous to me. This lavish gift is truly beyond my capacity to accept. While a 5th-tier beast's magic core might seem trivial to Xiao Yan, it was an invaluable treasure in Han Yue's eyes. Observing her reaction, Xiao Yan chose not to press the matter further. After all, with a group of students watching, it would be inappropriate for him to overtly pursue a female student. Although he cared little for reputation, he still wished to protect Han Yue's honor. After stowing away the magical beast core, Xiao Yan turned his gaze toward Lin Xiaoya and the group, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "You are indeed fated to cross paths with me. Should you gather the materials necessary for crafting the Heart Flame Origin Pill in the future, feel free to seek me out at the Alchemy Department. I would be delighted to assist you in its creation." Upon hearing these words, excitement illuminated the faces of the students. It is worth noting that the Heart Flame Body Refining Pill was originally conceived by the esteemed Elder Yin Xiao standing before them. If Xiao Yan were to undertake its creation, the success rate would be nearly assured. Moreover, given Xiao Yan's exceptional alchemical skills, the quality of the pills produced would undoubtedly be superior. Contemplating this, the students gazed at Xiao Yan with an almost reverent admiration. This Elder Yin Xiao, encountered for the first time, truly seemed to be a benevolent soul. "Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder," they expressed heartily, bowing in gratitude. "There's no need for thanks. As I mentioned, we share a bond," Xiao Yan replied with a warm smile, casting a glance at Lin Xiaoya and Lin Yan before turning to Han Yue. "In the future, should you encounter any challenges within the academy, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." With that, he waved gently to the crowd, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Once Xiao Yan departed, Lin Xiaoya could no longer contain a sigh. This Elder Yin Xiao possesses such a generous heart, showing genuine care for us humble students. "Yue, why does Elder Yin Xiao treat you with such kindness? Could it be that he has taken a liking to you?" teased some of the female students nearby, prompting Han Yue's usually composed face to flush with embarrassment. "Mind your own business. If any of you have feelings for Elder Yin Xiao, go pursue him yourselves. Don't drag me into your frivolous banter," Han Yue retorted, her cheeks growing even more crimson, eliciting further laughter from the group. "You're not usually this shy. It seems our Yue may have developed a soft spot for Elder Yin Xiao. Leave me be," Han Yue exclaimed, throwing a playful burst of energy in their direction, yet her blush only deepened. Meanwhile, as the group continued their playful teasing, Xiao Yan had already returned to the inner courtyard. However, shortly after his arrival, he noticed something unusual about Ziyan. The usually lively girl appeared unusually quiet, her cheeks flushed and her body radiating a heat akin to that of a furnace. "Brother, you're back." Ziyan gazed at Xiao Yan with a drooping expression, her bright, dark eyes lacking their usual spark. Yet, upon witnessing her transformation, Xiao Yan felt no alarm. Instead, a smile crept onto his face. This girl was not unwell. Rather, she was on the verge of evolution. The pills he had previously crafted for her, if consumed by an ordinary magical beast, would have likely propelled it to the 6th tier, or even the mid to late stages of the 6th tier by now. Yet, this girl had merely reached the threshold of breaking through to the 6th tier. Yet, this also serves to subtly reveal the terrifying nature of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, truly deserving of its reputation as the most formidable beast lineage on this continent. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan reached into his spatial ring and retrieved a pill, presenting it to Ziyan. "Consume this, and you shall evolve to the 6th tier, and you will truly attain your transformation," he said. Upon hearing this, Ziyan's large, expressive eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly placed the transformation pill into her mouth. Chapter 267. Let us take this trial, Elder. As the transformation pill settled within Ziyan, it became the final surge of power necessary for her to break through her bottleneck. Her lively eyes gradually grew heavy, eventually succumbing to a profound slumber. Witnessing her deep sleep, Xiao Yan harbored no doubts. He simply unleashed a powerful force to completely seal off the surrounding space. Soon, a rich purple light emanated from Ziyan's fair, jade-like skin, filling the room before coalescing into a violet cocoon, enveloping her entirely. With Ziyan now encased in a large cocoon, Xiao Yan sighed in relief and proceeded to set up multiple layers of protection around the cave, even enlisting the aid of the two saints, Wen and Wu, to establish further safeguards and secrecy. This way, even if a Dou Zun expert were to launch an attack, it would take them a year or more to breach the defenses Xiao Yan had meticulously arranged. This cave was a carefully chosen sanctuary, and with Su Qian discreetly overseeing matters, they could rest easy. Elder Yan Xiao, it has been over 2 months since our last meeting. It seems your cultivation has advanced significantly, remarked Su Qian with a cheerful smile at the cave entrance. In comparison to Xiao Yan, Su Qian held Ziyan in equal esteem, as he regarded her as his own granddaughter. Therefore, he felt it imperative to be present for her breakthrough. However, the occasional aura that Xiao Yan inadvertently exuded was enough to instill a sense of trepidation within him. If, in the past, Su Qian had possessed a blind confidence, he now recognized that even harnessing the combined strength of the Academy's guardians would likely render them no match for the formidable individual before him. Oh, this is all thanks to the fallen heart flame, Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile, before turning to Su Qian and posing a soul-stirring question. Might Elder Su have any news of my senior brother? Upon hearing this inquiry, a trace of pride appeared on Su Qian's face. Elder Yan Xiao has indeed hit the nail on the head. While we have not yet uncovered specific information regarding Han Feng, we have managed to gather some news about the 2 old men, Jin and Yin. Those 2 old geezers again. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow but still held a flicker of hope as he looked at Su Qian and said, in that case, I would be grateful if the elder could share any information regarding these 2 individuals. Although these 2 elders cannot truly represent Han Feng, they can still be regarded as his subordinates. If we could obtain specific information about them, we might discreetly seize an opportunity to claim Han Feng's position. Elder Jin and Elder Yin. Su Qian slowly spoke. They were spotted at Spring God Gorge 2 months ago. After uttering this statement, a hint of pride emerged on his face, as if he were silently urging Xiao Yan to praise him. Is this truly the formidable intelligence network of the Jia Nan Academy? Xiao Yan fell into silence. This information had already been uncovered by the spies of the Flame Alliance over 2 months prior. However, considering that those emerging from Jia Nan Academy were merely teachers, elders, and even a few students, while the Flame Alliance comprised formidable Dou Huang and Dou Zong experts, Xiao Yan chose to overlook Su Qian's slight arrogance. Following this unfruitful probe, Xiao Yan resignedly returned to the Alchemy department, enjoying a rare period of tranquility. During this time, he refrained from tirelessly seeking out exotic flames and focused instead on cultivation and alchemy, occasionally offering guidance to the elders and students of the Alchemy department when in a good mood. Though he only imparted superficial knowledge from the Dan Tower, it nonetheless proved immensely beneficial to them. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyan and Lin Yan had gathered the necessary ingredients for the Heart Flame Body Refining Pill, and Xiao Yan generously assisted them in concocting one. As for the others, they had yet to collect all the required materials. Should they fail to do so before Xiao Yan's departure from Jia Nan Academy, he could only lament, "You squandered the opportunity." During this time, Han Yue visited him twice, but their conversations were merely casual, lacking any requests for assistance, predominantly expressing gratitude. Xiao Yan remained unperturbed. He was no longer the Xiao Yan who had endured 15 years in the Xiao clan. Having weathered the trials of numerous beauties, he had developed considerable patience. Their 2 casual exchanges merely served to strengthen their rapport. However, Xiao Yan found himself at a loss for words as Lu Qing's sister, Lu Fei, had begun to persistently pursue him. He could not fathom what had possessed this woman to approach him so frequently. This vexed Xiao Yan greatly. Did she truly think her modest beauty was enough to entice him? Ugh, an average woman. If that were all, it would be manageable. But she even dared to appear without stockings, flaunting such an attitude while holding a trial elder's token. Which elder could withstand such a test? Lu Fei, our elder Yan Xiao has made it clear that he wishes not to see you again, so please do not trouble us. At the entrance of the Alchemy Department Hall, 2 disciples helplessly regarded Lu Fei. Had it not been for her brother's modest prowess, they would have long since expelled her. I went to see Elder Yan Xiao. What concern is it of yours? Observing the demeanor of the 2 individuals, Lu Fei furrowed her brow, a hint of cold laughter gracing her exquisite face. Even Elder Yan Xiao did not utter such words directly. Do you truly believe you possess the authority to speak on his behalf? Although she was already aware that Xiao Yan held no interest in her, Lu Fei found herself increasingly captivated by him. In the past, her cousin had always been the irreplaceable domineering man in her heart, yet now, Xiao Yan appeared even more alluring than Lu Qing in her eyes. The more disinterested Xiao Yan seemed, the more she yearned to entice him. To witness such a proud and powerful man captivated by her charms was an intoxicating pleasure. You. The 2 students pointed at Lu Fei, yet they remained silent. They could not fathom what had driven Lu Fei to such depths. Though she had always exhibited a certain arrogance that was irksome, it had never descended to this level of indecency. Her current demeanor was hardly distinguishable from that of courtesans, who were not typically so forward. Just as they grappled with their confusion, an elder from the alchemy department abruptly appeared at the entrance. Elder. Upon sighting this elder, a gleam of joy illuminated Lu Fei's face. Just as she was about to speak, the elder sternly commanded, "Leave." Instantly, Lu Fei's smile froze. "Lu Fei, if you dare to harass Elder Yin Xiao again, do not forget that while our inner court has leniencies, crossing the line will result in your expulsion from the academy." The elder's words drained the color from Lu Fei's face. This was a direct invocation of the academy's rules against her. "I understand, elder." In the presence of this elder, Lu Fei dared not speak as she had with the two students. Just as she prepared to depart, a figure cloaked in black suddenly materialized in the alchemy hall. Upon recognizing this individual, the elder's expression shifted to one of deep respect. Who else could it be but the Grand Elder, Su Qian? Yet, Su Qian appeared visibly agitated. Striding into the alchemy department and heading straight for Xiao Yan's quarters. "Elder Yin Xiao, we have a grave situation." Despite Xiao Yan's formidable standing within the alchemy department, Su Qian, as the Grand Elder, encountered no obstacles as he made his way. "Grand Elder, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Su Qian's arrival, a smile graced Xiao Yan's face, though he was momentarily taken aback by Su Qian's hurried demeanor. To be honest, given Su Qian's strength and status, there were likely few matters within Jia Nan Academy or the entire Black Corner region that could stir such a drastic change in his expression. "What is going on? Has something happened with Ziyan?" Xiao Yan's brow knitted in concern. Su Qian shook his head. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Xiao Yan initially breathed a sigh of relief. Yet soon a different matter, worthy of his concern, came to mind. Could it be related to Han Feng's news? With this thought, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in Xiao Yan's gaze. Su Qian did not disappoint his expectations. He nodded gravely in response to Xiao Yan's look and proceeded to recount the events. 3 days prior, the city of Spring God, located beside the Spring God Gorge, was slaughtered. As he spoke, a profound seriousness adorned his countenance. The Spring God City was no ordinary force within the Black Corner region. It was a formidable power presided over by a Dou Zun expert. In this realm, any faction possessing a Dou Zun stronghold could be deemed a significant force. Although the strength of Spring God City paled in comparison to the Jia Nan Academy, it had long stood its ground on this plane. Thus, its abrupt annihilation was monumental news for Su Qian. Yet, how did this relate to Han Feng? Xiao Yan remained perplexed. It was the actions of the Elder Jin and Elder Yin. Su Qian inhaled deeply before uttering a statement that stirred Xiao Yan's emotions. Elder Jin and Elder Yin? With their meager strength, how could they possibly obliterate Spring God City to such an extent? Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. After all, the Elder Jin and Elder Yin were merely at the 9-star Dou Huang level. Even with Han Feng, a 7th-tier alchemist, as their ally, achieving a 2-star Dou Zun level in such a short time would be miraculous. The Lord of Spring God City was a seasoned Dou Zun expert, possessing at least 3 or 4 stars of strength. Unless Han Feng intervened personally, it seemed virtually impossible for these two aged vagabonds to accomplish such a feat precisely. Su Qian nodded gravely. "Do you know that out of the millions residing in Spring God City, fewer than 100 managed to escape?" As he spoke, a flicker of fear crossed his face. Among those who fled, the strongest was merely a Dou Ling expert. Though his cultivation was not high, he had encountered the Elder Jin and Elder Yin once. According to him, the current appearances of the Elder Jin and Elder Yin had drastically changed. They seemed almost possessed. It was said that they had sprouted horns, their hands transformed into claws, and their faces bore strange patterns, instilling madness in many of lower cultivation merely by a single glance. The dark energy they emanated rendered individuals into mindless beasts, driven solely by the thirst for slaughter. Upon hearing Su Qian's vivid description, Xiao Yan's expression shifted. Based on Su Qian's account, the Elder Jin and Elder Yin were evidently tainted by demonic energy, which reminded him of the bizarre dark energy he had encountered in the Yin-Yang Evil Saints' ruins. Even the diluted remnants of such dark energy could transform Dou Huang experts into mindless beasts, consumed by a singular desire for carnage. What are these enigmatic demonic energies? At this moment, even Xiao Yan's expression grew solemn. If it were merely the ordinary practitioners of the Dou Qi continent, he could compel Han Feng to yield without hesitation, even under the command of a Dou Saint. However, the source of this strange demonic energy possessed a terrifying power capable of tainting even Dou Emperors. Perhaps they were not of the same origin, yet such an unknown threat often instills a greater sense of dread than that which is known. What could this possibly be? Could it be akin to that which belongs to the foreign demon clan? Xiao Yan could not help but recall another monumental work. It was infuriating. The original text had never mentioned such bizarre entities existing on the Dou Qi continent. If that were the case, then figures like the Soul Emperor could be considered relatively normal. With this thought, Xiao Yan instinctively rubbed his forehead. For some reason, he felt as if a colossal enigma was gradually revealing itself before him, and unbeknownst to him, he had already encountered a fragment of this mystery. The corpses of Dou Emperors tainted by the strange energy, the sea of corpses and blood he had dreamt of twice, and the now infected golden and silver elders. He was facing an entirely new narrative. With this in mind, Xiao Yan turned his gaze towards Su Qian. He wondered what suggestions the Grand Elder might have. Upon meeting Xiao Yan's gaze, Su Qian pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Does Elder Yan Xiao currently possess the confidence to deal with these golden and silver elders?" "Not to worry. Even if these two old geezers were to break through to Dou Zun, I would not be afraid. As long as a Dou Saint does not arrive, I am confident I can retreat unscathed." Xiao Yan offered a slight smile, secretly adding to himself, "In truth, even if a Dou Saint were to come, it would be of little consequence. Just watch my summoning technique." However, his outward words left Su Qian utterly astonished, rendering him speechless. What kind of audacity was it to claim one could retreat unscathed from all beneath a Dou Saint? Surely even the Dean would not dare to utter such words. Yet, recalling how Yun Patian had once fawned over Xiao Yan, Su Qian chose to trust his words. "Since Elder Yan Xiao is so bold, let us dispatch a team of students. We shall ostensibly send them out to gather medicinal herbs, but in truth, we will lie in wait for the golden and silver elders." Though those two old fellows had significantly increased in power, they had not yet become brazen enough to slaughter indiscriminately throughout the Black Corner region, suggesting they had not reached the level of Dou Zun. Once they reveal their hand again, Elder Yan Xiao can swiftly act to subdue them, and then we can glean information about Han Feng from their mouths. Upon hearing Su Qian's proposal, a smile crept across Xiao Yan's lips. He could sense the Grand Elder's capability. Indeed, he possessed considerable insight. Thus, he nodded in agreement. "In that case, I shall trouble you, Grand Elder, to make the necessary arrangements." "Of course, it is my duty," Su Qian replied with a smile and a nod. Regarding the formidable prowess of the two old masters of gold and silver, a sense of trepidation now enveloped him. It is essential to recognize that the former lord of the Spring God City surpassed his own cultivation level, yet was mercilessly torn to shreds by those two individuals, revealing their terrifying strength. What instilled even greater fear in him was the presence of the even more powerful Han Feng behind them. Han Feng, possessing the might of a 5 to 6-star Dou Zun, would pose an unparalleled catastrophe should he succumb to darkness and once again invade the Canaan Academy. If Xiao Yan could take action to eradicate these three individuals beforehand, it would undoubtedly be a cause for great celebration. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Qian clasped his hands towards Xiao Yan and declared, "There is no time to lose. I shall attend to this immediately." With that, he turned and departed. That very afternoon, a task announcement appeared on the mission board in the inner courtyard. Chapter 269, under the Imperial level, all are ants. Earth level task, venture near the Spring God Gorge to seek medicinal herbs. Strength requirement, starting from Great Dou Master. Task reward, low-level Xian rank Dou technique or a 4th grade pill. Upon first glimpse of this task, most students instinctively recoiled. Although the prospect of acquiring a set of Xian rank Dou techniques or a 4th grade pill was undeniably alluring. The rumors surrounding the incidents near the Spring God Gorge had spread, revealing that despite the multitude of experts in Spring God City, only a scant few had emerged unscathed. For those at the Great Dou Master and Dou Ling levels, embarking on this quest seemed tantamount to courting death. Yet, as they contemplated their reluctance to undertake the task, their hesitation was momentarily interrupted upon noticing the name of the leading instructor beneath the task, Elder Yan Xiao, the most illustrious figure within the academy at present. Many students had gleaned fragmented insights about Elder Yan Xiao's capabilities, primarily through the alchemy department, and it was well known that his cultivation had reached at least the pinnacle of Dou Huang. Such strength could be deemed formidable within the entire Black Corner region. It was evident that the ability to vanquish the demons of Spring God City was likely not beneath the level of Dou Zun. However, the allure of Xiao Yan's power was merely one aspect of their fascination. What truly captivated them was Elder Yan Xiao's remarkable generosity. To illustrate, Han Yue had merely offered a single suggestion and was rewarded with an invaluable opportunity for 3 body tempering sessions. Even ordinary students like Lin Xiaoya, who had only met him once, were granted a chance to aid in the refinement of the Heart Flame body tempering pill. Furthermore, whispers circulated within the alchemy department that whenever Elder Yan Xiao was in high spirits, he would generously bestow rewards starting from 4th grade pills. In comparison to the so-called task rewards, accompanying Elder Yan Xiao represented a monumental opportunity. There was a possibility that he might bestow yet another chance for body tempering if he felt particularly generous. Nevertheless, The harrowing memories of Spring God City still haunted many students, instilling a profound sense of fear within them. Moreover, even if one wishes to align oneself with the esteemed Elder Yin Xiao, one must first possess the requisite strength. There are many who fear death, yet equally many who do not. On the second day following the task's announcement, nearly 20 formidable dueling experts arrived to accept the mission. Most of them harbored a singular thought. If they could curry favor with Elder Yin Xiao, they might secure an opportunity for the coveted heart flame body refinement. However, the team for gathering medicinal herbs was limited to only 10 spots, leading these aspiring dueling scholars to engage in fierce competition. Ultimately, it was Lin Xiuyan, Lin Yan, and Han Yue, among others, who secured their places in the team. Unexpectedly, another individual, Lu Qing, also joined this group. In this regard, Xiao Yan chose not to take personal revenge by expelling Lu Qing, as the latter, despite his domineering nature, was still tolerable. Lu Fei had initially hoped to leverage her cousin's reputation to join the team and continue her attempts to entice Xiao Yan. But she soon realized that the team consisted of renowned powerhouses, and even the weakest among them was hardly inferior to Lu Qing, leaving her no room to maneuver. Thus, a team ostensibly dedicated to herb gathering was established. 3 days later, this group set forth from the Jia Nan Academy. Observing the youthful faces within the team, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Although the team appeared relatively weak at present, according to the storyline, even without Xiao Yan's assistance, these individuals would, in several years, achieve at least the level of Dou Zun. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan subtly approached Han Yue's side. Elder Yin Xiao, noticing Xiao Yan's proximity, a faint blush again graced Han Yue's cheeks. It's nothing. I'm not very familiar with these fellows, so it's preferable to converse with you. Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile, prompting Lin Xiuyan and the others to roll their eyes. With their keen perception, they could discern the Elder Yin Xiao's evident concern for Han Yue. However, being astute individuals, they chose to remain discreet about it, and even sought to create opportunities for Xiao Yan. After all, Elder Yin Xiao was hardly an old curmudgeon and likely was not significantly older than Han Yue. Reflecting on this, they could not help but admire Xiao Yan's talent. Such aptitude was indeed among the most remarkable they had encountered. Thus, the group journeyed toward the Spring God Ravine. The Spring God Ravine, located in the northern region of the Black Corner Domain, is a profound gorge rumored to have once been home to a formidable being known as the Spring God during ancient times. It is said that the Spring God City, now devastated, is descended from this powerful entity. However, the history of the Spring God stretches back to the ancient era, making precise details elusive. In the annals of the Black Corner region, the Spring God Gorge is far from a sanctuary for the formidable. Rather, it is regarded as a dreadfully ominous locale. It is rumored that even the mightiest of warriors, those of the Dou Emperor rank, venture here at great peril to their lives. At the abyssal depths of the gorge, a dense, inky fog shrouds the surroundings, rendering visibility nearly non-existent for any ordinary individual. Yet, amidst this enveloping darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes gleam with an unsettling brightness, flickering with a terrifying ferocity and malevolence. Suddenly, a cerulean flame ignites, casting an eerie glow that seems to instill trepidation in the surrounding mists. With the emergence of this azure fire, the owner of those crimson eyes becomes unmistakably revealed. The figure is tall and imposing, clad in an opulent alchemist's robe, none other than Han Feng. However, he has shed the air of nobility and elegance that once characterized him at the Starfall Pavilion. His visage is now adorned with strange black runes, and his fingers have transformed into sharp, menacing claws, his physique having grown unusually robust. Indeed, as an alchemist wielding extraordinary fire, the speed at which he can refine these souls has accelerated beyond measure. A cruel smile dances across Han Feng's blood-red eyes as he observes a crystal orb, the size of a ping-pong ball, slowly being consumed by the azure flames. Each moment is punctuated by the haunting wails emanating from within. When the cries cease, a sinister grin spreads across Han Feng's face as he opens his jagged maw and devours the orb whole. With the souls of an entire city absorbed, he surmises that his power may soon be restored to the level of a demon general. Chuckling wickedly, Han Feng's brow furrows slightly in contemplation. He had not anticipated that this realm, long devoid of its primordial essence, would still harbor an emperor-level powerhouse. With this thought, he resolves to proceed with caution. Irrespective of the strength of this individual, as long as they do not attain the emperor rank, they pose no significant threat. The adage below the emperor level, all are mere ants, is not to be taken lightly. Not far from Han Feng, two elderly figures, also transformed by peculiar changes, share a similarly sinister grin, their eyes glowing blood-red. 3 days later, Xiao Yan and his companions encounter an acquaintance. Senior Yin Xiao, what precisely are we tasked with gathering? Lin Xiuyao finally inquires, unable to contain his curiosity. The verdant countryside path stretches on, as they have journeyed for nearly 3 days and traversed thousands of miles. Yet this elder Yin Xiao has remained reticent regarding the specifics of their herbal gathering mission. I have already informed you several times. Simply collect any medicinal herbs that appear to be of quality, Xiao Yan replies, his patience wearing thin at the repeated questioning. However, what constitutes a truly exceptional medicinal herb? Lin Zai found himself somewhat speechless, for along their journey, they had indeed encountered several fine herbs, one of which served as a principal ingredient in the crafting of 5th and even 6th-tier elixirs. In pursuit of this singular herb, the group had engaged in a fierce struggle against a 5th-tier magical beast. It was only when Han Yue was nearly struck that Xiao Yan intervened, effortlessly dispatching the creature with a flicker of his energy. Yet, when the students presented the herbs and the magical core to Xiao Yan, his expression was one of indifference, leaving many of them puzzled. If you cannot discern, then you might as well lie atop an ostrich and sleep. Rest assured, your rewards upon return will remain unchanged, Xiao Yan remarked, somewhat exasperated by the students' apparent inaction. He refrained from revealing that their excursion served merely as a guise for himself. Just as Lin Ziyai attempted to voice another thought, Xiao Yan brusquely dismissed him. At that moment, Han Yu's figure appeared before Xiao Yan, clad in a silver robe that accentuated her ethereal beauty, causing Xiao Yan's eyes to gleam with admiration. "You, what troubles you?" he inquired, his tone laced with concern. Observing Xiao Yan's attentive demeanor, Lin Ziyai felt a pang of envy. Is there truly nothing amiss with our mission? Han Yue, feeling more at ease in her dialogue with Xiao Yan than Lin Ziyai and the others, responded, "It's all right. You should all pursue your tasks as you wish. If you find yourselves idle, focus on your training or rest, as long as you stay with the group." Xiao Yan lounged languidly upon a large mat. Beneath him a colossal ostrich, towering at 3 zhang in height, a fitting steed for traversing the forested terrain. Very well. Observing Xiao Yan's nonchalance, Han Yue suspected that his true objective was indeed, as the others speculated, a mere outing for leisure. However, just as she prepared to depart, 2 or 3 crimson figures emerged at the far end of the narrow path. Upon sighting these blood-red silhouettes, Han Yu's expression shifted dramatically, but before she could react, a throng of individuals clad in blood-colored garments surged forth from the surrounding woods, numbering well over 100. The emergence of these figures startled not only Han Yue, but also caused Lin Ziyai and the others to change their expressions, promptly dismounting from their ostriches and entering a battle-ready stance. They keenly sensed that even the weakest among the blood-robed figures exuded an aura at the pinnacle of the great fighter level, with the 2 strongest reaching the status of fighter kings. They are members of the Blood Sect. The chilling and bloodthirsty aura emanating from these individuals caused the faces of Han Yue and her companions to pale. While this faction may not rank among the elite in the Black Corner region, it was notoriously infamous, for their methods of cultivation relied upon the blood of others as sustenance. The scene was undeniably brutal and blood-soaked. As this thought crossed their minds, the gazes of the onlookers instinctively turned toward Xiao Yan, who was perched atop an ostrich. They had a rough estimation of his strength. Despite the formidable appearance of those around him, even an ordinary Dou Huang would likely sustain significant injuries in a direct confrontation. However, Xiao Yan stood at the pinnacle of Dou Huang, and one could surmise that he would face these adversaries without any strain. Yet, observing his seemingly indifferent demeanor, it appeared he had no intention of intervening. Could it be that Elder Yan Xiao regarded these individuals as mere fodder for their training? This notion sent a shiver down even the strongest Lin Xiaoya's spine, though each of them was an elite among Dou Ling. Facing such overwhelming numbers would likely spell certain doom. Surely Elder Yan Xiao could not be so merciless. As these thoughts lingered, a blood-red figure suddenly emerged from the forest like a bloodied eagle, eventually alighting upon the pinnacle of a towering tree. The man's visage was aged and shadowy, his skin exuding an eerie pallor. The mere presence of this figure unleashed a wave of bloodlust that caused many students to turn pale. A sense of dread washed over them. It was Fan Lao, the leader of the Blood Sect. His notorious reputation ranked among the most fearsome of all Dou Huang in the Black Corner region. While he might not be among the top 10 in terms of raw power, his cruelty surely placed him within the top 3. Upon appearing, Fan Lao swiftly passed through the gathered students, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. "My precious son was slain by one of your Jia Nan Academy's own," he remarked, his gaze lingering on the ashen faces of the students, his smile growing ever more sinister. "I've heard the perpetrator has even become an elder at your academy. If I do not avenge this grievance, how shall I ever hold my head high in the Black Corner region again?" With a casual wave of his hand, he commanded, "Sever the limbs of the males and take them back as blood slaves. Capture the females alive." Before he could finish his decree, the minions of the Blood Sect displayed malevolent grins. The youth before them were so young, their vitality so robust, especially the female students. Strangely, however, rather than succumbing to fear at Fan Lao's words, the students collectively turned their gaze towards the young man reclining on the ostrich. Elder Yin Xiao, they have come seeking you, remarked Han Yue, her usually composed demeanor tinged with an uncommon vulnerability as she looked at Xiao Yan. With so many foes, you cannot possibly bear to watch us march to our demise, can you? Her expression, rarely so pitiable, sparked a flicker of interest in Xiao Yan's eyes. Yet, upon hearing the students refer to Xiao Yan, Fan Lao's expression shifted, his dark eyes sharpened, fixating intently on Xiao Yan. You are the Yin Xiao. Upon witnessing the murderous expression on Fan Lao's face, Xiao Yan remained unperturbed as he rose to his feet, regarding Fan Lao with a faint smile and saying, Indeed, I am the one who has slain your son, the rock owl. What business do you have with me? At Xiao Yan's audacious proclamation, Fan Lao's already frigid visage twisted into a grotesque snarl. Even in the face of death, you dare to be so arrogant. I shall sever your limbs and cast you into the blood pool, where you will be tormented day by day, longing for life, yet unable to escape death. Huh. Your son uttered similar words, Xiao Yan continued, maintaining his cheerful demeanor, and then added with a hint of levity, but in the end, he met his demise by my spit. At these words, Fan Lao stumbled, unable to contain his fury. A surge of rage coursed through him. Ah! I shall kill you. As the tension escalated, several students could no longer bear to witness Xiao Yan's taunting demeanor. Such humiliation, even a righteous person would find intolerable, let alone someone as insidious and narrow-minded as Fan Lao. Naturally, if one's son had been murdered and they remained unperturbed, it would indicate a severe mental disturbance, rather than a mere issue of righteousness. Though he vocally vowed to inflict brutal punishment upon Xiao Yan, deep within, Fan Lao harbored a tinge of trepidation towards him. This was solely due to the extraordinary fire that Xiao Yan wielded. Against any other adversary, even a Dou Huang, Fan Lao would confront them with confidence. Yet with an opponent possessing such unique flames, even a mere Dou Huang commanded his utmost caution. Fan Lao had learned through extensive inquiries that this individual, the rock owl, possessed such a formidable power. However, despite his wariness of Xiao Yan, compelling him to abandon his quest for vengeance was utterly out of the question. Unless he acknowledged himself as inferior to Xiao Yan, Fan Lao would not relent in his pursuit. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he activated his secret technique. Vanishing from sight. Swift action was required. Once he subdued this foe, he would take him back to the blood sect for gradual torment. Beware, Elder Rock Owl. As Fan Lao vanished, Han Yue and Lin Xiuyan were the first to call out. Yet, before their voices could fully resonate, a pungent scent of blood permeated the air. In an instant, a colossal shadow of blood, akin to a monstrous blood bat, enveloped the students. Confronting Xiao Yan head-on was a foolish choice for Fan Lao. When dealing with righteous individuals, leveraging their loved ones as leverage was far more effective. Bound by moral constraints, this so-called elder would undoubtedly find himself restrained, allowing Fan Lao to incapacitate him, ensuring that none of the students would escape. Clearly, these two students shared a close relationship with the rock owl, and this female's cultivation was relatively modest. Ah, how fortunate for you. The silhouette of Fan Lao loomed like a colossal bloodbat, enveloping Han Yue's delicate form in shadow. His eyes glimmered with a frigid and cruel light. In an instant, Han Yue's body seemed to freeze, her complexion paling dramatically. Despite being a prodigy at the Xiao Yan Academy, she found herself paralyzed with fear in the presence of a notorious Dou Huang powerhouse. Unable to muster even the will to resist, just as despair threatened to consume her, a gentle voice softly resonated in her ear. Are you afraid? No matter how formidable the adversary, one must dare to rise and resist. As the voice faded, a warm and powerful hand suddenly encircled Han Yue's slender waist. A glance revealed a strikingly handsome and charming face before her. For reasons unknown, her previously rigid body relaxed, and a solitary tear of fear glistened in the corner of her eye. The ensuing scene promised to be somewhat terrifying, so be prepared. Xiao Yan offered her a subtle smile, and in the next moment, he inhaled sharply, his cheeks puffing as if to unleash a fiery breath. This fellow moves with incredible speed. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's abrupt appearance, Fan Lao's icy pupils constricted sharply. However, when he noticed that Xiao Yan did not strike immediately, but rather prepared to expel flames, a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. What? Do you intend to kill me in the same manner as you did my son? You think to win a young lady's heart with such flamboyant theatrics? Today, you shall learn the price of underestimating a Dou Huang powerhouse. Even if you possess strange fire. Fan Lao's aged hand, resembling a sharp eagle's claw, struck fiercely towards Xiao Yan's forehead. In that instant, Xiao Yan opened his mouth. A vibrant, seven-colored flame flickered in Fan Lao's eyes, rapidly expanding. Boom. The small wisp of flame that erupted from Xiao Yan's mouth swiftly transformed into a vast sea of fire before the astonished gazes of the onlookers. At that moment, a powerful surge of Dou Qi propelled the terrifying flames onto Fan Lao. Ah, ah, ah. The chilling screams echoed through the forest, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Within the funnel-shaped sea of 7 colored flames, Fan Lao struggled violently, desperately attempting to escape its grasp. Yet, his pitiful form resembled a small bat scorched by a flamethrower, growing weaker with each passing moment. Ultimately, amidst his agonized cries, he fell to the ground. The entire ordeal transpired in less than 3 breaths. Once Fan Lao's figure collapsed upon the earth, Xiao Yan finally retracted the sea of flames from his mouth. At that moment, within 100 zhang radius around Xiao Yan, only ashes remained. Amidst the ashes, a figure engulfed in a vibrant, multicolored flame struggled weakly for a brief moment before collapsing motionless onto the ground. After 3 breaths, the radiant flames were extinguished entirely, leaving only a silhouette of ash in their wake. Silence enveloped the scene, a profound stillness akin to death. In contrast to the bewildered expressions of Han Yue and the others, the faces of those from the Blood Sect revealed a deeper layer of fear beyond mere shock and confusion. Although they could not react immediately, it seemed they had begun to comprehend that the esteemed leader of the Blood Sect, a formidable Dou Huang, had been reduced to ashes by a single plume of exotic fire unleashed by the opponent. At that moment, all gazes turned towards Xiao Yan as if he were a devil incarnate. Run! A chilling voice echoed from an unknown source, prompting the Blood Sect's members to scatter in panic like headless flies. Having arrived, could they truly escape? Xiao Yan smiled faintly and flicked his fingers, sending several slender tongues of 7-colored flame piercing through the bodies of a few peak Dou Ling and Dou Wang fighters. These powerful beings, once penetrated by the exotic fire, swiftly transformed into swirling flames, reduced to ashes in moments. With the current intensity of Xiao Yan's exotic fire, even a Dou Zun would hesitate to endure its burning for long. The ordinary Dou Qi of a Dou Zun would not withstand even half an hour against his flames. If it were a typical Dou Huang, the brief 3 breaths would have only left them grievously wounded. It would take at least 5 breaths to succumb completely. Alas, the innate weakness of Fan Lao's technique afforded Xiao Yan an opportunity to showcase his prowess. Once the strongest enforcers of the Blood Sect had been dealt with, Xiao Yan did not spare the remaining lackeys. Though he was not a paragon of virtue himself, the actions of the Blood Sect crossed a line within him, leaving no room for leniency. The fallen heart flame quietly manifested at his fingertips, and in the next moment, the heart flames of all living beings within his spiritual domain fell under his dominion. With a mere thought, the terrified faces of the Blood Sect disciples turned a furious red, and moments later, they bizarrely erupted into ash upon the ground. To Han Yue and the other students, these disciples exploded like fireworks upon the earth, one after another. Soon, the entire forest was left with nothing but the remnants of ash, save for the small team from the Jia Nan Academy. In that instant, the gazes of the crowd upon Xiao Yan were akin to those directed at a deity. Chapter 272, Entering the City. Elder Yan, are you truly just a Dou Huang? After a prolonged silence, Han Yue could no longer contain her curiosity and spoke first. Dou Huang. Xiao Yan maintained an enigmatic smile. I have never claimed to be a Dou Huang. Despite his words, he refrained from revealing the extent of his strength, perpetually shrouding himself in an aura of mystery. This outer garment can often prove fatal for women. Naturally, if a man nurtures a mysterious fantasy about a woman, it too can become a perilous endeavor for him. Throughout history, what people believe to be love is sometimes merely a veil of mystery conjured by their own imagination. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's remarks, the previously silent students exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a profound emotional resonance. Initially, they presumed that Elder Yan Zhao's prowess was somewhat inferior to that of Elder Su Qian. Yet they were astonished to discover that his strength appeared to surpass that of the Grand Elder significantly. After all, the Grand Elder would hardly so easily extinguish the life of a Dou Huang level expert, would he? That was indeed a Dou Huang, a formidable being capable of establishing a powerful faction within the Black Corner region. Yet Xiao Yan effortlessly reduced him to ashes with a mere breath of flame. Moreover, the demise of those minions from the Blood Sect was even more bizarre. They seemed to explode into a spectacle akin to fireworks, leaving anyone who witnessed it shuddering in dread. Enough daydreaming. Gather your things swiftly, for we are preparing to set forth towards our next destination, Xiao Yan urged. Observing the expressions of the students, he felt a surge of satisfaction within, though he maintained an enigmatic demeanor, as if he had merely accomplished an insignificant task. At his prompt, the group snapped back to reality, hastily gathering their belongings to follow Xiao Yan onward. This time, however, their gazes bore a heightened reverence, intermingled with fervor. Each student harbored considerable ambitions, and witnessing Xiao Yan's formidable presence instilled in them a clear vision of their aspirations. One day, I too shall be like Elder Yan Xiao, capable of extinguishing a Dou Huang with a mere breath, turning countless experts to dust with a mere snap of my fingers. Throughout their journey, Han Yue's gaze toward Xiao Yan was infused with not only admiration, but also an unrecognized allure. Women are inherently drawn to strength, a trait etched into their very genes. Men should not dismiss this, but strive to cultivate their own strength and allure. Elder Yan Xiao, may I inquire about your true age? Han Yue asked, perhaps emboldened by her growing familiarity with Xiao Yan. 17, Xiao Yan replied, prompting Han Yue to roll her eyes in disbelief. If you claim to be 27, though still astonishing, I might consider it plausible, but a 17-year-old Dou Zun? Do you take me for a fool? She scoffed. At 17, even in Zhongzhou, a Dou Zun is an almost inconceivable prodigy, having been born into a prominent family in Zhongzhou. The most gifted individual she had heard of had only reached Dou Huang by that age, a feat that was, even then, a formidable rarity. I assure you, I speak the truth. Believe it or not, that is entirely up to you. Xiao Yan shrugged, exuding a sense of helplessness. Although Han Yue knew that she would not be believed, what he said was indeed the truth. A 17-year-old Dou Zun, not to mention Han Yue, a mere girl emerging from a minor family in the central state. Even among the ancient 7 clans, such a talent could be considered a prodigy. Observing Xiao Yan's reluctance to speak the truth, Han Yue slightly pouted and returned to the ranks of her fellow students. So, how old is Elder Yan Xiao really? Upon her return, a group of peers surrounded her. Even Lin Xiui, who usually appeared dignified, wore an expression of curiosity. He claims to be 17. Han Yue replied with a hint of disdain. This was met with a chorus of incredulous murmurs. A 17-year-old Dou Zun? Who would believe that? It seemed evident that Elder Yan Xiao was unwilling to divulge the truth, and since he chose silence, they naturally dared not press further. Oh, it's no concern. While Elder Yan Xiao cannot possibly be 17, judging by his demeanor and attitude, he is likely just over 30. Even so, that is still extraordinarily remarkable. Another female student smiled at Han Yue. Indeed, reaching the level of Dou Zun by 30 is already quite prodigious. Such talent surely holds great promise for attaining the legendary Dou Zun realm. Another student nodded in agreement. Why are you all staring at me? Han Yue, who had been nodding along, soon became aware of their suggestive glances. Make the most of it. One female student playfully patted Han Yue on the shoulder before mischievously departing. The remaining students, regardless of gender, returned to their places with equally ambiguous smiles. These rascals. Han Yue clenched her teeth, her fair face reddening. For some reason, her gaze once again swept over that languid figure clad in black. At that moment, a pair of warm, smiling eyes met hers, and in an instant, Han Yue felt a flush of warmth spread across her cheeks. These students, appearing so serious, were unexpectedly quite gossipy. On the ostrich's back, Xiao Yan retracted his gaze, secretly mocking them. After all, he was no conventional elder. Eavesdropping on such matters was a normal occurrence. However, these fellows were quite adept at handling such situations. A smile crept across Xiao Yan's lips, contemplating that if this journey could add another enchanting beauty to his harem, he must enhance the task rewards for these students to repay their kindness. The cheerful expressions lingered on their faces for 3 days until, on the 3rd day, a towering castle stained dark red with blood appeared before them, causing their smiles to finally fade. Is this the city of spring deity? Gazing at the castle emanating a terrifying aura of blood and demonic energy, Xiao Yan's expression turned grave. If it were merely Han Feng, he would have no reason to feel such trepidation. After all, regardless of how extraordinary Han Feng's circumstances might be, even if he were to suddenly attain a level beyond his capabilities, he could not escape the grasp of the 2 eminent figures behind him. However, if he were to become entangled with this enigmatic demonic energy, caution would be imperative. According to the intelligence gathered, the demonic aura surrounding the 2 elders, Jin and Yin, should not be as severe as that found within the ancient tomb of the Yinyang evil saint. Otherwise, even a Grand Dou Master would not have been able to escape. Yet, prudence is the companion of longevity. The thought of that eerie aura emanating from the corpse of the Dou Emperor sent a shiver down Xiao Yan's spine. Elder Yan Xiao, must we truly enter this city? Behind Xiao Yan, a group of students appeared pale and apprehensive. Compared to the bloodthirsty aura exuding from Fan Lao, this city surpassed it by an unimaginable degree. Merely glancing at the desiccated bones at the entrance and the blood that darkened the earth offered a glimpse into the massacre and despair that had transpired here. Upon hearing the students' inquiries, Xiao Yan paused for a moment before slowly responding. I will enter first. If it is safe, you may follow. With that, he made his way towards the city gate. Chapter 273, A Hell on Earth. As he approached the entrance of Chunchi City, the acrid scent of blood filled Xiao Yan's nostrils. The wooden gates were in a state of disrepair, marred by numerous scars. With an impassive expression, Xiao Yan gently pushed the door open, revealing a scene reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. Behind the gate lay once thriving streets now steeped in a dark crimson hue, as if the very essence of hell had seeped into the ground. In addition to the blood saturating the earth, the streets were littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Pale bones and desiccated flesh were scattered everywhere, with countless corpses, drained of their life, having struggled in their final moments. Amidst this dark, purplish expanse, tendrils of black mist swirled, and upon contact with Xiao Yan's body, ignited a fervent rage within him, reminiscent of the bloodlust he had felt in the ancient city of the evil saint. However, this mist was considerably weaker than that in the evil saint city. With proper precautions, even a grand Dou master would find it challenging to succumb. Regrettably, most of the inhabitants of this city likely had not even reached the rank of Dou master. Consequently, this explained the grim tableau before him. Observing the hellish scene, Xiao Yan, who had always prided himself on his detached and indifferent perspective of the world, fell silent for the first time. Young master. The figures of the two revered saints emerged from the void behind Xiao Yan. Even with their semi-saint level prowess, they found themselves momentarily speechless in the face of the scene before them. It had been an eternity since such a catastrophic event had befallen the Duki continent, a city of millions, mercilessly slaughtered. Even for two individuals of their caliber, such a spectacle was exceedingly rare. Noticing Xiao Yan's unusual silence, Xiao Wu attempted to rouse him, but was halted by Xiao Wen's intervention. Do not disturb the young master. Xiao Wen gently shook his head. Since becoming acquainted with Xiao Yan, this was the first time he had witnessed him so profoundly affected. Prior to this, he had believed Xiao Yan's temperament had matured to match that of their seasoned elders. Xiao Yan remained silent, gently closing his eyes as his spirit enveloped the city. A vivid image materializing in his mind. That fateful day, the corrupted elder duo appeared above the city of Spring, tearing apart the old city lord before the despairing eyes of the populace. Thereafter ensued a one-sided massacre. Neither Dou Wang nor Dou Ling had any means of resistance against the two who had succumbed to madness. Neck bones were snapped, skulls crushed, leaving behind only dark crimson stains upon the ground. In that moment, they also released a black mist, which permeated throughout the city. Those afflicted by this malevolent aura transformed into savage beasts, wielding any weapons at hand to slaughter their former neighbors. The blood flowed abundantly, staining the very earth beneath until it was completely drenched in crimson. By then, most of the city's formidable warriors had already perished. Only a scant few managed to escape, while the remainder succumbed to mutual slaughter. The last survivors, drained of their soul essence, became nothing more than desiccated corpses. When Xiao Yan finally reopened his eyes, the once irreverent glint within them now harbored a rare and fierce anger, a fire seldom seen in his existence. This flame of fury was a rarity throughout both his past and present lives. Ever since he had forsaken his conscience in his previous life, he had believed he could accept the world's destruction with equanimity. Even in the face of human tragedy, he felt no compassion. Yet, when confronted with the true hell's cape of humanity, Xiao Yan realized that beneath his self-proclaimed strength lay an unalterable flicker of vulnerability. After a protracted silence, Xiao Yan managed to suppress the anger simmering within him. Taking a deep breath, he regained his composure. Elders, I am fine now. He spoke in a tone that returned to its usual calmness, though the perceptive Xiao Wen discerned an unusual resonance within his voice. Even the most tranquil individuals inevitably experience a ripple of emotional turmoil, confronted with such harrowing scenes. Anyone who retains even a vestige of humanity would surely feel a surge of indignation. Xiao Yan could not ascertain whether he was experiencing a moral awakening. Yet he was acutely aware that he wished to never witness such a sight again. Elder Yanxiao, shall we proceed further? Upon seeing Xiao Yan emerge, a group of students gazed anxiously at the city before them. The conditions inside were dire, truly deserving of the moniker hell on earth. Witnessing such devastation would undoubtedly leave a profound impact on their souls. Hence, I do not compel you to enter. Xiao Yan cast a glance at the numerous students and stated, those who wish to venture inside are free to do so. It is entirely your choice. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the students shifted slightly. It was evident that a place deemed a hell on earth by a formidable figure like Xiao Yan must be terrifying beyond imagination. However, when they contemplated the aspiration to become a powerhouse like him, determination surged within them, and one by one, they resolved to step into the city together. Observing this scene, Xiao Yan regarded these individuals with a hint of admiration. Though their abilities were still nascent, they had already exhibited the heart of a warrior. Yet, regardless of their mental fortitude, as they stood before Xiao Yan, their faces had turned ashen. Some even had bloodshot eyes, their bodies ensnared by malevolent energy, bearing the ominous signs of corruption. Despite having attained the level of fighting spirit, they remained vulnerable to the insidious influence of dark energy should their resolve falter. Witnessing this, Xiao Yan merely focused his thoughts, and the student exhibiting signs of corruption flushed crimson, subsequently spitting out a mouthful of blood, his gaze regaining clarity. "Thank you, Elder Yan Xiao." The student murmured in gratitude, yet he had not entirely emerged from his ordeal. It was not until dusk approached that the students finally regained their composure. Nevertheless, within the depths of their gazes lay an abundance of inscrutable significance. This singular hell on earth could evoke 10 entirely different reactions among the 10 individuals before it. Next, which city is closest to Spring God's Gorge? Once the crowd had regained their senses, Xiao Yan slowly inquired. "It is Spring Lake City, situated 800 miles from here." Han Yue replied softly. "Then let us proceed to Spring Lake City." Xiao Yan nodded slightly, but his gaze swept over the students behind him. "Esteemed companions, our journey to Spring Lake City may entail facing a fate akin to that of Spring God City. Are you prepared to accompany me?" Upon hearing this, the students hesitated momentarily, yet to Xiao Yan's surprise, none expressed a desire to retreat. "If Elder Yan Xiao is willing, what have we to fear?" Lin Shiyuan's voice resonated steadily. "We certainly do not wish to witness the horrors of Spring God City a second time." Chapter 274. The Angler Spring Lake City lies 1,000 miles away from the city of Spring Deity. Compared to the once bustling vibrancy of Spring Lake City, this place appears relatively desolate. Yet, upon glimpsing Spring Lake City, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled anew. Before him lay a vast lake, spanning hundreds of miles. Its surface shimmering with light, occasionally disrupted by enormous waves, revealing glimpses of aquatic magical beasts beneath. At the lake's edge stood a somewhat smaller city, where the population had noticeably dwindled, likely due to the ominous stirrings of the city of Spring Deity, instilling fear in the hearts of many. After all, the city of Spring Deity far surpassed Spring Lake City in power, and under the shadow of such horrific slaughter, nearly the entire city had been annihilated. Consequently, the nearest city, Spring Lake City, was at great risk of becoming the next target of such carnage. However, what puzzled the numerous students following Xiao Yan was the sight of several individuals nearby, casting their fishing rods into the water, with impending doom looming over Spring Lake City. Why did these people not flee, but instead choose to leisurely fish by the lakeside? Observing the content expressions on these anglers' faces, the group of students was left in bewilderment. What is there to be perplexed about? For an angler, even if the sky were to collapse, one would still cast their line first. A faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips, just as a fisherman suddenly found his rod yanked from his grasp by a tremendous force. The fisherman's expression morphed into one of shock and fury, and without hesitation, he plunged into the lake with a splash, desperately swimming towards his rod. Yet, before he could grasp it, a towering wave erupted from the water, followed by a massive head emerging, which promptly swallowed the fisherman whole. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd momentarily dulled, exchanging glances filled with confusion. Observing this scene, Xiao Yan chose not to linger but instead led the group further into the city. Such occurrences are deemed ordinary for an angler. Upon entering Spring Lake City, one is immediately greeted by a dazzling array of fishing supply shops. After all, the vibrancy of Spring Lake City is inextricably linked to its reputation as the fishing capital of the Blackhorn region. It is said that each year, someone reels in a fish weighing 1,000 pounds, with some even claiming to have caught 5th-tier magical beasts. However, the fate of the latter is often grim, as they may be swallowed whole by the very creatures they sought to catch. Legends speak of a 6th-tier flood dragon residing within Spring Lake, but those who have managed to catch it have long since perished. Nevertheless, countless anglers are drawn to Spring Lake City each year, compelled by the promise of colossal fish. However, ever since the incident in Spring God City, the majority of tourists and residents in Spring Lake City have hastily departed. After all, most individuals have regained their senses. When faced with the fragility of life, the allure of fishing or material possessions pales in comparison. Nevertheless, for those who have substantial belongings still remaining in Spring Lake City, parting from this place is a bitter pill to swallow. Thus, although the city has become considerably less populated, it still retains a semblance of human warmth, which somewhat alleviates the harrowing experiences they encountered in Spring God City a few days prior. After a modest meal, the group sought refuge in a serene inn. "Why are you looking at us with such a gaze, innkeeper?" Lin Yan expressed his dissatisfaction with the proprietor's scrutiny. "Not at all. I extend a warm welcome." The innkeeper quickly donned a different demeanor upon hearing Lin Yan's words, promptly arranging accommodations for the group. Only after ensuring their comfort did he return to the hall. Exhaling a weary sigh, another batch of oblivious fishermen. Despite his words, he had no intention of urging them to leave. After all, where would his commission come from if they departed? Well then, let us all rest early. Consider these days in Spring Lake City as a vacation. If we can successfully resolve the matter with the 2 elders of gold and silver, I shall reward everyone generously upon our return. After a leisurely evening of conversation, Xiao Yan dismissed the students amidst their cheers and retreated to his room. However, upon entering, he merely closed his eyes for a brief moment before reopening them and vanishing from the spot. In the next instant, his figure appeared in the largest fishing tackle shop in Spring Lake City. "Owner, bring me your finest fishing gear." Upon entering the shop, Xiao Yan was greeted by a familiar voice, none other than Lin Yan. A slight twitch at the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth indicated his surprise. "Sir, our best gear is capable of catching third-tier magical beasts and is priced at $1 million. Are you certain?" The owner regarded Lin Yan with skepticism. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's expression turned to one of astonishment, his face reddening slightly. $1 million gold coins was indeed a considerable sum for him. Although he could afford it, it would nearly deplete his entire fortune. Just as he prepared to abandon the idea, a soft chuckle resonated from behind him. "Owner, I'll take that set of gear." At this familiar voice, Lin Yan stiffened slightly. Turning around, he saw Xiao Yan grinning as he patted Lin Yan's shoulder. "Good lad, you're quicker than I am." The owner was about to reiterate his warning when he noticed Xiao Yan casually tossing a golden purple card. Within this scene lies a sum of 2 million gold coins. "I request the finest fishing gear you have available." Upon hearing this statement, the proprietor trembled slightly. After scrutinizing the gilded card presented, a fawning expression spread across his face. "Of course, esteemed sir, I shall prepare it immediately." Just as the owner intended to depart, another voice resonated from the entrance. "Boss, please." However, the voice faltered mid-sentence. Xiao Yan and Lin Yan turned to find Lin Xiaoya, wearing an awkward expression. The three exchanged glances, their faces adorned with polite yet embarrassed smiles. What a coincidence! Indeed, indeed. As they spoke, a striking figure entered. The newcomer was a female student. "What a coincidence, everyone is here." Just as she finished her greeting, footsteps echoed behind her. After a brief moment, Xiao Yan found himself pondering in front of 6 fellow students. Remarkably, out of this group of 10, 6 were avid fishers. He felt a wave of astonishment, relieved that Han Yue was not present, for that would have only intensified the awkwardness. With this thought, he scanned the inn with his spiritual energy, but his expression shifted abruptly. Han Yue was, in fact, absent from the inn. A thorough sweep of the entirety of Chuanhu City revealed no trace of her. Just as his spiritual energy was expanding its reach, an unusual sight caused a peculiar expression to surface on his face. Chapter 275, The Figure Wielding a Steel Fork. Elder Yanshao, your demeanor appears rather peculiar. A myriad of questioning gazes fell upon Xiao Yan. He had always been an enigma to them, yet today, they witnessed an uncharacteristic side of the elder in the fishing gear shop. "No worries." An odd smile lingered on Xiao Yan's lips as he addressed the students. "Since we are all set to fish, let us indulge in some relaxation." As he spoke, he produced another gilded card, this one with a limit of 5 million gold coins, and directed it towards the proprietor. "My good sir, let us have a few more sets, one for each of us." Ultimately, amidst the students' cheers, Xiao Yan and his companions made their way toward Chuanhu. Though the group was puzzled as to why he urged them to quietly conceal their presence as they approached the lake. However, upon reaching a low-lying area, astonishment overtook their expressions. Above, the deep blue night sky was graced by a golden full moon, casting its glow upon the endless waters of Chuanhu. The lake shimmered, reflecting the moonlight in countless silver sparkles. In that low section of water stood a silver-haired woman draped in a silver robe, her customary boots discarded, revealing her exquisite jade-like feet. The moonlight enveloped her, bestowing a layer of ethereal luminescence upon her silver form, making her appear almost divine. The goddess, tall and slender, wielded a sharp trident and thrust it forcefully towards a fish, her movements imbued with a potent aura of determination. As the trident sliced through the air, it stirred the waters of the lake into a frothy spray, only to seem to pierce flesh a moment later. Upon hearing the sound, the corners of her lips curled into a smile more exquisite than moonlight, and she swiftly began to reel in the line attached to her spear. Moments later, she effortlessly dragged a fish-like beast, nearly as long as a person, onto the shore. A gleam of triumph lit her face as she beheld her magnificent catch. Just as she was about to stow her prize, a sudden eruption of applause rang out from behind her. "Bravo! I had no idea that Han Yue possessed such remarkable fishing skills." Upon hearing the applause, Han Yue's initial reaction was one of alertness. But as she recognized the familiar voices, her body stiffened. Through the moonlight, Xiao Yan could clearly see her delicate toes digging into the mud in a frenzy. After a moment of rigidity, she gradually turned around. In an instant, several familiar faces came into view, and when Xiao Yan's countenance also emerged, Han Yue's cheeks flushed crimson before she abruptly turned away and, with a splash, leapt into the lake. At that moment, she felt utterly embarrassed. As she contemplated her predicament, she suddenly felt an arm encircle her waist. Just as she tensed up, Xiao Yan's reassuring voice reached her ears. Don't be afraid, it's me. With that, Han Yue relaxed, as Xiao Yan had already used his aura to create a dry space around them, evaporating the moisture that clung to their bodies. Although the immediate crisis had passed, recalling the mortifying scene caused her to cast an even more bashful glance at Xiao Yan. Teacher Yan, no need to explain. I saw everything, he replied, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Under the moonlight, the young woman, still holding the trident, was reminded of an author with two names. A memory that was both vexing and endearing. How annoying, you all are insufferable. Observing Xiao Yan's teasing grin only deepened Han Yue's blush. Xiao Yan suddenly paused, his expression turning serious as he gazed into her eyes. This intensity made Han Yue feel slightly anxious. Even more disconcerting was the fact that it was the first time he had addressed her so intimately. Yet, deep down, she found no aversion to it. Instead, an inexplicable thrill coursed through her. What is it? Han Yue lifted her chin slightly, her bright eyes shimmering with curiosity. You look both beautiful and fierce while fishing. His words reignited the embers of her earlier embarrassment, stirring her heart once more. As Han Yue prepared to respond, Xiao Yan unexpectedly wrapped his arms around her waist and lowered his head. As Han Yue suddenly opened her beautiful eyes wide, she gently patted Xiao Yan's chest a few times, though her touch was soft and feeble. What could be the matter? Was it truly so difficult for Elder Yan Xiao to rescue Han Yue? On the shore, Lin Shuyuan and the others had already set up their fishing rods. Yet, the figures of Xiao Yan and Han Yue remained conspicuously absent, causing Lin Shuyuan to furrow his brow slightly. You wouldn't understand. I am certain Elder Yan Xiao is engaged in some form of persuasion with Han Yue, remarked a female student who shared a close bond with Han Yue. A mysterious smile gracing her lips. Does it really take this long for persuasion? We aren't mocking her, are we? Beside her, Lu Qing scratched his head. But for reasons unknown, the expressions of those around him bore a peculiar smile. Why are you all looking at me like that? Lu Qing frowned. Lu Qing, you are still a virgin, aren't you? Lin Yan suddenly laughed. What does that have to do with anything? Lu Qing retorted, clearly displeased with their smirks, which seemed to suggest he was a fool. It has nothing to do with it, Lin Yan replied, his lips pressed together as he struggled to contain his laughter, his face turning crimson. Ultimately, he could no longer hold back, and a series of chuckles erupted from him. As his laughter spread, the others could not restrain themselves either. Hee hee. Ha ha. What is going on? Speak clearly, Lu Qing demanded, angered. Meanwhile, as the relationship between Xiao Yan and Han Yue was intensifying, deep within the Spring God Gorge, dark demonic energy surged violently. The black mist, dense enough to obscure the sun, now bubbled like boiling water at the gorge's depths. Moments later, a towering black beam of light shot up into the sky, and wherever the beam passed, vegetation became tainted with an eerie darkness, transforming into ferocious entities seemingly capable of devouring life. The animals, too, underwent immediate mutations, turning into relentless killers. Even the clouds above were shrouded in blackness. After a brief interval, the black beam dissipated and a vortex emerged, swallowing the thick black fog from the depths of the Spring God Gorge. Once the fog was entirely consumed, a figure stepped forth from the shadows, a handsome visage clad in the robes of an alchemist, none other than Han Feng. A trace of intoxication graced his expression, quickly followed by a hint of malice. Yet, uncertainty lingered within him. Would he ever have the opportunity to restore himself to the level of a demon king on this continent? Contemplating the presence of an emperor-level powerhouse still residing in this land, a shadow fell across his features. Only an emperor-level powerhouse could contend with another of equal stature. He pondered whether any of the demon emperors who once fought alongside him in this realm still survived. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to swiftly regain some measure of strength. A cruel smile crept upon Han Feng's lips. Silver and gold generals. The figures of the two elders, Jin and Yin, suddenly appeared behind Han Feng. They were eager to seize more souls. Chapter 276, The Appearance of Jin and Yin. As you command, my king. The two elders exchanged glances, each revealing a hint of excitement in their expressions. During the last massacre at the Spring God City, the benefits were not limited to their king. They too had consumed a considerable number of souls during the slaughter, and their strength was gradually recovering towards that of a demon general. Upon hearing the king's command, they vanished from sight, hastening towards the next city to wreak havoc. Should they manage to annihilate another grand city like Spring God City, their strength might very well ascend to the brink of a half-step demon general. However, within a radius of 10,000 miles around the Spring God Gorge, there were no cities of such magnitude left. Yet, not far from Spring God City, there lay a moderately sized city. With this thought, the two transformed into streaks of black light, racing towards Spring Lake City. At this moment, Xiao Yan had emerged from the water with Han Yue. The usually snow-white visage of Han Yue now bore a faint blush, and as they appeared, several students fishing nearby turned their gazes towards them. What are you looking at? Focus on your fishing, Xiao Yan huffed lightly. The students, none of them foolish, quickly turned their heads back, adopting a demeanor of ignorance. Only one female student, who shared a close bond with Han Yue, shot her a mischievous glance before turning away. Upon noticing the look, Han Yue's face flushed an even deeper shade of red. Let us find another place, allowing these fellows to fish in peace, Xiao Yan said with a gentle smile, taking Han Yue's hand as they walked further away. With a beauty by his side, his desire to fish had significantly diminished. You. Han Yue opened her mouth slightly, hesitating to speak. Feel free to ask whatever you wish, Xiao Yan replied, gazing at the moon above with a soft smile. Is your name truly Yan Xiao? With their relationship deepening, Han Yue no longer maintained excessive reverence towards Xiao Yan. As a woman, she now sought to understand him better. Not at all. My true name is Xiao Yan. With the progression of events, Xiao Yan decided to reveal his true name, laying bare his identity. If all went as planned, it wouldn't be long before he discovered Han Feng's whereabouts. At that time, his purpose for coming to Jia Nan Academy would be largely fulfilled. Upon hearing the name Xiao Yan, Han Yue furrowed her brow slightly. I feel as though I've heard that name somewhere before. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not recall where she had encountered it. The moonlight illuminated the lakeshore, casting the silhouettes of countless fishermen upon the water, elongating the figures of a certain pair of individuals. By the way, what is your true age? After recalling this matter, Han Yue cast a somewhat anxious glance at Xiao Yan. At this moment, her feelings for him could not yet be described as love, but there was a stirring in her heart. She certainly did not wish to discover that the person she admired harbored the spirit of a centenarian beneath his youthful exterior. Haven T, I already told you? Xiao Yan spread his hands in resignation and replied, 17. You. Han Yue suddenly felt a surge of anger. We have developed our relationship to this point, and you still wish to deceive me? Her beautiful brows furrowed in dissatisfaction. I truly am not deceiving you. Xiao Yan gently flicked her smooth forehead and reminded her. As a native of Zhongzhou, Haven T, you heard about the events that transpired at the Dan Tower over a year ago? I had thought my name had gained some renown in Zhongzhou. You are from Zhongzhou, yet there is no genius by the name of Xiao Yan there. Han Yue chuckled lightly. However, as her laughter faded, her expression became slightly rigid. Zhongzhou, Dan Tower, Xiao Yan. A series of thoughts crystallized in her mind. Recalling the rumors she had heard upon returning home last year, within the Dan Tower, there emerged a remarkable alchemical genius, who, at the tender age of 16, could concoct 7th-grade elixirs, regarded as a monster by the esteemed figures within the tower. And that genius's name seemed to be Xiao Yan? You are. The previous coolness vanished from Han Yue's face, her delicate hand instinctively covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at Xiao Yan. Indeed, that is I. A faint thrill coursed through Xiao Yan's heart. After spending so long in this remote corner of the northwest continent, finally, a beautiful maiden recognized his reputation, just as he prepared to showcase his prowess in front of Han Yue. Two ominous and formidable auras suddenly descended from the horizon beyond Chuanhu City. With the arrival of these two presences, panic spread across the faces of all present. It is them. The intensity of these auras was profoundly unsettling, radiating an evil that instinctively instilled dread and resistance deep within one's soul. At that moment, Chuanhu City was engulfed in a wave of terror. The recent tragedy at Chunshan City was still fresh in their memories. And to think that so little time had passed before these two fiends reappeared in Chuanhu City. What on earth were they planning? Were they intent on slaughtering the entirety of the Black Corner domain? As the essence of malevolence washed over her, Han Yue's initial shock was supplanted by a grave caution. Observing the change in her expression, Xiao Yan's face betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction. How unfortunate. The opportunity to shine before my peers has vanished. However, with these two wretched individuals present, perhaps I can still demonstrate my formidable prowess. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan maintained a calm demeanor as he gazed at Han Yue and said with a smile, You should rejoin the other students. I will confront those two. Upon hearing his words, Han Yue was momentarily taken aback, then gently grasped Xiao Yan's hand and cautioned, Be careful. If you find yourself unable to defeat them, make sure to flee. At her words, a smile of amusement spread across Xiao Yan's face as he lightly patted her delicate hand before vanishing like a ripple into the air. Meanwhile, above the city of Chuanhu, the two ancient beings, now possessed by malevolent entities, fixed their blood-red eyes upon the city below. Although the population had dwindled to merely 1 million, it remained a significant number. Consuming the souls of these individuals would provide them with considerable sustenance. Just as they prepared to strike, a wave of spatial energy rippled through the air, and a young man clad in black robes materialized before them. Upon seeing the figure, the two ancient beings displayed expressions of astonishment, quickly followed by delight. Who would have thought that such a small city harbored a high-ranking Dou Zun? A most unexpected fortune indeed. Unexpected fortune? Xiao Yan mused with a smile as he turned his gaze toward them. Indeed, your auras betray you. They are not those of beings native to the Douchi continent. You are not from this realm, but rather vile creatures from beyond. His words elicited further astonishment from the two. Should I refer to you as the alien demon clan or the malignant beasts from beyond? Xiao Yan inquired, a grin upon his face. Malignant beasts from beyond? The two exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with murderous intent as they bared their fangs at Xiao Yan. Who would have thought that after thousands of years, someone would still be aware of our existence and dare to call us by such an ancient name? After uttering this, they disdainfully continued, as for the alien demon clan, do not use them to insult us. We are one of the esteemed 32 great clans. Xiao Yan's expression shifted to one of surprise and gravity upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that the alien demon clan was merely a minor faction among the malignant beasts from beyond. If that were the case, the overall strength of this alien evil race was indeed formidable. Contemplating this, he pressed further. So, from which great clan do you hail? Haha. We belong to one of the 32 great clans, the Soul Demon Clan. Before the speaker could finish, the other swiftly covered his mouth. Why waste words with this fellow? Tear him apart at once. It has been far too long since I savored the rich blood of such a being. Devouring his soul alone would equate to the essence of 10,000, even 100,000 ordinary souls. Upon hearing this, another demon general nodded slightly, and their blood-red gazes grew increasingly ravenous, as if they yearned to rend Xiao Yan into shreds at that very moment. Huh, just the two of you? Unfazed by their menacing stares, Xiao Yan calmly inquired, my senior brother Han Feng must still be beneath the spring goddess gorge, correct? The expressions of the elder duo, Jin and Yin, shifted slightly, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of disbelief. You actually know that lad named Han Feng? Xiao Yan's certainty deepened. Han Feng was indeed below the spring goddess gorge. Whether he had been possessed like these two elders was beyond his knowledge. However, given the formidable aura exuding from them, it was likely that he would not meet a favorable fate. Yet, this was of little consequence to Xiao Yan. As long as he could acquire the Sea Heart Flame, he cared not for anything else. The demise of his senior brother could even be considered a blessing. A faint smile crept across his lips as he pondered this. In light of this, keeping these two around served no purpose. They, who had slaughtered millions in Spring God City, turning it into a hell on earth, would soon feel enough agony at my hands. After uttering these words, Xiao Yan's aura erupted forth, shaking the very clouds above, once darkened by Jin and Yin, scattering them momentarily. As this overwhelming presence washed over them, the previously despairing inhabitants of Spring Lake City suddenly glimpsed a flicker of hope. Meanwhile, Han Yue and others watching from a distance wore expressions of astonishment once more. Initially, they believed the elder Yin Zhao's strength to rival that of the Grand Elder, perhaps even surpassing him. Yet, upon truly sensing Xiao Yan's power, they recognized that he was leagues beyond the Grand Elder, especially for Han Yue, who alone was aware of Xiao Yan's true identity and age. Her face now displayed an expression of sheer amazement. In the sky, Jin and Yin, feeling the weight of Xiao Yan's power, donned solemn expressions. This young man before them exuded a force that could only be described as the most formidable adversary they had encountered since their revival. In a one-on-one confrontation, even with their mysterious abilities and their former strength as demon generals, they would have to flee in disgrace. However, if they were to join forces, perhaps they could devour this formidable opponent. Indeed, your strength is remarkable, young man. Yet, many experts have met their demise at the hands of my brother and me. And you are but a mere. Today, let me revel in your blood. As the two conversed, an inky black aura of malevolence began to surge forth from their bodies, enveloping the sky above half of Spring Lake City like a sinister cloud. Any creature tainted by this dark energy would inevitably transform into a relentless machine of slaughter. This ominous miasma was slowly descending upon Spring Lake City, threatening to repeat the tragic fate that had befallen the city before. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan no longer hesitated. He gradually spread his hands, and in the next moment, flames resembling colorful glass erupted from within him. This marked the first instance since his ascension to Dou Zun that he unleashed his extraordinary fire with such abandon. Instantly, the sky was filled with vibrant flames that nearly obscured the entire Spring Lake City, effectively repelling the encroaching dark energy. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the previously insurmountable malevolent aura seemed to retreat, as if it had met its natural nemesis upon contact with the extraordinary flames. Some of it even appeared to disintegrate into nothingness. Extraordinary fire. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the Elder Jin and Elder Yin's pupils constricted, exchanging glances that betrayed a flicker of apprehension. As members of the demon race, they typically held a significant advantage in combat against ordinary fighters of their level, thanks to their peculiar dark energy and formidable vitality. However, When confronted by a powerful individual wielding extraordinary fire, they found themselves at a rare disadvantage, as this fire possessed a unique restraining effect on them, particularly upon sensing the magnitude of Xiao Yan's extraordinary flames. The two shared a knowing look and began to withdraw their dark energy, preparing to flee. This adversary was exceedingly troublesome. A single misstep could lead to their downfall. And to truly subdue him, they would require the direct intervention of their king. Attempting to escape? Observing their demeanor, a cold smile crept across Xiao Yan's lips. If they were allowed to flee, how could he account for the lives of millions in Spring Lake City? With a swift change of hand seals, the vibrant flames transformed into two serpentine fire dragons, each 100 feet long, surging forth towards the Elder Jin and Elder Yin. Chapter 278, The Soul-Destroying Demon Light. Upon seeing the two colossal, undulating fire dragons, the expressions of the Elder Jin and Elder Yin shifted once more, hastily retreating at an even greater speed. The might of this extraordinary fire exceeded their expectations, proving to be their bane. In their prime, they might have been able to contend with it. But now their strength had dwindled to a mere fraction, rendering them no match for Xiao Yan. Yet, as they retreated swiftly, Xiao Yan moved even faster. With a push of his toes, he tore through the space beneath him, closing the distance between them. Go! With a sweeping motion of his sleeves, the two fire dragons coiled around the Elder Jin and Elder Yin like sentient beings. Not good. The expressions of the Elder Jin and Elder Yin changed dramatically as the inky black aura continued to surge from within them, only to be met with the flames, which consumed their dark energy with a hissing sound. The once terrifying demonic aura that engulfed the entire Spring God City now appeared feeble in the presence of the. I had anticipated a greater strength from the two of you, yet it seems you are but a shadow of my expectations. Observing their disheveled state, Xiao Yan let out a cold chuckle. The two fiery dragons immediately unleashed an even more intense heat, as if intent on reducing the golden and silver elders to nothingness. Young man, I advise you not to push matters to the extreme. Otherwise, if you force us into a corner, you will surely come to regret it. The golden and silver elders, relentlessly pursued by the colorful fire dragons, displayed a sinister expression, resembling demons fixated on Xiao Yan. However, undeterred by their threats, Xiao Yan wore a faint smirk. Regret? I am curious to see what abilities you possess that warrant such confidence. As he spoke, his hand formed a new seal, causing the two colorful fire dragons to begin a slow, mesmerizing rotation. With each turn, the temperature at their core escalated, and more alarmingly, the fiery energy within grew increasingly formidable, as if imbued with the power to incinerate all. Since you wish to drive us into a dead end, be prepared for mutual destruction. Sensing the might of Xiao Yan's techniques, the eyes of the golden and silver elders gleamed with a fierce red light. And in the next moment, their bodies began to swell rapidly. Their aged skin stretched open, revealing crimson wounds, while they grew taller, each gash pulsating to reveal eerie blood-red eyes. Before long, two towering monsters, standing a full 10 feet tall with blood-red eyes and covered in grotesque eyes, materialized in the sky. Each pair of eyes emanated a maddeningly sinister aura. Any who gazed upon them without the strength of a Dou Wang would be tainted by this malevolent power, transforming into abominable creatures. Is this the true strength of the Soul Demon clan? As Xiao Yan faced these monstrous beings, a weight settled in his heart. His concern was not for the strength of the golden and silver elders, as their true forms only equated to around the strength of an 8-star Dou Zone. Rather, he feared how many such monsters might be lurking within the Dou Qi continent. If all possessed similar power, it would be manageable, yet, should there be those of Dou D caliber among them, the continent would plunge into genuine calamity, for such beings could contend with formidable powers like Xiaoxian. Nevertheless, these concerns were merely future apprehensions. The immediate threat before him could not be overlooked. Is this truly all the strength you possess? Xiao Yan continued to regard the golden and silver elders with calm composure, altering his hand seal once more. This time, the two fire dragons suddenly merged, only to swiftly separate into 4 flames before the astonished eyes of the golden and silver elders. From the eastern direction, a fire serpent of yin and yang emerged, vividly alive. In the southern realm, a verdant flame transformed into a fierce tiger. In the west, a lion, born of a vibrant conflagration, let out a low growl. Meanwhile, in the north, an ethereal flame coalesced into a leopard. At this moment, the two elders of gold and silver cast a glance at Xiao Yan, their eyes betraying a tinge of trepidation. Who exactly are you? What do you want with our lives? Xiao Yan exclaimed, his voice resonating with authority as the 4 flames began to swirl around the two elders. Compared to the earlier 2 vibrant fire dragons, each rotation of these 4 flames doubled their might. Although Xiao Yan's fused flames were more potent, The 5 wheels of leaving fire technique was a fearsome secret art akin to celestial tier combat skills, despite wielding only 4 flames. Their power approached that of quasi-celestial tier techniques. Should Xiao Yan's spiritual strength ascend yet another level, he could conjure the dreadfully formidable Buddha's Wrath reincarnation. Boom, boom. As the 4 flames whirled, the space at their core was twisted into a black hole by their terrifying force. The ominous demonic energy emanating from the 2 elders was incinerated to nothingness with each contraction. They, born of the world's might, represented the utmost in yang and strength, serving as the nemesis of all malevolent entities. Even the unique demonic energy of these external fiends was thoroughly subdued before such primordial power. This is bad. Run. The countenances of the 2 elders morphed once more in fear. They abandoned all thought of opposing Xiao Yan and transformed into dark streaks of light, seeking to escape into the outside world. However, as they reached the periphery of the array, they encountered an invisible wall of flames that repelled them. Witnessing this, their faces contorted with rage, resembling trapped beasts as they relentlessly charged against the fiery barrier. Yet, in their despair, each attempt merely stirred a faint ripple upon the wall, which swiftly restored itself before they could strike again. Boy, if you spare us today, you shall not regret it. They turned to glare intently at Xiao Yan. Spare you? Xiao Yan paused, momentarily taken aback as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. He regarded them coldly. If I were to spare you, would you have ever spared the millions of lives in Spring God City? Even if the King of Heaven himself were to intervene today, you would still meet your demise. With that declaration, the 4 flames began to rotate with increasing speed, and the space within them was torn into countless fragments by their overwhelming power. Seeing Xiao Yan's refusal to negotiate, the expressions of the gold and silver elders grew increasingly ghastly. Since you refuse to acquiesce, let us show you that the price of a desperate strike from the Heart Demon Clan's elites is beyond what a mere Dou Zun like you can withstand. Even with your, it will be of no avail. With a shared glance, they detonated themselves before Xiao Yan's astonished gaze. Was this truly the ultimate sacrifice of their clan? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, but soon, the 2 masses of blackened flesh that had self-destructed began to coalesce once more before his eyes. In the next instant, a palm-sized ebony orb reappeared in his line of sight. Though the black orb was no larger than a hand, it harbored a power that instilled a sense of unease within Xiao Yan. Almost immediately, the orb opened its eyelid, unleashing a blood-red beam of light, pulsating with an ominous force that shot towards him. The soul-extinguishing demon light. Chapter 279, Reunion with Han Feng, Part 2. The crimson demonic light surged menacingly towards Xiao Yan. The once formidable wall of that had left the esteemed Jin and Yin elders utterly powerless was, at this moment, penetrated by this malevolent light. Although the potency of the red light had considerably diminished upon breaching the wall, its presence still evoked a faint sense of danger within Xiao Yan. Consequently, he waved his hand repeatedly. In an instant, 4 strands of merged once more, forming a layered wall of that kept the crimson light at bay. Despite the formidable nature of the red light, Xiao Yan, with his current cultivation, was unafraid even when facing a Dou Zun expert, let alone the desperate strike from the Jin and Yin elders. As the red light penetrated through 9 layers of walls, it gradually dissipated in Xiao Yan's gaze. Just before the crimson glow vanished completely, he seemed to hear a reluctant roar, its malevolence and demonic resonance capable of shattering the minds of ordinary powerhouses. The soul-extinguishing demon light was indeed fearsome. After witnessing the fading of the red light, Xiao Yan let out a slight sigh of relief. Although he had dispersed the soul-extinguishing demon light, it did not imply that it was weak. On the contrary, had he not possessed, even with the various secret techniques of the Xiao clan, he would undoubtedly have sustained severe injuries today. For this demonic light did not merely assault the flesh, but targeted the very soul. Had it not been for the soul power provided by his spiritual realm during that last strike, death would have been almost certain, even for a Dou Zun expert, who could face the peril of demise. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had previously refined the fallen heart flame, capable of countering soul forces. Otherwise, he would have been gravely injured today. What troubled him further was that if the Jin and Yin elders possessed such capabilities, Han Feng, if indeed possessed, would likely be even more formidable now. Yet, despite this, Xiao Yan would not let this foe escape. With such thoughts in mind, he stepped forward and vanished from sight. No matter how powerful Han Feng had become, he must perish today. With Xiao Yan's disappearance, tranquility gradually returned to the skies, leaving behind a vast, dark void that testified to the fierce battle that had transpired. Within Spring Lake City, countless individuals erupted in jubilant cheers after a brief moment of silence. The recent events have signified the passing of a calamity that could have transformed Chuanhu City into a veritable hell on earth, prompting its inhabitants to erupt in expressions of relief for their survival. Within the Lord's residence, a formidable Dou Huang cautiously peered from the confines of the estate. The recent appearance of the two elders, Jin and Yin, had instilled in him a palpable fear, rendering him hesitant to engage in battle. However, with the demise of these two formidable foes, he regained a semblance of his former arrogance. Outside Chuanhu City, a group of disciples gazed at the immense spatial black hole in the sky, which was gradually healing. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual astonishment. Elder Yan Xiao possessed such extraordinary power? Lin Xiaoyan swallowed nervously, while his companion, Lu Qing, was drenched in cold sweat, relieved that he had not clashed with Xiao Yan in earnest. The consequences would have been unfathomable. In contrast to the shock felt by the others, Han Yue, who had already discerned Xiao Yan's true identity, watched his departing figure with a gleam of intrigue in her beautiful eyes. Compared to Xiao Yan's prodigious talents, his current display of strength seemed somewhat less astonishing. If Lin Xiaoyan and the others were to learn that Elder Yan Xiao was merely 17 years old, they would surely be left speechless. At 17, a high-ranking Dou Zun and a 7th-tier alchemist, such talents would be unparalleled, even in the talent-rich region of Zhongzhou. Contemplating this, Han Yue felt a twinge of delight. Despite her usual composed demeanor, she was, after all, a woman, and women are innately drawn to strength. The age-old adage of beautiful women loving heroes held true, even for Han Yue. However, she recalled hearing that this young man had a romantic interest within the Alchemist Guild, which caused her expression to shift slightly, her delicate brows furrowing in contemplation. While the people of Chuanhu City remained enraptured by the shock that Xiao Yan had instigated, he had already traversed 1,000 miles, arriving at the vicinity of the Spring God Gorge. "Brother, I hope you are within. Do not disappoint me." Xiao Yan mused with a faint smile as he hastened towards the depths of the gorge. The place was profoundly deep, and initially, Xiao Yan did not perceive anything amiss. However, upon delving several hundred feet down, he encountered a wisp of pitch-black mist. Indeed, there were malevolent entities concealed here. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened as he quietly withdrew a jade talisman. The power of these extraterrestrial fiends was unfathomable, and he could not ascertain whether a being of Dou Sheng caliber lurked within. Should such a formidable presence exist, even with the backing of the two saints, he would face a tremendous peril. In such a scenario, his only recourse would be to brandish the talisman and call out, "Patriarch, save me." With these thoughts in mind, for distinct flames began to coalesce in his hands, emitting a sibilant sound as they gathered. As Xiao Yan ventured deeper, the malevolent energy within the depths of the Spring God Gorge grew increasingly intense. Upon reaching a depth of 1,000 zhang, the sinister aura had thickened to a point reminiscent of ink, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Even a Dou Huang-level powerhouse would succumb to corruption after prolonged exposure. The malevolent energy here was akin to that encountered in the ancient Yin-Yang evil sage's relics. This indicated that a demon of formidable prowess, comparable to a Dou Sheng, once dwelled here. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had attained the pinnacle of Dou Zun, and with the protection of 4 distinct flames, he could now disregard the malevolent energy. As a sensation of grounding coursed through his toes, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, and he advanced slowly ahead. Despite the oppressive density of the malevolent energy, his current spiritual strength allowed him to survey the surroundings within 100 zhang radius. At that moment, a sense of foreboding surged from the depths of his heart, prompting him to swiftly sidestep. In the next instant, a clawed appendage, adorned with scales, sliced through the black mist, narrowly grazing him. With a cold grunt, Xiao Yan summoned vibrant flames that erupted around him, dispersing the surrounding malevolent energy. As the dark mist receded, a familiar sinister visage re-emerged before him. "Senior brother, it truly is you," Xiao Yan remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he beheld the recognizable face. "You are the Xiao Yan?" As the fog cleared, Han Feng regarded Xiao Yan, revealing a menacing grin. "Your senior brother lives in fear of you. However, I did not anticipate that you would turn out to be the pride of the Xiao clan." At this juncture, a sinister smile crept across Han Feng's face. "The Xiao clan was one of the main forces opposing my kin in the past. If I can slay you, the illustrious scion of the Xiao clan, here today, it would secure me significant merit. While such merit may seem trivial now, eliminating you would still bring me great satisfaction." With that, he lunged at Xiao Yan once more, while Xiao Yan's figure retreated sharply. Simultaneously, a resplendent 4-colored lotus materialized in his hand. Chapter 280, The True Transformation of Heavenly Fire. Indeed, this foe's true strength had ascended to the level of Dou Zun. As Xiao Yan hastily withdrew, he observed Han Feng charging toward him, a grave expression settling in his eyes. A Dou Zun-level adversary, particularly one from beyond the realm, demanded utmost caution, even for the esteemed heir of the Xiao clan. Thankfully, he had prepared adequately before entering the Spring God Gorge. With the vibrant 4-colored fire lotus in hand, Xiao Yan's complexion paled significantly. After all, This lotus was a genuine amalgamation of 4 distinct flames. Fortunately, all 4 flames were his innate flames. Otherwise, to conjure this 4-colored lotus, his spiritual power would need to reach the realm of spiritual enlightenment. With such thoughts occupying his mind, Xiao Yan propelled himself backward at his utmost speed. Upon witnessing the 4-colored fire lotus, Han Feng's previously grotesque grin abruptly froze, and he soon ceased his advance. Unfortunately, his velocity was too great to halt in time, rendering him a mere spectator as the fire lotus expanded before his eyes. This force emanated from extraordinary flames. Han Feng's pupils constricted as he desperately attempted to retreat while swiftly forming various hand seals. Instantly, the black demonic energy from half of the Spring God Gorge surged violently toward him. Demon Soul Battle Armor. Han Feng roared as the terrifying black mist coalesced and compressed, ultimately forming a pitch-black suit of armor around him. Faced with the resplendent 4-colored fire lotus, even he, once a demon king, felt a flicker of mortal peril. Damn it! How could this brat possess such power? Han Feng cursed, but it was too late. The crystalline 4-colored fire lotus had suddenly expanded and erupted before his gaze. Boom! With the explosion of the fire lotus, an earth-shattering sound reverberated throughout the depths of the Spring God Gorge. Subsequently, a wave of destructive force swept from the depths of the gorge. In the next moment, the entire bottom of the Spring God Gorge was riddled with massive fissures, and enormous boulders cascaded from all directions into the abyss. Rumbling. Starting from the Spring God Gorge, the ground within a 1,000-mile radius trembled slightly, while the nearby Spring God City swayed gently. This terrifying explosion could even be felt as a faint tremor in Spring Lake City, 1,000 miles away. As the fearsome shockwave dissipated, the once familiar Spring God Gorge had been utterly transformed. The valley floor was now filled with colossal boulders, altering the landscape of this deep gorge that had remained unchanged for over a millennium within the Black Corner region. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan had already retreated 1,000 feet away. Had he remained too close, even with the protection of extraordinary flames, he would likely have been severely injured by the very nuclear blast he had created. For an ordinary initial stage Dou Zun, enduring such an impact would probably have resulted in the near-total destruction of their physical form, even if their soul survived. A smile crept across Xiao Yan's face as he admired his creation. In the past, when he wielded only 3 types of extraordinary flames, their enhancement was significant but not decisive. Now, with the convergence of 4 types, the true ferocity of this power had finally revealed itself. Nonetheless, Xiao Yan remained vigilant. After all, he faced not merely an ordinary initial stage Dou Zun. The strength of this opponent, as evidenced by the 2 elders, suggested that his peak power was likely far greater. As Xiao Yan casually retrieved a pill that restored his soul power and swallowed it, a beam of black light surged forth from the depths of the crumbling rocks, piercing through the darkness and hurtling towards his face with tremendous force. This fiend, indeed, was not dead. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, and the colorful flames in his hand coalesced into a spear, launching it to clash with the black radiance. The 2 formidable forces collided, yet instead of erupting, they began to dissolve into one another. The malevolent aura emanating from this foe was truly terrifying, capable of countering even the might of the. Before Xiao Yan could fully contemplate this, a figure engulfed in blue flames burst forth from the rubble. The once proud Han Feng now bore numerous wounds, his presence significantly weakened. Yet, rather than instilling fear, a twisted excitement flickered across his face. It was indeed thanks to that he had narrowly escaped a near-fatal blow from this young man. With a gleeful grin, Han Feng mused. A talent such as yours is a rarity even in the ancient era of the Duki continent. Hence, the thrill of vanquishing a genius like you will be all the more rewarding. With a sinister laugh, he gathered the countless strands of black, demonic energy from the depths of the Spring God Gorge, his previously feeble aura solidifying once more, even more vigorous than before. You have compelled the Demon King to unleash his full power. Should you perish, it shall be in the most fitting of manners. With that, he lunged at Xiao Yan once more. Unforeseen was the fact that the otherworldly demon, having usurped Han Feng's body, could also command the. However, to slay me shall not be a simple endeavor. Observing Han Feng's rapid advance, Xiao Yan remained undeterred, retreating while forming intricate seals. 3 transformations of heavenly fire. Azure Lotus Transformation. The azure flames flickered around Xiao Yan, his aura surging once again, halting just a hair's breadth from the threshold of the Dou Zun realm. 3 transformations of heavenly fire. Yin-Yang Transformation. The black and white yin-yang fish gently rotated behind him, and in the next moment, his aura shattered the Dou Zun barrier, expanding immensely. Witnessing this, Han Feng's pupils constricted once more. Cursed be this child. How does he possess so many hidden cards? The more powerful Xiao Yan became, the stronger Han Feng's murderous intent grew. Yet his astonishment did not dissipate with his malice. He saw Xiao Yan's seals shifting yet again. The glass like flames. A fusion of 7-colored and transparent fire surged upward. 3 transformations of heavenly fire, 7-colored glass transformation. Xiao Yan bellowed once more, his aura exploding, reaching the pinnacle of a 1-star Dou Zun. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power within him, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Today, let me truly experience the formidable prowess of this otherworldly fiend. Chapter 281, The Creation of a Soul Technique. Under the enhancement of these 4 types of strange flames, Xiao Yan's strength finally ascended to the level of a Dou Zun. At this moment, he possessed a physical body that rivaled the pinnacle of Dou Zun, alongside the might of a 1-star Dou Zun, matching and perhaps even surpassing that of the formidable Han Feng before him. The, akin to colorful glass, surged around him, rendering him a deity emerging from flames. Witnessing this spectacle, Han Feng's expression transformed, revealing a hint of astonishment. To his disbelief, Xiao Yan harbored such a multitude of. Observing the vibrant flames engulfing Xiao Yan, Han Feng's demeanor shifted to one of caution. He understood that, at this moment, the malevolent energy, which had previously dominated the beings of the Duki continent, had finally encountered its nemesis. However, the more formidable Xiao Yan appeared, the more resolute Han Feng became in his intent to eliminate him. With this thought, Han Feng's countenance grew even more menacing. In a flash, he traversed space and appeared before Xiao Yan, his dark-scaled claws, imbued with the power to rend reality itself, struck down upon him with ferocity. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Xiao Yan remained unperturbed, his form resembling a taut bow, as he concentrated his strength into his right fist, unleashing a devastating blow capable of shattering a mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Each clash between the two resulted in the surrounding space fracturing, the resulting shockwaves further devastating the already ravaged Spring God Gorge. After today, it seemed this place would vanish from the Black Corner region. Following another harrowing exchange, both combatants retreated several hundred steps, their expressions reflecting surprise and gravity as they regarded one another. Your strength at its peak is undoubtedly beyond this. Xiao Yan fixed his gaze intently upon Han Feng. Since leaving the Xiao clan, he had encountered no equal among his peers, often emerging victorious even against those of higher ranks, as long as the disparity did not exceed a substantial level. Yet, for the first time, this demon Han Feng instilled within him a sense of pressure. In terms of secret techniques, the opponent matched him equally, and even in terms of spiritual strength, Han Feng surpassed him significantly. Were it not for the protection of the fallen heart flame, his soul would likely have been wounded by now. Furthermore, the agility of his opponent was exceedingly formidable, surpassing even his own. It is worth noting that Xiao Yan's movement techniques could be deemed among the finest in the Earth tier, holding true value comparable to that of quasi-heaven tier techniques. Yet, the speed of his adversary still subtly oppressed him. The realm of our clan's demon king corresponds to the Doshang of your Duki continent. After a moment of silence, Han Feng spoke softly. Compared to Xiao Yan's caution, his heart was weighed down with greater gravity. This young man, despite possessing merely the prowess of a 9-star Dou Zun, was capable of contending with someone of his former caliber, who had once been comparable to a Doshang, employing a myriad of techniques. Should this young man continue to grow, the Duki continent might soon witness the emergence of another true pinnacle expert. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, a hint of relief crossed Xiao Yan's face. It was no wonder this fellow was so formidable. He had once reached the level of Doshang in his prime. If this individual were truly only at the Dou Zun level, yet so powerful, then the might of this so-called extraterrestrial evil clan was indeed appalling. Although both were astonished by each other's strength, neither showed signs of relenting. They swiftly transformed into 2 beams, one dark and one colorful, hurling towards one another. A terrifying storm of battle erupted once more in the Spring God Gorge, which had long since been reduced to the Spring God Valley by their fierce conflict. After yet another clash, a trickle of dark blood flowed from the corner of Han Feng's mouth, and his gaze towards Xiao Yan grew increasingly ominous. To be forced to such an extent by a 9-star Dou Zun is truly remarkable. However, this is where it ends. With a low growl, the condition of the 2 elders, Jin and Yin, reappeared upon him. As his figure rose, grotesque wounds began to writhe, transforming into a multitude of sinister eyes. Is he employing that technique again? A cold smile crept upon Xiao Yan's lips. Both of their strengths had been forcibly augmented through secret methods, and at this juncture, their respective techniques were nearing their limits. Once they surpassed this critical phase, their energies would swiftly diminish, perhaps even falling below their previous states. Thus, each was intent on resolving the other before their own demise. This technique will suffice to deal with you. Han Feng sneered, and in the next moment, the eyes upon his body erupted into clouds of blood mist, even his own eyes exploding in the process. A 9-star Dou Zun has compelled me to resort to my trump card. Boy, your death will be worth it. As he spoke, the clouds of blood mist coalesced into a singular black eye, more potent than the one formed by Jin and Yin through the sacrifice of their flesh. Today, I have suffered significant damage. To restore my vitality, I shall need to slay thousands, and you shall pay the price with your life. Han Feng's voice was chilling, and soon after, the black eye opened its terrifying scarlet iris, unleashing a beam of soul-shattering red light towards Xiao Yan. Upon sensing the dreadful power contained within this red light, even Xiao Yan felt the hairs on his body stand on end. If struck fully by this terrifying beam, he would indeed face the peril of true demise, for this soul annihilation light specifically targeted the essence of the soul. Young master, shall we intervene? A faint voice emanated from behind Xiao Yan, yet he gently shook his head. There was no need. The current threat posed by the annihilating soul magic light brought him a genuine sense of impending death. However, amidst this terrifying menace, layers of profound insights began to unfurl within the depths of his soul. Confronted by this assault, Xiao Yan's soul power, still not having reached the spiritual realm, rendered him nearly certain of his demise, even with the assistance of the soul techniques from the Soul Clan. But what if he were to incorporate the fallen heart flame into the equation? With this thought, Xiao Yan's hand gestures transformed in accordance with his intentions. The vibrant flames, infused with the fallen heart flame, began to merge with his soul power, slowly coalescing into a radiant 7-colored fire lotus under his command. Unlike the past, this lotus possessed an extraordinary charm. It enveloped Xiao Yan, spinning rapidly. When the annihilating soul magic light struck the 7-colored lotus, it swiftly shattered the first petal. Yet, as the lotus rotated, a second petal emerged, once again shielding Xiao Yan. In the blink of an eye, another petal sprouted anew from a different location. The annihilating soul magic light, relentless, shattered dozens of petals, yet still retained its formidable force. However, the fire lotus petals persevered, ceaselessly regenerating without pause. Ultimately, after the terrifying magic light obliterated hundreds of petals, it finally dissipated into the void. At this moment, although Xiao Yan's complexion was pale, a hint of victorious smile graced his lips. In stark contrast to his smile, Han Feng and the two venerable figures, Wan and Wu, displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. The creation of a soul technique. For Xiao Yan, this might have been a fleeting moment of inspiration, yet for Han Feng and the two elders lurking behind Xiao Yan, it was profoundly terrifying. Soul techniques differ from combat skills. They delve into the ethereal realm of human existence, the soul. Those capable of creating soul techniques are often adept soul cultivators or even Dou Emperors. It is not a mere feat achievable by all. Yet, Xiao Yan's true strength appeared to be only at the 9-star Dou Zun level. To forge a soul technique at such a young age, and with such power speaks volumes of his extraordinary talent. In the hidden space, the two elders exchanged glances, finally grasping why Xiao Yan had been chosen as the imperial son by their ancestor at such a tender age. At 17, possessing the cultivation of a 9-star Dou Zun was astonishing, though the two elders were not overly shocked. After all, having come from the Xiao clan, they had witnessed countless prodigies, and Xiao Yan's rapid ascension to 9-star Dou Zun could be attributed to the burning technique. The ability to conjure a formidable technique like the Buddha's Wrath Lotus did not overly astonish the dual saints of literature and martial arts. However, when Xiao Yan manifested a soul skill uniquely his own, they finally recognized the extraordinary genius they had been following all along. In stark contrast to the saint's astonishment, Han Feng, from a distance, revealed a sinister grin on his malevolent visage. Unexpectedly, such methods had failed to eliminate you, and instead, facilitated the creation of a soul skill. Han Feng scoffed, remarking that had this been during the era when the essence of heaven and earth had not yet dissipated from the Duki continent, this individual might indeed have had the potential to rise as a new emperor-level powerhouse. He was acutely aware that their earlier confrontation, though seemingly unremarkable, was fraught with peril known only to the two of them. Should another individual, even a 5-star Dou Zun, have taken his place, they would likely not have escaped the devastating harm of the soul-devouring demonic light, as it was an attack directly targeting the soul. Nevertheless, this was the end of the line. He had once believed he could be resurrected, but encountering you made your replacement worthwhile. In the midst of Xiao Yan's astonished gaze, Han Feng suddenly erupted in an explosion, and in an instant, the previously discernible depths of the Spring God Gorge were once again shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Simultaneously, a cerulean flame blazed fiercely in the distance. It was the Sea Heart Flame. Upon witnessing this scene, a smile graced Xiao Yan's face, though he refrained from immediately claiming it. Instead, he cautiously observed the inky black, demonic energy, and moments later, it surged swiftly in a singular direction. Soon, the gorge was rendered impeccably clean, devoid of any demonic energy, leaving only the sea heart flame to radiate its searing heat. Yet, rather than feeling elated, Xiao Yan became increasingly vigilant. For as the saying goes, extraordinary occurrences often signal malevolent forces. Indeed, mere moments later, the very ground of the Spring God Gorge began to tremble violently. Waves of brilliance erupted from the depths below, faintly revealing the flickering light of a grand formation. Beneath this formation, it appeared that something exceedingly terrifying was on the verge of emerging. Observing this, Xiao Yan ceased his bravado, after discreetly retracting the sea heart flame. He summoned the dual saints. What lay beneath this grand formation was likely beyond his capacity to confront. As anticipated, a sound of shattering resonated from the depths, and the once mighty formation dimmed abruptly. Following this, an unfathomable tide of demonic energy surged forth once more. In comparison to the current demonic energy, the earlier manifestations within the gorge were but a mere drop in the ocean. Soon, a colossal shadow of demonic energy, towering over 1,000 feet high and nearly matching the depth of the Spring God Gorge, manifested before Xiao Yan's gaze, to compel me to unleash my final essence of the Demon King to vanquish you. Boy, your death is indeed worthwhile. The voice of the black shadow resounded like thunder, its very presence shaking the heavens and the earth. Such formidable energy caused all beings within a 1,000-mile radius to tremble in fear. Is that so? However, I find it rather unworthy. What status does a mere demon king hold to challenge the likes of me? Despite the overwhelming shadow before him, Xiao Yan remained unperturbed, turning instead to glance at the two venerable figures beside him. Elder One, Elder Wu, this foe possesses genuine saint-level prowess. Are you too capable of confronting him? As he spoke, he clutched the jade talisman linking him to Xiaobei, pondering that in times of uncertainty, one could seek counsel from Xiaobei. If even the combined might of the two elders could not contend with this being, he would have no choice but to summon reinforcements. The expressions of the two sages reflected a hint of gravity as they regarded the immense black shadow overhead, yet neither shook their heads. If this wretch were at his peak, even our combined efforts would scarcely last 3 exchanges. However, after a millennium of confinement, he is likely drained and diminished. This final essence may only allow him to unleash his saint-level strength once more. United, we should pose no significant problem. You, young master, should find a place to conceal yourself. The clash between saints, even with your strength nearing that of a Dou Zun, could prove perilous. Seeing no signs of fear from the two elders, Xiao Yan exhaled with relief. While the clan leader's goodwill was not to be taken lightly, one could not always rely on it. Since the two sages expressed some confidence, he would temporarily refrain from summoning reinforcements. With this in mind, Xiao Yan nodded slightly to them. If that is the case, I am grateful for your assistance. With that, he abruptly took flight towards the distance. Such a battle among the saints, even a mere aftershock, was beyond his capacity to endure. It is our duty to protect the young master. There is no need for gratitude, Elder One chuckled, while the towering magic shadow extended a massive right hand. Boy, do you think you can escape? Even if a saint of the Dou were to arrive today, you would still perish. Just as his words fell, 2 beams of red and blue light erupted within the Spring God Gorge. In the next moment, 2 slightly smaller yet equally imposing figures appeared, standing resolutely in the gorge. The colossal hand was now intercepted by Xiao Wu's Douqi form. To extinguish the heir of the Xiao clan, do you truly believe you, a mere remnant of a demon king, can accomplish this? Xiao Wu snorted coldly. The black shadow's eyes glinted with fury upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the 2 towering figures. Damn it! In the realm of a mere 9-star Dou Zun, how is it possible for such an abundance of hidden cards to exist? 2 half-saints dare to impede my path, such folly. With a thunderous roar, the shadow of demonic energy erupted from him, engulfed in flames of unparalleled ferocity that inflicted a piercing agony upon the souls of both the martial saints. Faced with this formidable apparition, the 2 martial saints, aware of the gravity of the situation, immediately joined forces to confront the menacing shadow. The clash reverberated like the rumblings of thunder, in stark contrast to the earlier skirmish between Xiao Yan and Han Feng, which seemed almost trivial in nature. The confrontation among these 3 saint-level powerhouses was a spectacle of sheer magnitude. Each collision sent tremors through the very terrain of the Spring God Gorge, reshaping the landscape itself. The encounters between these mighty beings were capable of shattering the heavens and earth, with each shockwave surpassing even the formidable might of Xiao Yan's 4-color fire lotus. 3 towering figures, each reaching heights of 1,000 zhong, stood amidst the expansive Spring God Gorge, appearing as though 3 ordinary individuals were lost within a narrow alley. At that moment, the inhabitants of the Black Corner region felt the ground tremble beneath them. In the city of Chuanhu, Han Yue and her companions gazed towards the distant Spring God Gorge, their faces etched with confusion. Such a display of power seemed beyond the capabilities of even a 9-star Dou Zun. Surely, not even a legendary Dou Zun could create tremors in the earth from 1,000 miles away with a single strike. This level of combat exceeded their comprehension and imagination. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, situated not far from the Spring God Gorge, watched the battle unfold with exhilaration. Strike true, deliver another blow. At the onset of the conflict, the two martial saints found themselves at a disadvantage, as the disparity between half-saints and Dou saints was vast. Even when united, their combined strength only allowed them to cautiously develop their abilities. However, as time progressed, the reserves of the shadowy figure began to dwindle, being akin to water without roots. His power diminished with each use, while the martial saints drew from an inexhaustible source. As the battle raged on, the martial saints gradually began to seize the upper hand. A furious roar erupted from the dark shadow, its sound waves reducing nearby debris to mere dust. He had never anticipated that this prodigy of the Xiao clan would be accompanied by two half-saints, whose combined efforts could barely withstand the assaults of a Dou saint. If this continued, even if he were to perish here, he feared he could not vanquish this young man. Observing the arrogant and triumphant expression on Xiao Yan's face from 100 miles away, the shadow's mood darkened further. There was a time when even true Dou saints met their demise at his hands. Yet now, he found himself unable to extinguish the life of a mere Dou Zun. I have stated it before. Even if a Dou saint were to arrive, today, you shall meet your end. The demonic shadow roared once more, its form suddenly shrinking. Yet the flames of darkness surrounding it surged with an even greater ferocity, emanating a heat akin to that of otherworldly fire. As it transformed into a size no larger than a human head, the terrifying temperature surpassed that of ordinary mystical flames. Raging inferno, ignite my demonic soul. Transform into the soul seal, and sow the seeds of magic. A final voice emerged from the black flames, which morphed into a fearsome streak of light, leaving behind a long, inky trace in the air as it hurtled toward Xiao Yan. The sheer power and velocity of this assault caused even the legendary figures of Wen and Wu to blanch in fear. Young master, they both shouted in unison, yet they were still a moment too late. In the blink of an eye, the ominous black fireball had reached a point perilously close to Xiao Yan, poised to strike him down in mere moments. No matter how extraordinary Xiao Yan's talent might be, he could not possibly survive such a lethal onslaught from a saint-level powerhouse. At that critical juncture, however, Xiao Yan conjured another jade talisman in his hand, distinctly different from the one used to summon Xiao Xiaobei. In a moment of dire urgency, he quietly shattered the talisman, and immediately, a faint crimson barrier enveloped him. This protective layer was as thin as paper, yet when the black flame struck it, they merely caused ripples to dance across its surface, leaving not a single crack behind. How is this possible? You must die. You truly must perish. The black flames let out a furious roar, expending their last vestiges of strength, yet they could not breach the barrier. Ultimately, amidst the reluctant cries of the once mighty demon king, whose power rivaled that of a saint, the black flames extinguished in defeat. With such a level of power, did it dare to attempt to assassinate this prince? Upon witnessing the complete vanishing of the demon king, Xiao Yan finally exhaled deeply, relieved. Thankfully, he possessed more than just the protective measures of the legendary Wen and Wu or the summoning talisman of Xiao Xiaobei. Let us not forget, among the formidable members of the Xiao clan, the one closest to him was his grandfather, Shaolin. Before pursuing the purple sky demon python, Shaolin had entrusted him with 3 jade talismans, each capable of withstanding a full frontal assault from a star saint. Although these talismans had nearly depleted Shaolin's resources, he was untroubled, knowing that his beloved grandson's future was boundless. After all, since Xiao Yan had ascended to the status of prince, even the saints of the Xiao clan treated him with utmost respect, greeting him with, "Ah, is this not the princess grandfather? Young master, young master." With the black flames dissipated, Wen and Wu finally regained their senses, their faces etched with lingering dread as they looked at Xiao Yan. "You frightened us, young master. What would we have done if harm had befallen you?" "Fear not," Xiao Yan replied with a gentle smile, reassuring them. This time, it seems the two elders have truly exerted themselves. Though the recent battle ended in victory, the confrontation with a formidable saint of combat, even in his severely weakened state, proved to be quite taxing for both the martial and literary saints. Their faces now bore a slight pallor. Looking down, what was once the expansive Spring God's Gorge, spanning hundreds of miles and plunging 1,000 fathoms deep, had nearly vanished from the map of the Black Corner region. In its stead lay a colossal crater, wrought by the clash of 3 saints, resembling the bottom of an immense basin nearly 100 miles in diameter. "Let us descend and investigate," suggested Xiao Yan. a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed into the depths of the gorge, sensing that it might conceal secrets of otherworldly malevolence. Upon hearing his words, the literary and martial saints had no objections. With a slight grin, Xiao Yan dispelled the faint crimson barrier surrounding them. However, just as the trio prepared to embark downward, an unforeseen change erupted. From the spot where the black fireball had dissipated, a slender tendril of darkness, akin to a hair's breadth, surged toward Xiao Yan with astonishing speed, leaving him scarcely time to react. "Young master, be cautious," Xiao Wu called out sharply, extending his hand to intercept the dark tendril. Yet, it slipped directly into his grasp. Chapter 283, Unexpected Gain. Wu Lao Xiao Wu. Upon witnessing this scene, both Xiao Yan and Xiao Wen could not help but change their expressions dramatically. It was truly unexpected that this demon had retained such a contingency. I am unharmed," Xiao Wu replied, though pain flickered across his features. His reaction otherwise muted. However, a glint of madness began to stir within his eyes. "This is a fragment of a demonic soul. It has integrated into your very essence," Xiao Wen observed gravely, not allowing himself to relax despite Xiao Wu's apparent lack of serious injury. "A demonic soul?" Xiao Wu momentarily faltered, only to then reveal a hint of arrogant amusement. "It is but a mere remnant. Even if this wretch were to resurrect, I would still vanquish him." His countenance radiated confidence and pride, yet the brows of Xiao Wen and Xiao Yan furrowed deeper. In the past, Xiao Wu, though somewhat brash and reckless, would never have uttered such hubristic claims. The fact that he now spoke of single-handedly slaying a saint of combat indicated that he had indeed been afflicted, and rather severely. Fortunately, while Xiao Wu's demeanor had taken on a somewhat arrogant shift, it still remained within acceptable bounds, suggesting there was hope for his recovery. With this thought in mind, Xiao Wen grasped his brother's hand, channeling his spiritual energy to meticulously examine Xiao Wu's condition. Yet, before long, a grave expression settled upon Xiao Wen's face. "Wen Lao, what is the situation?" Xiao Yan inquired, casting a glance at Xiao Wen. With a furrowed brow, Xiao Wen ultimately shook his head gently. "I truly did not anticipate this. This is the true extent of this fellow's capabilities. Brother, what does your shake of the head signify? Do you look down upon me, your younger brother?" Upon witnessing Xiao Wen's persistent shaking of his head, a hint of dissatisfaction emerged on Xiao Wu's face. "What a trifling, evil spirit. How could it possibly affect me?" Observing Xiao Wu's demeanor, Xiao Yan could not help but lower his head slightly. "Alas, this ailment appears rather grave. It seems we must return to the clan to seek the expertise of a true master for remedy." A flicker of reassurance graced Xiao Yan's heart. For despite Xiao Wu's altered temperament, he had neither succumbed to madness nor encountered any catastrophic event. Although tainted slightly by a demonic soul of rank, he remained within manageable bounds. Given the vast heritage of the Xiao clan, it should pose no challenge to eradicate this affliction entirely. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao Yan's gaze fell upon the shattered stones in the gorge below, and an idea suddenly sparked within him. "Master Wu, since you appear to be in no serious danger, shall we venture into the depths below? Perhaps within these subterranean confines lies the secret of these celestial evil spirits that have been sealed away." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's suggestion, a look of satisfaction graced Xiao Wu's countenance as he exchanged knowing glances with Xiao Wan, saying, "See, brother, the young master truly places his trust in us." With that, he braced himself, and two colossal hands, each spanning 100 feet, coalesced in the air. "Young master, please wait. Allow me to clear the path for you." As he spoke, the enormous hands began to sweep away the debris scattered across the ground. In no time, a pit several hundred feet deep was unearthed, revealing a dark, gaping entrance at its bottom. "Young master, let us proceed inside," Xiao Wu chuckled, gesturing invitingly towards the opening. Seeing Xiao Wu's demeanor, Xiao Yan offered a smile of affirmation, his thoughts resolutely fixed on ensuring Xiao Wu's safe return to the Xiao clan for proper treatment. Moments later, the trio descended into the depths of Spring God Gorge. The cavern was vast and shrouded in darkness, yet Xiao Yan paid it little heed. He exhaled, and several strands of vibrant flames ignited, illuminating the entire space. As the light spread, an ancient relic, with a diameter exceeding 1,000 feet, emerged before Xiao Yan's eyes. Gazing upon this monumental structure, even Xiao Yan, with his extensive knowledge, found himself momentarily entranced. Within this subterranean expanse, thousands of terracotta warriors stood silently. These figures bore an uncanny resemblance to humans. Indeed, they were likely transformed from human likeness, their surfaces adorned with a transparent crystalline layer reminiscent of resin. After thousands of years, many of the terracotta warriors had begun to weather, though some remained remarkably intact. At the center of these figures stood an ancient altar, upon which a handsome middle-aged man stood resolutely. Before him loomed an ancient stone tablet, inscribed with the origins of this subterranean world. 45,000 years of the continent's history. The imperial trace vanished. The celestial demons have not perished. The final battle of the holy magic war has commenced. In the northwest continent, 7 factions of the otherworldly evildoers have emerged, and our Spring Divine Sect has encountered the most cunning among them, the Soul Demon Clan. In this conflict, all disciples above the rank of Battle Sovereign from the Spring Divine Sect sacrificed their lives to seal this branch of the Soul Demon Clan. Should future generations be fortunate enough to witness this scene, they are implored to seek out a bearer of advanced, to thoroughly incinerate the remnants of this malevolent entity. Otherwise, should a few manage to escape, the repercussions would be endless. Our abilities are limited. Achieving this much is our utmost limit. And we can only wish for future generations to ascend to greater heights and safeguard our world. Li Yuchen, the 3rd-generation leader of the Spring Divine Sect. After reading this inscription, Xiao Yan fell into a brief silence, his gaze sweeping around before he stepped back a few paces and bowed deeply to the terracotta warriors. Regardless of how future generations may judge these ancestors, whether as foolish bravery or loyal courage, those who willingly gave their lives to seal the otherworldly demons deserve Xiao Yan's heartfelt respect. It is evident from the scale of this endeavor that, in its time, the Spring Divine Sect may have stood as the most formidable force across the entire northwest continent. Yet, such a battle led to the demise of a once mighty ancient sect, vanishing into the annals of history. After paying his respects, a thought crossed Xiao Yan's mind, and radiant 7-colored flames erupted from within him, engulfing the underground entirely. Soon, the multitude of terracotta warriors was reduced to ashes beneath the onslaught of the. Though these members of the Spring Divine Sect had sealed the otherworldly demons for millennia, Xiao Yan still perceived the remnants of a black mist escaping as he incinerated several of the warriors. Evidently, even after 4,000 years, some celestial demons had not completely dissipated, evoking a sense of awe in Xiao Yan regarding the terrifying vitality of these otherworldly fiends. For 1,000 years, on the Duki continent, even some Battle Saint warriors do not live so long, and regarding Battle Sovereigns, aside from certain exceptional beast clans, few can endure for such duration. However, these remnants of malevolent spirits were in their most weakened state, significantly inferior to the likes of gold and silver elders. With merely the sweep of his, Xiao Yan reduced these shadowy figures to nothingness, when he also incinerated the body of the Spring Divine Sect leader. The once ancient and inscrutable stone tablet began to melt and deform under the intense heat of the. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yan paused momentarily. Then a smile crept onto his lips. Unexpectedly, his casual act yielded an unforeseen reward. Chapter 284, Return to the Xiao Clan. The ancient stone tablet gradually transformed under the flames, ultimately being melted into a crimson sphere. Xiao Yan's expression remained unchanged as he continued to refine it with his, extracting impurities consistently. After a stick of incense had burned, a golden liquid sphere, radiating intense heat, came into view before Xiao Yan. At this moment, the golden sphere seemed to possess a spirit of its own, detaching itself from the flames of the strange fire. After revolving around the sky for approximately 3 cycles, it ultimately suspended in midair, transforming into a shimmering golden scroll. Once the scroll had dispelled its intense heat, it gracefully flew into Xiao Yan's hands. Friend, the legacy of our Spring God Sect now relies on your assistance to endure. A voice, calm and unperturbed, resonated in Xiao Yan's ears, causing him to momentarily pause in astonishment. Indeed, the magnanimity of this Spring Sect master was truly remarkable. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan finally allowed a wisp of his soul's power to touch the golden scroll. In the next instant, a fragment of his consciousness was transported into an unfamiliar realm. This ancient space was devoid of any living beings, save for a barren, lifeless tree. Hanging from its trunk were numerous scrolls, with the 3 highest ones prominently marked with the words Heavenly Rank. Below them lay a dozen or so Earth Rank scrolls, while the combined count of mysterious and yellow rank scrolls reached into the hundreds or thousands. With his current prowess, the allure of ordinary high-level Earth Rank techniques had diminished for Xiao Yan, prompting him to direct his gaze towards the 3 Heavenly Rank scrolls at the apex. Heavenly Rank Technique, Withered Tree Revives in Spring. Heavenly Rank Skill, Spring God Formula. Heavenly Rank Secret Art, Spring God Technique. After perusing the information of these 3 secret methods, a flicker of joy ignited within Xiao Yan's heart. Indeed, Heavenly Rank techniques lived up to their name. Even a low-level Heavenly Rank technique held immense efficacy. The technique Withered Tree Revives in Spring was an exceptionally powerful healing technique. While lacking formidable offensive power, it bestowed the user with an almost inexhaustible recovery capability. When paired with the Spring God formula for cultivation, it could forge an immortal being, allowing one to swiftly recuperate from even the gravest injuries in mere moments. Upon reaching the 7th layer corresponding to the Dou Zun level, even if one's head were to be obliterated, as long as the soul remained intact, rapid recovery would still be achievable. Regrettably, the Spring God formula, being a wood attribute heavenly rank skill, was not suitable for Xiao Yan. However, he was fortunate to possess the yin-yang sacred flame and the spirit fire of all beasts, both adept at sustaining vitality, which combined with the withered tree revives in spring, would significantly enhance his life force. As for the Spring God technique, it elicited a peculiar expression on Xiao Yan's face. This technique bore a resemblance to the yin-yang sacred canon of the yin-yang evil saint. While the sacred canon emphasized dual cultivation, the essence of the Spring God technique remained an art to augment life force, albeit with additional features to assist in dual cultivation. Its most notable benefit was its capacity to embolden the user, making them increasingly formidable, regardless of the battlefield. Upon contemplating this, Xiao Yan ceased his hesitation and gently tapped twice with his fingers. The Spring Divine technique and the withered wood reviving in spring transformed into two streams of information that flowed into his mind. After a single study session, these two heavenly grade techniques noticeably dimmed in brilliance. Evidently, the number of times one could learn such heavenly techniques was limited. To replicate a heavenly grade combat skill anew, one would need to possess a cultivation level of at least the pinnacle of Dou Zun. However, this posed little challenge for Xiao Yan. He withdrew his spiritual energy from the realm within the golden scroll and carefully placed the scroll into his spatial ring. Rest assured, esteemed senior, I shall certainly seek out worthy successors for the Spring Divine Sect's legacy. Xiao Yan sighed softly as he surveyed the ashes strewn about. Merely a branch of the Soul Demon clan was formidable enough to annihilate an ancient sect in opposition. The peak power of these extraterrestrial evildoers likely surpassed that of the Xiao clan's former adversary, the Soul clan, by a considerable margin. In fact, one could assert that even in ancient times, the Douqi continent was merely a target for invasion by this malevolent race. From what he gathered from Han Feng, this clan had once included imperial-level powers that invaded the Douqi continent in antiquity. It remained uncertain whether this malevolent race, now nearly extinct on the continent, still harbored beings comparable to Dou Di lurking in the shadows. This line of thought led Xiao Yan to recall the words of the yin-yang evil sage regarding the corpse of a Dou Di, a formidable being that had also succumbed to the dreadful demonic energy. A chill crept into his heart at the thought. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to escort Xiao Wu back to the Xiao clan for treatment. After stowing away the golden scroll, Xiao Yan turned his gaze, a smile gracing his lips, toward Xiao Wu. Wu, old one, now that the matter of the extraterrestrial evildoers has been resolved, I still harbor numerous uncertainties. Let us return to the Xiao clan. I wish to meet with the clan leader and gain deeper insights into these so-called ancient secrets. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Wen and Wu nodded slightly. Although Xiao Wu sensed that something was amiss, he could not discern the source of the disturbance and merely nodded with a foolish grin. Curiosity about these ancient secrets piqued the interest of both elders. Despite their half-saint level of cultivation, their actual ages barely exceeded a century. They too were intrigued by the mysteries surrounding the extraterrestrial evildoers. Thus, 3 days later, within the skies of the Xiao realm, two elderly figures and a young man gradually emerged from a colossal ancient wormhole. This is the essence that can only be found in the Xiao realm. The energy density within the Xiao realm was nearly 5 to 10 times that of the northwestern continent. In such a rich environment, even a mere pig could gradually evolve into a magical beast. Continuing their journey with the two celestial saints, Xiao Yan quietly conjured a jade talisman in his hand after flying several hundred miles. Patriarch, this is Xiao Yan. My protector, Xiao Wu, has been tainted in spirit by an external malevolent force. I seek assistance, I seek assistance. Xiao Yan was not hesitant to call upon the patriarch, for he had matters to address. As expected, mere moments later, a ripple in space heralded the arrival of a strikingly handsome young man before Xiao Yan and his companions. This individual could only be Xiao Xiaobei. Upon the sight of Xiao Xiaobei, Xiao Wen was the first to pay his respects, while Xiao Wu hesitated momentarily before offering a slight bow. Observing this scene, Xiao Xiaobei, with his profound soul power, extended his essence toward Xiao Wu's being. Yet, feeling the probing force, Xiao Wu's expression shifted, revealing displeasure as he confronted Xiao Xiaobei. Patriarch, what is the meaning of this? Why do you test me with your soul? In response to Xiao Wu's demeanor, the previously composed Xiao Xiaobei displayed a hint of astonishment. It appeared that Xiao Wu was indeed gravely afflicted. Contemplating this, a smile emerged on Xiao Xiaobei's face. There is no cause for alarm. I merely came to assist after hearing from Xiao Yan that you were tainted by a remnant of a demon saint. However, instead of gratitude, Xiao Wu's countenance darkened as he glared at Xiao Yan. Young master, how could you betray my trust, summoning me back to the clan for the Patriarch's scrutiny? He shook his head and addressed Xiao Xiaobei. Patriarch, I have already stated that I am fine. This examination is unnecessary. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Xiao Yan and Xiao Wen exchanged glances, both sensing the gravity of the situation. This fellow seemed to be in a dire state indeed. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan quickly signaled the Patriarch. However, upon noticing Xiao Yan's expression, Xiao Xiaobei merely smiled faintly. Xiao Wu, although this trace of demonic energy poses no immediate threat, it may lead to future complications. Allow me to assist you in resolving it. With that, the Patriarch's arm reached out toward Xiao Wu. No, I refuse. Xiao Wu's face contorted momentarily with rage, and he began to retreat at great speed. Yet, what could a mere half-saint do against a Patriarch at the pinnacle of 9-star Dosheng? Xiao Xiaobei's hand, seemingly slow, had already descended upon him. Release me. Xiao Wu bellowed, yet his strength was effortlessly sealed by Xiao Xiaobei. Subsequently, the Patriarch's formidable soul power surged toward his essence. The vast and overwhelming force of a perfected heavenly realm soul swiftly located the trace of darkness nestled deep within Xiao Wu's spirit. Upon closer inspection, the slender black thread resembled a root, having quietly entrenched itself within Xiao Wu's soul. However, given the current level of invasion, it was merely a floating weed to Xiao Xiaobei. He unleashed his soul power directly towards the black filament, obliterating it along with its root. Damn it! I refuse to accept this. A piercing roar erupted, and a phantom, grotesque visage momentarily appeared on Xiao Wu's face. Yet, with a mere grunt from Xiao Xiaobei, it was utterly extinguished from existence. As the black mist dissipated, Xiao Wu's complexion paled slightly, followed by a spurt of fresh blood. Nevertheless, despite his waning color, his gaze regained an unprecedented clarity. Only at that moment did he recollect his recent actions. The thought of simultaneously shouting with the clan leader and the imperial son rendered Xiao Wu's expression exceedingly stiff. Thank you, clan leader, for your timely rescue. Xiao Wu swallowed hard, bowing respectfully to Xiao Xiaobei. It is of no consequence. Xiao Xiaobei responded with a gentle shake of his head. Your valor in protecting the imperial son warrants my assistance. With that, his gaze shifted towards Xiao Yan and the two elders, smiling faintly. It is fortunate you returned early. Otherwise, had this demonic energy truly taken root in Xiao Wu's soul, his temperament would surely have undergone a drastic transformation within a year or so. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, both Xiao Yan and the elders changed countenance, exchanging glances filled with relief. At that moment, Xiao Xiaobei turned to Xiao Yan, smiling slightly. I presume your journey has led you to encounter some remnants related to the extraterrestrial fiends. If so, it would be appropriate for me to share some insights about these fiends with you. Come with me. With a wave of his hand, a ripple of spatial energy enveloped them, and they vanished from sight. When the space was torn open once more, an ancient and grand hall materialized before Xiao Yan. Towering stone pillars reaching 100 feet high and walls adorned with intricate carvings of various magical beasts rendered the place both familiar and alien. Upon witnessing this scene, a look of astonishment graced Xiao Yan's face. What place could this be? A glance at the figure of the man in green nearby provided the answer. Ancestor. Observing the man from afar, even the illustrious Xiao Xiaobei, standing at the pinnacle of this continent, offered a respectful bow. As for the less powerful Xiao Yan, he hastily prostrated himself before Xiao Xian. Though he could jest with the clan leader now, he still needed to maintain a measure of respect for the ancestral figure. There is no need for such formality. Xiao Xian smiled gently from the center of the hall, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Yan. In that instant, Xiao Yan felt as though his very soul was being scrutinized. After scanning Xiao Yan, a hint of surprise flickered across Xiao Xian's face, followed by an approving smile. Indeed, Xiao Xian nodded with a smile, expressing his surprise at how, in just over a year, your prowess has come to be merely a step away from attaining the rank of Dou Zun. Moreover, you have managed to gather 4 types of. Were it not for the imperial treatment bestowed by our ancestral patriarch, I doubt I would have progressed so swiftly. Xiao Yan humbly replied, while Xiao Xiaobei, standing beside him, displayed a hint of envy on his face. Since he assumed the role of the Xiao clan leader, it had been quite some time since he had received praise from the ancestral patriarch. Chuckling softly at Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Xian pondered and then inquired. During your recent travels, you must have encountered traces of the celestial evil clan, haven't you? Upon hearing this, the smile on Xiao Yan's face gradually shifted to one of solemnity. The power of the celestial evil clan during its peak was truly astonishing. Not to mention the other clans. Even the terrifying demonic energy encountered in the Yin-Yang Evil Saint Relic and the Soul Demon clan within the Spring God Gorge suggested that there were at least 2 Dou Emperor level experts among the celestial evil clan. After hearing Xiao Yan's words, even Xiao Xiaobei's expression turned grave, and Xiao Xian nodded slightly, finally saying, "You both should be aware of the reason why no one can ascend to the rank of Emperor in the Dou continent today. It mainly stems from the disappearance of the source energy of heaven and earth, which has prevented those at the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Saint level from stepping into the ranks of Dou Emperors." In response, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaobei both nodded slightly. The secret of source energy was not particularly obscure for someone like Xiao Xiaobei, who was not far from the Dou Emperor level. However, what Xiao Xian said next caused their expressions to change dramatically. The disappearance of the source energy is related to the celestial evil beings. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaobei displayed looks of astonishment. They had thought that the celestial evil beings were already formidable enough, but to learn that their power reached such terrifying levels was beyond their expectations. Not surprised by their shock, Xiao Xian continued, "Approximately 49,000 years ago, the Dou continent was connected to a far grander world, one whose vastness could dwarf that of the Dou continent by 10 or even 100 times. According to fragments of ancient texts, this world was seemingly referred to as the Great Thousand World. In the nomenclature of the ancient powerhouses of the Dou continent, this Great Thousand World was simply referred to as the Upper Realm." Upon hearing this, a look of realization crossed Xiao Yan's face. Indeed, the original work seemed to contain various hints indicating that there existed a more powerful world above the Dou continent, one capable of nurturing beings beyond the Dou Emperor rank. Yet, it appeared that this so-called upper realm had vanished from the records of the Dou continent. Beside him, Xiao Xiaobei could not restrain himself from speaking. He possessed some knowledge about this information, yet remained unaware of the reasons behind the separation of the upper realm from the Dou continent. Indeed, Xiao Xian nodded slightly and proceeded to unveil a harrowing secret from ancient times. The extraterrestrial evil clan was a terrifying race capable of instilling tremors even within the upper realm. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaobei could not help but swallow hard. According to Xiao Xian's words, it was not difficult to deduce that the upper realm was a world 10-fold, even 100-fold, more powerful than the Dou continent. However, the true might of the extraterrestrial evil clan could cause even the upper realm to tremble. Should such a race launch a full-scale assault on the Dou continent, it was feared that the continent would have long since vanished. Disregarding the astonishment of the two, Xiao Xian continued, 49,000 years ago, the extraterrestrial evil clan invaded the vast world, unleashing a catastrophic calamity within the upper realm. This calamity not only transpired in the upper realm, but also affected many affiliated planes of the vast world, which fell victim to the invasion of the extraterrestrial evil. Although the Dou continent was not as formidable as the upper realm, it ranked among the top 3 affiliated continents. The strength of the Dou continent attracted the attention of the extraterrestrial evil, prompting a powerful faction within the clan to lead numerous affiliates in their invasion of the Dou continent. At this juncture, Xiao Xian's expression grew exceedingly grave. That battle shattered the very fabric of the Dou continent. Numerous Dou emperors perished, and countless formidable legacies were extinguished. Although the Dou continent ultimately emerged victorious at a tremendous cost, it suffered severe injuries, and even the connection to the upper realm was severed. The various schools of thought, such as talisman and formation techniques, that had been passed down from the upper realm began to decline, leaving only the paths of Dou and alchemy to endure. Furthermore, the natural source energy ceased to manifest from that moment onward, resulting in a gradual depletion of this vital essence. The Dou continent became a desolate, isolated land, marking the onset of a new era, referred to in the ancient records of the continent as the Desolate Connection. With the loss of source energy, achieving the rank of Dou Emperor became an almost impossible feat. From that point forward, the emergence of Dou Emperors on the continent dwindled, and after the last ancient emperor, Tuashi, appeared, the Dou continent would never again witness the rise of another Dou Emperor. As for my own breakthrough, it was entirely a matter of serendipity. Xiao Xian smiled faintly. Yet the information revealed in his earlier words left Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaobei profoundly shaken. It turned out that the Dou continent harbored such a history. However, ancestor, after the Desolate Connection, had the extraterrestrial evil clan not been completely expelled? Xiao Yan posed yet another question. Had the Dou continent triumphed 49 millennia ago, why then did the Spring God Sect encounter the conflict with the Soul Demon clan 4,000 years later? Moreover, the 7-colored sky-devouring Serpent Tribe seems to have succumbed to the battle against the fallen clans, ultimately leading to the decline of this formidable ancient beast lineage. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Xian gently shook his head and replied, "No. Following the abyssal convergence, the external malevolent entities were not entirely expelled. They continue to erode the Dou continent. It is merely that those fiends from beyond could no longer locate our realm. Nevertheless, even the remnants of those evil clans possess terrifying strength, with the number of demon emperors still exceeding 10. Throughout the ensuing ages, the inhabitants of the continent have been locked in combat with these malevolent forces. However, we have persevered, while the external demons have become like water without a source. This conflict began eons ago, and only with the emergence of the ancient Emperor Tuashi, who vanquished the last of the demon emperors, did it reach a preliminary conclusion. In the years that followed, Emperor Tuashi vanished, and the remaining external demons were subsequently eradicated through countless battles. Approximately 3,000 years ago, with the final intervention of the pure Lotus Demon Sage, the traces of these external demons truly faded from the lives of the continent's populace. Yet, amidst this vast and terrifying struggle, far too many prodigies fell, and countless ancient legacies were lost. At this juncture, Xiao Yan could not help but let out a soft sigh, while beside him, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaobei felt a slight chill run down their spines. Xiao Yan spoke casually, yet behind his words lay the grand and dark history of the Duki continent spanning 49 millennia, within which an untold number of Dou Emperors had shed their blood. Countless legacies, vast as the ocean, had risen and fallen into oblivion. From this, one can indirectly attest to the formidable strength of the external demon race, which is dreadfully powerful. Contemplating this, even Xiao Xiaobei, a 9-star Dou Saint, fell into a brief silence. Ignoring their quietude, Xiao Yan turned to Xiao Yan with a faint smile and said, "What I can share with you is merely a rough framework. There are many secrets within that you must seek for yourself." At this point, he regarded Xiao Yan with renewed seriousness. "You are on the verge of breaking through to the Dou Zun realm, and once you attain that status, I shall temporarily retract all your powers and assistance within the Xiao clan. During the time from your ascension to Dou Zun until you achieve Dou Saint, you will be on your own. This is, indeed, my trial of life and death for you. True strength is forged amidst life and death. Xiao Yan, do you accept?" Chapter 286, The Cause of the Pure Lotus Demon Sage's Death. The chieftain's words are truly invigorating. Xiao Yan felt his heartbeat quicken in response to Xiao Xian's stirring statement, and he weakly replied, "Could I possibly refuse?" Xiao Xian, Xiao Xiaobei. As a dignified heir, where is your spirit? Where is your unwavering tenacity? At this moment, Xiao Xiaobei looked at Xiao Yan as if he were a fool. This was a splendid opportunity to present oneself before the clan's ancestor. How could you utter such cowardly words? Ever since ascending to the rank of Dou Emperor, Xiao Xian had scarcely been this silent, and after a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "Why?" "Because I fear death." Xiao Yan's response was succinct. Yet Xiao Xian fell silent once more, while Xiao Xiaobei appeared increasingly frantic. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian lapsed into a brief silence. Indeed, however, this time his silence did not endure for long, as he soon resumed speaking. "Xiao Xiaobei, you truly are a coward. Just as I suspected." At this point, a faint smile appeared on Xiao Xian's face, which nearly caused Xiao Xiaobei to erupt in disbelief. Who would dare voice such sentiments before the clan's ancestor? Xiao Xiaobei had initially assumed that the ancestor would erupt in fury, perhaps even rescinding Xiao Yan's status as heir. Yet to his astonishment, the ancestor not only refrained from reprimanding Xiao Yan, but also displayed a hint of appreciation. This left even the esteemed 9-star Dou Saint in bewilderment. Nevertheless, his bewilderment was short-lived, for Xiao Xian spoke again. "Although you possess a certain logic in your words, it does not alter my decision. I shall grant you 3 more days. After that, all privileges associated with your status as heir will be suspended until you attain the rank of Dou Saint." Xiao Xian smiled slightly. This smile prompted Xiao Xiaobei to chuckle as well. Now that makes sense. If Xiao Xian continued to indulge Xiao Yan, Xiao Xiaobei feared that Xiao Yan might be regarded as a true heir by blood, rather than merely in name. While Xiao Xiaobei reveled in schadenfreude, Xiao Yan, on the other hand, displayed no visible reaction, as though he had anticipated this outcome. He did not appear disheartened by Xiao Xian's words. Instead, he gazed earnestly at Xiao Xian and said, "Given the dangers of the outside world, surely the ancestor ought to provide me with some means of self-preservation?" "Means of self-preservation?" Xiao Xian smiled gently, and, looking at Xiao Yan with a twinkle in his eye, remarked, "Did I not mention that your status as heir would remain valid for 3 more days?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, but then his eyes lit up, revealing a glimmer of brilliance. "Thank you, ancestor. I bow to you." Xiao Yan playfully attempted to kneel before Xiao Xian, only to be gently lifted by a gust of wind. "Rise, there is no need for such theatrics before me." Xiao Xian smiled slightly, and then turned to Xiao Xiaobei, saying, "Xiaobei, please take him to the Pure Lotus Demonic Fire." "The Pure Lotus Demonic Fire?" Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, and even Xiao Xiaobei appeared momentarily stunned, though he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, the ancestor, Xiao Xiaobei, offered a slight bow to Xiao Xian, and then, tearing through the fabric of space, he departed with Xiao Yan. It was only after their departure that Xiao Xian could not help but raise his gaze toward the grand hall above. The third-generation Soul Emperor, the outer demonic entity. I never anticipated that my accidental ascension to Emperor all those years ago, which allowed me to inadvertently glimpse the passageway to the upper realm, would also lead to the loosening of the seal that had remained dormant for millennia. Xiao Xian's brow furrowed slightly, his expression grave, ultimately transforming into a deep sigh. That is a celestial demon emperor, should he break the seal. This current Duki continent would scarcely be able to endure for long. With this thought lingering, he once again cast his gaze in the direction of Xiao Yan's departure. 30 years, my child, you have but 30 years remaining. Guided by Xiaobei, Xiao Yan's pace became nothing short of astonishing, traversing an immeasurable distance in the blink of an eye. When they reappeared in the outside world, a colossal fireball, 1,000 feet in diameter, materialized before Xiao Yan. The fireball emanated a milky white flame, distorting the space around it, and radiating boundless light and heat that illuminated the entire Xiao realm. The searing intensity rendered even Xiao Yan, who commanded for distinct types of, somewhat pale. However, compared to his vigilance, the four within him trembled with palpable fear. After all, the formidable fireball before him was the third-ranked Jingtian demon fire on the ranking. Upon the appearance of Xiao Yan and Xiaobei, the massive fireball quivered slightly. And soon after, a strikingly handsome youth clad in white emerged before them. I am on duty, what business do you have? The Jingtian demon fire first glanced at Xiaobei, then its gaze settled upon Xiao Yan. It is you? The Jingtian demon fire was initially taken aback, but upon sensing the aura emanating from Xiao Yan, its expression shifted dramatically. How could you possess the essence of 5, 4 of which are already integrated? After sensing the newly formed within Xiao Yan, born from the fusion of 4 distinct, the Jingtian demon fire hesitated for a moment before its eyes revealed a hint of astonishing murderous intent. Boy, have you cultivated that old man's burning technique? A tremendous wave of murderous intent erupted from the Jingtian demon fire, and despite the searing heat of the sky, Xiao Yan felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The strength of the Jingtian demon fire was enough to rank among the top, even among Dou Saint experts. During their first encounter, its demeanor had been relatively amicable. Yet now, upon learning of Xiao Yan's cultivation of the burning technique, this terrifying aura nearly shattered Xiao Yan's consciousness. Jingtian, do not forget that you are currently within the Xiao clan. Xiaobei, observing this scene, displayed a hint of displeasure on his face. How dare you? A mere hired hand, act so arrogantly? With thoughts swirling in his mind, he let out a cold snort, quietly enveloping Xiao Yan in a protective aura. In the next moment, the true might of the 9-star Dou Saint pressed down upon the Net Lotus demon fire. Despite the formidable strength of the Net Lotus demon fire, when confronted by Xiaobei, it still fell slightly short. In an instant, its previously terrifying aura was suppressed. Just as the Net Lotus demon fire was about to express its fury, an invisible wave of spiritual energy subtly reached it, simultaneously affecting both Xiao Yan and Xiaobei. Was it the will of the clan ancestor? The two exchanged knowing glances. Meanwhile, the distant Net Lotus demon fire, upon feeling this spiritual wave, slightly changed its expression and directed its gaze toward Xiao Yan. Have you encountered that otherworldly evil? The Net Lotus demon fire furrowed its brow as it looked at Xiao Yan. Indeed, with Xiaobei's protection, Xiao Yan stood unafraid, nodding lightly in affirmation. After receiving Xiao Yan's confirmation, the Net Lotus demon fire fell into a brief silence. Moments later, a milky white flame rapidly gathered in the palm of its right hand, ultimately transforming into a small flame that shot towards Xiao Yan. Witnessing this scene, Xiaobei's expression shifted, and he prepared to intervene. Even a flicker of this milky flame could pose a threat to a 1-star Dou Saint. Anyone beneath that rank would likely be reduced to ashes upon contact. Yet, before he could act, the Net Lotus demon fire calmly remarked, "This is merely a small flame of mine." Upon hearing this, Xiaobei hesitated, his gaze flickering before he withdrew his hand. Meanwhile, without his protection, Xiao Yan could only watch as the milky flame struck his forehead. In the next instant, he felt his soul igniting in flames, an immense agony spreading through his consciousness. Xiao Yan could not restrain a piercing scream of anguish. Previously, he had employed such methods to torment the Soul Clan, yet today he found himself burned by the Net Lotus demon fire. Hearing Xiao Yan's cries, Xiaobei's expression shifted as he fixed a grim stare upon the Net Lotus demon fire, questioning, "What do you intend to do? You should be aware of the standing this boy holds in the clan ancestor's heart, should any misfortune befall him. Do you not fear the wrath of our ancestor extinguishing your consciousness?" The moment Xiaobei spoke, a hint of disdain appeared on the Net Lotus demon fire's face. "Do not threaten me with your ancestor. Were it not for the otherworldly evil, even if Xiao Xian sought to obliterate my intelligence, I would still seek to eradicate this boy who has cultivated the burning technique. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Xiaobei's expression changed once more, and he cast a sympathetic glance at Xiao Yan, who was clutching his head and screaming, pondering what actions this individual had taken to provoke such enmity from the net lotus demon fire. The screams persisted for approximately the duration of half a stick of incense, until Xiao Yan's cries finally diminished. When he raised his head again, his face had turned as pale as paper, yet upon the pale countenance, a beguiling pink lotus mark gradually manifested at the center of the brow. I have sown a seed of fire within your being, and from this moment forth, you shall wield this fire against your foes. The pure lotus demonic fire softly intoned. Exotic fire is born of the great forces of heaven and earth, the greatest nemesis of the malevolent beings from beyond. Amongst the myriad flames, only I, the pure lotus demonic fire, possess the most potent power to restrain these otherworldly evils. With this seed of fire, even the demon sovereigns of the outer realms shall find it arduous to taint you, since the cause lies with these fiends. I bestow upon you this seed of fire. At this juncture, a trace of melancholy flickered across the visage of the pure lotus demonic fire as it continued. I hope you shall eradicate more of these otherworldly demons in the future and avenge that wretched pure lotus demon sage. As these words escaped, a hint of sorrow graced the fire's countenance once more. Thank you, esteemed elder. Xiao Yan offered a slight bow towards the pure lotus demonic fire, though a glimmer of perplexity lingered in his eyes. Was it not said that the demise of the pure lotus demon sage was due to the backlash of the pure lotus demonic fire? How is it that this entity now seeks vengeance for its master? Contemplating this, he paused, pondering the cause of the pure lotus demon sage's demise. He could not help but glance at the pure lotus demonic fire, only to be met with a frigid gaze. Very well, very well. These matters shall be revealed to me in due time. Suppressing his curiosity, Xiao Yan exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Xiaobei, who nodded slightly before leading Xiao Yan away, vanishing before the pure lotus demonic fire. Once the two had departed, a tinge of sorrow returned to the visage of the pure lotus demonic fire. Oh, pure lotus demon sage, who would have thought that despite your valiant struggle, you ultimately failed to eradicate that otherworldly demon? At this moment, its gaze turned icy once more. The pure lotus demon sage must perish, Xiao Xian must perish, and the ancient Emperor Tua, she must certainly perish. As for that otherworldly demon, it must die, leaving no trace behind. But what was the true cause of the pure lotus demon sage's demise? In the skies above the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan gazed with curiosity at the clan leader, Xiao Xiaobei. Given that Xiao Xiaobei had attained sanctity prior to Xiao Xian's ascension to emperor, the clan leader was indeed of considerable age. I am not entirely certain. Xiao Xiaobei gently shook his head. The pure lotus demon sage was the oldest and most enigmatic among the 5 saints of antiquity. At the time of his fall, even our clan's forebear was merely a fledgling. However, according to the records within our Xiao clan's texts, he was gravely wounded in a fierce battle against numerous masters, ultimately succumbing to the backlash of the pure lotus demonic fire. The fall of the pure lotus demon sage marked a watershed moment in the continent's history. The era preceding his demise was referred to as the Ancient Era, while the epoch that followed was known as the Near Ancient Era. Xiao Xiaobei expounded eloquently. Rumor has it that his prowess has long surpassed the pinnacle of a 9-star Dou saint. Although he has not yet ascended to the realm of a Dou Emperor, he is certainly incomparable to an ordinary 9-star Dou saint. It appears that those who previously battled this ancient powerhouse were indeed the so-called extraterrestrial fiends. At this juncture, even Xiao Xiaobei's expression grew grave. The events of the ancient era are shrouded in the mists of time. Even within the Xiao clan, there are no clear records. As for the information regarding the extraterrestrial fiends, it has nearly vanished entirely since the ancient times. Even he, as the clan leader, possesses only fragmented knowledge. However, with Xiao Yan's return, Xiao Xiaobei finally comprehended the true terror of this so-called extraterrestrial fiend clan. Clan leader, are we not heading to the Sutra Pavilion? Where are we going now? Xiao Yan inquired, glancing at Xiao Xiaobei. His original intention was to seize the opportunity of his unthawed status as an imperial scion to hastily learn a couple of heavenly tier combat techniques. Yet, Xiao Xiaobei led him to another location. Haha, you shall find out upon arrival, Xiao Xiaobei replied enigmatically. Moments later, the two arrived at a place rich with the essence of souls. Upon entering this realm, the once quiet yin-yang sacred flame within Xiao Yan stirred anew. Chapter 287, Ascending to 8th Grade. Is this the soul nurturing ground? Xiao Yan's face reflected a hint of astonishment as he beheld the lush black forest beneath his feet. No wonder the yin-yang sacred flame had intensified upon arrival. It had encountered its original master. Contemplating this, they gradually descended into the area. In stark contrast to the grandeur of other locations within the Xiao clan, the soul nurturing ground exuded an eerie ambience. Aside from the towering, ominous soul-nurturing trees flourishing wildly around. The entire area was dotted with imposing stone pillars. These pillars bore enigmatic and arcane runes, and some were even bound with ethereal soul bodies. Dark chains connected to these pillars slowly siphoned the essence of the souls contained within. This macabre scene, if witnessed by outsiders, would likely be perceived as a malevolent realm steeped in sinister energy. However, such vile techniques were the creations of the Soul Clan from years past, having nothing to do with the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan felt no pity for the soul bodies bound to these pillars. Most were individuals who, relying on a modicum of strength, had recklessly perpetrated evil deeds across the continent. Dealing with such individuals cannot be deemed sorcery. It is merely a matter of redistributing wealth and punishing the wicked. With the strength of the Xiao clan, had they aggressively pursued the extraction of soul essence from their adversaries, the Medicine Clan and the Pill Tower would have long been eradicated. Moreover, Xiao Xiaobei's soul realm would not remain stagnant at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, but would have already attained the status of an emperor. Thus, with these thoughts in mind, the two continued onward. After traversing several hundred zhang, a pitch-black pool of water appeared before Xiao Yan. In the depths of this tranquil pool, a strikingly handsome youth with an enchanting demeanor, his hair split between black and white, languidly reclined within the water. This figure, known as the Yin-Yang Evil Saint, had once bestowed great favor upon Xiao Yan. The ebony waters in which he lay were none other than the fabled soul-nourishing pool. Each droplet of this pool's water was imbued with the essence capable of nurturing souls, a treasure coveted even by Dou Emperors. At this moment, the Yin-Yang Evil Saint, relaxing within the pool, sensed the approach of others. Slowly, he opened his eyes and beheld two figures. "Xiaobei, have you found a suitable body for me?" A playful smile graced his lips, yet upon noticing the other figure beside Xiaobei, he was momentarily taken aback, rising from the water. "It's you. No wonder I suddenly sensed the aura of the Yin-Yang Holy Flame." The Yin-Yang Evil Saint gazed at Xiao Yan with a mix of astonishment and delight, soon attuned to the burgeoning power radiating from him. In just over a year, you are on the brink of reaching Dou Zun?" The rapid ascension of Xiao Yan's prowess left the once cynical visage of the Yin-Yang Evil Saint momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Even having surmised Xiao Yan's exceptional talent, he had not anticipated such swift advancement to the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Zun in a mere year. At 17, achieving the apex of Dou Zun showcased an extraordinary aptitude, indeed, a remarkable feat within the annals of the Xiao clan and the entirety of the Douqi continent. Observing the astonishment on the Yin-Yang Evil Saint's face, a smile graced Xiao Bei's countenance, while Xiao Yan felt a surge of inner satisfaction. "Senior, it has been quite some time." Xiao Yan waved at the Yin-Yang Evil Saint, a smile illuminating his features. Indeed, truly worthy of being my esteemed disciple." The Yin-Yang Evil Saint responded. Though shocked by Xiao Yan's rapid growth, he felt immense joy. Having imparted the Yin-Yang Holy Flame and the sacred teachings to him, Xiao Yan was, in essence, his disciple. Now, witnessing his disciple's remarkable success, a sense of pride enveloped the master. The two shared a knowing glance, a mischievous smile creeping across their faces. "Look at you two, with such lewd expressions," Xiao Bei remarked, his eyes betraying disdain for their antics. He then addressed the Yin-Yang Evil Saint. "You've lingered in the soul-nourishing pool long enough. Your soul's essence appears fully restored. Given that, you should not remain here any longer. Our clan's soul-nourishing liquid is quite precious." Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, the Yin-Yang Evil Saint rolled his eyes in boredom before gracefully ascending from the pool. At this moment, his soul body appeared almost indistinguishable from that of a real person, yet Xiao Yan could still sense that he had yet to find an appropriate physical form. Nevertheless, the counterpart has attained the celestial realm of the soul, and once the power of the soul is fully restored, the spiritual entity will undoubtedly become exceedingly solid. Is it merely a trivial expenditure of your merit points? Why be so miserly? The Yin-Yang Evil Saint cast a discontented glance at his dear companion. A trivial merit point? Xiao Bei's eyes widened in astonishment. Do you comprehend the worth of the soul-nourishing liquid you have consumed? It is sufficient to vanquish 2 Dou Saints. We are in an era of peace. Do you realize how arduous it is to locate a heinous Dou Saint? Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, the Yin-Yang Evil Saint acknowledged that he had indeed consumed a considerable number of merit points, yet he still defiantly crossed his arms and disdainfully pouted at Xiao Bei. "Are you two truly brimming with enthusiasm?" Xiao Yan, observing this scene, felt a shiver run down his spine, yet he concealed his feelings and inquired of Xiao Bei. "Patriarch, may I utilize the soul-nourishing pool?" "You?" Xiao Bei glanced at Xiao Yan and replied with a smile. "Naturally, you may. Your status as the Emperor's son is quite formidable, and the resources you are entitled to are nothing short of extraordinary. Merely using the soul-nourishing pool is insignificant. Even if you were to revive several Dou Zuns, it would not exceed the limit. No sooner had he spoken than a loud splash echoed. As the Yin-Yang evil saint emerged, the previously tranquil soul-nourishing pool began to churn once more. Since the patriarch has stated that reviving several Dou Zuns is permissible, I shall not be modest. Xiao Yan chuckled wickedly, his small soul hull shimmering slightly as he released two spiritual entities. These two spirits manifested as a pitch-black serpent and an elderly man with hair as white as snow. Upon their arrival in the soul-nourishing pool, both were momentarily bewildered. "Where's this place?" the heavenly fire's sovereign inquired, only to feel an overwhelming influx of pure soul energy surging into his being. Ah, how delightful! He could not help but emit a moan of pleasure. At this moment, his once fractured and feeble soul was rapidly rejuvenating. Similarly, the figure of the elder ink beside him gazed upward, both old souls sporting expressions of bliss, as if engaged in some pleasurable endeavor. "Young master, what exactly is this place, and how can there be such vast and pure soul energy?" After a brief period of adaptation, they finally turned their attention to Xiao Yan. "This is the soul-nourishing pool within my Xiao clan's soul-nourishing grounds. The liquid in which you are currently immersed is the exceedingly precious soul-nourishing liquid." A trace of satisfaction flickered across Xiao Yan's brow, but he maintained his composure, for as the Emperor's son, he was accustomed to the world. Simply stating, "You have half a day to restore your souls to whatever extent your fortunes allow." With that, he closed his eyes, silently absorbing the supremely pure soul energy present in the nourishing grounds. The recent flames of the pure lotus demon fire have significantly scorched his soul. Although this has indirectly tempered his soul power, rendering it more refined and pure, it has also diminished his soul strength, reducing it to the intermediate level of the 7th rank. Fortunately, with the assistance of the soul-nourishing pool, Xiao Yan's soul power is recovering at an astonishing pace. Not only that, but this restored soul strength is even more potent and refined. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yumo and the Heavenly Fire Sovereign dared not squander any more time and promptly began to cautiously absorb the pure soul energy within the soul-nourishing pool. However, when they inadvertently caught sight of the two individuals standing on the shore, their hearts involuntarily skipped a beat. The figure on the left, though remarkably solid, shared the same essence of being a soul entity, yet his soul power far surpassed their peak strengths. The individual on the right, though exuding no discernible waves of energy, radiated an inscrutable aura that left them both alarmed. Surely, these two must be formidable beings at the level of Dou Saints. Yumo and the Heavenly Fire Sovereign exchanged a glance, recognizing the mutual understanding reflected in each other's eyes. To encounter not one but two Dou Saints was indeed a remarkable stroke of fortune. However, if they were to learn that one of these individuals was the current patriarch of the Xiao clan, a 9-star Dou Saint, they could only imagine the expressions that would grace their faces. The overwhelming and pure soul energy, refined once more by the effortlessly entered Xiao Yan's soul. Soon, he felt his soul power elevating rapidly, emerging even more potent and refined than before. As one of the sacred sites of the Xiao clan, the soul-nourishing pool contained a terrifying reservoir of soul energy. Even after Xiao Yan's soul power was once again saturated, it generously continued to provide him with a relentless supply of soul strength. In such a peculiar environment, after lingering at the pinnacle of the 7th rank for some time, Xiao Yan suddenly sensed a stirring deep within his soul. Upon recognizing this shift, he was initially startled, but soon a glimmer of joy illuminated his face. For in that fleeting moment, he sensed his soul subtly entering another realm. Rather than merely another realm, it felt as if he was encountering an entirely new form of energy. This energy, compared to ordinary Dou Qi, possessed a greater degree of spiritual essence. And within the circles of high-ranking alchemists, it already held a definitive name, spiritual energy. Only upon sensing spiritual energy could one be considered to have truly crossed the threshold into the realm of an 8th-rank alchemist. The universe is vast, and all things possess a soul. Upon perceiving the emergence of spiritual energy, Xiao Yan did not hesitate for a moment and immediately recited a secret technique to cultivate his soul. Such arcane secrets are nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to grasp. Among the mid to lower tier cultivators of the continent, the advancement of the soul seems to rely solely on ascension, with no other means to progress further. However, for Xiao Yan, even without the identity of the Xiao clan's imperial heir, the backing of his mother's medicinal lineage and the esteemed alchemist mentor he has on the continent render the cultivation of the soul a trivial matter. As Xiao Yan's lips subtly moved, the previously nebulous spiritual energy within his soul perception became remarkably vivid at that moment. It was also at this juncture that his soul underwent a transformation once more. The soul power, which had reached saturation, began to voraciously absorb the soul energy from the soul nurturing pool. This immense suction even formed a small vortex within the pool, Witnessing this scene, even Xiao Xiaobei and Yin Yang Evil Saint in the distance displayed expressions of astonishment. It appeared that this young man was on the verge of attaining the realm of an 8th-tier alchemist. Although Yin Yang Evil Saint's prowess was inferior to Xiao Xiaobei's, his own soul power had reached the heavenly realm, allowing him to sense the gathering of spiritual energy at Xiao Yan's location, coalescing into an invisible whirlpool. Moreover, his soul power was experiencing a frenzied surge. Accompanying the rapid enhancement of his soul power, Xiao Yan felt a throbbing pain emanate from his brow. Yet, in the face of this discomfort, he exhibited no more than a slight furrow of his brow. It was only when he realized that his soul power had reached a critical threshold that he could not help but emit a soft grunt. At that moment, his temples swelled with pulsating intensity, resembling a drum beating furiously. Ultimately, a deep explosion resonated within the depths of his mind. Following this explosive sound, Xiao Yan's consciousness was momentarily bewildered, and his vision was engulfed in golden light, his mind shrouded in chaos. This state of bewilderment persisted for a considerable time before he gradually regained clarity. As Xiao Yan awoke from his stupor, the intense pain in his mind also began to diminish significantly. He paid little heed to the discomfort. In comparison to this so-called pain, his soul had become exponentially more powerful than before. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Without pausing, Xiao Yan continued to chant the profound and obscure incantation. As his incantation intertwined with his soul power, the previously diminutive stream of spiritual energy at his brow surged dramatically. Mere enhancement of the soul could scarcely match the stature of an 8th-tier alchemist. The vast disparity between the 8th and 7th tiers lies precisely in this distinction of spiritual energy. Though at times it may seem like just a thin line, it has ensnared countless 7th-tier alchemists, rendering them incapable of mobilizing the necessary spiritual energy to concoct 8th-tier elixirs. He, truly worthy of being my successor. Observing the scene before him, the Yin Yang Evil Saint once again erupted into laughter. Taking a day off, I underwent a minor surgical procedure today. Chapter 288, Flickering Shadows and Electric Lights. Initially, he had high hopes for Xiao Yan, believing that the young man possessed extraordinary talent. However, the subsequent surprises Xiao Yan brought him were ceaseless. First, he summoned a long-lost friend, and with that friend's assistance, he gained an opportunity for revival. If this were all, it would be acceptable, but Xiao Yan's astonishing talent far exceeded his expectations. A 17-year-old 8th-grade alchemist, surely, even the Alchemy Emperor did not possess such a gift in his youth. When my disciple reaches the level of a battle saint, I shall ensure he courts the holy maidens of the ancient 7 clans. Making up for the regrets of my past, a proud smile spread across the Yin Yang Evil Saint's face. Shameless, licentious, Xiao Xiaobei, witnessing the lewd smile on the Yin Yang Evil Saint's face, could not help but scold. Upon hearing Xiao Xiaobei's words, the Yin Yang Evil Saint turned his head and rolled his eyes at his former friend, saying, Xiao Xiaobei, we were once known as the flower-picking duo of Zhongzhou. Why do you pretend to be a paragon of virtue before me? Continue your charade, and I shall pen a book detailing your romantic escapades with the holy maiden of the Soul Clan. Hearing this, a hint of realization dawned on Xiao Xiaobei's face, and he replied with a smile, I apologize. I've been pretending to be serious for so long that I've grown accustomed to it. Sometimes, when a mask is worn for too long, it becomes difficult to remove. At his words, a satisfied smile appeared on the Yin Yang Evil Saint's face. You young man, it seems that these years as clan leader have indeed imparted some semblance of decorum upon you, the clan leader chuckled. An endless stream of spiritual energy surged into Xiao Yan's brow, ultimately merging with the soul that resided there. During this fusion, Xiao Yan felt as though his soul were enveloped in warmth, a sensation so pleasurable that he nearly moaned aloud. However, with so many witnesses around, he refrained from displaying any signs of weakness, though the spiritual energy within the Xiao clan's realm was indeed abundant. Facilitating Xiao Yan's direct ascension to the spirit realm was not without its challenges. Fortunately, 2 battle saints stood nearby, and upon noticing Xiao Yan's stagnation at a bottleneck, Xiao Xiaobei was more than willing to assist. He gently pointed his finger at Xiao Yan, and in an instant, the previously coalescing vortex of spiritual energy surged dramatically. The concentration of spiritual energy in the soul nurturing ground instantly multiplied several times. Boom! An inaudible explosion erupted from Xiao Yan's brow, causing the entire soul nurturing pool to boil. This explosion transformed into an invisible wave, quietly enveloping the entire soul nurturing ground. The wave did not cease. Instead, it continued to expand outward, igniting a tumultuous surge of energy throughout the realm. Such a tumult caused many of the guardians surrounding the soul nurturing land to change color slightly. However, compared to the guardians' reactions, it was the elders and family heads in the vicinity who displayed expressions of astonishment. Spiritual energy. As the soul-nurturing land served as a significant stronghold for the Xiao clan, it naturally concealed several Dou Saint elders, and at this moment, expressions of surprise adorned their faces. Haha, it seems our clan is about to welcome another 8th-tier alchemist. Although an 8th-tier alchemist is not considered a major figure within the Xiao clan, they are nonetheless a pillar of strength, rarer than an ordinary Dou Zun, even if they do not possess the status of a Dou Saint. Yet one wonders, from which lineage does this newly ascended 8th-tier alchemist hail? As these thoughts traversed their minds, several strands of Dou Saint's spiritual power gracefully entered the soul-nurturing land. Upon seeing the young boy with closed eyes in the soul-nurturing pool, the elders' faces revealed a hint of astonishment. This little fellow appears to be the Emperor's son. My ancestors, the Emperor's son is only 17 this year, and he has already ascended to the rank of 8th-tier alchemist? In an instant, the calm minds of these elders, which had remained undisturbed for many years, began to churn with excitement. An 8th-tier alchemist at the tender age of 17. What a remarkable concept. At this moment, the spiritual fluctuations from Xiao gently pushed back the souls of these elders. The news of the Emperor's son breaking through to the 8th tier should not be widely spread. It is sufficient for you to know it. Xiaobei's voice resonated within the souls of the elders, prompting them to display expressions of deep emotion once more. It turns out the clan leader is still safeguarding the Emperor's son. Yes, clan leader. At this time, the spiritual power residing at the center of Xiao Yan's brow had coalesced, occasionally pulsating faintly like a heartbeat. The spirit at his brow appeared more vibrant than ever. Under the abundant supply of spiritual energy from Xiaobei, Xiao Yan's soul was continuously writhing, as if something miraculous was gestating within. After half a day, a surge of magnificent spiritual power erupted from the soul-nurturing pool, causing many souls within the soul-nurturing land to tremble slightly. The Heavenly Fire Sovereign and the Phantom Serpent, who were also immersed in the soul-nurturing pool, felt a wave of dizziness wash over them as this formidable spiritual power swept past. In the distance, the Yin-Yang Evil Saint and Xiaobei exchanged glances, each recognizing the glimmer of joy in the other's eyes. It has succeeded. Above, an invisible radiance hung in the sky, and the overwhelming spiritual power surged across a radius of 100 miles, causing the Xiao clan members below the Dou Zun rank to tremble involuntarily. The tidal wave of spiritual power gradually dissipated after a few minutes. As the light faded, a somewhat ethereal figure quietly stood between heaven and earth. This figure, of course, was none other than Xiao Yan himself. After a brief pause, Xiao Yan in the sky began to tread back towards his physical form. With each step he took, his soul entity diminished slightly in size. By the time this ethereal essence reached the vicinity of his corporeal body, it had transformed into a luminous orb no larger than a palm. The orb gently descended onto his forehead before vanishing into thin air. With the disappearance of this orb, the previously pervasive soul pressure surrounding Xiao Yan dissipated entirely. As his soul and body rejoined in harmonious unity, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes finally fluttered open once more. As his gaze met the world, an ethereal aura, previously unfelt, began to manifest around him. This aura, coupled with his inherent rebellious charm, imbued him with a uniquely captivating allure. Is this the power of the 8th tier? Sensing the surge of soul strength within him, a smile graced Xiao Yan's face. At this moment, should he deploy his soul techniques, a mere glance could render an ordinary Dou Zun's soul gravely injured or even reduce them to a state of idiocy. If he were to encounter the medicinal spirit again, it was likely that even with its imperial soul form, it would struggle to overpower him in terms of soul prowess. It is truly surprising that merely restoring my soul strength has led to such a direct breakthrough into the 8th tier. Rising to his feet with a flourish, Xiao Yan clasped his fists towards Xiaobei and smiled, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, clan leader, for your timely assistance. Without Xiaobei gathering such a vast amount of spiritual energy at a crucial moment, Xiao Yan might not have achieved this breakthrough into the 8th tier. No need for thanks. You are a prodigy of our Xiao clan, and it is only fitting that I assist you, replied Xiaobei with a faint smile before casually inquiring. Where do you plan to go next? I must remind you that your time as an imperial son is dwindling. With just over 2 days left, hearing Xiaobei's words, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled slightly. Next, I shall pay a visit to the scripture pavilion. After my battle with Han Feng, I experienced the unsettling sensation of my mobility being suppressed, a feeling I found quite displeasing. With this in mind, I am prepared to acquire a new heavenly tier combat skill. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's intentions, Xiaobei nodded with a smile. Go ahead. Once you leave the Xiao clan this time, you shall not enjoy such favorable circumstances again. I hope that when we meet next, you will have ascended to the Doshing level. Do not rush, clan leader. I still await your activation of the clan insignia, Xiao Yan replied playfully, grinning at Xiaobei. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment crossed Xiao Xiaobei's face, followed by a resigned shake of his head. Very well, you should hasten along then. All right then. With a chuckle, Xiao Yan reached towards the soul-nourishing pond and extracted 2 soul entities from within. After soaking for the better part of the day, the souls of the Heavenly Fire Sovereign and the Netherworld Serpent had become remarkably solidified, nearing their peak state of restoration. As if sensing that Xiao Yan intended to depart, both individuals hastily extended their mouths towards the soul-nurturing pond, taking a deep breath before puffing their cheeks and automatically returning to the little soul hall. Observing their antics, Xiao Yan rolled his eyes and then offered a slight smile to Xiao Xiaobei, before vanishing within the realm of the soul-nurturing grounds. This young man indeed possesses an extraordinary future ahead of him. Witnessing Xiao Yan's retreat, a faint smile appeared on the face of the Yinyang evil saint. Thus, the prospect of seducing the 7 clans' holy maidens is just around the corner. After all, he is the emperor chosen personally by our ancestral kin. Undeniably a figure of remarkable strength. Xiao Xiaobei also smiled faintly. How long do you suppose it will take him to reach your level? The Yinyang evil saint inquired with a gentle smile toward Xiao Xiaobei. Upon hearing this, the smile on Xiao Xiaobei's face momentarily faltered, his eyes drifting slightly. Even at the fastest pace, it would require at least a century, wouldn't it? To attain the level of a 9-star Dou Saint in just a century? Such talent is indeed extraordinary. The Yinyang evil saint nodded slightly. Among the ancient 7 clans, there has never been a shortage of geniuses who achieve Dou Saint status in their 40s or even early 30s. Yet, after reaching the Dou Saint realm, their progress tends to slow considerably. This is due not only to the immense gap between each star of the Dou Saints, but also because the treasures that could aid Dou Saints in their cultivation have become increasingly rare. Those treasures, which could be considered fortuitous opportunities for even Dou Saint powerhouses, are exceedingly rare across the entire Douqi continent, even among the ancient 7 clans. Such items are remarkably scarce. The Xiao realm is vast, cultivated through the diligent efforts of a Dou Emperor and countless Dou Saints. Its expanse is not significantly smaller than that of the Northwest continent. Even though Xiao Yan has now reached the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Zun, it took him some time to arrive at another location, the Scripture Hall, when the majestic 9-story hall, spanning nearly 10,000 feet, reappeared before him. A hint of nostalgia crossed Xiao Yan's face. At the entrance of the hall, an elder sat upon a mat, still appearing drowsy. This was the esteemed Qing Lao whom Xiao Yan had encountered previously. Nearly 2 years may seem lengthy to Xiao Yan, but for a being who has lived for over 1,000 years, it is but a fleeting moment. Sensing the arrival of someone outside the Scripture Hall, Qing Lao's drowsy eyes finally fluttered open. Upon seeing the young man before him, he was momentarily taken aback, and then his once murky gaze widened slightly. The Emperor? Qing Lao, it has been quite a while. Xiao Yan smiled gently, while Qing Lao's surprise deepened. In less than 2 years, the Emperor has already attained the cultivation of a 9-star Dou Zun. Such a rate of progress is truly astonishing. As if sensing Xiao Yan's strength, a rare smile graced Qing Lao's face. The talent exhibited by Xiao Yan truly moved him. However, for Xiao Yan, such remarks had become all too common along his journey. He could only wonder what expressions of astonishment would adorn their faces when he returned to his clan as a Dou Sheng. Elder Qing, I wish to visit the Scripture Pavilion, Xiao Yan said with a smile. Go ahead, with your current prowess. You might even learn a few heavenly tier combat techniques, Elder Qing replied, waving his hand with a smile. Without further hesitation, Xiao Yan entered the Scripture Pavilion. His time was exceedingly precious, and he could not afford to squander it. Drawing upon his previous experience, Xiao Yan did not even glance at the vast array of scrolls on the lower levels, instead heading straight to the 7th level, guided by his status as the heir. With his current cultivation at the 9-star Dou Zun, the once formidable pressure that had tormented him was now merely a slight discomfort. At this moment, he once again beheld the thousands of ancient texts. Even a single orb of light from this level could incite a tempest of bloodshed across the continent. For instance, the tome titled Chronicles of the Dragon and Phoenix nearby, and the one not far off titled Secrets the Stone Clan leader must reveal. It was truly regrettable that although he could now peruse these secret histories without harm, his time was limited. Shaking his head helplessly, Xiao Yan shifted his gaze elsewhere. The primary goal of his visit was still to find a combat technique suited to him. He came across a low-level heavenly tier technique, Dragon Emperor's Otherworldly Dimension, and another, Storm Nebula Rift. Observing these techniques, Xiao Yan could not help but shake his head in exasperation. Just then, a particular movement technique caught his eye, Shadow Lightning Flash, a low-level heavenly tier technique. Upon seeing this technique, Xiao Yan momentarily paused, then reached out to grasp the orb of light. As he held a jade slip, a surge of information flooded into his mind. Heavenly tier technique, Shadow Lightning Flash. an unparalleled movement technique created by the second-generation leader of the Thunder Clan. This technique is divided into two volumes. The upper volume is a low-level heavenly tier technique, while the lower volume is a high-level heavenly tier technique. When cultivated to perfection, its speed rivals that of lightning, making it unparalleled among Dou Shangs. Note, the cultivation of this technique comes at a considerable cost, requiring the tempering of one's body with the power of thunder, and the subsequent volume poses even greater challenges. Please choose wisely. Upon reading this passage, Xiao Yan's previously moderate interest in the technique surged dramatically. The second-generation leader of the Thunder Clan was a top-tier powerhouse, comparable to Xiao Xiaobei. Even in the present day, the Thunder Clan remains one of the strongest factions outside the ancient Xiao clan, with the current clan leader possessing the strength of an 8-star Dou Shang. Within the clan of the Thunder Tribe, the majority of its members possess a physique attuned to the essence of thunder, diligently practicing martial arts that harness this elemental power. It is well known that the attributes associated with thunder rank among the highest in terms of both offensive capability and swiftness when compared to ordinary individuals. Only formidable beings like Xiao Yan, who wield, and those with particularly unique physiques, can surpass the combat prowess of thunder attribute warriors. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan's intrigue for this martial technique intensified significantly. However, given the abundance of celestial tier techniques within this layer, he refrained from haste, opting instead for a preliminary selection before continuing his exploration. The Dragon Emperor's Otherworld, conceived by the progenitor of the ancient Void Dragon, is merely the introductory volume, with subsequent sections including the middle, later, and perfected versions yet to be discovered. Legend has it that the ancient Void Dragon's progenitor, upon mastering the Dragon Emperor's Otherworld, could effortlessly vanquish an ordinary Emperor-level powerhouse. This technique appears to be tailor-made for Ziyan. However, it is likely that the ancient Void Dragon lineage possesses such a heritage as well. The revelation left Xiao Yan profoundly astonished. He had sensed that Ziyan's bloodline power subtly exceeded that of the Xiao clan. Yet he had not anticipated the immense strength of the progenitor of the ancient Void Dragon lineage. Nevertheless, it seems that the current ancient Void Dragon clan is diminished, consisting of merely a few scattered remnants. Xiao Yan shook his head gently, suddenly recalling the presence of an ancient Dragon Emperor beneath the Ziyan Nan Academy, an entity nearly invincible beneath the realm of the Dou Emperor. The Heavenly Feather Dragon Slaughter Dance, the quintessential martial art of the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan, matures into a high-tier celestial technique upon reaching completion. Historically, the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan has maintained an adversarial relationship with the ancient Void Dragon clan, yet both factions exhibit formidable strength, compounded by their elusive nature. Among the ancient 7 clans, aside from the Xiao and ancient clans, few possess the capability to threaten them. The Polar Sandstorm, a hallmark technique of the Stone clan, also evolves into a high-tier celestial technique upon full mastery. It is said that a former leader of the Stone clan wielded this technique to transform vast landscapes into arid deserts. Observing these martial arts, Xiao Yan could not help but exhale a sigh. Indeed, none of the ancient clans are to be taken lightly. Each boasts at least 3 high-tier celestial techniques. Even the current standing of the Xiao clan reveals that most of their hallmark techniques are merely introductory. After all, such high-caliber celestial techniques are not freely shared. Fortunately, the number of these advanced techniques is not excessive, as the majority of martial arts within the 7th layer remain at the foundational celestial tier. Even those with subsequent volumes are typically only of mid-tier celestial quality. After a cursory examination, Xiao Yan ultimately chose the Flowing Shadow Lightning Flash. The reason was simple. The subsequent volume of this technique also exists within the Xiao clan. As for the reason why the Lei clan was willing to entrust their clan's treasured techniques to the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan could only remain in the dark. Only a Supreme Elder would possess the qualifications to know such matters. Contemplating this, he melded his soul imprint into the jade slip. In the next moment, Xiao Yan felt his consciousness enter a completely new realm. Within this space stood a gaunt middle-aged man, radiating a terrifying aura of electricity, whose oppressive presence even weighed heavily upon Xiao Yan's soul, despite his current level of spiritual cultivation. It was evident that this individual was none other than the second-generation leader of the Lei clan, a formidable 9-star Dou Saint. Before long, the figure of this former powerhouse began to grow ethereal, as currents of electricity surged forth from his body. Wherever these currents traversed, they manifested as bolts of lightning. These streaks of lightning coursed through his veins, ultimately converging at his feet. At that moment, the Lei clan's second-generation leader transformed into a bolt of thunder, vanishing in the blink of an eye to a distance of thousands of miles away. After this vision cycled through Xiao Yan's mind several times, it morphed into a vast stream of information that flooded into his consciousness. Did he need to temper his body with the power of thunder? As he absorbed the immense information within his mind, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow slightly. If it were ordinary thunder, it would be manageable. However, this technique required innate mysterious thunder for tempering. Such heavenly thunder was a rare find. Fortunately, being in the Xiao clan, with its extensive accumulation over countless years, locating a strand of innate mysterious thunder should not be an insurmountable task. Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the information once more, ultimately resting on another set of techniques. The low-level heavenly tier technique, Fire Dance Whirlwind, a masterwork created by a supreme elder of the Yin clan. Once unleashed, it would envelop a radius of 1,000 miles in a colossal storm of flames. While its single-target lethality was average, its effectiveness against groups was nothing short of terrifying. When wielded by a Dou Saint, any warrior below the semi-holy level caught within would undoubtedly perish. Upon seeing this technique, Xiao Yan's immediate reaction was that it suited him perfectly. Although he currently possessed the fearsome Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus as a devastating offensive technique, he lacked an area of effect capabilities. With such a technique in his arsenal, it would serve him well. Moreover, if he were to employ it with, its power would likely double. After mastering this technique, Xiao Yan felt a throbbing sensation in his brain. The vast information contained within the heavenly tier techniques proved somewhat strenuous for him to assimilate, even at his current level of spiritual understanding. Casting a regretful glance at the historical tomes on the shelf, Xiao Yan ultimately decided to exit the scripture pavilion. Time was of the essence, and he had little opportunity to delve deeper into these studies. As for the techniques on the 8th and 9th levels, he temporarily set aside any plans for learning them. A mid-tier Dou technique, even for an entry-level Dou Saint, presents a formidable challenge. By the time Xiao Yan ascends to the ranks of the Saints, these techniques will naturally be available for his study. With this thought in mind, after bidding farewell to Elder Qing, Xiao Yan noticed that the sun had already set, and it was likely that the void-devouring flame was now keeping watch in the heavens. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan swiftly made his way towards the Patriarch's grand hall. Patriarch! Oh Patriarch! He called out as he approached the entrance of the hall. Two guards, initially intent on reprimanding him, quickly changed their demeanor upon recognizing Xiao Yan's noble status, bowing respectfully in his presence. Xiao Yan, indifferent to the formality, waved his hand dismissively. Before long, he encountered Xiao Xiaobei once more. Have you selected your Dou techniques? Xiao Xiaobei inquired with a light chuckle, observing Xiao Yan's urgency. I have, Xiao Yan nodded. Then, with a hint of impatience, urged, quickly assist me in awakening the clan's tattoo. I do not wish to wait until the time elapses and find myself still unawakened. Although Xiao Yan had plans for external adventures, he understood that the more hidden cards he possessed, the better his chances. Noticing Xiao Yan's eagerness, Xiao Xiaobei chuckled and shook his head. Then with a grand gesture, the space around them morphed and transformed. Once the environment stabilized, a familiar location appeared before Xiao Yan. This was the encampment of the Shaolin lineage. With their arrival, many experts from the Shaolin lineage sensed the commotion and flew forth from various directions. Leading them was Dou Saint Shaolin, accompanied by hundreds of Dou Zun and Dou Zong, all gazing at Xiao Xiaobei with expressions of reverence. However, the sight of Xiao Yan beside Xiao Xiaobei widened their eyes in astonishment. Grandson, Shaolin was momentarily taken aback. Son, in contrast to Shaolin's surprise, the expressions of Xiao Zhan and his wife were filled with immense excitement. Their son had been away for nearly 2 years, and his return filled their hearts with joy. Oh no, why has this rascal returned? While Xiao Zhan and his wife were elated, the clan elders turned pale. At that moment, they wished they could rush home and hide their precious treasures because, given Xiao Yan's notorious reputation, he might once again conduct a thorough search. This young man was now an imperial scion. In the past, he could be scolded for stealing their possessions, but now he could take them openly. The elders could only smile wryly and concede, it's good that the imperial scion takes what he likes. Just as they were mulling over this, they heard Xiao Xiaobei's voice. From today onward, I shall assist the imperial scion in painting the clan's tattoo. Henceforth, our Xiao clan shall welcome another member of divine bloodline. Upon hearing this proclamation, Xiao Zhan and his wife, along with the members of the Shaolin lineage, experienced a momentary pause in their breathing, followed by a rush of excitement. Xiao Yan, this child, has exhibited an extraordinarily formidable talent since his youth. Although somewhat lacking in refinement, his innate abilities are indeed prodigious. Otherwise, even with a Dou Saint grandfather, the elders would not be so indulgent towards him. While it had long been speculated that Xiao Yan's bloodline would be of an exceptionally high grade, at least of the 9th tier, the revelation by Xiao Xiaobei that he possesses a divine grade bloodline still stirred a wave of excitement among them. The identity of the imperial son is merely that, a title. Should the clan ancestor find himself in a foul mood one day, it could easily vanish. However, a divine grade bloodline is a tangible boon. As long as it does not fall into decline, their branch will surely ascend to the imperial bloodline in the future. Disregarding the gazes of those around him, Xiao Xiaobei slightly raised his finger, and in an instant, a faint, resplendent spectrum of colors emanated from his fingertips. This iridescent light may appear modest in strength, yet only Xiao Lin standing nearby could perceive the profound impact it bore. The clan markings drawn from a divine-grade bloodline are the legendary seven-colored markings, which ordinary powerful beings are unqualified to inscribe. Even typical Dou Saint experts must utilize specially crafted brushes to create such markings. Only someone of Xiao Xiaobei's formidable cultivation could etch such intricate patterns with bare hands. As Xiao Xiaobei's finger glided gently across Xiao Yan's forehead, his arm moved gracefully, crafting intricate trajectories that swiftly took shape beneath his palm. With each movement of his finger, a series of seven-colored clan markings began to materialize upon Xiao Yan's brow. This vivid spectrum represents an unparalleled brilliance. Though the difference between divine and ninth grade may seem merely one tier, the disparity between the two is as vast as heaven and earth. In the end, a series of vibrant, colorful traces coalesced on Xiao Yan's forehead, gradually forming an exquisite seven-colored pattern. At the moment this radiant marking crystallized, a blinding burst of seven-colored light erupted from Xiao Yan's brow. As this luminescent display unfolded, the surrounding members of the Xiao clan, whose cultivation had not yet reached the Dou Zun realm, were compelled to kneel in reverence. The brilliant light lasted but a moment before retracting entirely into the seven-colored clan marking on Xiao Yan's forehead, which, with a gentle undulation, gradually faded away. Such markings typically remain concealed, only manifesting when summoned by their master's intent. With the emergence of this seven-colored clan marking, Xiao Xiaobei exhaled softly and then cautioned Xiao Yan. The divine-grade markings have been inscribed for you, yet to truly master them, you must engage with them personally. The best way to experience the workings of the markings is to depict them yourself using your own power when they manifest. After speaking, he turned to the others beside Xiao Yan, stating, "Your time is limited. You should cherish these moments with your family." With that, he quietly vanished from sight. As the vanishing of Xiao Xiaobei unfolded, Xiao Yan returned home with a smile, reminiscent of a bygone era. Upon seeing her son, Yao Xian's eyes brimmed with tears. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan could not suppress a foolish grin, exclaiming, "Ah, my son Xiao Yan possesses the demeanor of a Dou Di." The sight of these familiar faces brought a warm smile to Xiao Yan's countenance. Thus, he lingered within his clan for 2 more days. After this brief respite, Xiao Xiaobei reappeared, but this time with the intent to usher him away. The esteemed clan leader held Xiao Xian's commands in the highest regard. Consequently, after bestowing upon Xiao Yan a primordial heavenly thunder, he waved his hand, casting the young prince back from the central state to the Black Corner domain. Chapter 290, Breakthrough. Dou Zun, the Spring God Gorge had vanished. As this news reverberated throughout the Black Corner domain, many were profoundly shaken, yet none expressed skepticism. Instead, they traversed great distances to witness the sight of the former Spring God Gorge. The outcome did not disappoint the once mighty figures of the Black Corner domain. Rather, they were left in a state of astonishment. Before them lay a vast basin, littered with rubble, bearing no resemblance to the previous form of the Spring God Gorge. However, only a few locals were aware that this enormous basin was indeed the original Spring God Gorge. Upon witnessing this vast expanse, the faces of the crowd reflected their shock. Those with discerning eyes could easily discern that this transformation was the result of a fierce clash between formidable warriors. Yet, their imaginations could scarcely fathom the strength required to reshape such a deep gorge into its current state. At the very least, such a powerhouse could not possibly exist within the Black Corner domain. The sheer magnitude of a single battle capable of altering the landscape in this fashion was nothing short of terrifying. Surrounding the basin, figures stood like ants, all wearing expressions of deep emotion. In the direction of Spring God City, a group clad in academy attire gazed anxiously at the colossal chasm. "Elder, have you found any trace of Elder Yan Xiao?" a silver-haired woman asked, her face etched with worry. With her strikingly cold beauty and donning a silver robe, she exuded an aura reminiscent of an ice goddess. This person could only be Han Yue, though her usual composure was now overshadowed by concern. The power Xiao Yan had previously displayed had indeed left these students utterly astonished, leading them to speculate that the monumental upheaval was likely instigated by his arrival. However, despite Xiao Yan's strength surpassing even that of the Elder, it seemed improbable that he alone could incite such a cataclysmic event in the Spring God Gorge. Su Qian stood to the side, his brow slightly furrowed, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. The terrifying fluctuations of battle suggested that even the esteemed Dean himself would find it challenging to reach such a level. The combatants involved must possess strength at least at the pinnacle of Dou Zun. Although Elder Yan Xiao was formidable, being caught in such residual waves of battle could spell disaster for him. Upon hearing Su Qian's remarks, Han Yue's originally pale complexion grew even more ashen. The students accompanying Xiao Yan also wore expressions of gloom. After spending so many days together, they had developed a degree of affection for Elder Yan Xiao. However, if he were to fall here, it would be nothing short of tragic. Just as the somber mood enveloped them all, the previously tranquil sky above suddenly split open with a tremendous rift. From this breach emerged a figure cloaked in black. From now on, your identity and authority as the Emperor will be temporarily suspended. Young man, focus on your training. I wish you swift ascension to the level of Dou Shang. Came the calm voice of Xiao Xiaobei, shortly before the rift in space began to close. This fellow, could he not exhibit a touch of gentleness? Xiao Yan remarked with a hint of exasperation as he observed the slowly healing rift. With his arrival, the group of powerful individuals who had initially come to merely observe the changes in the Spring God Gorge and seek potential opportunities showed subtle shifts in their expressions. The ability to tear open space and appear from thin air was a feat not many within the Black Corner region could achieve. In contrast to the astonishment of these individuals, the crowd from Jia Nan Academy froze momentarily upon seeing the dark figure, only to swiftly reveal expressions of joy. "It's Elder Yan Xiao. He is alive," exclaimed one student, only to be promptly silenced by a sharp reprimand from Su Qian. "What nonsense is this?" Su Qian shot him a disapproving glance, with Han Yue also casting a stern look. Under their scrutiny, the student could only manage a sheepish grin. At that moment, Lin Xiaoya took the lead in calling out, "Elder Yan Xiao, we are here." As his voice rang out, a multitude of students from Jia Nan Academy began to cheer in unison. Upon hearing these calls, the surrounding onlookers felt an even deeper sense of awe towards the Jia Nan Academy. Indeed, the Academy's strength was unfathomable. Not only did they possess the well-known Su Qian, but this mysterious powerhouse who appeared so abruptly was also one of their own. Responding to the calls, Xiao Yan's ears perked up slightly, and he turned his gaze toward the crowd from Jia Nan Academy. Upon witnessing the jubilant group of students, Xiao Yan could not help but smile faintly. He took a few strides through the sky, arriving before the assembly of individuals. "He, Elder Yan Xiao. I knew your capabilities would ensure our safety." The sight of Xiao Yan's safe return brought a subtle smile to Su Qian's aged visage, while Han Yue beside him felt her eyes welling with emotion. Observing the beauty in such a state, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of guilt. His hasty departure due to the matters concerning Xiao Wu had left Han Yue behind. This thought stirred a pang of melancholy within him. For with the freezing of his identity as the son of the Emperor, the dual saints of literature and martial prowess could no longer accompany him as protectors. From this day forth, he would no longer rely on the formidable backing of the Xiao clan, but would instead venture forth alone into the realm of the Dou Shang, a domain revered by many. Yet, despite his melancholy, he knew he must not neglect the pursuit of romance. Thus, before the gaze of the crowd, he gently embraced Han Yue, resting his chin upon her silvery locks, whispering softly, "I apologize for causing you worry." Initially, Han Yue's eyes were merely misty, but in that moment, they bloomed into a rosy hue, her face resembling a blossoming peach flower. Slightly shy, she struggled to escape his embrace, yet found herself ensnared. With so many onlookers, she could only emit a soft hum, akin to a mosquito. Let them watch, Xiao Yan thought nonchalantly, continuing to hold her slender waist, unabashedly meeting the eyes of the assembled students, as if it were they who should feel the embarrassment. Under Xiao Yan's unwavering gaze, Lin Xiaoya and the others quickly comprehended his intentions, averted their eyes, and feigned ignorance. Ultimately, it was Su Qian, the elder, who could no longer bear the display. Though the lad is young, must he pursue a student so brazenly? Unable to suppress himself, Su Qian cleared his throat discreetly. "Elder, why are you coughing? Are you unwell?" Xiao Yan regarded him with a somewhat displeased expression. No, it's merely that seeing Elder Yan Xiao's return fills my heart with immense joy," Su Qian replied, momentarily caught off guard before conceding. Only after hearing such heartfelt words did a glimmer of satisfaction grace Xiao Yan's face. "Let us depart. The matter concerning Han Feng has been resolved, and we may return to the academy." Xiao Yan smiled at the gathering, who, in unanimous agreement, nodded in assent. Now that the issue with Han Feng had been settled, it was unnecessary for Xiao Yan to maintain his facade. He could fully reveal his identity. Thus, under the guidance of two formidable Dou Zun practitioners, the group of students soared back to Jia Nan Academy. As they vanished into the horizon, the powerful figures from the Black Corner region exchanged glances, ultimately unable to suppress their admiration for the profound heritage of Jia Nan Academy. Upon returning to Canaan Academy, Su Qian first took care of the students, while Xiao Yan, after deepening his bond with Han Yue, bid her farewell. Subsequently, he visited Su Qian once more, casting a gentle gaze upon the towering purple cocoon, which stood over a yard high, a soft smile gracing his face. This journey spanned approximately a month. For Ziyan, it was evident that she lacked sufficient time to truly emerge. To reach the level of a Dou Huang, it would likely require a year. For the ancient dragon clan, achieving the Dou Huang rank marks a significant threshold. Once crossed, one transitions from youth to maturity, with strength rapidly escalating to the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Given Ziyan's royal dragon lineage, ascending to the 8th tier, provided there is adequate energy, would not pose a formidable challenge. After ensuring Su Qian would care for Ziyan, Xiao Yan finally returned to his quarters. Upon his return, numerous elders from the alchemy department eagerly approached him to express their desire to host a banquet in his honor, which Xiao Yan graciously declined. His immediate priority was to refine the Sea Heart Flame, a crucial step in his journey. Although, from his current perspective, the Sea Heart Flame seemed merely an ordinary extraordinary fire, it remained his opportunity for advancing to Dou Zun. Thus, after a restful night, Xiao Yan made his way back to the valley where he had previously refined the fallen heart flame, gradually retrieving the Sea Heart Flame from a spatial crystal sphere. This sphere was crafted by Xiao when using spatial powers, a unique force necessary for temporarily storing such heavenly treasures. The valley was enveloped in silence, with Xiao Yan having set up simple formations as a precaution. The absence of the two sages had left him feeling an unfamiliar sense of vulnerability. However, he understood that to become a true powerhouse, one could not rely on perpetual protection. Exhaling a breath of stale air to calm his mind, Xiao Yan slowly gazed at the Sea Heart Flame before him. The azure flames hovered like the ocean's depths, appearing extraordinarily enigmatic, unfurling gently like clear water, with ripples reminiscent of soft waves. This fire was birthed from the ocean's abyss, only emerging where magma and seawater collided, and after a millennium of refinement, it evolved into this remarkable flame of extraordinary power. No longer hesitating, Xiao Yan reached forth and plunged his hand into the Sea Heart Flame. With his current strength, coupled with the protection of medicinal pills, the Sea Heart Flame posed little threat to him. After a brief struggle, he grasped the core of the flame firmly. With a decisive pull, he extracted a liquid resembling translucent azure nectar. Although this flame's essence resembled seawater, it radiated an intense heat. Yet this warmth was inconsequential to Xiao Yan at his present level. He slowly parted his lips, and then consumed the swirling sea of water. As this spark of fire entered Xiao Yan's mouth, the valley, which had previously held a hint of activity, fell into complete silence. In the vast expanse of the valley, tranquility reigned, with only a young boy clad in black sitting quietly, occasionally surrounded by flickers of iridescent flames or azure fire. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, transforming the sweltering summer into the briskness of early autumn, as a gentle autumn breeze swept through the valley, causing the boy's long hair to dance in the wind. Beside the valley, on a massive boulder, Han Yue stood, her gaze filled with concern as she watched the young man in black. This secluded place for meditation was well hidden, especially now that the dual guardians, the literary and martial saints, were no longer by his side. He had only confided in Han Yue and Su Qian. Su Qian had even ordered the surrounding area to be sealed off within 100 miles to prevent any disturbances to Xiao Yan. As she observed Xiao Yan in the valley, Han Yue felt a mix of worry and regret. She had already learned from the family's inquiries at the Dan Tower that Xiao Yan had 2 close female companions there, both from prominent families among the 5 great clans of the Dan Tower. The power of these families was formidable, comparable to that of the Sifang Pavilion, rendering the Han family seemingly insignificant in comparison. Yet, despite this, why did he have to provoke me? As she gazed at Xiao Yan's tranquil demeanor, Han Yue gently bit her red lip, a flicker of sorrow gleaming in her eyes. In that moment, as countless thoughts raced through her mind, the previously motionless Xiao Yan trembled slightly, and an incredibly terrifying aura began to emanate from him, as if a slumbering dragon were slowly awakening. He has awakened. Witnessing the fluctuation in Xiao Yan's aura, the complex expression on Han Yue's beautiful face vanished, replaced by sheer delight. However, this joy was short-lived, as her countenance paled, and she instinctively moved several hundred feet away, feeling considerably better. Simultaneously, the dragon-like aura fully revived, and in an instant, overwhelming pressure emanated from the valley, covering an area of 100 miles. Feeling such immense power, Han Yue's face turned pale once more, no matter how exceptional she was. She was still merely a doling at this moment. The mere act of standing firm against such a terrifying presence was a testament to her resilience. This aura was undoubtedly an entire tier above that of the Elder's life force. Han Yue stared in astonishment at the slender figure rising within the valley. This is Dou Zun. Chapter 291. Assist my cultivation. Although the Han family is merely an inconspicuous clan in the central continent, even this modest lineage stands out amidst the throngs of formidable experts. In this realm teeming with powerhouses, the Han family has encountered formidable fighters at the Dou Zun level. Yet, upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Xiao Yan, Han Yue finally confirmed that the once legendary genius boy, who had stirred the waters of the central continent, had now ascended to the realm of Dou Zun. At merely 17, this prodigious talent left Han Yue at a loss for words, her delicate hand instinctively covering her rosy lips. Since her acquaintance with Xiao Yan, her astonishment and confusion had never waned. Even now, witnessing this extraordinary scene that seemed to defy the very fabric of legend, her mind was a blank canvas, devoid of thoughts. In the heavens above, Xiao Yan stood tall with a slightly slender frame, resembling a straight lance poised to pierce the firmament. Feeling the vast ocean of Dou Qi surging within him, even his seasoned heart could not suppress a wave of excitement. The Dou Zun realm serves as a watershed for true powerhouses within the continent. Stepping into this domain signifies the commencement of a journey toward the extraordinary path of transcendence. For the vast majority of beings on the continent, a Dou Zun expert is a legendary figure they may never encounter in their lifetime. Furthermore, aside from those ancient races whose bloodline powers facilitate a slightly easier ascent to Dou Zun, the life stories of every wild Dou Zun could be penned into a thrilling epic. Boom. Within the depths of his body, where the external world could not hear, the surging Dou Qi showed no signs of abating, continuing to rise at an alarming pace. Although the Sea Heart Flame ranks merely 15th on the list of extraordinary flames, the formidable power it harbors does not cease merely upon Xiao Yan's breakthrough to Dou Zun. Under the auspices of the mysterious technique known as the Burning Art and the terrifying energy supplied by the Sea Heart Flame, Xiao Yan's aura continued to soar, reaching the pinnacle of a one-star Dou Zun without pause. However, at this moment, an invisible barrier obstructed Xiao Yan's path, marking the threshold to the two-star Dou Zun realm. Upon sensing this barrier, Xiao Yan hesitated not, letting out a low roar as he summoned the terrifying power derived from refining the Sea Heart Flame to charge directly at the invisible obstruction. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds reverberated from within Xiao Yan, reminiscent of a giant cleaving through mountains, each impact causing Han Yue, at a distance, to pale in complexion. Just then, an aged figure cloaked in black appeared silently before Han Yue, channeling Dou Qi to shield her from the overwhelming force. Yet, at this moment, the typically unassuming Su Qian gazed at the slender figure in the sky, his old eyes reflecting a hint of reverence. The esteemed Dou Zun, a true pinnacle of power within the continent, stands alone as the sole figure of such caliber in the entire Black Corner region. This formidable being has become a veritable sovereign in the northwestern continent, where even the mightiest empires tremble at the mere sound of his footsteps. As he gazes upon the imposing figure of Xiao Yan with a mixture of envy and reverence, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass resonates once more from within Xiao Yan's being. With the emergence of this sound, the aura that had begun to subside once again surged forth, akin to a volcanic eruption, escalating dramatically. The overwhelming pressure emanating from him caused even Su Qian, situated hundreds of feet away, to change countenance. As a two-star Dou Zun, Su Qian gazed at the terrifying energy radiating from Xiao Yan, unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. While he had painstakingly advanced a mere star in his realm over several years, Xiao Yan had effortlessly ascended another star level in mere moments. Such an alarming rate of advancement left him feeling as sour as if he had consumed a lemon. With the barrier of the two-star Dou Zun shattered, the energy within Xiao Yan, which had been surging incessantly, began to gradually stabilize. After a brief period of intense escalation, it finally subsided completely. Thus, the immense benefits derived from refining and devouring the Sea Heart Flame also came to a gentle halt. Upon sensing the cessation of the tumultuous Dou Qi within him, Xiao Yan slowly opened his previously sealed eyes. In the depths of his inky black pupils, a vibrant pillar of multicolored flames erupted, shooting forth towards the valley beneath him. The two slender beams of multicolored light, no thicker than a finger, caused an immediate spike in temperature, rendering the air exceedingly arid. Subsequently, the beams struck the ground, leaving behind two pitch-black, bottomless craters nearly a yard in diameter, with molten lava flowing like magma along the walls of these depths. This is the wondrous power of the burning formula. Feeling the vast ocean of Dou Qi within him, a look of rapture spread across Xiao Yan's face. At that moment, the previously tranquil and dry sky suddenly erupted with violent winds, thick layers of dark clouds enveloping the surrounding area within moments. What could this mean? Both Han Yue and Su Qian, already bewildered, exchanged alarmed glances. The scene before them was clearly a terrifying celestial phenomenon, Yet it seemed that Xiao Yan had not engaged in the refinement of any 7th-grade elixir. Moreover, considering the magnitude of this dreadful anomaly, it was evident that it far surpassed the scope of ordinary 7th-grade alchemy. As for the other potential causes of such a celestial manifestation, they were beyond the comprehension of the two observers. Only Xiao Yan, standing at the heart of this fearsome phenomenon, understood its origin. It was the result of the evolution of the burning formula. Through Xiao Yan's relentless efforts, he has now gathered 5 types of, and has finally elevated it to the level. Regrettably, the fire he currently devours is merely the ranked 15th among. If he could consume a or ranked in the top 10, the power of would likely transcend into the true realm. Observing the ominous phenomenon in the sky, a faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as he waved his hand. With a flick of his sleeve, an invisible wave of spiritual energy emanated from his brow, causing the thick black clouds above to momentarily cease their tumultuous churn. Ultimately, under the astonished gazes of Su Qian and Han Yue, the clouds slowly dissipated, allowing the brilliant sunlight to once again illuminate the valley. Is this the of? As the black clouds dispersed, Xiao Yan closed his eyes once more, and with a mere thought, the commenced its operation anew. At that instant, the energy within a 100-foot radius around him surged violently, akin to boiling water. Subsequently, waves of profound energy began to flow incessantly into Xiao Yan's body, as if a river was merging with the sea. Although this energy was immensely chaotic, Xiao Yan welcomed it without hesitation. Amidst the rising, the intricate and varied energies were swiftly refined into the purest form of energy. This energy then transformed into and surged into Xiao Yan's cyclone, accelerating within him at a speed tenfold greater than before. This formidable strength not only manifested in the velocity of, but also brought about a seismic shift in the benefits derived from various techniques. Exhilarated, Xiao Yan exhaled a breath laced with impurities, and a broad grin finally broke across his face, culminating in a resounding, space-shaking laughter. His foundation firmly established, he felt ready to roam the at-will. In this moment, the aura surrounding Xiao Yan was no longer the frivolous charm of his past. Instead, it radiated a rare and commanding presence. Now, he comprehended why Xiao Xian had urged him to venture forth alone for training after attaining. At this level, he was already considered one of the continent's top-tier powerhouses. If he did not undergo a trial of life and death, he might as well nurture himself into a. At that point, the only opponents capable of challenging him would be his own kin, rendering the notion of training futile. With his current prowess, even without employing various hidden cards, relying solely on the and would allow him to navigate effortlessly beneath the 4-star. Should he unleash his and even a 5-star would find himself engaged in battle. Contemplating this, the smile on Xiao Yan's face widened unabated. It was merely a journey of training. As long as he remained a, no one could restrain this imperial son. The talents and fortuitous circumstances of this individual are truly unparalleled through the ages. Gazing at the sky, where the audacious and proud expression of Xiao Yan is manifest, Su Qian couldn't help but cultivate such thoughts in his heart. If this fellow had been born in ancient times, he might have had the hope of ascending to the legendary realm of the Dou Emperor. In contrast to Su Qian's astonishment, Han Yue's typically serene and beautiful eyes were now fixed intently upon Xiao Yan in the heavens. Regardless of her usual composure, the sight of Xiao Yan in his current state stirred her heart, causing it to tremble. A 17-year-old Dou Zun, how spirited and heroic. No matter how tranquil Han Yue's mindset might be, she remained a 20-year-old young woman, and under the dazzling brilliance of Xiao Yan's vigor, no young girl could escape his captivating allure. Unbeknownst to her, a faint blush subtly rose to Han Yue's cheeks, and her clear eyes sparkled with brightness. At that moment, numerous dark figures began to appear in the distant sky. As these figures drew closer, Xiao Yan discerned their identities. They were, in fact, several elders from the academy. There was no avoiding it. The commotion Xiao Yan had just caused was too significant. Even though Su Qian had sealed off the area within 100 miles, that formidable wave of energy was still faintly perceived by some of the elders within the academy. However, upon seeing the young figures standing in midair, they could not help but halt, gazing at Xiao Yan with astonishment. Elder Xiao Yan, was that commotion caused by you? Upon recognizing him, the group of elders let out a collective sigh of relief. Xiao Yan's true identity had been restored after he returned to the Jia Nan Academy following the slaying of Han Feng. He had reverted to his original name and revealed his Dou Zun strength, yet he had not elaborated further. Nevertheless, the elders held immense respect for him. With the might of a Dou Zun and the formidable alchemical skills of a 7th-tier alchemist, such a presence was almost unparalleled in the Black Corner region. Even across the entire northwestern continent, he ranked among the most esteemed individuals below the Dou Zun. Yet, for reasons unknown, the elders now found themselves facing Xiao Yan with a sense of inexplicable reverence. This feeling of awe did not stem from the depths of their hearts, but rather from a visceral reaction. Although Xiao Yan had once instilled a sense of pressure, it was something they could bear. Now, however, the aura emanating from Xiao Yan evoked a sensation akin to standing before a colossal dragon. Elder Xiao Yan, have you broken through again? Among the astonished crowd, Elder Hao was the first to step forward and inquire. Sort of, Xiao Yan replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Though he refrained from providing specifics, he chose not to clarify for their own good, fearing they might not be able to bear the weight of such news. Just then, a familiar flame unmistakably surged from within Xiao Yan's body. By the heavens, it's back again. Xiao Yan's expression subtly shifted, yet his gaze was suddenly drawn to Han Yue, who was observing him from a short distance away. Today's breakthrough is thanks to everyone's support, Xiao Yan said with a warm smile to the group of elders. Please, you may return for now. I still need to consolidate my realm. Once I emerge from seclusion, I will make time to concoct some elixirs for you all. He performed a slight bow to the elders, who responded with expressions of excitement. If they required any elixirs, given Xiao Yan's expertise, the chances of error were virtually non-existent. Consequently, the elders bestowed upon Xiao Yan adoring smiles before taking their leave. Once the elders had departed, Xiao Yan stepped forward to stand before Su Qian and Han Yue. He, Elder Xiao Yan, congratulations. Su Qian's words were abruptly halted as Xiao Yan placed a hand on his shoulder. Elder, you have waited here for quite some time. You must be weary, Xiao Yan said with a cheerful gaze. Not weary at all, Su Qian replied with a smile, but upon meeting Xiao Yan's eyes, he suddenly paused, then smiled again. Indeed, I am a bit tired. I shall take my leave now. With a chuckle, Su Qian vanished from the spot. Once Su Qian had left, only Xiao Yan and Han Yue remained. Their eyes met, and a spark ignited between them. Heir, Xiao Yan murmured as he leaned closer to Han Yue's face, his voice low and inviting. I need your assistance in my cultivation. Assist you in your cultivation? Han Yue's clear eyes revealed a hint of confusion as she blushed and gazed at Xiao Yan in disbelief. The warm breath he exhaled brushed against her face, creating a ticklish sensation that left her feeling both shy and slightly uncomfortable. How can I assist you in your cultivation? Seeing the innocent expression on her otherwise mature face only intensified the flames of desire within Xiao Yan. He gently wrapped his arm around Han Yue's slender waist and leaned down towards her rosy lips. Han Yue's mind went blank, and this was merely the beginning. In an instant, Xiao Yan teleported them to a tranquil and ancient courtyard, which featured a quaint two-story building, a new residence that Su Qian had prepared for him. As Xiao Yan progressed to a deeper stage of their interaction, Han Yue began to grasp his true intentions. Is this what you call cultivation? She questioned, her eyes misty with emotion as she glared at him with gritted teeth. Once you experience this, you will come to love this feeling, Xiao Yan chuckled. Time flowed, and before long, 7 days had slipped by. After this period, a young couple emerged once more from the two-story building. The young man appeared flushed and invigorated, while the young woman's previously cool demeanor now bore a unique charm. How is it? I believe you will fall in love with this sensation, Xiao Yan remarked with a subtle smile as he observed the tall Han Yue beside him. Shameless, she retorted, her cheeks flushing slightly at his playful expression. Yet she did not contest his words. After all, the past 7 days had been immensely beneficial to her. In this brief span, her cultivation soared from a 5-star Dou spirit to the pinnacle of Dou spirit level. This remarkable progress was not solely due to Xiao Yan's ever-growing strength, which provided substantial assistance to his dual cultivation partner, but also attributed to Han Yue's inaugural experience in dual cultivation and the absorption of a modicum of the energy emanating from the heart of the sea flame. She had never anticipated that cultivation could be so pleasurable. Lost in thought, her lovely face turned crimson once more. What are you pondering? Xiao Yan inquired, gently patting her backside as he observed the shifting expressions on her face. Nothing at all, Han Yue replied, blinking and shaking her head. Let us return to the alchemy department. The elders are eagerly awaiting my assistance in refining elixirs. With a slight smile, Xiao Yan took her small hand and led her toward the alchemy hall. As Han Yue felt his grasp on her delicate hand, she contemplated resisting for a moment, but ultimately decided to let him lead her. Yet at that instant, a question began to surface in her mind. Xiao Yan, she started, her lips parting before closing again. What is it? Xiao Yan turned to regard her. You must have more than just me, right? Han Yue's expression was a blend of complexity as she gazed at him. Of course, it's not just you, my dear fool. Xiao Yan understood her concern in an instant. However, this was not the first time he had been questioned about such matters, so he was quite accustomed to these inquiries. Heir, he said, pulling her close into his embrace. I apologize, I know I am a fickle person. I cannot devote myself entirely to you. But please believe me when I say that you hold a special place in my heart. Upon hearing his words, Han Yue fell into a brief silence. choosing not to respond further. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Yan refrained from sweet talk and simply held her quietly, expressing his feelings through his actions. Just then, the faint sound of footsteps approached from afar. Upon hearing this, Han Yue's body tensed slightly, and she attempted to extricate herself from his embrace. However, Xiao Yan continued to hold her firmly. With no other choice, she followed his gaze toward the source of the sound. Not far away, a striking young man stood, his expression one of bewilderment as he regarded the two. Elder Xiao Yan, junior sister Han Yue, Lin Xiaoya said, a polite yet awkward smile gracing his face. Please, continue. I have seen nothing. Indeed, Xiaolin, you possess keen insight, Xiao Yan remarked with a faint smile, watching Lin Ziyi disappear from his view. How awkward it was. It was not until Lin Ziyi had distanced himself considerably that he let out a slight sigh. However, his brow furrowed again as he glanced back in the direction he had come from. How had Han Yue's aura become so formidable? As a 7-star doling, Lin Ziyi couldn't help but marvel. Han Yue's presence now surpassed his own. Truly, Han Yue possessed an enchanting allure, managing even to captivate Elder Xiao Yan, which suggested that she had received considerable benefits from him. Contemplating this, Lin Ziyi felt a twinge of envy toward Han Yue. Once Lin Ziyi had departed, Han Yue wriggled free from Xiao Yan's embrace, playfully pouting at him. Why must you be so mischievous? Hee. A man must be a little wicked to be loved by a woman, Xiao Yan replied with a subtle smile. How annoying. Han Yue shot him a glare, then sighed quietly. When you have the time, could you accompany me back to the Han family? Han Yue gazed at Xiao Yan, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Of course, Xiao Yan replied warmly, gently stroking her silvery hair. Once Ziyan successfully breaks through, I will return to Zhongzhou and personally visit your family to express that you are now my partner. Upon hearing this, the trepidation in Han Yue's eyes vanished, replaced by warmth and affection. I understand that a talent like you is destined to have more than just one confidant. A radiant smile blossomed on her face, reminiscent of a snow lotus. Had I not encountered you, I would have likely returned to my family after reaching Dou to take over the family business and eventually seek a suitable match from another clan. Meeting you has truly been a stroke of luck, she continued. Hee. I recall you have a younger sister as well. A visit to the Han family is a must, Xiao Yan thought to himself, though he maintained a smile outwardly. Isn't there also a Hong family near your territory? How do you know that? Han Yue asked, momentarily taken aback. I possess knowledge of both the heavens and the earth. Xiao Yan chuckled. Indeed, the Hong family resided nearby, and over the years, they had produced a genius who had long harbored ill intentions toward him. As he mentioned this, Han Yue's previously calm expression turned to one of disdain. This individual has joined the Feng Lei Pavilion and has grown increasingly arrogant, even daring to demand that I become his concubine. Hearing her voice laced with anger, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a dismissive smile. A mere disciple of the Feng Lei Pavilion. Once I visit the Han family, even the master of that pavilion will have to obediently serve me tea. Keep dreaming, she retorted. Han Yue smiled softly, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Are you bragging? Xiao Yan pinched her cheek in playful discontent. That Lord of the Wind and Thunder is merely a novice Dou Zun. Such strength is hardly worthy of my attention, and before my master. He is nothing but an inconsequential figure. Do you know of the esteemed medicinal sage, Yao Chen? He once came to me, tears in his eyes, pleading to be accepted as my teacher, which I reluctantly agreed to. Though the Wind and Thunder Pavilion and my Starfall Pavilion are both part of the 4 pavilions, they are worlds apart. So, you are a disciple of the medicinal sage. No wonder your talent is so extraordinary. Upon hearing the hidden implications in Xiao Yan's words, Han Yue finally grasped his background. Indeed, as a disciple of Yao Chun and the young master of the Starfall Pavilion, his formidable connections were unparalleled even across the vast central state. With no Dou Sheng in sight, who would dare offend the medicinal sage? One could not deny that while Xiao Yan might seem somewhat pretentious at this moment, the formidable confidence he exuded possessed a unique charm inherent to men. Contemplating this, Han Yue's gaze toward Xiao Yan subtly shifted, tinged with a hint of admiration. Seeing her starry-eyed expression brought a sense of satisfaction to Xiao Yan, though he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. The mere affiliation with the Starfall Pavilion afforded such influence in the central state. If he were to reveal his identity as the heir of the Xiao clan, would not the Lord of the Wind and Thunder prostrate himself before him? Alas, his status as an heir remained frozen for now. As they chatted leisurely, the two arrived at the domain of the Alchemy Department. Elder Xiao Yan. Elder Xiao Yan. Upon his arrival, the elders of the Alchemy Department greeted him with eager smiles. Thank you for your patience, Xiao Yan said with a slight smile. Please gather everyone. If there are any elders in need of medicinal pills, I can assist as long as the materials are provided. At this proclamation, the faces of the elders lit up with joy, their gazes toward Xiao Yan filled with reverence akin to that of a beloved father. For the elders of the Alchemy Department, Even a few words from Xiao Yan could illuminate their understanding and elevate their alchemical skills. For the ordinary elders, the opportunity to have Xiao Yan assist in pill crafting was invaluable. A single medicinal pill crafted by the 5th grade elders may have a mere 30% success rate. But with Xiao Yan's involvement, that rate approached near perfection. Consequently, the materials saved could be worth millions of gold coins or a significantly valuable source of fire energy. Thus, after arriving at the Jia Nan Academy, Xiao Yan finally found a brief moment of tranquility. During the day, he assisted the elders with alchemy, and at night, he engaged in dual cultivation with Han Yue, further enhancing his Chilean flame demon body to the 7th level. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the Dou Zun realm, Xiao Yan finally perceived a significant deceleration in his cultivation speed. Rather than merely declining, it could be said that upon attaining the Dou Zun status, the energy required to elevate his rank by a single star became nothing short of monumental. Even with his exceptional talent, bolstered by his bloodline power and the enigmatic flames, not to mention the assistance of dual cultivation techniques, progressing further in the Dou Zun realm without external aid proved to be an arduous endeavor. According to Xiao Yan's estimations, should he rely solely on his regular training regimen, it would likely take nearly a year to reach the 3rd star of the Dou Zun level. As he advanced, the demand for Dou Qi would only intensify. To aspire to reach the Dou Sheng purely through cultivation, even with his innate gifts, he might not attain that status until the age of 30 or perhaps even later. Were other Dou Zun experts to hear his thoughts, they would likely be incensed. For an ordinary Dou Zun, even with access to a fortuitous location, the hope of advancing to the next star would require at least a decade, if not several. Yet this individual could achieve what took them years of accumulation in merely a year's time. As for becoming a Dou Sheng by the age of 30, for regular Dou Zun practitioners, even reaching that status at 300 years would bring them immense joy. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Yet Xiao Yan's cultivation had only transitioned from the pinnacle of the early 2nd star to the mid-2nd star. However, in contrast to his gradual progress, the others within the Jia Nan Academy had undergone remarkable transformations. Han Yue had ascended to the level of a 2nd star Dou Wang, and other elders in the academy had also achieved their desired results. Under Xiao Yan's guidance, several elders from the alchemy department had significantly improved their alchemical skills, with some even contemplating a breakthrough to the 6th rank. Yet, what remained on Xiao Yan's mind was the ever-elusive Ziyan, who remained cocooned in her transformation. Even with the aid of the transformation pill, it would still require some time for her to successfully evolve to the 6th tier. Just as Xiao Yan was preparing to return to the Flame Alliance for a check-in, an urgent message hastily infiltrated the inner courtyard. Great Elder, something terrible has happened. Elder Hao and the others have been captured by the people from the Mo Yin Valley. Lin Yan returned to the inner courtyard in a state of disarray, seeking out Su Qian, and this scene happened to be witnessed by Xiao Yan. Mo Yin Valley. What is going on? Su Qian's expression darkened upon hearing Lin Yan's words. It was that Mo Yin Valley's elder, Feng Yan. During our recent expedition, we acquired a treasure, only to have it intercepted by the Mo Yin Valley. Even more infuriating, Feng Yan has issued a threat, demanding that our Jia Nan Academy provide a Huang Ji Dan for their release. Lin Yan spoke with palpable indignation. Since Xiao Yan's arrival at the Jia Nan Academy, the alchemy department has experienced a significant enhancement in its capabilities. The elixirs he has concocted over these past days have rendered many surrounding factions envious. Preposterous. This is utterly outrageous. Upon hearing Lin Yan's remarks, Su Qian, in a fit of rage, shattered his teacup. Yet, Xiao Yan, upon hearing these words, revealed a faint smile upon his countenance. The Demon Flame Valley, is it? I recall that there might be some intriguing treasures within. Chapter 293, The Heist at Demon Flame Valley. Oh, the moment Su Qian processed Xiao Yan's comment, his previously sullen expression morphed into a grin. It seems that Elder Xiao Yan possesses a modicum of interest in the Demon Flame Valley. Responding to Su Qian's assertion, Xiao Yan non-committally nodded and declared, Elder, allow me to take the lead on this expedition. I wish to ascertain what audacity the Demon Flame Valley possesses to dare abduct an elder from our Jia Nan Academy. Haha, if Elder Xiao Yan is willing to intervene, that would be splendid. Su Qian's face lit up with a smile upon hearing Xiao Yan's response. Given Xiao Yan's current prowess, it is likely that only the return of the Academy's esteemed headmaster could impose restraint upon him. The elders of the Demon Flame Valley are merely at the Dou Huang level, akin to insignificant insects in Xiao Yan's presence. Even the formidable Earth Demon, who belonged to the same era as the headmaster, is but a high-level Dou Zun, unlikely to last more than a few exchanges against Xiao Yan. With this thought, Su Qian's smile broadened. In that case, we shall rely on Elder Xiao Yan's strength. Of course, it is my duty. Moreover, it would be prudent to incorporate the students who accompanied me on my previous journey, Xiao Yan replied with a gentle smile. Su Qian had no objections to this modest request. Soon, a small team swiftly assembled from the academy, consisting of 10 individuals, notably Lin Xuyan, Han Yue, and others who had previously accompanied Xiao Yan. However, this time, Xiao Yan chose not to conceal his abilities as he had done before. With Han Feng eliminated and Hai Xian Yan secured, there was no longer any need for subtlety. Thus, with a mere wave of his hand, he enveloped everyone in a surge of Dou Qi, and shortly thereafter, a spatial wormhole manifested before him. Observing his effortless command over spatial power, the onlookers, accustomed to such awe, could not suppress a sense of fortune. To be guided by such a formidable figure was indeed a tremendous opportunity. Reflecting on this, their gazes instinctively drifted toward Han Yue amidst the crowd. Since Elder Xiao Yan's emergence from seclusion, Han Yue had ascended to the Dou Wang level, placing her significantly ahead of the others. With this in mind, their looks toward her were filled with admiration, particularly from a female student whose eyes brimmed with envy. Regrettably, Elder Xiao Yan harbored little interest in her. Otherwise, had he wished to engage in something unconventional, she would have readily obliged. Such a talented individual, brimming with youthful vigor and ambition, is exceedingly difficult to refuse, especially when the act of slumber could enhance one's cultivation. Who could resist such a pleasurable and rewarding endeavor? At that moment, Elder Xiao Yan had already ushered the group into the so-called spatial tunnel. Elder Xiao Yan, here, right here, Lin Yan directed, his gaze fixed on the mirrored reflection relayed by Xiao Yan. Within this spatial tunnel, each step taken by Xiao Yan traversed vast distances of several dozen miles. In less than the duration of a fragrant stick of incense, the group materialized in a valley thousands of miles away, a journey that had taken Lin Yan 3 arduous days and nights. The valley was shrouded in dense foliage, providing a measure of concealment. Yet, deep within the recesses of this valley, smoke billowed upwards. By a flickering campfire, a dozen individuals clad in dark purple garments lingered. Even the weakest among them had attained the level of douling, while the 3 leaders had already reached the rank of Dou Huang. Such a formidable assembly was a powerful presence in the Blackhorn region, and any ordinary individual encountering this group would likely consider themselves unfortunate. At that moment, a group of captives, bound nearby, found themselves in a most dire predicament. Elder Hao, is there any hope for our rescue? A despondent external academy student implored, casting a worried glance at Elder Hao, who was secured by iron chains and had his powers sealed. Despite his predicament, Elder Hao maintained an air of calm, exuding an unshakable demeanor. In days past, he would have found himself at a loss against the formidable trio of elders from the Demon Flame Valley, for their combined strength was enough to thwart even the Grand Elder. However, at present, he shared a modicum of rapport with Elder Xiao Yan. Should Elder Xiao Yan intervene, these petty ruffians would likely beg for mercy. Contemplating this, a sly grin crept across Elder Hao's face. Yet, the other bound students displayed expressions of despair, being external disciples. They were oblivious to the unfolding events within the inner academy. Seeing Elder Hao's foolish grin, they suspected he had suffered a blow to the head during the recent skirmish, which had left him somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Grand Elder of the Demon Flame Valley, Feng Yan, paused his meat roasting and regarded Elder Hao with a hint of skepticism. Hao Run, what is it that amuses you? You would do well to pray that your Canaan Academy will pay the ransom for your release. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to execute you, he taunted. In response to Feng Yan's words, Elder Hao remained unfazed, a hint of disdain etched upon his features. Dialect, I advise you to release the old man soon. Then humbly bow 3 times before me, and serve me a sumptuous meal. Perhaps I might consider sparing your lives. Otherwise, when my reinforcements arrive, you shall find no opportunity to plead for mercy. Observing the countenance of Elder Hao, the students were filled with even greater despair. While the dialect speaker gazed at Elder Hao in utter bewilderment, it appeared that this old fool had indeed been rendered dazed. Second brother, give him a couple of resounding slaps to bring him back to his senses, he commanded, gesturing toward the second elder of the Demon Flame Valley. Understood, brother. I shall ensure he is awakened, the second elder replied with a sinister grin as he stood up. The moment Elder Hao beheld the second elder rising, his expression shifted slightly. This was bad. He had spoken too soon. Elder Hao suddenly regretted his hasty insults, realizing those slaps might be for naught. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the previously tranquil valley space erupted into ripples, followed by a surge of spatial energy manifesting within the valley. In the next instant, a youth clad in a black robe emerged from the spatial void, accompanied by 10 students. Upon seeing the black-robed youth, the faces of the Demon Flame Valley members changed dramatically, while Elder Hao's lips curled into a slow grin upon recognizing the figure. Haha, the end of your days has arrived, you 3 old fools. Elder Hao couldn't help but laugh maniacally. A spatial wormhole, Could it be that there exists a Dou Zun powerhouse within the Canaan Academy? The three elders of the Demon Flame Valley displayed a hint of trepidation. However, at this moment, they did not realize that Xiao Yan was indeed the Dou Zun powerhouse. After all, his visage was far too youthful, making it hard to fathom him even as a Dou Huang. The deed was done. I refuse to believe that a mere youth possesses the means to turn the tide. The dialect speaker scoffed, glancing at his two brothers. Second and third brothers, let us strike swiftly and capture this group, then return to the valley. With the Valley Master's protection, I doubt Canaan Academy truly possesses Dou Zun level experts. Upon hearing his words, the second elder and third elder slightly nodded, exchanging solemn glances, before transforming into shadows and launching a surprise attack on Xiao Yan. These three old fools truly knew no bounds. Witnessing the actions of the three elders, Elder Hao's smile broadened. As Xiao Yan stepped forth from the spatial realm and saw the unfolding scene, a playful smile graced his face. He casually waved his hand 3 times in the air, producing a series of sharp claps. In the next moment, 3 shadows shot backward like cannonballs. Bang, bang, bang. The figures of the 3 elders from the Demon Flame Valley crashed against the cliffs of the valley, creating several deep indentations. As the smoke dissipated, the faces of the 3 elderly men swelled grotesquely, and they expelled a mouthful of blood laced with broken teeth, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief. How could it be possible? How could a mere youth possess such strength? They exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. To inflict such a defeat upon them so effortlessly was beyond the capability of even an ordinary Dou Zun. Was it conceivable that this young man before them was indeed a Dou Zun powerhouse? As this thought surfaced in their minds, a look of bewilderment enveloped their faces. When had such a young prodigy emerged from the Jia Nan Academy? Or could it be that this individual was an ancient monster concealing his true appearance? Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, undeterred by their astonishment, casually unleashed 3 bursts of Dou Qi that penetrated the bodies of the 3 men, causing their auras to deflate like punctured balloons. With just a slight exertion, Xiao Yan effortlessly sealed their cultivation. Observing this spectacle, the group of students trailing behind Xiao Yan, though already aware of his terrifying prowess, found themselves momentarily shaken by his display. As for the minions of the Magic Flame Valley, they regarded Xiao Yan with the same fear one might reserve for a specter. The abducted Outer Academy students, however, wore expressions of shock and adoration, as Xiao Yan's appearance seemed to them like the descent of a divine being. Paying no heed to their expressions, Xiao Yan casually unleashed another dozen blasts of Dou Qi, and the formidable figures within the Magic Flame Valley were rendered incapable of resistance. Their powers sealed in an instant. Conversely, the members of Jia Nan Academy found their seals lifted and their bindings severed. Apologies, Elder Hao, for my tardiness, Xiao Yan said with a cheerful smile directed at Elder Hao, whose aged visage was lit up with joy, resembling a blooming flower. Not at all, not at all. Elder Xiao Yan, your arrival is most timely indeed. Moments later, the dynamics around the campfire shifted, with the Jia Nan Academy members now in charge while the individuals from Magic Flame Valley found themselves bound and at their mercy. Such is the cyclical nature of fortune. With a smile, Elder Hao approached the restrained elder of the Magic Flame Valley, speaking to the Grand Elder Fang Yan. Do you now comprehend your mistakes? Yes, yes. Fang Yan nodded vigorously. Yet you still dare to abduct me. Without further ado, Elder Hao delivered 2 resounding slaps, causing Fang Yan, now sealed, to see stars. Turning his attention to the second elder, he inquired, do you understand your error? After a moment's hesitation, the second elder tentatively replied, I do not know. Slap, slap. Elder Hao responded with 2 more sharp slaps. It seems you are unrepentant. Finally, he faced the third elder. Do you recognize your fault? The third elder gulped nervously, and suddenly a spark of realization crossed his mind. He opened his mouth, yet not a sound escaped. Slap, slap. Elder Hao had once again traversed 2 significant arcs. It seemed as though he had misplaced his vocal cords at home. Meanwhile, as Elder Hao exerted his influence in the valley, Xiao Yan's figure had already arrived at another location, accompanied by a captive from the Demon Flame Valley. This new site was also a long and narrow valley, but it was vastly larger than the previous one, stretching for hundreds of miles. It was rich in energy and could indeed be regarded as a treasure trove within the Black Corner domain, serving as the stronghold of the long-established power, the Demon Flame Valley. However, this stronghold was now firmly within Xiao Yan's sights. This location could serve as a branch for the Flame Alliance in the Black Corner domain. Observing this fertile ground beneath him, a faint smile crept across Xiao Yan's lips. Given the current trajectory of the Flame Alliance's development, the day he ascended to sainthood might herald his emergence as a dominant force on the Northwest continent, and he was determined not to let this juicy morsel of the Black Corner domain slip away. Robbery, Xiao Yan bellowed, his voice infused with overwhelming fighting spirit. reverberating throughout the entirety of the Demon Flame Valley. Such a proclamation undoubtedly sent shockwaves through the ranks of the valley's inhabitants. In the next moment, dozens of figures soared from various points within the valley, their fighting wings unfurled, each visage reflecting a mixture of shock and fury. The Demon Flame Valley, having reigned supreme in the Black Corner domain for many years, had never before encountered someone audacious enough to declare a robbery at their very gates. "Which rat dares to rob my Demon Flame Valley? You must be weary of life," cried one of the Dou Huang experts within the crowd. Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when an overwhelming aura surged forth from Xiao Yan, instantly causing the Dou Wang and Dou Huang within a 1,000-foot radius to change countenance. They were swiftly pressed to the ground beneath the weight of this formidable presence. In an instant, the entire valley fell into a profound silence. The youthful figure before them was, in fact, an unfathomably powerful superbeing. Ignoring the astonished expressions of those around him, Xiao Yan's gaze remained fixed on a certain direction within the Demon Flame Valley, his voice, imbued with terrifying soul power, carried forth, "Earth Demon, if you do not emerge now, I shall be compelled to take action," as Xiao Yan's dreadful soul power swept across the area. A previously tranquil spot within the Demon Flame Valley finally erupted with a series of peculiar sounds. Moments later, a fissure slowly opened in the ground, and a blood-haired elder clad in a skeletal yellow robe swiftly emerged from within. The elder's face was gaunt, resembling a mere skeleton, yet his deeply set eyes glimmered with an eerie light, akin to ghostly flames. Should an ordinary person behold such a visage, they would likely be struck with terror. However, the Earth Demon, upon setting eyes on Xiao Yan, appeared to be the one who was truly frightened. After all, even though he could be considered a formidable expert among the Dou Zun, he was still insufficient when faced with a Dou Zun. Upon seeing Xiao Yan's youthful visage, the Earth Demon Old Ghost was momentarily taken aback, his expression subtly shifting, ultimately revealing a hint of deference. "Esteemed senior, may I inquire what matters you wish to discuss with this junior?" His humble demeanor elicited incredulous expressions from the elders of the Magic Flame Valley, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. This venerable figure, the supreme master and founder of the Magic Flame Valley, possessed unfathomable cultivation. It was unlikely one could find a peer of comparable prowess even within the entire Black Corner region. Yet, here he was, displaying utmost respect towards a mere youth. Was it possible that this seemingly youthful individual was, in fact, a concealed ancient monster? Seeing the Earth Demon Old Ghost so astutely recognizing the situation, Xiao Yan couldn't help but be taken aback. Such a lowly posture from the Earth Demon Old Ghost would likely disarm those of slightly benevolent and principled natures, making it difficult for them to take further action against him. However, Xiao Yan's principles were adaptable. He would not simply let the matter slide due to the other party's momentary humility. The Earth Demon Old Ghost had once been a notorious scourge in his youth, a villainous character in the original narrative. Before Xiao Yan, even if he could evade the death penalty, he would still have to face substantial punishment. Once the Flame Alliance established a branch in this Black Corner region, they would indeed require a watchdog. Contemplating this, a smile crept upon Xiao Yan's lips, one that caused the Earth Demon Old Ghost's heart to race. "I am Xiao Yan, an elder of the Jia Nan Academy. Your Magic Flame Valley has kidnapped one of our elders and dares to demand the Emperor's pill from me, showing a blatant disregard for my authority." Upon hearing this, the Earth Demon Old Ghost's eyelid twitched. When did Jia Nan Academy gain an elder of Dou Zun caliber? Aside from the likes of Mang Tianqi, it seemed the academy had no other Dou Zun level experts. Regardless of his astonishment, he still managed to present a semblance of an apologetic smile to Xiao Yan. It turned out that his subordinates had acted thoughtlessly and offended a distinguished individual. Should the esteemed senior hold grievances against them, he could simply eliminate them at will. If blame were to be assigned, it would be for their lack of discernment. For the Earth Demon Old Ghost, while losing a few subordinates was somewhat painful, it was far better than facing the wrath of this Dou Zun expert. No matter how precious another's life might be, could it truly surpass one's own? However, to his surprise, Xiao Yan merely chuckled and shook his head. Seeing this, the Earth Demon Old Ghost was momentarily stunned, then gritted his teeth, saying, "If the esteemed senior fears getting his hands dirty, I can personally handle the matter for you, as a means of clearing the way. Should you remain unsatisfied, I can also offer a generous compensation." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan's smile deepened, but his next statement caused the Earth Demon Old Ghost's expression to change dramatically. "The generous gift is indeed commendable. Recently, I find myself in a tight financial situation and have heard that the treasures within the Demon Flame Valley are quite abundant. Since you exhibit such sincerity, why not bestow upon me the riches of your esteemed valley?" Xiao Yan's words caused the Demon Old Ghost's facial muscles to twitch slightly. He finally comprehended that this individual was not seeking justice. Rather, he was akin to a bandit, intent on plundering. Realizing this, the demon old ghost ceased his retreat and cast a slightly grim look at Xiao Yan. Do you not think this is somewhat excessive, senior? Excessive? Xiao Yan gently shook his head, responding with nonchalance. Is it excessive for you, the members of Demon Flame Valley, to seize my people? Yet I cannot reclaim a fraction of what is mine. As he spoke, he turned to the demon old ghost and uttered a statement that incited his rage. Currently, I find myself in need of a servant. Although you are somewhat aged and unappealing, your strength still possesses merit. Considering your arduous cultivation over the centuries, I am inclined to offer you an opportunity. At this declaration, the demon old ghost's expression transformed entirely. The individual before him not only sought to consume the precious wealth of the Demon Flame Valley, but also wished to reduce him to the status of a servant. This caused the demon old ghost, who had gritted his teeth in silence, to finally erupt. You are truly overstepping. The demon old ghost, a formidable figure in the Black Corner region, had been a sovereign for over a century. How could he ever agree to become a servant? Even if the opponent were a Dou Zun level powerhouse, what of it? If he could not contend, could he not simply flee? With this thought, the demon old ghost ignited a surge of flames that enveloped him, vanishing in a subtle wave of spatial distortion. Meanwhile, the elders of the Demon Flame Valley were left in a state of bewilderment. The profound and inscrutable former Valley Master, having chosen to flee in this moment, left them questioning the true extent of the youth's power. Could he possibly be a Dou Zun level expert? Not bothering with their astonishment, Xiao Yan smiled faintly at the direction from which the demon old ghost had vanished, preparing to act. Suddenly, a gentle tremor emanated from his storage ring. With a flick of his finger, a small black palace materialized in his palm, the so-called Soul Palace. Young master, leave this insignificant wretch to us. There is no need for you to intervene personally. The voice of the heavenly fire sovereign echoed from within. Xiao Yan paused momentarily, then smiled slightly. Very well. I shall grant you both an opportunity to showcase your abilities. As he spoke, two streaks of light soared from the Soul Palace, transforming into slightly ethereal figures in the sky, and swiftly pursued the direction of the demon old ghost. On this day, the Fire Sovereign and the Shadow Ink, although merely souls at present, were once formidable combatants at their peak, both possessing the strength of a battle sovereign. With their soul powers now fully restored, their might could rival that of an ordinary 8 or 9-star battle sovereign. Coupled with their impressive abilities, confronting an earth demon was, indeed, a trivial endeavor. Before long, a ripple coursed through the distant space, growing in intensity, and the form of the earth demon was soon expelled by the two. The pair grew increasingly exhilarated in their assault. One delivered a left hook while the other landed a kick to the abdomen. In the span of merely half a stick of incense, the once tranquil space was marred by numerous fissures, while the earth demon, battered and bruised, was sent reeling back. Youngster, it is a privilege for you that our young master wishes to take you as a servant. I hope you do not refuse this honor. The Shadow Ink disdainfully regarded the earth demon. For an ordinary battle sovereign, merely being able to serve my young master as a dog is a matter of great pride. Yet here you are, unsatisfied with being a mere servant. Upon hearing these words, the already injured earth demon was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Unbeknownst to him, the Shadow Ink's assertions were entirely truthful. Meanwhile, the Fire Sovereign, lacking the Shadow Ink's benevolence, wore a grin reminiscent of a blooming flower, casting a gaze of flattery towards Xiao Yan. You see, young master, this fellow's body, being a 7-star battle sovereign, is more than adequate to host my soul. Why not simply eliminate him now? When I am revived, your forces will gain a new battle sovereign warrior. He spoke, eagerly rubbing his hands together. The earth demon, who had initially been filled with indignation, now widened his eyes in horror at the Fire Sovereign's words. The latter's smile appeared to him as that of a devil. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, upon hearing this proposition, exhibited a flicker of intrigue, his gaze towards the earth demon tinged with a peculiar interest. You make a valid point. A 7-star battle sovereign is of little use. It would indeed be better to utilize him for your revival. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's declaration, the earth demon was drenched in cold sweat, while the Fire Sovereign grew even more animated. His soul power was now highly concentrated, sharpened, and ready, awaiting Xiao Yan's command to shatter the earth demon's soul. However, as Xiao Yan deliberated on whether to eliminate the earth demon, the latter, gripped by an overwhelming fear of death, could no longer restrain himself. With the last vestiges of his strength, he shouted, "Princess, save me!" As his voice echoed, both the Fire Sovereign and the Shadow Ink's expressions drastically changed, and even Xiao Yan's countenance shifted. With his level of soul power, he had failed to perceive that within the depths of the Demon Flame Valley, there existed a master powerful enough to elicit a plea for help from the earth demon. As the voice of the earth demon old ghost fell, the space behind Xiao Yan began to tremble violently. A pitch-black chain, adorned with enigmatic runes and imbued with formidable power, surged towards him from the shadows. Upon sensing this ominous force, the hairs on Xiao Yan's body bristled slightly. In the next instant, a flash of lightning coursed through him, and he vanished from his original position, accompanied by the celestial fire sovereign and the ink shade. The black chain slithered through the air like a venomous serpent, leaving deep scars in its wake. However, upon realizing Xiao Yan had disappeared, it ceased its pursuit and instead ensnared the earth demon Old Ghost. With the earth demon Old Ghost bound by the obsidian chain and suspended nearby, Xiao Yan, now several dozen miles away, retracted the celestial fire sovereign and the ink shade into the small soul palace, quietly gazing into the distant void. The soul binding chain. You belong to the soul clan. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's low exclamation, the black chain paused momentarily, and then, as the space warped, a graceful figure emerged from within. Before Xiao Yan stood a tall woman clad in black armor. She possessed an exquisitely beautiful oval face, with a high and elegant nose and full, ruby-red lips. Her inky black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her eyes sparkled like crystal, evoking a sense of familiarity and strangeness within Xiao Yan. The dark armor enveloped her perfect figure, exuding both valiant allure and a hint of seduction. Yet, Xiao Yan struggled to recall where he had encountered such a sensation before. What truly astounded him was the captivating beauty of this woman, which was undeniably mesmerizing. Even with his extensive experience in appreciating beauty, he could not help but feel a sense of awe. Among the women he knew, only Gu Suner and Kai Lin could rival her. However, more astonishing than her beauty was her identity and allegiance. A member of the Soul Clan. A Soul Clan Saintess? Xiao Yan's gaze fixed intently on the enchanting woman before him as he slowly spoke. Upon hearing his inquiry, the woman nodded noncommittally, her lips curling into a breathtaking smile. What a coincidence. I never expected to encounter someone from the Xiao clan in a place like this. It seems there is little left to discuss between us. Today, we must determine a victor. Xiao Yan internally lamented, surprised to find himself facing a Soul Clan Saintess so soon after the departure of the dual saints. This was indeed a significant catch, but regrettably, her strength appeared formidable. Had the dual saints been by his side, perhaps they could have effortlessly subdued her. However, relying solely on his own strength would likely lead to a grueling battle. With this thought, Xiao Yan's expression grew increasingly grave. In response to Xiao Yan's actions, the Soul Clan Saintess refrained from further comment, instead raising her slender jade hand. In the next moment, over 100 ebony chains surged forth from behind her dark armor. These ominous chains emanated a terrifying aura, obscuring half the sky and causing the entire Demon Flame Valley to gradually dim. It was truly regrettable. This young master has always been one to cherish the delicate, yet today, I may have to ruthlessly shatter a flower. Gazing upon the saintess's breathtaking beauty, Xiao Yan let out a soft sigh, and in an instant, a torrent of erupted forth. The temperature in the surroundings surged significantly. He chuckled, aware that the Soul Clan and the Xiao clan were eternal foes. Since fate had brought them together, a confrontation was inevitable. The voice of the Soul Clan's saintess rang clear, her smile even more pronounced. However, I shall not take your life. For the within you is abundant and would serve as an excellent source of energy for me. As her words fell, the multitude of chains surged toward Xiao Yan, each imbued with a power potent enough to slay a peak Dou Zun. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 295, The Ancient Artifact Path. The multitude of dark iron chains slithered through the air like venomous snakes, leaving behind streaks of darkness, each concealing a deadly strike. Should one of these chains find its mark, even a Dou Zun would not emerge unscathed. More frightening still, should one become ensnared by a chain, an unrelenting barrage of attacks would follow. Such a technique alone could plunge a Dou Zun below 3 stars into peril. In previous times, such relentless assaults would have left Xiao Yan in a state of disarray. However, now that he had mastered a new heavenly phase movement technique, the attacks of these chains seemed somewhat lacking. Silver arcs of thunder danced around Xiao Yan, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed from a corporeal being into a streak of silver lightning, darting through the skies. Heavenly phase low-level Dou technique, flowing shadow lightning flash. At Xiao Yan's current level, the once formidable earth phase high-level Dou techniques had begun to reveal their limitations. Fortunately, he had now acquired a set of fearsome heavenly phase techniques. Although these techniques consumed a significant amount of Dou Qi, the power they contained was equally daunting. Xiao Yan's form morphed into a flash of lightning, swiftly evading countless black chains as he charged directly toward the Soul Clan's saintess. As he drew closer, a 4-colored fire lotus began to coalesce in his palm. Despite standing before a striking beauty, when the moment of life and death arrived, Xiao Yan showed no hesitation in deciding to strike decisively. True beauty lies in the ability to appreciate one's own endowments, while those who possess beauty without purpose or threat are merely decorative vases. As for the enchanting figure before him, regardless of her breathtaking appearance, she is perceived by Xiao Yan solely as an adversary. Consequently, as Xiao Yan initiated his assault, he immediately conjured a formidable killing strike. Although the fire lotus, formed from 4 distinct types of ethereal flames, demanded considerable energy from him, he was fortunate that these flames were of his own possession and ranked somewhat lower in potency. Thus, while the resultant power was slightly diminished, the toll on Xiao Yan was not excessively burdensome. "Little girl, I suggest you brace yourself for my strike," Xiao Yan intoned. As the 4-colored fire lotus materialized in his grasp, its immense energy causing even the Soul Clan's saintess to narrow her eyes in trepidation. In that fleeting moment of her astonishment, a terrifying soul attack erupted from within Xiao Yan's essence. Soul-piercing spear. The vast soul force transformed into a sharp javelin, aimed mercilessly at the Soul Clan saintess, immediately followed by the devastating 4-colored fire lotus. With Xiao Yan's current entry into the realm of spiritual consciousness, this particular maneuver could render any opponent beneath the Dou Zun level into a mere imbecile, or worse, annihilate their very soul. Even a formidable Dou Zun would feel excruciating pain upon enduring such an impact, their movements significantly hindered. The ensuing fire lotus represented a true life-threatening assault. A sequence of such attacks could spell doom for any adversary who had yet to attain the 5th star within the Dou Zun ranks. Yet, in the face of such a fearsome onslaught, the Soul Clan saintess, though displaying a hint of vigilance, exhibited no signs of fear. Suddenly, an intricate and mysterious rune manifested upon her smooth forehead, coalescing into a crystalline shield that rivaled, if not surpassed, Xiao Yan's own formidable soul power. "To employ my clan soul techniques against one of our own, how audacious of you," the Soul Clan saintess scoffed, as the iridescent shield effortlessly deflected Xiao Yan's soul assault. In swift succession, the overwhelming black chains retracted, enveloping her alluring form in an almost perfect sphere. Layer upon layer of chains meticulously safeguarded her body. Witnessing her nonchalant demeanor, Xiao Yan, who had retreated to a safe distance, felt a sudden shift in expression. Soon after, the magnificent 4-colored fire lotus crashed against the sphere formed by the black chains. In the next instant, a cataclysmic explosion erupted from the point of impact. Instantaneously, a terrifying energy storm, accompanied by searing heat, surged outward into the surrounding space. The earth-shattering sound of the explosion reverberated throughout the Demon Flame Valley, causing the eardrums of those below the Dou Wang level to rupture, blood streaming forth. As for the terrifying high temperature, it swiftly withered the flora within 100 miles. When all eyes turned skyward, they beheld a colossal void in the heavens, a gaping black chasm where space itself had been rent asunder. Yet, as the dreadful firestorm subsided, a lithe figure clad in ebony armor emerged slowly from Xiao Yan's gaze. The Soul Clan's saintess bore several faint marks upon her dark battle garb, and nearly half of the numerous soul chains behind her had been shattered. However, what weighed heavily on Xiao Yan's heart was the realization that she had sustained no substantial harm. This single display of power was enough to attest to the formidable strength she possessed. According to his assessment, this woman's prowess likely reached the level of a 5-star Dou Zun, complemented by the ethereal power of the soul realm. Such capabilities alone would compel him to exert all his strength in battle. What rendered him even more apprehensive was her identity, the saintess of the Soul Clan. Originating from the Xiao clan, he was never in want of combat techniques, yet this saintess undoubtedly possessed her own formidable cards. After all, the Soul Clan once stood as a peak power that instilled immense dread in the Xiao clan. Though now reduced to a mere handful, the depth of their heritage was not to be underestimated. At the very least, they likely still had a trove of lower-tier heavenly techniques at their disposal. Indeed, the Soul Clan's saintess gracefully raised her delicate hand, and in an instant, that terrifying infernal tempest was swept into the void by a formidable force. The previously turbulent Demon Flame Valley returned to a serene calm. At that moment, her bright and beautiful eyes, when cast upon Xiao Yan, shimmered with a newfound intensity. "You truly possess multiple forms of. Though I am uncertain how you have achieved this with your Dou Zun cultivation, I must regrettably admit that you have piqued my interest." Interest? Xiao Yan blinked, a teasing glimmer in his eyes. Could it be that the esteemed saintess harbors a desire for me? If that is the case, despite our family's long-standing enmity, I would gladly set aside past grievances to accommodate the desires of the saintess. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's audacious words, the Soul Clan's saintess' fair visage momentarily stiffened, then broke into a cold smile rivaling the brilliance of colorful scales. "Rest assured, since you are so eager to serve me, I shall certainly grant you your wish." "Goodness, this lass can be quite forward." Hearing her words, Xiao Yan felt a pang of regret. Such an intriguing beauty would indeed be a loss if she were to be eliminated outright. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the Saintess's expression shifted, and behind her armor, a subtle transformation occurred, coalescing into a pair of black iron wings before Xiao Yan's astonished eyes. The iron wings, fully unfurled, spanned several yards in length, reminiscent of colossal eagle wings. Yet, what was truly astonishing were the individual feathers, which, upon closer inspection, revealed themselves to be exquisitely sharp blades. To be candid, merely the striking design evoked a sense of wonder in Xiao Yan. Your agility is commendable. Why not test your mettle and see if you can escape my grasp? The Soul Clan's holy maiden offered a slight smile, enchanting yet perilous. In the next instant, the runes on the wings behind her surged with energy, and she vanished from her original position. Confronted with such terrifying speed, Xiao Yan dared not be complacent. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting wildly. Thus, a slender shadow with magnificent wings pursued a dashing young man clad in black across the skies. The velocity they exhibited was enough to make even the 7-star Dou Zun feel humbled. In a mere span of 10 breaths, their figures had traversed over 1,000 miles, and amidst this extensive chase, Xiao Yan finally engaged in genuine combat with her. After this singular encounter, a tingling sensation coursed through his arm, and a heaviness settled in his chest. This was due, in part, to his training in the Scarlet Flame Demon body. Had he been an ordinary 2-star Dou Zun, such an encounter would likely have inflicted significant injury. There was no denying the fact that his opponent was a formidable 5-star Dou Zun, equipped with terrifying abilities that ordinary wild Dou Zuns lacked. With this in mind, Xiao Yan resolved to reveal his hidden cards. In the blink of an eye, the Celestial Fire 3 transformations unfurled in his hands. If he did not employ his trump cards now, he feared he might truly fall into the clutches of the Soul Clan's Holy Maiden. Little did he expect that, at the onset of his independent journey of refinement, he would encounter such a fearsome adversary. The fierce blazed vigorously around him, and at that moment, his aura began to surge rapidly. In no time, his presence escalated from the mid-level of 2-star to the initial stage of 4-star, a feat achieved primarily due to the relatively modest ranking of his. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's display of power, the Holy Maiden of the Soul Clan did not exhibit panic. Rather, her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. You possess such a plethora of. Today, I shall ensure you do not escape my grasp. Her voice, though melodious, was accompanied by an eerie, sinister laugh. Yet, instead of feeling astonished, Xiao Yan marveled at the purity of her bloodline. The ability to emit such a distinctive cackling laugh signified her undoubtedly noble heritage within the Soul Clan. Contemplating this, he refrained from holding back, gently tapping his forehead with 2 fingers. In the next moment, an enigmatic and extraordinary rune materialized upon his brow, and with its emergence, his aura, which had already reached the initial stage of 4-star, surged once more, skyrocketing to the mid-level of 5-star. Such a scene, if witnessed by an ordinary Dou Zun expert, would undoubtedly incite fear and jealousy to the point of bloodshed. For those who have ascended to the ranks of Dou Zun, the chasms between each star are as insurmountable as vast abysses. Yet, in a startling instant, Xiao Yan had elevated his prowess by 3 stars. However, upon witnessing this spectacle, the Soul Clan's Saintess revealed a faint, cold smile. Do you believe that the clan markings are exclusive to your Xiao clan? After uttering these words, intricate and profound runes began to emerge upon her smooth forehead, growing increasingly complex. With the manifestation of the Soul Clan's markings, the Saintess's aura surged dramatically. In mere moments, she ascended to the late stage of 6 stars. Observing the escalating energy of the Soul Clan Saintess, Xiao Yan's previously calm expression finally settled into tranquility. Damn it! Encountering such a formidable opponent right from the start. With this thought coursing through his mind, Xiao Yan resolved to no longer hold back, unleashing his full power. He opened his mouth, and 5 flames of varying colors simultaneously appeared around him. As these 5 flames emerged, the very fabric of space trembled under the weight of their presence. The born of the great forces of heaven and earth is fearsome in singularity. Yet, with the appearance of 5, there was an ominous portent of disrupting the laws of the universe. The 5-wheel fire method. Xiao Yan altered his hand seals, and in the next moment, the 5 in the sky morphed, revealing a blue wolf, a rainbow-hued leopard, a 5-colored lion, an azure tiger, and a black and white dragon, all materializing in the heavens. These 5 vividly animated fire spirits contained an energy that was nothing short of terrifying. As they gradually formed into a formidable pentagram, the very space around them began to fracture under the immense pressure. The 5-wheel fire method, originally an advanced Earth-tier fire control array, transformed into a fearsome formation rivaling heavenly tier techniques due to the aggregation of these. Fire of departure, incinerate the heavens. Xiao Yan bellowed. unleashing a brilliant pillar of 5-colored flames that surged towards the Soul Clan Saintess. Such a formidable array would likely cause even a 7-star Dou Zun to change countenance. However, instead of cowering in fear, the Saintess appeared even more exhilarated. She slightly parted her lips, and from her mouth emerged a tripod-sized, 3-legged cauldron, which rapidly expanded in the wind, transforming into a colossal medicinal cauldron with a diameter exceeding 100 spans. This cauldron was not a mere manifestation of energy, but a true physical entity. Upon witnessing this authentic cauldron, Xiao Yan's expression shifted once more, gazing incredulously at the gigantic vessel. The Ancient Artifact. Chapter 296. A reunion among fellow villagers. The ancient weaponry path, akin to the ancient formation path, ancient talisman path, and ancient alchemy, represents a grand and formidable tradition that once flourished when the Duki continent was connected to the upper realm. It is said that during the zenith of the ancient weaponry path, artifacts were crafted that could entice even the mightiest of Dou Emperors. And when unleashed by a Dou Emperor, their power was terrifyingly formidable, capable of obliterating a small world in an instant. However, following the cataclysmic battle against the malevolent forces from beyond during ancient times, the Duki continent lost its connection to the upper realm, and the once mighty sects have dwindled. With only the alchemical arts being preserved relatively intact, the remaining sects have nearly vanished from the continent, leaving only fragments of the ancient formation path within a few great powers and clans. As for the ancient weaponry and talisman paths, they have all but faded from the annals of the Duki continent. One of the most common characteristics of the ancient weaponry path was the ability to manipulate physical objects, causing them to enlarge or shrink at will. Yet, even this once commonplace technique has become exceedingly rare in the present-day Duki continent. Nowadays, only those who have reached the level of Dou Saint or above can, through crude manipulations of spatial power, bestow objects with a modicum of resizing capability. However, such methods are rigid and cumbersome, especially when it comes to crafting weapons, which rarely meet expectations. Thus, when Xiao Yan beheld the Soul Clan Saintess effortlessly summon a colossal cauldron capable of transforming at her whim, his expression grew increasingly grave. Meanwhile, the exquisite countenance of the Soul Clan Saintess bore a hint of a smile. With a delicate gesture of her hand, the gigantic cauldron surged toward the radiant pillar of flame emitted by the 5-wheel fire law. With the terrifying techniques formed from the convergence of Xiao Yan's 5 distinct flames, even a 7-star Dou Zun would likely retreat in the face of such might. Yet, the Soul Clan Saintess exhibited no fear. Rather, her expression was one of exhilaration. The resplendent beam of light, akin to a colossal cannonball, struck the mouth of the cauldron with tremendous force. The collision unleashed a cataclysmic energy that caused fissures to spread throughout the surrounding space, extending for hundreds of feet before gradually ceasing. The power encapsulated within that beam was formidable. Upon impact, even the Soul Clan Saintess paled slightly, her form instinctively retreating a few steps. Yet, the brightness in her eyes intensified, reflecting her excitement. Indeed, the energy within that cannon was remarkably abundant. In stark contrast, Xiao Yan's countenance darkened further upon witnessing this spectacle. Although the attack, akin to a celestial-grade technique, caused the cauldron to tremble and posed a challenge for the Soul Clan Saintess, it ultimately inflicted no substantial damage. On the contrary, the luster of the colossal cauldron gleamed even more brightly, revealing the terrifying effect it possessed in harnessing energy for its own use. Such a weapon in the current Duki continent is akin to a divine artifact. Even the esteemed elders of the Xiao clan might not possess one. Merely relying on this singular move could effectively counteract many of his hidden trump cards. Given Xiao Yan's current prowess, it seems that aside from conjuring a 5-colored fire lotus, he possesses few techniques capable of posing a genuine threat to this Soul Clan Holy Maiden. Yet, the power of the 5-colored fire lotus is exceedingly formidable. If he were to forcibly summon it, even his soul strength, having already stepped into the realm of the spirit, would be drained. Moreover, the immense force of the fire lotus, should it explode, would place him in grave peril. Unless absolutely necessary, Xiao Yan is truly reluctant to employ this secret weapon. While he found himself at a loss for an effective response, the Soul Clan Holy Maiden still had several hidden cards up her sleeve. With a delicate snap of her fingers, the colossal cauldron swiftly shrank to the size of a fist, finally resting gently against her back. Witnessing this peculiar maneuver, Xiao Yan felt bewildered, yet his vigilance heightened. The ancient weaponry, long lost to time, had resurfaced in the hands of this Soul Clan Holy Maiden, and more alarmingly, she could wield it with formidable power. Ignoring Xiao Yan's expression, the Holy Maiden pressed her lips together and lightly snapped her fingers. 36 black orbs of light shot forth from the storage ring on her middle finger, connecting with 36 iron chains. As the black glow dissipated, 36 cannon-like tubes, each approximately 10 feet long, gradually materialized before Xiao Yan's astonished gaze. You are the first I have encountered capable of truly unleashing the energy of. The Soul Clan Holy Maiden remarked with a subtle smile, then gently pointed at Xiao Yan. In that case, allow you to experience the true might of this. Activate the Tiangang cannons. With her lips parting slightly, brilliant, multicolored energy coalesced within the cannon muzzles. In the next moment, beams erupted from these cannon mouths. While the power of these beams was not as overwhelming as that of the Li Hua Grand Formation, their sheer number was staggering. 36 beams sweeping across simultaneously made it challenging for Xiao Yan to evade with his flowing shadow technique. However, it was not merely the shock of the beam's power that stirred profound waves within Xiao Yan's heart, but rather the array of techniques wielded by the Soul Clan Holy Maiden that truly left him astounded. Who exactly are you? Xiao Yan questioned, dodging while fixating intently on the Soul Clan Holy Maiden. Such methods could not merely stem from the formidable powers of ancient artifacts. Rather, the myriad signs contained within evoked memories of another realm in Xiao Yan's mind. The firearms acquired in Qingshan Town, the familiar essence reflected in his opponent's gaze, and the current terrifying manipulation of this ancient artifact road all led Xiao Yan to harbor profound suspicions regarding the dual identity of the Soul Clan Saintess. Who am I? The Saintess of the Soul Clan cackled, her black wings suddenly unfurling with a speed that rivaled Xiao Yan's. In contrast, Xiao Yan found himself somewhat sluggish amidst the flurry of ethereal fire pillars, and the distance between the two rapidly diminished. Grandma is the Saintess of the Soul Clan. Hun Miao Miao, Xiao Clan Scion. Today you shall not escape this Saintess's grasp. The strikingly beautiful visage of the Soul Clan Saintess loomed before Xiao Yan, tinged with a hint of lethal intent. I advise you to surrender obediently and become my power source. Upon uttering those words, a layer of black armor enveloped her delicate hand, which then surged forth with formidable force towards Xiao Yan's chest. Yet, upon hearing the term power source, a flicker of excitement ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes, compelling him to unleash a resounding cry. Odd changes do not alter. The moment those words escaped his lips, the Soul Clan Saintess's body quivered, her murderous intent dissipating, replaced by a trace of bewilderment and doubt. The black palm, despite having momentarily tempered its force, still struck against Xiao Yan's chest. With a single blow, he was propelled backward like a cannonball, soaring hundreds of feet, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. However, at that moment, neither Xiao Yan nor the Soul Clan Saintess lingered on their previous engagement. Their focus now firmly locked onto one another. What did you just say? After a brief silence, the Soul Clan Saintess spoke first, her chest gently rising and falling, enhancing the allure of her slender figure. It was evident that her mood had shifted to one of tension. Yet, Xiao Yan was not faring much better. His gaze remained fixed on the Saintess as he articulated 5 words with utmost clarity. Odd changes do not alter. Upon hearing this declaration, the Soul Clan Saintess's body trembled, a spark of exhilaration illuminating her bright eyes. Symbols observed the quadrant. She gradually responded. In an instant, the world seemed to fall silent, leaving only the two young adversaries gazing intently at each other. After what felt like an eternity, the Soul Clan Saintess posed yet another question. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron. Xiao Yan's body jolted, a knowing smile gracing his face. Carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. Upon receiving this reply, the animosity on the Saintess's face vanished entirely, replaced by a tenderness reminiscent of familial affection in her beautiful gaze. Xiao Yan, too, reflected the same sentiment in his eyes. The two individuals gazed at each other for what felt like the duration of half a stick of incense, until, quite unexpectedly, they exchanged a smile. Earth. The Saintess of the Soul Clan remarked with a soft chuckle. A harmonious smile graced Xiao Yan's face as he responded, Huaxia. At that moment, the world around them was devoid of the identities of the Soul Clan as Saintess and the imperial son of the Xiao clan. What remained were merely two solitary souls, wandering as strangers in a foreign land. After spending over a decade in solitude, these two souls had finally encountered a kindred spirit. How did you arrive in this world? Xiao Yan inquired. Oh, I was just at home reading a novel. I fell asleep while immersed in the story, and when I awoke, I found myself here, came the reply. After a brief pause, the young couple walked side by side through the vast sea of clouds. Sunlight streamed from the horizon, illuminating the endless expanse of clouds above, transforming it into a splendid golden haze, reminiscent of a celestial realm. The resplendent colors reflected their current sentiments perfectly. It's quite absurd to suddenly find oneself in this world just from reading a novel, Xiao Yan mused, eliciting an involuntary smile from Han Miao Miao, which added a touch of beauty to the golden cloud sea. What about you? How did you traverse here? Upon hearing the laughter, Xiao Yan, rather unperturbed, posed a counter-question. Me? Han Miao's expression faltered, a blush rising to her fair cheeks. After a moment of awkwardness, she confessed. I believe I was poisoned after eating wontons and was then rushed to the emergency room. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in this world. Xiao Yan, initially curious, froze in surprise upon hearing her explanation, before bursting into a peculiar cackle. What is so funny? Han Miao shot him a glare, though her demeanor lacked conviction. After all, compared to Xiao Yan's method of arrival, her own seemed hardly worthy of pride. You must have had a commendable academic background on Earth. Xiao Yan smoothly shifted the topic. Noticing her discomfort, Han Miao paused, momentarily taken aback, and then curiously inquired, how do you know that? I unexpectedly acquired some firearms, which are exclusive to Earth, at the Seoul Hall S branch in the Northwest continent. To manufacture such weapons in the Dou continent, one must possess a considerable level of education, I presume. Xiao Yan replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Han Miao nodded in realization and casually remarked, oh, it's just a doctorate. Wait, you're a female PhD? Xiao Yan's expression transformed into one of bewilderment. It was no wonder this woman could craft firearms upon her arrival in the Dou continent. She had been a female doctor of philosophy before her traversal, likely specializing in military weaponry. In her previous life, she would have undoubtedly been considered a remarkable talent. After responding to the question, the smile that once adorned Han Miao's face gradually faded, replaced by an icy demeanor. Thus, our Han clan's branch in the Northwest continent is the one you have destroyed? As she spoke, a faint chill flickered within her beautiful eyes. In the face of her coldness, Xiao Yan did not retreat. Instead, he met her stunning visage with a similarly somber expression. The enmity between the Xiao clan and the Han clan has persisted for a millennium, and my actions are quite natural. Were we not fellow townsfolk, one of us would likely have perished or been captured by now. Upon hearing this, Han Miao fell silent before eventually speaking softly. The members of the Han clan have treated me very well. I cannot forsake this bond with my clan for the sake of a fellow townsman. The members of the Xiao clan have also been kind to me. I too will not abandon my people. Xiao Yan wore a serious countenance, and the warmth of camaraderie between fellow townsfolk had turned once again into a tense standoff. However, I do not wish to be your enemy. After all, killing you would leave me quite lonely. After a moment, Han Miao sighed gently. In truth, I possess a method to avoid such conflicts. Xiao Yan suddenly smiled brightly. What method? Han Miao paused, her eyes revealing a glimmer of anticipation. You could marry into the Xiao clan, using the Han clan as your dowry. After all, the elders of the Han clan who bore a grudge against the Xiao clan have nearly all perished. If the Han clan is willing to let go of their hatred, there need not be such discord. With a mischievous grin, Xiao Yan gazed at the breathtaking beauty of the Han clan's saintess, now devoid of hostility, allowing him to openly admire her astonishing allure. It must be said, this fellow townsman is extraordinarily beautiful. Yet, upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the black chains behind Han Miao's dark armor subtly lifted, her eyes narrowing to reveal a dangerous aura. Could you repeat that? I was merely joking, a jest. Xiao Yan chuckled awkwardly. Humph. Han Miao snorted coldly, the black chains retreating to her back. She then looked at Xiao Yan and said, if you wish to avoid being caught in this ancient feud, then strive to grow stronger. Only when we possess the power to command a clan can such conflicts be truly resolved. With that, a pitch-black spatial wormhole materialized before her. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. If you have the courage, seek me out in the Southwest continent. Should you not fear the wrath of the Han clan? With that, she stepped forward and vanished into the void. To the Han clan, you say? Observing the direction in which Han Miao had disappeared, a smile crept onto Xiao Yan's lips. The reason for Han Miao's departure was likely not due to pressing matters, but rather a desire to avoid further discussion of the sensitive topic. Nevertheless, a transformed notion began to quietly brew in Xiao Yan's mind. What of being fellow townsfolk? Upon encountering a fellow villager, one cannot help but feel a twinge of mischief. With a faint smile gracing his lips, Xiao Yan soared back towards the Demon Flame Valley. Chapter 297, Kai Lin and Han Yue. Having lived in solitude in this world for over a decade, he never anticipated that fortune would allow him to meet a compatriot in this humble locale. This serendipity greatly lifted his spirits. Although their identities and affiliations differed significantly, Xiao Yan dismissed such concerns. After attaining absolute strength, such matters could easily be altered. Should he possess the prowess of a Dou Emperor, or even merely reach the pinnacle of a 9-star Dou Saint, safeguarding a Soul Clan's holy maiden would hardly pose a challenge. After all, Xiao Bei had once been capable of ensuring the safe escape of his beloved. The Soul Clan's enduring power, second only to the ancient 7 clans, could indeed afford Xiao Xian some leniency. Otherwise, with the might of a Dou Emperor, Exterminating the entire bloodline of the Soul Clan would be a trivial endeavor. As for Xiao Xian's initial decision to overlook the remnants of the Soul Clan, whether it was to leave a lingering threat to temper the Xiao clan's descendants or for other motives, remained a mystery to Xiao Yan. Ultimately, he did not believe that his ancestor would spare them out of mere compassion. Nevertheless, despite his current strength, Xiao Yan lacked substantial influence within the clan. The ordinary Dou Saint elders would grant him some regard, not solely due to his exceptional talent, but largely because of the reputation of their forebear, Xiao Xian. Otherwise, a mere Dou Zun or Dou Zun, no matter how extraordinary his gifts, would hardly be deemed significant by the Dou Saint powerhouses. In due course, Xiao Yan returned to the Demon Flame Valley, which lay in ruins following a recent fierce battle. The surrounding mountains, within a 100-mile radius, had been largely flattened by the residual waves of the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. However, Xiao Yan remained unperturbed by the devastation. His decision to act against the Demon Flame Valley stemmed not only from the audacity of Feng Yin and his companions, but also from his interest in this piece of land. Otherwise, with the strength of Feng Yin and his cohorts, Xiao Yan could have effortlessly dispatched them with a mere flick of his fingers. With these thoughts in mind, energy surged within Xiao Yan's palm, and soon a spatial wormhole began to materialize before him. Stepping into it, the tumultuous forces of space surged toward him. Such spatial energies were formidable. A Dou Huang would likely face peril within, and even a Dou Zun would struggle to navigate the treacherous currents, fighting to survive. Yet, Xiao Yan had transformed. Now, as a Dou Zun, he wielded true power that inspired awe and commanded the very elements. He spread his arms wide, 5 distinct flames coalescing before him, swiftly forming a swirling tunnel through space. A Dou Zun possessed the terrifying ability to open such spatial passages. The languidly spun before him, as Xiao Yan advanced through the dark and enigmatic expanse like a mere insect, trailing behind him a gradually stabilizing spatial tunnel. After several hours had elapsed, the soul power he had been scanning the surroundings with finally detected the presence of a familiar metropolis. Continuing onward, he pressed forward until he sensed a suitable spatial node, at which point he deftly manipulated it to gently touch that node. A silver radiance sliced through the air, and the darkness before him was slowly parted by revealing a colossal luminous circle of approximately 10 zhang in diameter. As this circle expanded, a magnificent and towering city emerged before Xiao Yan. Gazing upon what was once merely an ordinary Jia Ma Holy City, Xiao Yan felt a sense of astonishment. When he departed from Jia Ma Holy City, it had already begun to take on the scale of a grand city, yet it was still in its nascent form, lacking in comparison to the Black Mark City. Upon his second return, prompted by the need to refine the fallen heart flame, he had been too preoccupied to observe closely, though he had sensed the city undergoing remarkable transformations. Now, upon returning once more, he found that Jia Ma Holy City had finally begun to exhibit the characteristics of a first-rate city in the northwestern continent. The vast city walls, stretching for thousands of miles and soaring dozens of zhang high, along with the overwhelming aura of countless powerful beings within, made it clear to Xiao Yan that the Flame Alliance had finally begun to establish its presence. Just moments after he materialized in the sky above Jia Ma Holy City, formidable auras began to emanate from within the city. In an instant, hundreds of figures, their backs adorned with wings of fighting spirit, surged forth from Jia Ma Holy City like locusts. To Xiao Yan's satisfaction, he noticed several dozen figures standing in the air, poised and vigilant, their feet seemingly treading upon the very fabric of space. These figures were all unmistakably Dou Zun experts. In the Dou Qi continent, only those who had ascended to the realm of Dou Zun could truly be considered formidable. In ordinary factions, the presence of a single Dou Zun expert was sufficient to provide a solid foundation. Even in the ancient 7 clans, Dou Zun experts had shed their identities as mere passers-by, recognized as individuals of significance within their respective clans. Thus, witnessing the Flame Alliance boast such a number of Dou Zun experts brought a sense of satisfaction to Xiao Yan. Who dares to intrude upon the sacred city of the Flame Alliance? A voice echoed among the crowd, as several Dou Zun experts eyed Xiao Yan with vigilance. With their level of expertise, they could naturally sense that the seemingly youthful figure before them was, in fact, a fearsome Dou Zun expert. A Dou Zun expert warranted caution, even given the current strength of the Flame Alliance. As they pondered within their hearts, an immense aura suddenly surged forth from the direction of the Yunlan sect, followed by a resonant and aged voice echoing through the air. Ah, the leader has returned. This voice carried a warmth that resonated with familiarity. Yet astute listeners could discern an undertone of flattery. Before long, a tall elder emerged from the Yunlan sect, beaming as he soared toward Xiao Yan. The leader? The initially wary crowd was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this proclamation, quickly revealing expressions of astonishment. It turned out that this seemingly overly youthful figure was indeed the leader of the Flame Alliance. In contrast to the shock that adorned the faces of the newly arrived powerful beings, the seasoned experts from the Flame Alliance exhibited even greater astonishment. They vividly recalled that when the leader departed the Flame Alliance, he appeared to be a mere Dou Zun, yet within less than a year, he had ascended to the status of a true Dou Zun, a being capable of commanding dominance over the northwestern continent. With Xiao Yan's emergence, several formidable auras ascended towards the heavens from within the Flame Alliance, comprising 2 Dou Zun presences and 2 peak Dou Zun energies. The 2 Dou Zun auras naturally belonged to the Heavenly Serpent's Lord and the esteemed Fu Ding, while the 2 peak Dou Zun auras were none other than Xiao Li and Kai Lin. "Ah, Fu Ding, my old friend. I never expected you to have broken through to the 8th rank," Xiao Yan remarked with a slight nod towards the Lord of the Heavenly Serpent, his gaze then shifting to Fu Ding with an expression of surprise. He had presumed that, given Fu Ding's aptitude, it would take at least 3 to 5 years, even under the tutelage of Yao Lao, to attain the spiritual realm. To his astonishment, Fu Ding had achieved this milestone in less than a year. Haha. The leader is overly generous with his praise. My progress today is largely due to the personal guidance of the esteemed Yao, Fu Ding replied, a smile gracing his face, albeit tinged with residual trepidation. Since his visit to the Starfall Pavilion, upon revealing that he had been recommended by Xiao Yan, Yao had imparted the methods for ascending to the spiritual realm. However, Fu Ding's lack of talent had incited Yao's ire, culminating in a grueling training regimen. Recalling this harrowing experience still sent chills down Fu Ding's spine, yet he took solace in the adage that enduring hardship would lead one to greatness. Now, he was indeed a bona fide 8th-rank alchemist. Just as he reveled in his personal triumph, eager to showcase his prowess before Xiao Yan, he inadvertently sensed a mysterious spiritual essence emanating from Xiao Yan's soul. How can this be? Fu Ding's eyes widened in disbelief, and he, somewhat impolitely, employed his spiritual force to probe into Xiao Yan's soul. The result left him utterly astonished. Leader, have you also reached the spiritual realm? Fu Ding gazed at Xiao Yan in bewilderment. Ah, it appears I inadvertently reached it, Xiao Yan replied with a cheerful smile. The esteemed Fu Ding clasped his plump chest, momentarily at a loss for words. The blow was rather overwhelming. Yet, upon uttering those words, Xiao Li's gaze towards Xiao Yan was filled with unrestrained joy. Little Yan, I had no idea you have already ascended to the rank of Dou Zun, and even your soul power has reached the spiritual realm. Splendid, truly splendid. Witnessing Xiao Yan's rapid ascent in strength, Xiao Li chuckled with a hint of malice, envisioning a future where he could stride confidently within the Xiao clan. Even when facing the elder Dou Sheng, a mere mention of my brother Xiao Yan would elicit smiles and offerings of tea from them. In contrast to Xiao Li's boisterous demeanor, Kai Lin restrained her exuberance somewhat, though her enchanting crimson lips were slightly pursed, revealing her pleasant mood. Within her gaze, there shimmered a unique brilliance. Their bond had grown inseparably strong over time, and her feelings for Xiao Yan had deepened significantly. Thus, upon hearing of his formidable prowess, a surge of joy and pride blossomed from within her heart. At that moment, a smile, both ambiguous and subtly fervent, exchanged silently between them. As she perceived the hidden sentiments within Xiao Yan's dark pupils, a faint blush graced Kai Lin's porcelain-like visage. Ah, some matters can wait. Kai Lin, second brother. I need you to immediately mobilize 3 Dou Zun and 10 Dou Huang to accompany me to the Black Corner region. I have discovered an excellent location there, suitable for establishing a branch of the Yin Alliance, Xiao Yan remarked with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Kai Lin's eyes sparkled with interest, and she promptly organized the necessary personnel with remarkable efficiency, demonstrating leadership skills that rivaled her innate talents. Alliance leader. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, the 13 formidable warriors displayed expressions of utmost respect. Indeed, all quite capable. Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand and declared, "Let us depart at once." With that, he led the group into the spatial wormhole. The spatial tunnel had been successfully constructed, allowing for expedient travel. In the span of a mere incense sticks burning, they arrived once more at the Demon Flame Valley. Upon sighting Xiao Yan, the inhabitants of the valley greeted him with reverence, bowing respectfully. Just then, a silver figure soared toward Xiao Yan, wings of Dou Qi unfurling with haste. Xiao Yan, Han Yue's voice resonated with joy, as their group had arrived at the Demon Flame Valley under his guidance. To their surprise, the once arrogant masters of the valley greeted them with deference. However, as Han Yue approached Xiao Yan, an even more radiant figure appeared before her. The woman, adorned in a resplendent purple robe, revealed glimpses of skin that appeared even more exquisite than her own. Her face, a stunning embodiment of beauty, weighed heavily upon her with an unprecedented sense of pressure. What troubled her further was the seemingly intimate relationship between this enchanting woman and Xiao Yan. In an instant, despite Han Yue's typically composed nature, she found herself engulfed in discomfort. Meanwhile, Kai Lin, observing Han Yue's expression, quickly grasped the situation. It was truly unexpected that in less than a year since her departure, another sister had been added to the family. Kai Lin's voice was sweet, yet carried an undercurrent of coldness. Almost a year had passed, and she had only gained one sister, which was quite a restraint compared to the previous year, or so Xiao Yan thought, though he dared not voice such sentiments. If he did, it was likely that the queen's sword would find its way to his side. Fortunately, Xiao Li was present to ease the tension. With a smile, he remarked, "Sister-in-law, my brother may be a rogue, but you must sense that he harbors feelings for you." He continued, "Hee. The Flame Alliance is about to take over the Demon Flame Valley. If you are interested, why not join us for a stroll?" Han Yue was momentarily taken aback, and at that moment, Xiao Yan added, "Yue, come along. Some matters must eventually be confronted. Do not worry, dear sister. I harbor no animosity towards you. If you do not mind, simply call me sister," Kai Lin interjected gently. Chapter 298, The Flame Alliance Branch. Upon hearing this, Han Yue glanced at Kai Lin again, her eyes betraying a mix of wariness and confusion, yet she ultimately chose to follow in Xiao Yan's footsteps. At that moment, Kai Lin and Xiao Yan exchanged a knowing look, each perceiving a wealth of unspoken information in the other's gaze, their understanding palpable. "Everyone, the responsibility of the Demon Flame Valley is now entrusted to you. The students behind me will temporarily accompany you for their learning," Xiao Yan announced. Turning to the 3 Dou Zun elders and a group of Dou Huang powerhouses, with Lin Xiuya and others in tow, they must thoroughly investigate their pasts. Those with heinous crimes should be executed on the spot, while others should be dealt with judiciously. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. "Yes, Alliance leader." The elders of the Flame Alliance nodded in agreement. After issuing these directives, Xiao Yan, accompanied by Kai Lin and the others, soared towards a designated direction. The treasure trove of the Demon Flame Valley held the accumulation of years, a testament to its heritage. In the past, as the heir of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan had access to an abundance of resources at his disposal, rendering him indifferent to such matters. However, having lost the support of his clan, he began to learn the virtue of frugality, despite still possessing many valuable items. These treasures were meticulously concealed by the Earth Demon, and in the past, even the mightiest of Dou Zun Peak experts would have struggled to uncover them. Yet now, with Xiao Yan's soul having entered the spirit realm, he could effortlessly locate the so-called treasure chamber. After a few minutes, the two emerged from the biting tunnel, standing before a stone wall overgrown with wild grass. This wall seemed to meld seamlessly with the surrounding stone, exhibiting almost no flaws. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's soul entering the spirit realm, he might not have discovered this place at all. With a casual wave of his hand, Xiao Yan unleashed a massive torrent of Dou Qi, which struck the stone wall with tremendous force. The terrifying energy, laced with strands of unusual fire, seared through the thick rock, creating a 10-meter-long tunnel. Beyond this passage lay a pitch-black cave. Observing the cavern, a smile graced Xiao Yan's lips, while excitement flickered across the faces of Kai Lin and Han Yue behind him. For a scion of a prestigious clan like Xiao Yan, the treasures hidden within a minor Dou Zun-level faction might seem trivial. However, for them, it felt akin to a sudden windfall. The value of wealth was secondary. Primarily, it was the thrill of reaping rewards without cost that excited them. Regrettably, the Earth Demon had been rescued by Han Miao. Otherwise, it would have been an excellent opportunity to forge a remarkable body for the esteemed Flame Lord. Xiao Yan mused helplessly, then led the group into the cavern. Should the Earth Demon become aware of Xiao Yan's thoughts at that moment, he would likely never dare to return to the northwest continent again. The cave emitted a faint glow, and along the lengthy stone steps, moonlight stones embedded at the end illuminated the previously dark cavern. Moments later, a heavy stone door appeared before them. Such a trivial amount of treasure, yet hidden so carefully. What a hassle, Xiao Yan remarked with a hint of exasperation before launching another torrent of Dou Qi at the stone door. Boom! The door shattered instantly under the force of his attack, and as it collapsed, a blinding light erupted from within. "Be careful," Kai Lin's expression shifted. But Xiao Yan remained unfazed. With a gentle motion of his arm, he summoned a wall of unusual fire, concealing the objects within. All the gold and stones that struck the fiery barrier were effortlessly melted away. "Vile beast," Xiao Yan scoffed, as an overwhelming aura surged into the stone chamber beyond the massive door, suppressing the once powerful serpentine monster within. Hiss! Feeling Xiao Yan's terrifying presence, the serpentine beast shrank back in reverence. Humph! Kai Lin let out a cold snort, and upon sensing the aura of the 7-colored devouring python, the serpent trembled uncontrollably. "Let us proceed." Xiao Yan smiled faintly and led the group deeper into the storeroom. which was entirely forged from ink steel. Within, numerous racks were neatly arranged, displaying scroll after scroll, while on the opposite side, several crystal cabinets housed many precious medicinal herbs, hinting at the significant value of the items stored within. Xiao Yan's smile lingered as he cast his gaze towards the depths of the storeroom. To an ordinary person, these items would be treasures. However, to him, they bore little distinction from common living beings. In contrast, Han Yue, standing behind him, wore an expression of excitement upon seeing these items. Among the techniques, the lowest tier reached the low-level Xian rank, while Han Yue might overlook 1 or 2 scrolls. The sheer number of treasures amassed stirred a sense of exhilaration akin to discovering a hidden trove. Upon reaching the end of the stone chamber, Xiao Yan finally beheld 4 ancient stone platforms, devoid of the protective barriers surrounding the other shelves. Encasing them was a faint light barrier. Yet, a frown creased Xiao Yan's brow as he noticed that one of the scrolls had inexplicably vanished. Damn it! Could that scroll of the celestial demon puppet have been taken by that soul Miao Miao? Glancing at the empty luminous orb, Xiao Yan felt a surge of frustration. What truly captivated him in the Magic Flame Valley was the legendary method for crafting the celestial demon puppet, a technique that could arguably be classified as an ancient craft. It was likely that Soul Miao Miao had set her sights on it. As for the other scroll, the flame manipulation technique, while not particularly rare, had still granted him valuable fire control techniques along his journey, thus holding some merit for reference. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Yan extended his hand toward the remaining 3 stone platforms. He summoned the transparent spatial energy, which effortlessly penetrated the light barrier that could have posed a challenge to even Dou Kings and Dou Zongs. Unimpeded, he reached inside and swiftly retrieved 3 wooden boxes. Upon opening the first box, 2 exquisitely crafted silver scrolls appeared before him. However, upon examining these scrolls, Xiao Yan felt no interest and casually tossed the box to Xiao Li. Second brother, take a look at this thunder attribute technique. See if it's of any use to you. Thunder attribute techniques? Xiao Li took the box, his face lighting up momentarily. But he soon shook his head in resignation after reading the contents. In this shabby place, there truly seemed to be nothing of value, just a set of intermediate earth-level techniques. While Xiao Li was not a primary candidate for training within the Xiao clan, he had still achieved the rank of Dou Zong at a young age, with his bloodline power rated at 7 or 8. Moreover, with a Dou Saint grandfather, the techniques he practiced were of a higher earth level, rendering the Thunderbolt technique of little worth in his eyes. As for that set of intermediate combat techniques, it can be deemed better than having none at all. In light of this, it shall be entrusted to the Flame Alliance for the cultivation of talent. Xiao Yan smiled faintly and opened the second wooden box. Inside lay a crimson scroll, upon which 3 bold characters were inscribed: the Flame Manipulation Technique. Indeed, it was the Flame Manipulation Technique. Gazing at the scroll, a hint of a smile graced Xiao Yan's face. Although, at his current level, this technique no longer enhanced his combat prowess, the methods for nurturing flames contained within were certainly worth studying. After all, while as born of the world's great powers, it holds the potential to become even more formidable under the guidance of its master. The most classic example is the Yinyang Evil Saint, who, through relentless dual cultivation, ultimately nurtured the Yinyang Sacred Flame to a level comparable to the Fallen Heart Flame. After casually placing the flame manipulation technique into his spatial ring, Xiao Yan proceeded to open the third box. Within, a fist-sized, fiery red orb lay quietly, its substantial fire attribute energy causing Kai Lin and Han Yue to widen their beautiful eyes in surprise. Yet, upon seeing the orb, Xiao Yan felt little interest. Merely a 7th-grade magical beast core, this was something he and Xiao Li used to play with as children. Nevertheless, it may prove useful in the future when he attempts to resurrect the Fire Sovereign. As for the final compartment, it was completely empty. At that moment, Xiao Yan finally confirmed that the heavenly demon puppet had indeed been taken by Soul Miao Miao. No wonder the illustrious saintess of the Soul Clan appeared suddenly in the Magic Flame Valley. With this realization, Xiao Yan understood the sequence of events. Presumably, upon learning of the crafting method for the heavenly demon puppet within the Magic Flame Valley, Soul Miao Miao had arrived ahead of him and conveniently subdued the Earth Demon Old Ghost. This clarified why Soul Miao Miao was protecting the Earth Demon Old Ghost. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Yan finally took his leave with the others. Second brother, from now on, the Magic Flame Valley will be entrusted to your watchful eye, as this place will serve as the Flame Alliance's stronghold over the entire Black Corner domain. Having initially addressed the matters of the Magic Flame Valley, he prepared to return. After briefly assigning tasks, Kai Lin smiled gently, illuminating the surroundings with a soft radiance. In the midst of their conversation, she glanced at Han Yue beside Xiao Yan. Sister, should you find yourself with free time in the future, feel free to visit the Flame Alliance. Since you have chosen to follow this fellow, we are now family, and there is no need for formality. With a charming smile directed at Han Yue, Kai Lin turned, leaving behind a captivating silhouette imbued with an air of pressure. Before stepping into the spatial wormhole, observing Kai Lin's vanishing figure, Han Yue, who had initially felt a flicker of excitement, found her expression dimming slightly. From Kai Lin, she sensed an unprecedented weight of expectation. The woman possesses not only an unparalleled physique and beauty, but also a formidable presence and strength, coupled with an admirable generosity. Who among men could resist such a woman as the sovereign of a harem? Contemplating this, her gaze lingered wistfully on Xiao Yan. Amusingly, Kai Lin's words held a modicum of truth. Under Han Yue's unwavering stare, Xiao Yan could not help but smile faintly, yet Han Yue's expression remained one of lingering melancholy. Reluctantly, Xiao Yan took her delicate hand in his. In truth, they were quite agreeable companions. Upon uttering this thought, Xiao Yan felt an urge to chastise himself. With Xiao Li taking the lead in assuming control of the Demon Flame Valley, it finally became a branch of the Flame Alliance within the Black Corner domain. As time progressed, this branch would gradually alter the entire landscape of the Black Corner domain. The elders and disciples within the Demon Flame Valley were meticulously examined by Lin Xiaoya and others, leading to the immediate execution of many heinous individuals. Faced with the encirclement of 3 Dou Zone powerhouses, even Dou Huang experts found themselves powerless to resist, resulting in the eradication of nearly half of the upper echelon of the Demon Flame Valley in an instant. As a semi-demonic faction, while the Demon Flame Valley was not composed entirely of villains like the Blood Sect, it harbored no truly virtuous individuals either. Ultimately, only 1/10 of the elders and disciples of the vast Demon Flame Valley qualified to be integrated into the Flame Alliance. As for the rest, though their crimes did not warrant death, they were still condemned to labor as external personnel to earn redemption under the pressure of Xiao Li's 9-star Dou Zone strength. At that moment, Xiao Yan found himself seated in the courtyard of Su Qian. Are you suggesting that some graduates from the academy join your Flame Alliance? Su Qian, sipping his tea, gazed at Xiao Yan in astonishment. Is there a problem? Xiao Yan replied, taking a sip of tea, his eyes twinkling as he looked at Su Qian. The academy is replete with talents, many of whom hail from humble beginnings. If we allow them to roam freely, who knows when they might achieve greatness. However, my Flame Alliance is at a pivotal stage of growth. If these students could join the Flame Alliance and grow alongside it, perhaps in a few decades, they could become titans of the northwestern continent. As for those with familial connections, let them be. While they may possess talent, they might not be inclined to work diligently. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's proposal for collaboration between the academy and the enterprise, Su Qian fell into a brief silence before gradually nodding in agreement. Indeed, the Grand Elder possesses remarkable foresight. Xiao Yan smiled gently. The Flame Alliance currently required fresh blood with clean backgrounds, and these students from the Jia Nan Academy were the most suitable candidates. For the students of Jia Nan Academy, this also represented a platform to uncover their talents. After attending to the trifles at hand, Xiao Yan cast a glance at the still slumbering Ziyan before preparing to return to the Flame Alliance. After all, having recently ascended to the rank of Dou Zun, it was only fitting for him to assist the enchanting wives and concubines of Jiamar Holy City in enhancing their cultivation. However, at that moment, a piece of news from Heiyin City altered his course. Chapter 299, The Heavenly Evolution Sect. The third fragment of the pure Lotus Demon Saint had surfaced. Upon receiving the message from the Lord of Heiyin City, Xiao Yan's initial expression was one of astonishment. Yet, when he received another piece of information, his astonishment transformed into profound surprise. The formidable being who had appeared with the fragment of the Demon Saint was a master whose cultivation level even the Lord of Heiyin City could not discern. Were it a mere ordinary expert, Xiao Yan might not have thought much of it. However, a figure capable of eluding the scrutiny of the Lord of Heiyin City must possess an extraordinary level of power. It is essential to note that while the Lord of Heiyin City may not seem formidable in Xiao Yan's eyes, he is indeed a renowned figure within the Black Corner region. At the very least, his cultivation approaches the pinnacle of Dou Huang. Yet this level of strength could not unveil the true prowess of that mysterious individual. This suggests that the true strength of this enigmatic master likely reached at least the heights of high-level Dou Zone. While high-level Dou Zone may appear commonplace in Zhongzhou, in the Black Corner region, such a being is nearly invincible. If this individual hails from the Black Corner region, they must be an exceptionally well-known figure. What suddenly cast a shadow of doubt in Xiao Yan's heart was the realization that if this person possessed the strength of a high-level Dou Zone, or even a Dou Zun, how could they fail to recognize the value of the Demon Saint fragment? If that were the case, Xiao Yan's previously indifferent mindset suddenly constricted. He had initially regarded the fragment of the pure Lotus Demon Saint as a mere coincidence, yet it now appeared that someone was subtly orchestrating events behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could Xiao Yan, the protagonist of the original tale, so effortlessly locate all the fragments across the vast continent of Dou Qi. The continent stretches endlessly, and even a Dou Sheng would find it exceedingly challenging to gather the 4 fragments. How could such a coincidence occur? Contemplating this, his steps were no longer hesitant as he swiftly made his way towards Heiyin City. With his current strength, traversing the spatial tunnel took him only a quarter of an hour to cover 1,000 miles, arriving directly in Heiyin City from Jia Nan Academy. Within the city lord's residence, the lord of Heiyin City paced anxiously, lost in thought, while opposite him sat an elderly man clad in a white robe, calmly sipping tea with a smile. "What troubles you, my lord? Is handling this fragment proving to be a daunting task?" remarked the elderly man with a beaming smile, observing the lord of Heiyin City's anxious demeanor. "This is indeed a gift, albeit the fragment may not fetch a high price. It still holds a value of several 100,000 gold coins. For you, this is akin to receiving wealth without cost." Upon hearing the old man in white express such sentiments, the Lord of Black Seal merely offered a forced smile, responding with a hint of resignation. "Esteemed sir, to speak candidly, I have been tasked by a formidable individual to discreetly investigate the news of this fragment half a year ago. However, I never anticipated that it would be in your possession. I have already informed that esteemed gentleman, and I am confident he will arrive shortly." "Oh." The old man's smile faltered slightly at the Lord of Black Seal's response, his aged eyes reflecting a glimmer of surprise. "Are you implying that someone has already been probing into the news of this fragment? Indeed, that individual possesses profound power, and I truly cannot afford to offend him." The Lord of Black Seal replied, helplessly raising his hands. Both Xiao Yan and the old man in white were top-tier powerhouses he could not dare to provoke. Even their mere presence weighed heavily upon him. This realization caused the Lord of Black Seal some distress. What a predicament! He prided himself as a formidable figure on the blacklist, governing Black Seal City and wielding significant influence and wealth. Yet now, he found himself in the presence of 2 titans. A single misstep in angering either side could lead to his utter ruin. Is it possible that someone has uncovered the secrets of the Demon Saint's fragment in advance? The old man in white fell into a brief silence. He pondered whether this individual was the one foretold by the divination that day, and he was curious about the origins of this person. Just as the old man was lost in thought, he perceived a disturbance in the space before him. With the emergence of a silver halo, a young man clad in black appeared before him, a Dou Zun. The old man in white exchanged glances with Xiao Yan, both astonished by the revelation. The old man was surprised by Xiao Yan's attainment of Dou Zun status, while Xiao Yan was equally taken aback that the old man in white was also a Dou Zun. Why have there suddenly been so many Dou Zun? "Lord Yan Xiao, you have finally arrived." In contrast to the astonishment of the two, the Lord of Black Seal wore a look of relief. With Xiao Yan's arrival, he felt he could finally extricate himself from the tension between these 2 great figures. He promptly pointed towards the old man in white, saying, "This esteemed gentleman is the one who possesses the fragment of the diagram." "I understand," Xiao Yan replied with a smile, having discerned the Lord of Black Seal's unease. He then turned his gaze toward the old man in white, cheerfully stating, "Esteemed sir, it appears that the fragment of the pure Lotus Demon Saint is in your possession. To be frank, I am currently in need of that very piece, so why not name your price?" Upon hearing the name of the pure Lotus Demon Saint, a look of astonishment crossed the old man's face, and his gaze toward Xiao Yan grew markedly more serious. He chuckled, surprised that this acquaintance was aware of the remnants of the pure Lotus Demon Saint that he held. Xiao Yan smiled silently, merely observing him. The elder beside them, upon noticing Xiao Yan's demeanor, ceased his cryptic remarks. After a moment's contemplation, he produced a faded, incomplete map that shimmered in his hand. This fragment was indeed a treasure left behind by the pure Lotus Demon Saint. The elder in white robes smiled faintly, flicked his fingers, and the map transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Xiao Yan. "This artifact was entrusted to me by my sect to be brought into the Black Corner region, intended for a fated individual. I never anticipated that someone would seek it out so proactively. I wonder if you are indeed the fated one spoken of in legends." Upon hearing the elder's words, Xiao Yan's pupils constricted slightly, and his gaze towards the elder grew more serious. The significance of this Demon Saint's map was something the elder likely understood, and thus he must also be aware of its immense value. "I am curious to know what kind of formidable organization your sect represents, capable of so generously offering a treasure left behind by an unparalleled powerhouse like the pure Lotus Demon Saint. Moreover, judging by your accent, you must hail from the southwestern continent." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's remarks, the elder's expression deepened, regarding Xiao Yan with a knowing smile and asking, "It seems you are familiar with the map's significance?" Xiao Yan nodded but offered no further commentary. Observing his demeanor, the elder began to speak again. "The sect I belong to is called the Heavenly Evolution Sect. I presume you have not heard of it." To the elder's surprise, rather than a look of confusion, Xiao Yan's expression shifted subtly. The Heavenly Evolution sect was founded by the Supreme Heavenly Evolution during ancient times. Although this supreme powerhouse met his demise in the distant past, the legacy he left has never been extinguished throughout the long history of the Dou continent. This sect excels in the art of divination. While their combat prowess may seem unremarkable, their formidable predictive abilities allow them to outmaneuver even those several ranks above them. Despite the sect's reclusive nature, occasional hints have revealed that its strength is truly formidable. Even today, the sect's previous leaders are likely enigmatic figures among the Douxing powerhouses. Witnessing Xiao Yan's calm and articulate demeanor, the elder's smile gradually waned, ultimately giving way to astonishment. Who are you? And how can you be so familiar with the Heavenly Evolution sect? It is no wonder he was astonished. Although the Heavenly Evolution sect is indeed powerful, it boasts a small membership and has long remained secluded, such that even Douxing-level experts might not be aware of its existence. However, Xiao Yan not only possessed knowledge of this matter, but was also acutely aware of the history of the Tianyan sect. Indeed, this individual was undeniably a member of the Tianyan sect, established by the esteemed Tianyan sovereign. Observing the astonishment on the countenance of the elder in white robes, Xiao Yan felt no sense of schadenfreude. Rather, he was enveloped in a palpable gravity. The Tianyan sect was no ordinary power. The aforementioned Tianyan sovereign was not merely a Dou saint, but a formidable Dou Emperor from ancient times, one whose mere presence instilled fear in other Dou Emperors. His mastery of predictive techniques was nothing short of extraordinary, allowing him to glimpse the fates of even the mightiest Dou Emperors. Although the Tianyan sect was merely a sect, its true strength was shrouded in mystery, even beyond the comprehension of the Xiao clan. The enigma surrounding this sect was akin to that of the Soul clan of yore, if not even more profound. Of course, mystery does not equate to power. However, the inability of the Xiao clan to entirely unravel this mystery subtly indicated the sect's exceptional nature. I am of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan remarked with a faint smile. Upon hearing the mention of the Xiao clan, the elder's expression shifted to one of realization, and he returned Xiao Yan's sentiment with a respectful gesture. Ah, so you are of the imperial lineage. It is no wonder you possess such knowledge of my Tianyan sect. Since you are aware of my identity, might I inquire about the true purpose behind your sect casting the remnants of the Demon Saints map into the northwestern continent? The Tianyan sect has long relied on the calculation of heavenly mechanisms. I wonder what insights your sect has gleaned of late. At Xiao Yan's inquiry, the elder merely chuckled softly before responding with measured words. Young friend, as a member of the Xiao clan, you are undoubtedly aware that the pure lotus demon fire has already been claimed by the esteemed Xian Emperor of your clan. Logically, if the pure lotus demon fire has been taken, the relevance of the Demon Saints' remnants should have diminished. Yet, why do you persist in gathering these remnants? Xiao Yan paused momentarily before responding with deliberation. Perhaps it is simply to witness the true splendor of this peak powerhouse from thousands of years ago. Is that so? The elder in white robes smiled mysteriously. Fate has led you to the remnants of the Demon Saint, indicating a profound connection between you and the pure lotus Demon Saint. Even knowing that these remnants have lost their original significance, your continued pursuit reveals that destiny is subtly guiding you. Damn, it seems that the people of the Tianyan sect are all charlatans. Xiao Yan inwardly cursed, though his face wore a polite smile. Elder, perhaps you could elucidate your words further. The elder in white robes smiled enigmatically. I can only assert that the pure lotus demon saint is no ordinary Dou saint. Of course, I am well aware that he is not a mere Dou saint. He is a peak powerhouse, standing just a breath away from becoming a Dou Emperor. The former master of the pure lotus demon fire. Xiao Yan rolled his eyes in exasperation, eager to continue his inquiry, when the elder resumed speaking. The nether lotus demon saint harbors a secret that causes even the mightiest of Dou Emperors to tremble, a secret that bears profound implications for the very existence of the Dou continent. Those who inherit his legacy will bear the weight of the continent's fate upon their shoulders. In an instant, Xiao Yan felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. His body rendered rigid as an inexplicable chill surged within his heart. What could this secret be? Xiao Yan could not help but inquire. This secret is intimately connected to him, yet the old man in white simply smiled and shook his head, inciting a surge of frustration in Xiao Yan, who wished to deliver a sharp rebuke. For even a Dou saint, this secret carries immense consequences. How could a mere Dou Zun like myself possibly know? Observing Xiao Yan's expression, which teetered on the edge of fury with no outlet, the elder continued with a grin. If you are intrigued by this secret, perhaps you should visit the southwest continent sometime. It is worth noting that the nether lotus demon saint met his demise there. With a flourish of his sleeve, a rift opened in the space before them. This is all I can share. The rest must be uncovered by you. With that, he vanished into the fissure. leaving behind a faint echo of his voice. Until we meet again by fate. As Xiao Yan watched the figure of the elder disappear, he fell into a brief contemplation. What manner of secret does the Nether Lotus Demon Saint possess that could determine the fate of the Duki continent? Could it be the Nether Lotus Flame? Yet, despite its formidable power, it seemingly posed no threat to Dou Emperor level beings. At that moment, he longed to return to the Xiao clan to inquire about the Nether Lotus Flame. But the realization that he could not do so for the time being filled him with a sense of helplessness. My lord, observing the departure of the elder in white, the Lord of Black Mark City finally breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that a disagreement between the two could erupt into conflict, an outcome that would spell disaster for him. Given their formidable powers, even a mere ripple from their clash could endanger his very life. Hearing the Lord of Black Mark call his name, Xiao Yan snapped back to reality and flicked his fingers, sending an imperial pill soaring into the Lord's hand. Well done, Xiao Yan acknowledged with a slight nod. It is only right to serve my lord, the Lord of Black Mark replied, his excitement barely contained, yet his tone remained respectful. Please summon the alchemist from the southwest continent. I have matters to discuss with him. Chapter 300, The Breakthrough of Colorful Scales. Yes, my lord. The Lord of Black Mark, whose face was alight with barely restrained joy, felt a surge of exhilaration at the mention of Liao Du, who carried news of a Dou Saint relic. Given Xiao Yan's demeanor, it seemed he had already entertained thoughts of the southwest continent. The Lord of Black Mark vividly recalled Xiao Yan's promise to take him along when he eventually ventured into the relic of the Dou Saint. Although the ruins may be fraught with peril, the opportunities they harbor are undeniably immense. Even if Xiao Yan were to acquire merely a sip from the cauldron of legacy and treasures, it would still present him with a remarkable chance. Perhaps a single artifact from those ruins would suffice to elevate him to the status of a Dou Zun powerhouse, or even illuminate the path toward becoming a Dou Zun. As a native warrior of the Black Corner region, the spirit of adventure is deeply ingrained in their very essence. The pursuit of wealth amidst danger has become a creed etched into their bones. After a brief pause, the Lord of Black Prince City entered the hall alongside Liao Du, who hailed from the southwestern continent. My lord, Liao Du, clad in a black robe and radiating vitality, had experienced significant improvement in his alchemical skills ever since receiving the 7th-tier alchemist notes gifted by Xiao Yan. As a 5th-tier alchemist, his status in Black Prince City was notably elevated, leading to a steady stream of requests for his expertise. With continuous practice, he was on the verge of advancing to the 6th tier. All of this was profoundly influenced by the young man in black before him. Please share the specific location of the Poison Saint ruins, as well as detailed information about the southwestern continent, Xiao Yan said with a smile. Yes, my lord. Liao Du responded obediently, promptly retrieving a map from his spatial ring and presenting it to Xiao Yan. My lord, during this period, I have drafted a rough map of the southwestern continent. While it may be somewhat crude, the general topography is depicted. This lad is quite capable, Xiao Yan remarked, his eyes lighting up as he took the map in hand to examine it. The southwestern continent is perpetually enveloped in a warm climate, with numerous regions characterized by tropical rainforests. Liao Du elaborated while Xiao Yan scrutinized the map. Due to the humid and warm climate, the southwestern continent is home to a plethora of bizarre and wondrous insects and flora. When it comes to the diversity of medicinal herbs and venomous creatures, it rivals even Zhongzhou. This rich diversity of peculiar insects has given rise to numerous sects of fighters who cultivate their skills through the mastery of venomous creatures. Among them, the Gu Saint sect, renowned for its adeptness in controlling Gu insects, stands as the most formidable. It is currently the only known pinnacle force on the southwestern continent, with a Dou Saint powerhouse in its ranks. Beneath the Gu Saint sect, various factions possess Dou Zun level strength. Although they may not match the Gu Saint sect, they still command considerable authority as regional overlords. Liao Du eloquently continued, for instance, the Poison Saint ruins are situated within the 1,000 miles of toxic marsh, which falls under the jurisdiction of the Xian Poison sect. While the Xian Poison sect may not rival the Gu Saint sect, it is nonetheless formidable, boasting 2 Dou Zun powerhouses in open command. It seems, then, that the visible forces of the southwestern continent might be somewhat stronger than those of the northwestern continent, Xiao Yan mused, raising an eyebrow at Liao Du's words. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Liao Du revealed a mysterious smile, a hint of pride as a native of the southwest gleaming on his face. You may be unaware, but these factions and territories indeed occupy less than half of the southwest continent. Beyond the vast and humid rainforests, the more daunting reality lies in the countless towering mountains, which are boundless and serve as hiding places for numerous formidable beings. Many powerful sects, once prominent in Zhongzhou or elsewhere, have retreated into these mountains for various reasons. It is rumored that within the myriad mountains, there are at least 3 factions with Dou Sheng level power, alongside some peculiar and sinister entities that have taken root there. Upon Liao Du's statement, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened slightly. Indeed, if the southwest continent were merely home to the Gusheng sect, he would not regard it with much concern. After all, with his current prowess, there were few who could pose a threat to him unless a saint-level expert intervened. The Soul Clan's Holy Maiden was a notable exception. If she unleashed her full power, even an 8 or 9-star Dou Zun would find it a challenging confrontation. However, the depths of the Myriad Mountains presented an entirely different scenario. Compared to the 3 Dou-Sheng-level factions mentioned by Liao Du, Xiao Yan was aware of far more sects that boasted Dou-Sheng legacies. Within those mountains, there were at least 10 or more secluded sages in meditation. Not to mention other factions, just the Soul Palace and the Tianyan sect alone stemmed from powerful ancestries that had once produced Dou Emperors. The Dou-Qi continent is replete with hidden talents. Even the northwest continent harbors a slumbering ancient tortoise of comparable strength to a 7-star Dou-Sheng, while the southwest continent serves as a refuge for many strong individuals, brimming with concealed prowess. However, this only piqued Xiao Yan's interest further. The secrets concealed within the southwest continent are far more alluring than those of the already partially unveiled northwest continent and Zhongzhou. Moreover, setting aside other matters, the Soul Clan's Holy Maiden, Han Yue, and the nether poison fire within the relics of the Poison Saint alone would be sufficient to compel Xiao Yan to undertake a journey. Compared to the past, now that he has stepped into the Dou Zun realm, he seeks to expedite his cultivation, with the path of devouring being nearly his sole option. Although the Dan Tower possesses the 3,000 yen flame, it could only assist him in reaching the 5-star Dou Zun level at most. Furthermore, given that the 3,000 yen flames have accumulated power over a millennium, even a 9-star Dou Zun would need to tread carefully around their might. Even with the burning technique, attempting to consume the 3,000 yen flames poses considerable risk for Xiao Yan. The most prudent course of action is to wait for Ziyan to awaken, then escort her back to Zhongzhou, and await the arrival of the ancient dragon clan to retrieve her. At that point, with the dragon seal in hand, and with Xiao Yan's current strength, devouring the 3,000 yen flames would be a straightforward endeavor. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Xiao Yan suddenly felt a twinge of regret. In the final 2 days of his authority, he should have led several high-ranking Dou saints to impose sanctions on the rebellious dragon kings of the ancient Void Dragon clan. In hindsight, he had left himself with considerable trouble. Any future attempts to assist would likely have to wait until he reached the Dou Saint level. With this realization, Xiao Yan temporarily charted his course ahead. First, he would return to the Central Plains, drop off Ziyan and Han Yue, and then turn his attention to the southwest continent. I understand, Xiao Yan replied with a slight nod, then rose slowly to say, when I prepare to head to the southwest continent in the future, I will come to bring you both along. With that, the space before him twisted, and he vanished from their sight. Once Xiao Yan disappeared, the Lord of Blackmark City and Liao Du exchanged glances, their faces breaking into sinister smiles. It was evident that both were in high spirits. Above the Flame Alliance, a spatial rift reappeared, but this time, the aura emanating from the city was subdued. For everyone knew that their esteemed leader had returned. As he surveyed the gradually expanding Jamma holy city from above, Xiao Yan's figure materialized within the Alliance Master Hall. At that moment, Kai Lin sat gracefully within. Back already? Upon seeing Xiao Yan appear before her, Kai Lin's lips curled into a delicate smile, a hint of surprise gracing her features. Hee. Xiao Yan chuckled at her expression, reaching out to embrace her waist. However, just as they were about to indulge in their embrace, a peaked Dou Huang aura abruptly manifested outside the Alliance Master Hall. Which fool dares to interrupt this moment of mine? Xiao Yan frowned in displeasure, but his expression shifted slightly as he sensed the aura. The grand doors of the hall swung open, revealing a classical beauty clad in a green dress and adorned with a golden phoenix crown. Her figure was voluptuous. Her long black hair as dark as ink. Who else could it be but Yun Yun? Hee. Yun'er, what brings you here so swiftly? Are you that eager to see me? Upon seeing Yun Yun, Xiao Yan stiffened, yet his hand remained resting on Kai Lin's waist. To withdraw now would only incur Kai Lin's ire. Indeed, I wish to see young Master Xiao sooner, but it seems you do not share the same sentiment. Yun Yun replied with a smile, though an undercurrent of danger tinged her tone. Counting this return, Xiao Yan had been back 3 times. Yet each time he sought out Kai Lin first. This left Yun Yun with a small sense of dissatisfaction. Hee, what are you saying? You have always been on my mind. It is merely due to pressing matters that I have sought out Kai Lin upon each return. Xiao Yan responded with a mild smile, unleashing a pull from his palm that drew Yun Yun into his embrace. At this moment, he found himself cradling 2 stunning beauties in his arms, a fortune enviable to all. Yet, the leader's fortune did not end there. Shortly thereafter, several presences, though not as formidable as Yun Yun, yet significantly stronger than in the past, appeared outside the Alliance Lord's Hall. As the grand doors swung open once more, Xiao Yan was greeted by the appearances of the little medicine fairy, Ye Fei, and Yao Yi. Instantly, the resentful gazes of the gathered women caused a headache for Xiao Yan. Well, the master truly shows favoritism. Upon returning, he only thinks of his sister. Completely forgetting about us, Ye Fei lamented first, her tone tinged with grievance as if she had been wronged. However, having navigated the complexities of romantic entanglements for many years, Xiao Yan was not easily swayed by their looks. With a grand gesture, he closed the doors, followed by a sinister chuckle. Ladies, it seems you have been waiting for me quite patiently. Since you are all here, let us rekindle our old affections right here. With that, he approached the women with a mischievous glint in his eye. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's intentions, the expressions of the women finally shifted. Moments later, as Xiao Yan beheld the demure figures of the women seated before him, a triumphant smile graced his face. Such skill, and yet you think to challenge me? However, it was the queen of the harem who struck first. You are unaware that this fellow has returned from his journey with another sister to add to our ranks, she declared, her voice a blend of maturity and seduction, laced with a chilling malice that caused Xiao Yan's expression to falter. As expected, the previously calm atmosphere of the Alliance Lord's Hall was once again ignited with hostility. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan, true to his nature, ultimately adopted a methodical approach, escorting each woman back to her respective quarters. That very night, he transformed into Su Xian, bestowing a grand opportunity upon the serpent demon. The following day, he visited the Yunlan sect, enjoying the moonlight with the beautiful sect leader, which stirred a hint of anxiety in the underage Nalan Yinran. Subsequently, Xiao Yan engaged in poison testing, led charges, and scrutinized accounts. Each day brought forth a different adventure. Perhaps aware that his journey to the southwestern continent would present life and death challenges, he indulged in joy to the fullest. A month later, within the main hall of the Yunlan sect, a piercing scream from Yun Yun heralded the emergence of a colossal aura that pierced the heavens, enveloping the entire Yunlan sect. At that moment, the disciples of the Yunlan sect, along with Yun Shan and Yun Patian, displayed expressions of delight. For from this day forth, the sect welcomed another Dou Zun powerhouse. As for how Yun Yun achieved her breakthrough to Dou Zun, that remained a mystery to them. In the times that followed, the little medicine fairy, Yao Yi, and Ye Fei also ascended to the realm of Dou Wang. Now, Xiao Yan possessed a terrifying cultivation level akin to Dou Zun, coupled with the Yin Yang sacred flame, spring god technique, Yin Yang sacred cannon, and various arcane treasures, along with 5 types of to forge the energies of the heavens and earth. Assisting them in enhancing their cultivation is not particularly challenging. However, when faced with a queen whose cultivation is nearly on par with his own, the efficacy of Xiao Yan's efforts becomes less pronounced. After all, the queen's cultivation level is already remarkably high, and the transition from the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Zun to Dou Zun represents a formidable threshold. Countless prodigies have faltered at this juncture. Fortunately, Kai Lin is no ordinary prodigy, having awakened the bloodline of the Devouring Python. She also carries the legacy of the Devouring Python clan. Thus, as the year draws to a close, heavy snow blankets the entirety of the Jia Ma Holy City once more. Compared to the previous year's Jia Ma Holy City, the headquarters of the Flame Alliance now stands even more majestic and grand. At that moment, as snowflakes danced in the air, a radiant pillar of 7 colors suddenly erupted from the Alliance leader's residence, soaring into the sky, transforming even the originally pristine white snow into hues of vibrant color. Accompanying this phenomenon was an aura that instilled awe in countless spectators, causing even the likes of Yun Patian and Fu Dingzun to change countenance. This aura belonged to a Dou Zun. With the emergence of this 7-colored pillar, the vibrant light in the sky grew increasingly potent, ultimately saturating half the sky in a kaleidoscope of colors. Moments later, a colossal phantom of a 7-colored giant python, stretching 100 feet in length, gradually materialized in the heavens. The giant python sparkled with enchanting brilliance, its overwhelming presence causing even the master of the heavenly serpent manor to narrow his eyes. This 7-colored devouring python is indeed one of the ancient era's premier magical beasts, even having just stepped into the 8th tier. Its strength is already alarmingly close to that of the guardian beast of the heavenly serpent manor. Members of the Flame Alliance gazed up at the 7-colored giant python with reverence, their faces betraying a hint of joy. In addition to their leader, the Alliance now boasted another Dou Zun level powerhouse. Counting this, the Flame Alliance has amassed 5 Dou Zun experts, rendering it nearly invincible in the largely subdued Northwest continent. With this thought, a fervent excitement ignited among the Alliance's subordinates. They had indeed latched onto a promising prospect, one that not only possessed Dou Zun's strength, but also housed an 8th-tier alchemist, which undoubtedly brings them considerable benefits. In the sky, the seven-colored giant python opened its maw, causing the energy in the entire Jia Ma holy city to surge violently. Ultimately, this vibrant energy coalesced into a massive energy cloud, 100 feet in diameter, which the seven-colored devouring python consumed. After ingesting this energy, the python's form became increasingly solidified, its essence almost indistinguishable from reality. Following the absorption, the 100-foot-long seven-colored giant python gradually diminished in size, ultimately transforming into a streak of multicolored light that returned to the Alliance leader's residence. Beside the elegantly antique bed, the queen's complexion resembled that of a peach blossom, with a few beads of sweat glistening on her smooth forehead. Is this the power of a Dou Zun? As she felt the energy surging within her, a subtle smile graced her enchanting, exquisite face. Having ascended to the rank of Dou Zun, she could finally be regarded as one of the foremost powerhouses in the Northwest continent. At this elevated level, she could truly claim the capability to rejuvenate the seven-colored clan and lead the serpent people to glory. Yet, none of this would have been possible without the assistance of the youth behind her. As she mused on these thoughts, an arm suddenly encircled her sinuous waist. The energy within you is still too fragmented. Allow me to refine it further with my, came Xiao Yan's voice from behind Kai Lin. Upon hearing this, the queen, who had been picking up her garments, paused momentarily, and a glimmer of an unusual brilliance appeared in her typically icy and regal eyes. 3 days later, Xiao Yan finally escorted the queen out of the Alliance leader's residence. Following that, he set about arranging the fundamental framework of the Yin Alliance. Presently, the political and military affairs of the Yin Alliance were predominantly orchestrated by the queen, with Yao Yi responsible for coordination. The economic structure was managed by Yafei. Although they were 3 women, they governed the vast alliance with remarkable efficiency. Under the management of these 3, Xiao Yan found it challenging to pinpoint any substantial flaws. The indispensable element among them was still the queen, Kai Lin. After all, while both Yao Yi and Yafei were exceptionally astute among women, they were not entirely free from human sentiments. Everyone has relatives and friends, and it is inevitable that favoritism may arise. Choosing capable individuals would be acceptable, but selecting the incompetent could lead to significant repercussions. Moreover, the current strength of the 2 women was still somewhat insufficient to command respect. At this moment, Kai Lin's iron-fisted authority was thoroughly revealed. This queen was not only renowned for her beauty, but also for her formidable reputation, which even made Xiao Yan involuntarily admire her. He often saw only the queen's stunning exterior, nearly overlooking her powerful inner strength. Indeed, becoming a ruler over a clan is no trivial matter. Aside from the surprises brought by these women, Xiao Yan also encountered an unexpected delight. Xiao Cheng, once a simple and obedient youth within the Xiao clan, was now the sole member among the Xiao clan disciples that Xiao Yan had brought who had stepped into the core of the Yin Alliance. Though Kai Lin had arranged suitable positions for the Xiao clan disciples to hone their skills due to Xiao Yan's influence, it was Xiao Cheng, whose strength had just reached the Dou Ling level, who truly stood out among them. In the realm of Duqi, power is esteemed above all. However, certain matters cannot be resolved solely through strength. Whether it be Xiao Yu, Xiao Mei, or Xiao Ning, despite their abilities, none can match the diligence and composure exhibited by Xiao Cheng at this moment. While not particularly adept at expanding territories, his steadiness and seriousness are exceedingly rare, a sentiment shared by Kalin and Yafei. Although he is associated with Xiao Yan, this young man, having entered the economic core of the Yin Alliance at such a tender age, evidently possesses an unerring attention to detail in his endeavors. Tomorrow, I shall temporarily depart from the Northwest continent. This journey may extend to a year or even longer before my return. Within the Alliance's manor, Xiao Yan once again gathered at a table with his beautiful wives and concubines. Gazing at the array of stunning women before him, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. With both power and beauty in his grasp, it seemed he had reached the pinnacle of many people's aspirations. Yet, upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the eyes of the women glistened with unshed tears. Should any insurmountable challenges arise, I would call upon my second brother to rally support from our clan. Xiao Yan remarked gently to Kalin beside him. Although his powers as the young emperor had been temporarily suspended, and he was barred from returning to the Xiao clan, this did not imply that he was devoid of connections. The involvement of Xiao Li in gathering support had no bearing on Xiao Yan. While his identity as the young emperor was in abeyance, he still possessed a modicum of influence, such as the backing of 2 semi-saint friends, the master of the continent's foremost alchemist, and a venerable Dou Saint grandfather. Moreover, his status as the young emperor was merely on hold. Should he ascend to Dou Saint in the future, he would truly embody the role of a young emperor, wielding substantial authority within the Xiao clan. Consequently, even the Dou Saint elders of the clan would be inclined to grant Xiao Yan personal favors. Additionally, he had developed a personal rapport with clan leader Xiao Xiaobei. While these individuals could not directly assist Xiao Yan, they were still capable of aiding those close to him. This expedition to the southwest marks Xiao Yan's first genuine foray into the world without any protective barriers, embarking on a perilous trial fraught with the specter of death. Although his strength now ranks among the pinnacle of the continent's combatants, numerous foes capable of overpowering him still exist within the realm of Duqi. Even a single semi-saint could render Xiao Yan utterly helpless. Even a five-colored fire lotus hurled at them might not inflict meaningful harm. Thus, Xiao Yan approached this venture with utmost caution, determined that should any misfortune befall him, he would not neglect the devoted women who stood by his side. The following morning, sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the snow-laden city of Gama, transforming it into a dazzling expanse of white. Xiao Yan gently placed a kiss upon the faces of Kai Lin, Yun Yun, Xiao Yixian, Yafei, Yao Yi, and Nalan Yinran, not sparing even the smooth forehead of Qing Lin. The young girl's face flushed with a rosy hue, her large eyes glimmering with a hint of secret delight. Subsequently, amidst the blushing gazes of the women, Xiao Yan tore through the fabric of space, vanishing from the Flame Alliance, accompanied by Han Yue and Xiao Cheng. Han Yue's unique constitution intrigued him, prompting Xiao Yan to plan for Yao Lao to observe her closely. Should no conclusions be drawn, he would await their return to the Xiao clan for a more thorough examination. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable notion that the young girl concealed special secrets within her. As for Xiao Cheng, the boy reminded Xiao Yan of his younger self in a past life, his diligent demeanor stirring a sense of nostalgia within him. Soon, the trio arrived at the Demon Flame Valley. Xiao Cheng, you shall be responsible for the affairs of this valley from now on. I hope that when I return to the Northwest continent in the future, the branch of the Flame Alliance will be well managed under your stewardship. Xiao Yan said with a smile, looking at Xiao Cheng. Brother Yan, Xiao Cheng replied, his eyes slightly reddened. Why are you crying, big fellow? Xiao Yan patted his shoulder reassuringly. After Xiao Yan departed with a smile, Xiao Cheng stood dazed, watching the direction in which Xiao Yan had left, his gaze gradually firming. Brother Yan, rest assured, I shall not let you down. After a brief moment, Xiao Yan, with Han Yue nestled under his arm, arrived at the Jia Nan Academy. Master, Master. Han Yue fidgeted in Xiao Yan's embrace, yet he paid her no mind until they reached the hall of the Alchemy department. Oh, what a cute little girl. Upon Han Yue's sudden appearance, a group of alchemists curiously turned their attention toward her. Elder Xiao Yan, is this your daughter? How adorable. Come here, little one. Let uncle give you some candy. A smiling elder from the Alchemy department approached Han Yue. Thank you, uncle. Han Yue joyfully accepted the candy, simultaneously producing a foul-smelling chicken leg from beneath her foot and offering it to the elder. Please have a chicken leg. The elder's expression darkened upon seeing the unappetizing offering. Finally understanding why Elder Xiao Yan seldom engaged with the little girl. Esteemed elders, I must trouble you to keep an eye on my foolish disciple, Xiao Yan stated before appearing in Su Qian's courtyard. Elder, why don't you take a stroll for now? Allow me to watch over Ziyan for the time being, he said with a smile directed at Su Qian. Su Qian was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Xiao Yan's expression, he understood and quietly proceeded to the Tian Fun refining tower for observation. Once Su Qian had departed, Xiao Yan enveloped the entire courtyard in a layer of protective barrier with his soul, then turned his attention to the violet luminescent cocoon in the courtyard. The current violet glow emanating from the crystalline cocoon suggests an increasingly mature state. It appears that Ziyan's breakthrough is imminent. A faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. Once Ziyan ascends to the 6th tier, he too may venture into the central state. Thus, Xiao Yan sat quietly in the courtyard, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit, quietly reflecting on the combat techniques and alchemical skills he had acquired. 3 days later, the previously tranquil courtyard suddenly quaked, and Xiao Yan's eyes slowly opened. Had the advancement succeeded? Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a dazzling display of radiant purple light. Witnessing this spectacle, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Xiao Yan's gaze. As the brilliance enveloping the cocoon intensified, a faint cracking sound resonated, and countless tiny fissures began to emerge on the once flawless surface of the cocoon. With the gradual widening of these cracks, an explosion of resplendent purple light erupted forth. Fortunately, due to Xiao Yan's restrictions, the commotion was contained. Otherwise, it would have surely caused a stir throughout the Jia Nan Academy. As the cracks multiplied, a substantial section of the glistening shell suddenly detached, and with it, more fragments swiftly fell away. In a flash, a column of violet light surged skyward, ultimately colliding with the spatial barrier, resulting in rippling waves of energy. The sheer force of this impact made Xiao Yan's gaze sharpen. Before him, a blurred silhouette gradually took shape, igniting a spark of excitement within him. A splendid sight is about to unfold. As the beam of light persisted, it began to dissipate, and soon, a figure emerged into Xiao Yan's view. The violet luminescence entwined around her graceful form, with long, silky purple hair cascading down to her waist. This mature figure radiated a charm that could rival even that of Kai Lin. Truly remarkable, Xiao Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, Ziyan, enveloped in the radiant beam, lazily stretched, accentuating her nearly perfect physique, capturing Xiao Yan's undivided attention. After a brief interval, she finally noticed his presence. Her initially relaxed expression faltered slightly. As she turned her head, she met Xiao Yan's keen gaze. "Brother," she uttered, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, before playfully throwing him a flirtatious glance. "She is still but a child." Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, striving to quell his unexpected urges. Yet in the next instant, a burst of green light erupted from Ziyan's form. Beneath this verdant radiance, her figure began to diminish, transforming from a voluptuous beauty into a young girl within mere breaths. Xiao Yan's eyes widened further. What has happened? Has the transformation pill truly taken effect? Chapter 302. Return to the Central Plains. Where is my beauty? Has the transformation pill expired? Xiao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly perceiving the confusion and discontent within him. Ziyan's charming visage blossomed into a radiant smile, her adorable little tiger teeth peeking from her lips. "Are you disappointed?" With one hand on her hip and the other playfully pointing at Xiao Yan, she teased. "No funny business now." Xiao Yan, visibly displeased, soon witnessed a flash of purple light enveloping Ziyan, transforming her once more into a voluptuous beauty. However, before he could fully admire her, her mature form was again engulfed in a green glow, reverting to the appearance of a young girl. "I'm big, I'm small, I'm big, I'm small." The interplay of purple and green light continuously alternated, her form shifting between that of a mature woman and a youthful girl. Thud. After she reverted to the little girl form, Xiao Yan unexpectedly tapped her head with a light but firm touch. "What are you doing?" This time, he exerted a bit more force, causing her small head to redden slightly. Ziyan instinctively cradled her head with her tiny hands, her large, dark eyes glistening with tears. "Stop playing around. Aren't you embarrassed?" Xiao Yan shot her a stern look and conjured a delicate white dress to drape over her lamb-like figure. Though her form could change, her temperament remained childlike. Psychologically, she was still a young girl, and Xiao Yan, being a person of principles, was clearly aware that the current Ziyan was not someone he could entertain inappropriate thoughts about. After receiving his disapproving gaze, Ziyan pouted in dissatisfaction, her purple aura flickering as if she wished to grow larger and provoke Xiao Yan further. The consequence was that Xiao Yan's hand pressed firmly against her small head, rendering her attempts to escape futile. Despite having reached the 6th tier, Xiao Yan had already attained the level of Dou Zun. With the formidable strength of his Dou Qi and physical prowess, he could contend even against a Taishu ancient dragon of the same rank, let alone a young girl who had just stepped into the 6th tier. "Don't underestimate me. In a few years, I will reach Dou Zun too," Ziyan protested, pushing her head against his palm, her limbs flailing in a futile attempt to attack him, yet he remained unmoved. "And what if you become Dou Zun?" Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly. "Once I become Dou Zun, I will deal with you," Ziyan declared fiercely. "By the time you become Dou Zun, I might very well be Dou Shang," Xiao Yan replied with a mischievous grin. "You ungrateful little girl. If that is the case, then our fates are severed here. You should seek someone else to concoct pills from now on." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Ziyan's initially fierce expression abruptly transformed, and in the next moment, she broke into a radiant smile. Even her little hands, which had been flailing about, came to a halt, and in an instant, she tightly embraced Xiao Yan's arm. "Brother, I was just joking with you. Haha, you little rascal." Observing her mischievous demeanor, Xiao Yan could only shake his head in resignation, turning to pinch her soft, delicate face. "If you misbehave in the future, I have plenty of ways to deal with you." Humph. Ziyan let out a light snort and stuck out her tiny tongue. Yet she dared not retort Xiao Yan any further. At this point, Xiao Yan no longer harbored expectations of engaging in any unhealthy antics. Having a sister like her was indeed quite delightful. Casually dispelling the barrier in the sky, he led Ziyan back to the alchemy department. However, upon returning, he sensed that the atmosphere here felt somewhat amiss. "Elder Chun, has anything happened in the alchemy department during my absence?" Xiao Yan inquired of one of the elders. In the past, whenever he had left, even for extended periods, the alchemy department remained undisturbed, with alchemists resembling the researchers he had known in his previous life, each sporting dark circles under their eyes as they diligently studied alchemy. Yet now, the department was filled with a stifling tension. "Ah, Elder Yan, you finally returned." Elder Chen exclaimed upon seeing Xiao Yan, as if he had discovered a savior. "Your disciple has caused quite the chaos in your absence. The entire alchemy department has been thrown into disarray." Hearing Elder Chen's words, A knowing expression appeared on Xiao Yan's face. His disciple, Han Yue, had indeed proven to be a significant blunder since his arrival. This foolish girl seemed to be a source of endless headaches wherever she went. With this thought in mind, he followed Elder Chun and Ziyan into a particular alchemy room. Inside, the department head, Fei Shi, wore a troubled expression as he gazed at the little girl lying on the floor, seemingly lifeless. Earlier, he had casually concocted a 5th-grade pill in this very room, and upon stepping out, he returned to find the pill had vanished. Instead, it was replaced by Xiao Yan's disciple lying on the ground like a corpse. This sight nearly gave Fei Shi a heart attack. A mere 5 or 6-year-old girl consuming a pill of such potency would likely have exploded into a mist of blood if she were an ordinary person. Yet, aside from her flushed cheeks and faint breathing, the little girl exhibited no other abnormalities. Such a peculiar phenomenon left Fei Shi marveling once more at Xiao Yan's prowess. He had not anticipated that even his disciple possessed such an extraordinary constitution. However, this was soon overshadowed by his deep concern, as he was left uncertain about how to explain this situation to Xiao Yan upon his return. After all, this is the disciple of Xiao Yan. If the situation escalates here, no one at the Jia Nan Academy could withstand Xiao Yan's wrath. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, he heard a flurry of footsteps outside the alchemy room, and soon after, Xiao Yan's figure materialized within. Elder Xiao Yan. The gaze of Fei Shi toward Xiao Yan was tinged with awkwardness and trepidation, yet to his surprise, Xiao Yan merely shook his head lightly before stepping forward to glance at Han Yue. Is this power again? Xiao Yan observed his hapless disciple sprawled on the ground like a deceased feline, and, with a resigned shake of his head, his curiosity deepened. This girl seems to harbor a significant secret, one that even my own insight cannot unravel. It appears that Han Yue's mystery may only be discerned by the pinnacle experts of the Xiao clan. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a sudden epiphany struck Xiao Yan. No, aside from the Xiao clan, the Han clan might also possess information regarding Han Yue. Yet, it remains uncertain whether this girl indeed carries Han clan blood. If she does, it could unveil a monumental secret of the Han clan. The Han Emperor, a figure of equal standing to Xiao Xian a millennium ago, could potentially have left behind a formidable contingency, which would be utterly terrifying. Elder Fei Shi, fret not. Allow this girl to rest for a few days. Xiao Yan reassured Fei Shi, easing his nerves before leading everyone away from the alchemy room. In the following days, apart from occasionally engaging in dual cultivation with Han Yue, Xiao Yan gathered several elders from Jia Nan Academy, with whom he shared a rapport, for a convivial drink. Through their discourse, he subtly expressed his intention to depart. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the elders' faces reflected a palpable sense of reluctance. After all, Xiao Yan's character resonated well with them, and the benefits he brought to Jia Nan Academy in recent times were evident. Both the ordinary elders and those from the alchemy department had received Xiao Yan's favors. However, amidst the elders' reluctance, Elder Su Qian fell into a profound silence. This was because Xiao Yan had previously mentioned he would be leaving with Ziyan. In contrast to his camaraderie with Xiao Yan, Su Qian's genuine concern lay with Ziyan, whom he had rescued from the mountains and had come to regard as his own granddaughter over the years. Now, upon hearing that this girl was to depart, even Su Qian's stoicism wavered, giving way to a hint of bewildered sorrow. Elder, that girl Ziyan has sneaked into the medicinal vault again to pilfer herbs. Elder Hao rushed to report to Su Qian, his urgency palpable. Although both Xiao Yan and Su Qian indulged Ziyan, Elder Hao's harsh demeanor belied his underlying concern. Nonetheless, the medicinal vault fell under his purview. Su Qian, taken aback by the news, let out a resigned sigh. Let her eat. Just inform me of how much she consumes, and I shall find a way to make it up to you after they depart, Elder Hao said with resignation. The child is about to leave. How much more can she possibly eat? It's not just her. She has brought along an even smaller one. The two of them resemble little mice. And now the medicinal herb vault is scattered with fruit pits. What? She brought someone else? Su Qian exclaimed, his eyes widening. It's that disciple of Elder Xiao. And this child seems to be yet another peculiar creature, constantly eating and sleeping. Elder Hao shrugged helplessly. Su Qian furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed. Let it be. Elder Xiao has greatly benefited our academy. Since his arrival, the institution has improved immensely. Consider this small amount of herbs as a token of gratitude. Su Qian opened his mouth, but ultimately shook his head in resignation. In the end, just let me know how much she has eaten, and I'll reimburse you. Seeing Su Qian's stance, Elder Hao ceased to insist on his own views and nodded in agreement. 3 days later, Xiao Yan stood in a square within the inner courtyard alongside Han Yue, Ziyan, and Han Yue. In the future, we may have a few new students in the inner courtyard, including Hu Jia, the granddaughter of Hu Qian, and the new member of the law enforcement team, Wu Hao. Among others, we must reserve a share of the heart flame source for them. Xiao Yan remarked with a smile. Certainly, no issue at all, Su Qian responded, smiling and nodding. Though he was unsure why Xiao Yan wished to extend his consideration to a few younger students from the outer academy. Given Xiao Yan's contributions to the institution, even if he were to utilize all the allotted shares of the Heart Flame source, there would likely be no objections. However, after saying this, Su Qian turned his gaze towards Ziyan, his eyes tinged with reluctance as he gently ruffled her hair. This girl will be entrusted to you for safekeeping. After being patted on the head, Ziyan, who typically disliked being teased, felt unusually silent. Her eyes glistened slightly as she looked earnestly at Su Qian and said, Old man, don't worry. When I become a Dou Zun, or even a Dou Shang, I will come back to assist you. Hearing Ziyan's words, Su Qian's initial sadness dissipated a bit, and he couldn't help but laugh, saying, Just ensure you don't let anyone run off with you when you reach Zhongzhou. If you stir up trouble, don't bring the enemies back to the Jia Nan Academy. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Ziyan pouted slightly and raised her delicate little fist in front of Su Qian, declaring, When I return next time, I will be able to suppress you with a single hand. Keep dreaming, Su Qian chuckled dismissively. Is it possible that what she says might be true? Xiao Yan, observing Su Qian's demeanor, contemplated offering a word of caution, but recalling how entertaining it would be to witness the Grand Elder being proven wrong in the future, he refrained from speaking. If that is the case, so be it. Xiao Yan glanced at the familiar faces surrounding him, clasping his hands in a salute. He laughed heartily. Friends, as the mountains remain steadfast and the waters flow eternally, we shall meet again. With a grand gesture, a spatial passage materialized before him. In the next instant, Xiao Yan, accompanied by 3 companions, stepped into the ethereal tunnel. As the quartet departed, the spatial passage gradually contracted and vanished from sight. They have departed, all of them. When we shall meet again is uncertain. Su Qian sighed helplessly, and at that moment, Elder Hao cautiously approached him. Elder, would you care to visit the medicinal treasure vault? Elder Hao, though the treasures within the vault hold great value, there is no need for such concern. Did I not assure you that I would compensate for any losses? Su Qian cast a displeased glance at Elder Hao, but upon noticing the young man's earnest demeanor, he nodded in acquiescence. Very well. I shall accompany you to take a look. With that, he followed Elder Hao to the medicinal treasure vault. After a brief moment, Su Qian stood before the empty vault, his expression one of bewilderment. I permitted you to indulge, but I did not authorize you to take everything away. On that day, the Elder's roar echoed through the inner courtyard like the fierce roar of a beast. Nestled within the Tianqing mountain range lay a dense, boundless forest. Any ordinary cultivator arriving at this locale might remain oblivious to its peculiarities. After all, the Starfall formation here was shrouded in mystery, requiring even a Dou Zun expert to observe carefully in order to discern its presence. Even upon discovery, entry was not guaranteed. At this moment, a rift in space abruptly appeared above the Starfall pavilion, followed by a young man clad in black emerging from within. Behind him trailed a tall, silver-haired beauty, a white-clad girl with purple hair, and a little dimwit fiercely gnawing on a spirit fruit. At long last, they had returned, gazing down at the familiar mountains beneath him. Xiao Yan could not help but take a deep breath. It had been 1.5 years since he last departed from the central state, and starting today, Xiao Yan had finally returned. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan could not suppress his exuberance, exclaiming, Open the gates. I require a day off. Tomorrow's examination is upon us, and I have not completed my studies. My apologies, brothers. Chapter 303, Tianbei City. Xiao Yan's voice, infused with formidable Dou Qi, caused the very space of half the Tianqing mountain range to tremble slightly. For Han Yue, what had previously appeared to be an unremarkable space now revealed a blurred grand formation. As this formation manifested, the once tranquil forest erupted into a frenzy. Moments later, an ancient figure appeared outside the Starfall formation, an elderly man with white hair, yet his spirit sparkled, clad in a blue robe. With the arrival of the elderly man, an ethereal sense of sanctity subtly permeated the atmosphere, and although his aura did not appear overwhelmingly potent, it imbued Han Yue with the sensation of gazing upon a majestic dragon. Upon witnessing the elder's emergence, a faint smile finally graced Xiao Yan's countenance. Indeed, there was a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes as he regarded Yao Lao, for after 1.5 years away from the Central Plains, Yao Lao had truly ascended to the realm of a half-saint. It seemed that Xiao Yan's encouragement had borne fruit. My treasured disciple, you have finally returned. After Yao Lao's appearance, the gaze he fixed upon Xiao Yan transcended mere joy. The once ethereal visage now radiated the warmth of a blooming chrysanthemum. With his transcendent soul, a mere sweep of his awareness revealed that Xiao Yan's strength had reached the level of Dou Zun. More significantly, his soul energy had also ascended to the spiritual realm. What did this signify? It meant that Xiao Yan had officially become an 8th-tier alchemist. An 8th-tier alchemist at the tender age of 17. Such an accomplishment was scarcely attainable even by a reincarnated emperor of alchemy. Yet, as Yao Lao continued to scan, his smile gradually faltered. You carry the aura of the sea heart flame. These matters would have to be addressed later. Xiao Yan sensed Yao Lao's unease. However, this day was inevitable, and he could only strive to soothe his mentor. For an ordinary person, losing a beloved pet after years of companionship would evoke profound sorrow, let alone for Han Feng, who was regarded as a son. Very well. Yao Lao cast a glance at Han Yue, nodding slightly, which startled her with a sense of unexpected honor. He then turned his attention to Ziyan, his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment, while his expression deepened in surprise upon noticing Han Yue, who was still indulging in fruit. The source of his astonishment lay in the realization that this little girl appeared exceedingly ordinary. Her somewhat clumsy demeanor hardly seemed fitting for someone associated with Xiao Yan. Moments later, within a pavilion of the Starfall Pavilion, Xiao Yan and Yao Lao sat facing each other, with Han Yue, Ziyan, and Han Yue seated below. Han Yue regarded Yao Lao with a mixture of curiosity and reverence. For the man before her was the foremost alchemist in the Central Plains and the undisputed premier alchemist of the Duki continent. Such a reputation alone commanded respect from all beneath the Dou Saint level. In contrast, the Han family seemed to be but a humble clan compared to the grandeur of the Starfall Pavilion, akin to a rural family juxtaposed against a noble house. Meanwhile, Ziyan, her large, dark eyes darting about, appeared eager to uncover the treasures hidden within the Starfall Pavilion. Since meeting Ziyan, Han Yue had found a kindred spirit. Both belonged to the ranks of food enthusiasts, and their camaraderie blossomed as if they had finally met after a long separation. So, did Han Feng truly perish at your hands? After a moment of silence, the elder Yao slowly spoke. When I found him, he was already possessed by an otherworldly malevolence. Even if I wished to spare him, it was an impossible endeavor. Xiao Yan did not conceal the truth and spoke candidly. Is that so? The elder Yao was momentarily taken aback, yet a subtle expression of relief flickered across his face. So, he was first taken over by the otherworldly demon, and only then did you extinguish his physical form. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, acknowledging that even if Han Feng had not been possessed, he would not have spared this senior brother. However, this outcome might bring some solace to Elder Yao. May I inquire why you wish to kill him? Is it truly solely because of the Sea Heart Flame? The Elder Yao's gaze returned to Xiao Yan. The Sea Heart Flame is merely a minor factor. My esteemed teacher should be aware that as a noble heir of the Xiao clan, I am not in want of such a lowly grade of. Xiao Yan spoke with utmost seriousness, yet internally added, what I truly lack is precisely this grade of. Nevertheless, he maintained a grave demeanor as he continued. Han Feng is inherently treacherous. Had the Soul Clan not been eradicated by our Xiao clan, my esteemed teacher would have long since been a lonely spirit wandering the wilderness. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Elder Yao fell silent once more. After a while, he finally raised his head and sighed softly. I had already sensed that this child harbored troubling intentions, yet I never imagined he would possess such a malicious heart even towards me. Frankly, I still find it hard to believe. I understand that my teacher hesitates to wield such a ruthless hand. Thus, I shall take on this villainous role myself. Xiao Yan smiled nonchalantly, for he has never been particularly concerned with others' judgments. After hearing Xiao Yan's words, Elder Yao remained silent for a long time, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Ever since Han Feng absconded with the remnants of the burning art and ventured into the Black Corner domain, Elder Yao had come to realize his intentions. However, he never contemplated why Han Feng would turn against him so viciously. Yet, all of this has dissipated into nothingness with Xiao Yan's intervention. Fortunately, he was not a narrow-minded individual. After casting a glance at Xiao Yan, he finally spoke. What are your plans moving forward? I intend to journey to the southwest continent. Xiao Yan stated without elaboration. Along this journey, I have uncovered numerous secrets of the southwest continent, and in addition, I have discovered traces of the nether poison fire within that land. All of these factors warrant my visit. The southwest continent? Elder Yao was momentarily startled. Then a look of realization crossed his face. If that is the case, it is indeed worth a visit. Nevertheless, with you behind me, he was saying when he suddenly paused. Oddly enough, upon your return, I did not sense the presence of those two saints following you. With Elder Yao's level of spiritual awareness, even if he had not yet attained the half-saint realm, he would have been able to perceive the auras of the martial and literary saints. Moreover, he has now reached the half-saint level. The two of them have returned to their clan. Xiao Yan smiled faintly and then informed Yao Lao of the temporary suspension of his identity as the Emperor's son. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yao Lao furrowed his brow, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, while you possess resources and a background that others on this continent envy, Becoming a true powerhouse invariably requires genuine trials and tribulations. As he spoke, his gaze wandered slightly, and soon a pale, icy flame appeared in his aged palm. Since you have cultivated the burning technique to such a level, you might as well take my bone spirit cold fire with you. The journey to the southwest is destined to be fraught with danger. For you, an additional strange fire could prove immensely beneficial. However, before Yao Lao could finish his sentence, Xiao Yan gently halted his actions. No need for that. This bone spirit cold fire has been by your side for many years. If you were to suddenly gift it to me, it would likely leave you severely weakened. Xiao Yan gazed at Yao Lao and slowly shook his head. Yao Lao was momentarily taken aback, and then a peculiar feeling surged within him. His affection for Xiao Yan was not as profound as for Han Feng. At times, he cared more about reputation. The allure of nurturing a peerless alchemist was immense for someone of his stature. Yet now, his gaze towards Xiao Yan bore a newfound warmth. Very well. I shall defer to your wishes. You have become a formidable force in your own right, and naturally, you have your own opinions. Should you require anything before you depart, do not hesitate to ask. For Yao Lao, with Xiao Yan temporarily devoid of the Xiao clan's backing, he was the only one who could truly assist him. Upon hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan did not hold back this time, extending his hands confidently and addressing Yao Lao calmly. In that case, please hand over anything you currently do not require. Yao Lao's previously gentle expression stiffened, only to quickly regain its composure. Alas, I have overestimated him. Moments later, Xiao Yan, along with Han Yue and Ziyan, left the small building, the storage ring in his hand still as light as before. However, Xiao Yan felt it had grown somewhat burdensome. Within this small storage ring lay the accumulated treasures of Yao Lao over hundreds of years. The legacy of the continent's foremost alchemist, gathered over centuries, would surely rival even the collections of ordinary Douxing experts. It was not until long after Xiao Yan's departure that a weary sigh echoed from the small attic. In the following days, Xiao Yan explored the Starfall Pavilion with Ziyan and Han Yue, during which Ziyan's astonishing talent allowed her to unearth many hidden treasures of the elders at the pavilion. Fortunately, Xiao Yan did not pursue a complete annihilation, allowing them to return. 3 days later, Xiao Yan stood at the entrance of the Star Realm Grand Formation, gently ruffling Ziyan's little head before casting a glance at the foolish disciple, whose mind was solely occupied with thoughts of food. Finally, his gaze shifted to Yao Lao. Master, during my absence, I must trouble you to take care of these two. Xiao Yan smiled lightly at Yao Lao. Yao Lao glanced at Ziyan, a flicker of exasperation crossing his eyes, then looked at Han Yue, and his sense of dread intensified. Rest assured, Feng Xian will take good care of them. Yao Lao asserted confidently. Beside them, the previously cheerful Feng Zun froze, his expression turning bewildered. Yet, being a wily old fox with centuries of experience, he quickly directed his attention to his obedient disciple, Mu Qingyuan. No problem, Qingyuan will certainly look after them. What? Mu Qingyuan, who had been observing the scene, turned pale and instinctively sought a disciple of a lower rank than herself. 3 faint notes of inquiry reached Mu Qingyuan's ears. Slowly lifting her head, she met the smiling gazes of the 3 Dou Zun powerhouses, her face contorting into a smile more tragic than tears. No problem. However, the myriad of helplessness embedded in her tone was conveniently overlooked by the trio. Seeing Mu Qingyuan's pitiful demeanor, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile gently. Qingyuan, with great power comes great responsibility. Tomorrow, you will surely thank the diligent self of today. With that, he embraced Han Yue's slender waist and stepped into the spatial wormhole behind them. Tianbei City, located in the northern part of Zhongzhou, is a large city that, while not the most prosperous in the north, carries significant weight. This is evident from the presence of 3 Dou Zone families and dozens of Dou royal families within the city. Collectively, these forces are nearly as formidable as the entirety of the Black Corner region, illustrating the strength of the powers in Zhongzhou. Suddenly, a spatial rift tore open in the sky, and 2 figures emerged from it. The man wore a black robe, his handsome and charming visage captivating, while the woman was tall, her silver hair shimmering like the Milky Way, exuding a chill aura. As they gazed down at the vast city beneath them, Han Yue's clear eyes reflected a hint of melancholy and reflection. At the age of 16, in an attempt to escape the clutches of a persistent scoundrel from the Hong family, alongside her family's intentional guidance, she was sent to the Canaan Academy. According to her original plan, when she returned home as a Dou Wang at 23 or 24, she had not anticipated that her journey would be expedited by 3 years upon encountering Xiao Yan. What's wrong? Seeing the wistfulness on Han Yue's delicate face, Xiao Yan asked with a smile. Nothing, just feeling inexplicably melancholic, she replied. Han Yue smiled gently, then turned to Xiao Yan with a subtle smile, saying, when you come to my house later, you must showcase the formidable presence of the young master of the Starfall Pavilion. Otherwise, My family will not be so willing to accept me as a concubine for the esteemed young Master Xiao. As she spoke, a hint of amusement flickered across her fair visage. If Xiao Yan's background and strength could not earn the respect of the Han family, it would be difficult to find anyone on this continent worthy of her. With such thoughts in mind, the two soared towards the Han family's residence in Tianbei City. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Han family, the family head, Han Shi, wore a somber expression. Alongside him, numerous formidable figures of the Han family cast dark glances at the middle-aged man before them. Hong Li, the head of the Hong family, another prominent clan in Tianbei City. Han Shi, what have you pondered regarding the suggestions I proposed earlier? Hong Li inquired, his tone light and unperturbed, despite the evident displeasure etched on the faces of the Han family members. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the Han family members grew even darker. Hong Li, it is one thing for you to wish for your son to marry one of our two precious jewels, but now you audaciously seek to wed both. It seems the Hong family has truly lost its senses. A burly middle-aged man retorted vehemently. While the Hong family may possess a slight edge over the Han family, do not underestimate our resolve. If we are pushed to the brink, we shall fight to the bitter end. I refuse to believe that after devouring the Han family, the Hong family will have much strength left. The middle-aged man, named Han Tian, was Han Shi's brother and Han Yu's uncle. Though both the Han and Hong families boasted a Dou Zun ancestor, both were currently in seclusion, unlikely to emerge unless their family's survival was at stake. Thus, decisions concerning the family's direction were predominantly made by these Dou Huang powerhouses. Indeed, your son has always been a notorious dandy in Tianbei City. To expect us sisters to marry him is nothing more than a fanciful dream. Han Tian's words were met by the emergence of a beautiful young lady, just stepping into adulthood from behind him. She was in the bloom of youth, her face radiant like a flower in full blossom. Upon hearing the young lady's remarks, Hong Li displayed no sign of embarrassment. Rather, he leisurely sipped his tea and then glanced at the Han family members with a faint smile. Dear friends, do not be hasty. You may not be aware that my son, whom you deem unworthy, is now a disciple of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. At this revelation, the faces of the Han family members, who had been seething with the desire to expel Hong Li, momentarily stiffened. The expression of several Dou Huang powerhouses shifted subtly at this news. The Wind and Thunder Northern Pavilion is merely a branch of the esteemed Four Directions Pavilion in Central State. Despite being just a branch, its power is unfathomable. In its presence, both the Han and Hong families appear as inconsequential as a few kittens. The fact that Hong Chun has joined the Wind and Thunder Pavilion signifies that the Hong family has aligned itself with this formidable establishment. With the Wind and Thunder Northern Pavilion as their backing, the Hong family is poised for a swift rise, potentially leading to the complete annexation and expulsion of the Han family from Tianbei City in a few decades. Contemplating this, even Han Shi, the patriarch of the Han family, felt a twinge of helplessness. Although Hong Chun has always been troublesome, it cannot be denied that his talent is unparalleled among the youth of Tianbei City. Achieving the rank of 5-star Battle King in his 20s is a testament to his exceptional abilities, which is likely why the Wind and Thunder Northern Pavilion has taken notice of him. One cannot rule out the possibility of him becoming an inner disciple of the pavilion, a step that would undoubtedly elevate him to remarkable heights, potentially leading to the status of a battle sovereign. Upon hearing of Hong Chen's acceptance into the Wind and Thunder Northern Pavilion, the young woman behind Han Tian turned ashen. Hong Li, your son indeed possesses extraordinary talent, and I extend my congratulations. However, the prospect of marrying my precious daughter is utterly impossible, Han Shi remarked, his expression tinged with sorrow, yet his gaze steadfast. I shall not gamble the happiness of my two daughters for such trivial gains. With a decisive wave of his hand, he gestured towards the door, indicating that Hong Li should take his leave. Observing Han Shi's unyielding demeanor, the once smiling face of Hong Li gradually darkened. Very well. Since your Han family chooses to refuse my hospitality today, when my son, the Qilin, returns from his studies, I will ensure that the Han family faces dire consequences. You will beg me to allow your daughters to become my son's concubines, he declared, sweeping his sleeve dramatically as he strode towards the outer gate of the Han residence. In response to Hong Li's threat, the expressions of several battle sovereign experts from the Han family shifted, their gazes towards him now imbued with a hint of murderous intent. However, this malice simmered for only a moment, failing to manifest into action. While the Han family's elite could potentially detain Hong Li, it would inevitably plunge them into a life-and-death conflict with the Hong family, an expense they could ill afford. Just as the onlookers watched Hong Li depart with a mix of gloom and resignation, a soft voice echoed from a distance. Since when did aligning oneself with a mere branch of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion grant one the audacity to act so arrogantly? Upon hearing this voice, Both Hong Li and the members of the Han family were momentarily taken aback, soon revealing a peculiar expression on their faces. The diminutive Fenglei Beige? Who, pray tell, possesses the audacity to utter such grandiose claims in the northern region of Zhongzhou? It is well known that while Fenglei Beige may not be the pinnacle of power in the northern region, annihilating the entirety of Tianbei City poses no insurmountable challenge. There may be individuals within Zhongzhou's northern region capable of making such assertions, yet within Tianbei City, none would dare to be so brazen, unless, of course, one were mentally unhinged. Amidst the bewildered gazes of Hong Li and the Han clan, a striking young man clad in a black robe gradually appeared at the entrance of the Han family's grand hall. Beside this ebony-clad youth stood a statuesque, silver-haired beauty, her presence magnifying in the eyes of the onlookers. "Yue, sister, Han Yue." Calls of recognition resonated from all directions, followed by a noticeable shift in Hong Li's gaze towards Han Yue. "You have already attained the rank of Dou Wang?" His son, Hong Chun, was accepted as a disciple by Fenglei Beige solely because he reached the level of Dou Wang at such a tender age. Yet Han Yue, being 2 to 3 years younger than Hong Chun, has now also achieved this rank. If this is the case, her aptitude and talent rival that of Hong Chun. In the distance, the onlookers from the Han family, upon hearing this revelation, regarded Han Yue with expressions of astonishment. According to their previous expectations, by the time Han Yue returned to the family as a Dou Wang, she would likely be around 23 years old. They were taken aback to discover that she had reached this level shortly after her 20th birthday. However, following the initial surprise, a cunning thought flickered through Hong Li's mind as he cast a malicious glance at the side of Xiao Yan. Han Yue's return as a Dou Wang truly caught him off guard. After all, with her current talent, it would not be difficult for her to join a force comparable to Fenglei Beige. Fortunately for him, the young man beside her had unwittingly provided him with a handle to grasp. To his surprise, although this youth was not unattractive, he seemed somewhat lacking in judgment. It appeared that their relationship was quite intimate. A scheming smile crept upon Hong Li's lips as he turned his attention to Xiao Yan. "Ah, young man, did you not just assert that Fenglei Beige is merely a minor force?" The moment his words left his lips, the expressions of the Han family members shifted once more. They were no longer concerned with whether Han Yue and Xiao Yan were merely friends or lovers. They only hoped that Xiao Yan would promptly deny it. Otherwise, should Hong Li seize upon this opportunity, it would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. Yet, contrary to their expectations, in the face of Hong Li's veiled threat, the typically astute Han Yue displayed a nonchalant smile. She gently lifted her exquisite face, her innocent eyes casting a glance at Xiao Yan as she said, "Look, the flies have arrived. You promised to drive them away from me." Upon hearing this, the members of the Han family displayed peculiar expressions once more. Had Han Yue's mind become dulled during her years of study at the Ziyan Academy? Meanwhile, Hong Li's countenance darkened considerably. After all, he was the head of the Hong family, a prominent figure in Tianbei City. And now he was being referred to as a fly by a mere girl in her early 20s. If he were to leave calmly today, how could he maintain his standing in Tianbei City in the future? Just as he pondered how to respond, Xiao Yan chuckled and gently patted Han Yue's delicate hand, saying, "Rest assured, I will ensure this matter is handled with dignity." "Dignity? I am curious to see how you will achieve that." Just as Hong Li was about to speak, a young man clad in black interjected, "Are you the head of the Hong family?" Hong Li paused momentarily but eventually nodded, replying coolly, "Indeed. I am quite dissatisfied with the methods employed by your family," Xiao Yan remarked, looking down at him with an air of authority. "Han Yue is now my woman, and the Han family is under my protection." A strange expression crossed Hong Li's face. The youth before him appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. At such a tender age, regardless of how extraordinary his talents might be, reaching the level of a Dou Wang would already be considered remarkable. Moreover, it was quite likely that this individual was mentally unbalanced. With this thought, a smile crept onto Hong Li's lips. It seemed that Han Yue had unwittingly picked up a fool, and today would likely bring considerable trouble to the Han family. Yet, before he could fully relish the moment, Xiao Yan continued, "I give you 7 days. After 7 days, I expect to see all the senior members of the Hong family come to the Han family to offer their apologies." Hong Li could not help but burst into laughter, looking at Xiao Yan with disdain as he said, "Kid, I think you might be the one with a problem. Should I also call upon the people from the Wind Thunder Pavilion to come and apologize to you?" Upon hearing this, the senior members of the Han family changed their expressions dramatically. While Hong Li appeared to be jesting with Xiao Yan, there was a hidden malice in his words. However, to their surprise, Xiao Yan slowly nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, you are quite considerate. The Wind Thunder Pavilion has indeed been negligent. Therefore, after 7 days, I expect to see the head of the Wind Thunder Pavilion come to offer his apologies as well." In an instant, the grand hall of the Han family fell into a suffocating silence, with Han Qi and others turning pale. Remember, I am referring to that Lord Lei, not Fei Tian. Xiao Yan added, patting Hong Li on the shoulder, a statement that nearly left Hong Li speechless. Meanwhile, the many powerful figures from the Han family behind him turned ashen with dread. If it were merely a matter of offending the North Pavilion of Wind and Thunder, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, having incurred the wrath of the entire Wind and Thunder Pavilion's master, the Han family is poised to face a dire calamity. The mere utterance of the title Master Lei looms over everyone like an insurmountable mountain. As the term implies, a master is a formidable opponent. Such a presence commands respect even across the vast expanse of Central State, making the eradication of a family like the Han's a mere flick of the wrist. After a moment of stunned silence, Hong Li's expression transformed, first revealing a hint of a smile, which then broadened into a full-blown, boisterous laugh. Ha! Worry not, young man. Your courage is commendable. I shall certainly convey your words to the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. However, whether Master Lei will come to apologize is beyond my knowledge. He cast a gleeful glance at the pale-faced members of the Han family behind him. Rest assured, the Wind and Thunder Pavilion will undoubtedly send someone to visit. Whether it will be for an apology or a raid remains to be seen. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Hong Li could not help but pat Xiao Yan on the shoulder, smiling lightly. Fear not, I will certainly relay your message. With that, his battle wings unfurled dramatically, preparing to ascend into the sky. Yet, before he could take flight, Xiao Yan interjected once more. Inform Xiao Lei that my name is Xiao Yan, the young master of the Starfall Pavilion. I trust he will know what course of action to take upon hearing this name. The seemingly innocuous words fell upon the crowd, causing Hong Li's previously jovial demeanor to freeze in disbelief, his wings of battle nearly dissipating. You are the young master of the Starfall Pavilion? His eyes widened, filled with incredulity, tinged with a subtle tremor. Meanwhile, the expressions of the many powerful members of the Han family, once pale, now paused in contemplation. Indeed, Master Hong, I sincerely hope you will convey my message. Furthermore, in 7 days, I expect to see you. Xiao Yan maintained a composed smile. Yet Hong Li felt his legs weaken slightly. Without any proof, do you possess an insignia from the Starfall Pavilion? He inquired, forcing a calm facade. Certainly. Xiao Yan replied with a faint smile, casually retrieving a token from his storage ring and tossing it to Hong Li. The token was an ancient obsidian piece adorned with shimmering starlight, an aura of the cosmos that even a Dou Zun or Dou Zun would find difficult to replicate. Upon recognizing the authenticity of the token, a smile more painful than tears graced Hong Li's face as he respectfully accepted the token with both hands, bowing slightly. Understood. Young master, I shall relay your words without fail. Chapter 305. The Despair of the Hong Family. Is that so? Then I must trouble you, Xiao Yan said, patting Hong Li on the shoulder with a smile. I shall not keep you any longer. No need, no need. Hong Li shook his head hastily, respectfully bowing to Xiao Yan before unfurling his Dou Qi wings and soaring into the sky. At that moment, his speed reached its zenith, as if the Han family behind him were a gaping chasm. Shortly after Hong Li's departure, the previously oppressive atmosphere of the Han family began to gradually lighten. Han Qi glanced at Xiao Yan and Han Yue, contemplating for a moment before instructing his servants to quickly serve tea. Where? Is this gentleman truly the young master of the Starfall Pavilion? After a bowl of tea was consumed, Han Qi felt his emotions settle somewhat. The roller coaster of feelings he experienced in just a few words from Xiao Yan was nearly overwhelming for his heart, which belonged to a Dou Emperor. Father, do you think I've been foolish during my years away? Han Yue replied with a smile upon hearing Han Qi's inquiry. I genuinely thought you had become somewhat dim-witted, Han Qi muttered inwardly, glancing at his increasingly radiant daughter. Yet, after his brief jest, his gaze toward Xiao Yan softened considerably. The title of Young Master of the Starfall Pavilion carried immense weight. After all, the Starfall Pavilion currently stood at the pinnacle among the 4 great pavilions, commanding respect even from the 3 valleys and 2 sects. This was primarily due to its master, the continent's foremost alchemist, the revered Yao Chun. The mere mention of the continent's greatest alchemist was enough to instill fear in countless hearts. The connections such a figure wielded were formidable, rendering the Thunder Pavilion's Thunder Sovereign rather inconsequential by comparison. Is it true that Brother Xiao Yan is the disciple of the revered Yao Chun? Han Qi inquired, his expression laden with curiosity. Indeed, he is my master, Xiao Yan replied candidly, recognizing that in order to support Han Yue, he needed to reveal a portion of his status. At such a juncture, it was unwise to remain overly modest. Upon hearing this, Han Qi's anxieties were finally alleviated. Though uncertain whether Xiao Yan's standing was sufficient to compel the Thunder Pavilion's master to apologize, it was clear that they could not act against Xiao Yan. The prospect of allying with the Starfall Pavilion was enticing for the Han family. With that thought, Han Qi's gaze towards Xiao Yan ignited with fervor. Young brother Xiao Yan, Might I inquire about your relationship with my daughter? Han Qi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he glanced at his beloved daughter. Yue is already my woman, Xiao Yan responded without hesitation, firmly grasping Han Yue's delicate hand and smiling at Han Qi in the presence of her father. Han Yue felt a faint blush spread across her usually composed face as she gently attempted to pull away but could not free herself from Xiao Yan's grasp, causing her porcelain complexion to deepen in hue. Observing his daughter in such a state, Han Qi couldn't help but let out a faint sigh, but soon thereafter, elation washed over him. He had feared that his daughter's situation would provoke the Hong family or even the Fenglai North Pavilion. However, fortune had turned, as Han Yue had unexpectedly brought home the young master of the Starfall Pavilion. He chuckled to himself, thinking that the Han family was destined for greatness. At this moment, he felt an urge to express his gratitude to Xiao Yan, proclaiming, "Oh, esteemed Lord Xinshu, I humbly bow before you as your father-in-law." Despite the excitement bubbling within, his visage remained adorned with a gentle and warm smile. "Brother Xiao Yan, a youthful hero indeed. My daughter is fortunate to have found a husband of your caliber." Realizing he was a guest, Han Qi resolved to extend a splendid hospitality to him that evening. "In that case, I thank you, dear father-in-law," Xiao Yan replied with a subtle smile. Han Qi maintained his affable demeanor, while internally, he felt as though he were soaring through the heavens. The individual before him was none other than the young master of the Starfall Pavilion, with such an influential ally. Who in Tianbei City would dare to challenge the authority of the Han family's patriarch? Prompted by Han Qi's instructions, the servants of the Han family swiftly prepared the finest dishes and wines. Under Han Qi's guidance, the senior members of the family gathered, each greeting Xiao Yan with beaming smiles. "Ah, young Master Xiao Yan is truly an impressive figure. My daughter is immensely fortunate to have found a husband like you." Several Dou Huang experts remarked, their faces adorned with smiles. In truth, they wished to exclaim that the Han family's ancestral tomb was ablaze with excitement, but they refrained, recognizing that such flattery would undermine their dignity. "Indeed, my daughter is blessed," Han Qi added with a faint smile. However, both Han Qi and the senior members of the Han family were reminded of the news that had circulated from Zhongzhou over a year ago upon gazing at Xiao Yan's youthful visage. This young man, not only the young master of the Starfall Pavilion, was also the youngest alchemist in the Duqi continent. In other words, even without his title, his status as a 7th-grade alchemist commanded the respect of these middle-aged and older individuals. Yet, due to Xiao Yan's extraordinary background and talents, Han Qi recalled rumors suggesting that Xiao Yan had some ambiguous connections with 2 prominent alchemical families within the Dan Tower. A flicker of unease crossed Han Qi's eyes at this thought. Nevertheless, the immediate crisis had been entirely averted. As for how much the Han family could benefit from the Starfall Pavilion, Han Qi dared not entertain excessive hopes. At the very least, securing the position of the Lord of Tianbei City would suffice. These matters can wait until I have the opportunity to discuss them with Yue. Suppressing his thoughts, Han Qi flashed another smile at Xiao Yan. "Esteemed Xinshu, come, let us drink." "Ha, I am at your service, dear father-in-law." Xiao Yan undoubtedly accorded Han Qi ample respect, causing the latter's countenance to glow with delight. As for the other elders of the Han family, they gazed enviously at Han Qi, for having the young master of the Xingyun Pavilion refer to him as father-in-law was indeed a remarkable honor. At that moment, they could hardly suppress their longing for a beautiful daughter or granddaughter to present to Xiao Yan. Not far away, Han Yue rested her chin on her hand, quietly observing Xiao Yan, a subtle smile gracing her exquisite features. During this visit to the Han family, Xiao Yan had truly fulfilled all that a woman could desire, be it vanity or face, perfectly. The sole flaw was his somewhat capricious nature. A fleeting thought of melancholy crossed Han Yue's mind, but she swiftly cast it aside. If Xiao Yan were not so fickle, she likely would not even be deemed worthy of his company. With such qualifications and status, countless celebrated daughters of the realm might not even be fit for him. At the very least, the fate of Hong Chan, who once left her in a state of utter embarrassment, would likely take a turn for the worse. "Sister, is he truly the renowned Xiao Yan from the Dan Tower?" A strikingly beautiful girl with a cool demeanor beside Han Yue inquired. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she regarded Xiao Yan. Though only 18 years of age, her figure was already voluptuously formed, and her face bore a striking resemblance to Han Yue's, tinged with intrigue. This girl was Han Yue's younger sister, Han Yue. I've heard he broke through to the rank of 7th-grade alchemist at just 16. One cannot help but wonder what extraordinary talent he possesses to earn the title of the continent's youngest alchemist. Admiration shone in Han Yue's eyes as she gazed at Xiao Yan. She possessed a hint of the temperament typical of a young lady of privilege and harbored a rather proud disposition, showing little regard for even Hong Chun. However, she found it impossible to disregard Xiao Yan. After all, in the face of the continent's youngest 7th-grade alchemist, what was a mere disciple of the Fenglai North Pavilion? let alone the young master of the Fenglei Pavilion? Hee, Shui'er, you are mistaken, Han Yue replied, a mysterious smile gracing her lips upon hearing her sister's tone of admiration. I'm mistaken? Han Shui's delicate face expressed confusion. Isn't this young master of the Xingyun Pavilion a 7th grade alchemist? Not at all. Han Yue chuckled as she shook her head. Ah, I see. A flicker of disappointment crossed Han Shui's eyes, but she quickly reconciled with the notion. After all, a 7th grade alchemist at 16 was indeed terrifying. He has already ascended to the 8th grade, Han Yue added. Han Shui's body stiffened, and a look of bewilderment overtook her charming face. An 8th grade alchemist? Is my sister dreaming, or am I? What indeed? Does it mean to be an 8th grade alchemist? If one were to say that the Han family should treat a 7th tier alchemist with utmost courtesy, an 8th tier alchemist would undoubtedly be an existence they could only revere. Such a formidable being surpasses the strength of the Fenglei Pavilion's leader by a considerable margin, capable of summoning several Dou Zun experts with a mere wave of their hand. What is most astonishing is that Xiao Yan seems to be under the age of 18. An 8th tier alchemist at such a tender age, can one truly encounter such a prodigy in reality, apart from mere dreams? As Han Shui pondered this, Xiao Yan, who was drinking with the members of the Han family, suddenly turned his gaze towards the pair of sisters. His eyes lingered momentarily on Han Yue's charming visage before he discreetly blew her a kiss. Han Yue's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Yet she was already accustomed to Xiao Yan's antics. At that moment, Xiao Yan's gaze shifted to Han Shui's face. Observing the enchanting sisters before him, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a surge of emotion. How delightful! With this thought in mind, he gave Han Shui a subtle wink before redirecting his attention to the banquet table. However, that single wink caused Han Shui's previously pale face to transform into a crimson hue, rivaling that of an apple. Shui'er, what is the matter? Han Yue inquired with concern. And nothing, just a moment of distraction, Han Shui stammered. A moment of distraction? Han Yue, ever perceptive, recognized her sister's fib and quickly sensed the underlying truth. Yet, despite her awareness, she chose to remain silent. Well, let it unfold naturally, Han Yue sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, as the Han family reveled in joyous festivities, the Hong family, one of the 3 prominent clans in Tianbei City, found itself engulfed in an oppressive silence. Has the message been delivered? Hong Li asked listlessly while seated in the grand hall. The 3rd brother has taken the letter to the Fenglei North Pavilion, utilizing their communication system. It should reach the leader of the Fenglei Pavilion by tomorrow, an elder replied with a bitter smile. This time, our Hong family is truly facing a grave calamity. Upon hearing this, the already somber hall grew even darker. The identity of the Starfall Pavilion's young master carries considerable weight throughout the central continent. Yet whether it would compel the esteemed Dou Zun of the Fenglei Pavilion to personally extend an apology remained uncertain for the Hong family. After all, while the Dou Zun may be inferior to the Medicine Zun, he is still a leader of a pavilion. Whereas Xiao Yan is merely a young master, perhaps he lacks the necessary clout. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan's influence could easily obliterate the Hong family. Thus, should the leader of the Fenglei Pavilion refrain from coming, a significant conflict could arise between the Starfall Pavilion and the Fenglei Pavilion, with the Hong family inevitably becoming collateral damage. Conversely, if the Fenglei Pavilion's leader does come to apologize, the Fenglei Pavilion would be absolved of any wrongdoing. Yet the Dou Zun, having lost face, would undoubtedly seek retribution, most likely against the Hong family. Upon this realization, the members of the Hong family were enveloped in despair. Who could have anticipated that provoking a mere branch of the Han family would summon such a formidable deity? That night, the Han residence remained ablaze with light, as many elders and high-ranking officials returned to their chambers for a second round of merriment after the banquet. Their spirits were high. For although Han Yue was not their biological daughter, she was nonetheless a member of the Han clan, destined to witness its rise to dominance over the entire Tianbei city. The resources that these elders would reap would undoubtedly surpass those of previous times by several magnitudes. Amidst their laughter and revelry, within the family head's chamber, Han Qi gazed at his daughter with concern. That Xiao Yan, it seems, was not the only one with captivating charm. After receiving Han Yue's affirmation, Han Qi let out a resigned sigh. Men like him, even without taking the initiative, would have countless suitors vying for their attention. Conversely, Han Yue seemed to have adopted a more accepting demeanor. Were it not for Xiao Yan, she would likely still be contending with Hong Chen's relentless pursuit, and the Han family would be facing the threat of annexation. In comparison to Hong Chen, Xiao Yan was countless times more admirable. What was more significant was that, despite his flirtations, he treated her exceptionally well. Upon hearing her perspective, Han Qi was momentarily taken aback, ultimately sighing with resignation. If you can perceive it this way, then I shall rest easy. Should you find yourself unwilling, I would forsake the substantial support of the Xingyun Pavilion to ensure that you lead your life as you desire. Father, Han Yue's eyes, initially filled with mirth, now shimmered with unshed tears. Haha, Han Qi smiled gently. First and foremost, I am a father. Only secondarily am I a clan leader. At that moment, a graceful silhouette outside the window also felt her eyes moisten. Although Xiao Yan was somewhat of a flirt, he truly treated her sister well, Han Shui mused, her cheeks flushing anew. How could I entertain such thoughts about my brother-in-law? The following evening, a letter, having traversed numerous hands, ultimately found its way to the esteemed Lei Zun. Chapter 306, The Awakening of Lei Zun. The Fenglei Pavilion is nestled within the Fenglei mountain range. Situated in the northern region of Zhongzhou, this mountainous area, perpetually lashed by fierce winds and thunder, has not only retained its vitality, but has also nurtured a plethora of wind and lightning attribute magical beasts, as well as rare treasures. Over the years, it has become a sacred ground for the cultivation of both wind and lightning energy. However, since a powerful Dou Zun known as Lei Zun claimed dominion over the Fenglei mountain range a millennium ago, outsiders have been barred from freely entering to practice their skills. After establishing his own faction, the Fenglei Pavilion, Lei Zun himself fell into the annals of time just a few hundred years later. Though the Fenglei Pavilion may no longer possess the grandeur of its former days, it continues to produce one or two Dou Zun powerhouses through the generations. After a millennium of inheritance, the Fenglei Pavilion still manages to maintain a semblance of its status as one of the top forces in Zhongzhou. In the heart of the Fenglei mountain range, where the sun shines brightly in the sky, an inexplicable multitude of thunderclouds gathers above. Beneath this radiant sunlight, amidst a vibrant sea of flowers, two figures are seated in a pavilion, engaged in a leisurely game. One figure, clad in a dark robe and possessing a formidable stature and dignified countenance, is none other than the master of the Fenglei Pavilion. The other, an elderly man adorned in an unusual feathered robe, bears a distinctive phoenix emblem on his forehead. Ah, Brother Huangxian, I never imagined you would outmaneuver me once again. The Thunder Elder remarks with a wry smile after a moment of contemplation, gazing at the elder across from him. Indeed, it is you, my dear Thunder Brother, who has been holding back. Otherwise, this old fellow would never have had the chance to win a round against you. Huangxian replies with a gentle smile. The ease of his victory is not attributed to the Thunder Elder's lack of strength, but rather to the latter's desire to cultivate a closer relationship with the Tianyao Phoenix clan, which, after all, serves as a partial pillar of support for the Fenglei Pavilion. While the Fenglei Pavilion is strong, it boasts only two current Dou Zun, and throughout its 1,000-year history, the number of Dou Zun powerhouses has scarcely reached a handful. In contrast, the Tianyao Phoenix clan is home to an unknown number of Dou Sheng powerhouses in this generation alone. Forces like the Tianyao Phoenix clan have long transcended the fray, rendering the other prominent powers in Zhongzhou insignificant, save for the Dan Tower. Reflecting upon this, Huangxian turns to the Thunder Elder with a smile. How has Qing'er been progressing in her training of late? Upon hearing Huangxian's inquiry, the Thunder Elder's expression grows somewhat solemn, though a smile still graces his face. Within 5 years, she will surely reach the Dou Zun realm. In response to the Thunder Elder's words, Huangxian merely smiles noncommittally, unconcerned with Qing'er's current level, and states calmly, Qing'er possesses the innate dual attributes of wind and thunder. The environment and techniques of the Fenglei Pavilion are most suited for laying her foundations. You need only ensure she solidifies her base. As for her realm, once she returns to the clan and inherits a lineage from our ancestors, ascending to Dou Zun will be effortless. I understand, Brother Huangxian. The Thunder Elder nods slightly, yet a sense of helpless envy flickers in his gaze. Effortless ascension to Dou Zun. Is this truly the language of mortals? He reflects on the arduous century he has invested, rising from a mere Dou practitioner to his current stature, enduring countless tribulations along the way. Recalling that his disciples could effortlessly ascend to the realm of Dou Zun by merely inheriting a single legacy, the heart of the esteemed Lei Zun was filled with an unbearable bitterness akin to the taste of lemon. Amid their casual conversation, an undulating wave of spatial energy gradually manifested not far from the pavilion. In the next instant, a figure clad in a silver robe, a Dou Zun, appeared at a short distance. Master, the Dou Zun addressed Lei Zun with utmost respect, simultaneously bowing to Huangxian. What is it? Do you not see that I am entertaining esteemed guests? Lei Zun's brow furrowed slightly. This Dou Zun had served him for over a decade and had become a trusted confidant. Such thoughtlessness was unexpected. Master, the Dou Zun replied, his expression grave as he presented a letter with both hands to Lei Zun. This is a personal message from the North Pavilion's master, Fei Tian. According to his words, if the master does not review it promptly, it may lead to a conflict with the Xingyun Pavilion. A conflict with the Xingyun Pavilion? Lei Zun's brow knitted further. When had the Fenglei Pavilion ever quarreled with the Xingyun Pavilion? At present, the Xingyun Pavilion was flourishing, bolstered by the presence of the esteemed Yao Zun. No. It could now rightly be referred to as Yao Sheng. With such a formidable and skilled alchemist overseeing the Xingyun Pavilion, even the members of Sangu would show deference to those from Xingyun. As for Fenglei Pavilion and the other two pavilions, they had strictly instructed their disciples to avoid offending Xingyun under any circumstances. Why, then, had they suddenly incurred animosity? Moreover, from Fei Tian's tone, this enmity seemed quite significant. Pondering this, Lei Zun hesitated no longer. He waved his hand gently, dismissing the Dou Zun before turning to Huang Xian with an apologetic smile. Huang Xian dismissed it with a wave of his hand. At that moment, Lei Zun opened the letter. Yet, after merely glancing at it for a brief moment, his countenance darkened entirely. Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous, he exclaimed, his lips trembling with fury. In front of Huang Xian, he unleashed a flash of arcane energy, reducing the yellow envelope to mere ashes. Ah, this insolent youth dares to provoke me. Lei Zun felt as though the tranquility he had maintained for decades was shattered, and his fury surged to its peak. Were it not for Huang Xian's presence, he would undoubtedly have overturned the table to vent his wrath. Brother Lei, what has transpired? What could possibly incite such fury within you? Observing Lei Zun's uncharacteristic demeanor, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in Huang Xian's eyes. Hearing Huang Xian's inquiry, Lei Zun gradually regained a semblance of composure before responding with a scowl. It is that young master of the Xingyun Pavilion, Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan. Huang Xian was momentarily taken aback, recalling after a brief pause. Are you referring to the individual hailed by the Dan Tower as the youngest 7th-grade alchemist of our time? Indeed, that very rascal. Lei Zun's expression darkened further. At some point, Xiao Yan had become entangled with a direct descendant of the Han family, a modest clan in Tianbei City. Meanwhile, another family, the Han clan, saw one of its young members, Hong Chun, enter the Wind Thunder Pavilion. Leveraging the pavilion's esteemed reputation, the Hong family began to assert its influence over Tianbei City, with Hong Chun audaciously proclaiming his intent to take the Han family's esteemed sisters as concubines. Faithfully, Xiao Yan returned to the Han family accompanied by that very woman. Upon hearing the explanation from the Thunder Elder, a glimmer of realization crossed Huang Xian's weathered face. After all, he deemed a mere disciple of the pavilion unworthy of concern. If luck had not favored him, he could simply be dismissed. Huang Xian remarked nonchalantly that while Hong Chun was considered a top talent in Tianbei City, he was merely average in the eyes of Dou Zun experts. To offend the Starfall Pavilion over such an ordinary disciple was certainly unwarranted. However, the Thunder Elder's voice faltered, and he became somewhat emotionally unhinged as he exclaimed, "Yet that Xiao Yan insists I personally extend an apology. Does he think that by becoming the pavilion's young master, he can act with impunity? I, at least, am of the same era as his master, the Medicine Elder. Even the revered Yao Chun would not demand such a personal apology for a trivial matter. What is this Xiao Yan, a mere young master, in the grand scheme?" By the end of his tirade, the Thunder Elder's spittle nearly landed on Huang Xian's face. It was no wonder he was infuriated. Should he offend Yao Chun? A personal apology would be understandable, given the latter's stature. If there were a significant misunderstanding, he could lower himself to apologize to Xiao Yan, for the sake of Yao Chen's reputation. However, to compel him to apologize for a mere Dou Wang disciple was utterly outrageous. A young master of the Starfall Pavilion. What was there to be proud of? At that moment, the Thunder Elder resolved that he would extend no courtesy to Xiao Yan. On the contrary, he intended to vehemently chastise such behavior. Were it not for the Medicine Elder's involvement, he would have already marched towards Tianbei City with hostile intent. As for an apology, even if it led to conflict, he would never concede. Unexpectedly, however, the elder sitting opposite him, Huang Xian, smiled gently and spoke slowly. I believe that an apology is merely an apology. It is not necessarily a bad thing. The Thunder Elder, whose face had been ablaze with fury, now wore an expression of confusion. It was known that Huang Xian placed even greater importance on face than he did. Although the embarrassment was not his, Huang Xian's attitude left him perplexed. What do you mean by that, brother? Are you suggesting that I should apologize to that young scoundrel? The Thunder Elder furrowed his brow in displeasure. Indeed, Huang Xian replied with a slight smile, raising a hand to preemptively quell the Thunder Elder's discontent. Could it be, my dear brother, that you truly believe that the esteemed Xiao Yan dares to speak so boldly before you, a formidable Dou Zun, merely due to his status as the Vice Master of the Starfall Pavilion? This title is but the most inconspicuous layer of his background. What does this imply? The expression of the Thunder Sovereign shifted slightly. The title of Vice Master of the Starfall Pavilion, in certain respects, holds more prestige than his own position as the Master of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Yet, this seemingly minor title is merely a fade. Heh. With a mysterious smile, Huang Xian casually inquired, "Are you aware of the ancient 7 clans?" Upon hearing the mention of the ancient 7 clans, the Thunder Sovereign's countenance altered dramatically. The ancient 7 clans are ancient powers that possess the legacy of the Dou Emperors. Even the weakest among them surpasses the Tian Yao Phoenix clan. Observing the Thunder Sovereign's reaction, Huang Xian revealed a satisfied grin and continued, "Consider, dear brother, is there a prominent clan bearing the surname Xiao among the ancient 7 clans?" Upon hearing this, the Thunder Sovereign's expression shifted from astonishment to a rigid stillness. "Are you suggesting that Xiao Yan hails from the Xiao clan?" At the level of the Thunder Sovereign, he was certainly privy to some of the continent's secrets. The ancient 7 clans are indeed powerful. However, even the other 6 clans must show deference when confronting the Xiao clan. It is said that the might of the Xiao clan is so formidable that it alone can sweep away the other 6 clans. The reason is simple. Within the Xiao clan resides the only living Dou Emperor of this generation. In such a super clan, to claim that Dou Zun are as common as dogs and Dou Zun are everywhere is no exaggeration. Contemplating this, the Thunder Sovereign was suddenly seized by a chill. Should he offend the Starfall Pavilion, he might still possess some means of resistance. However, to provoke the Xiao clan would likely leave him with no chance to fight back, facing an effortless demise. Even if this Xiao Yan is indeed a member of the Xiao clan, could he summon the clan's powerful warriors to his aid? Having just boasted, the Thunder Sovereign could not immediately alter his demeanor. Although his confidence wavered, he stubbornly asserted, "Heh." Upon hearing his words, Huang Xian once again wore a smile. It is said that Xiao Yan once had 2 semi-saint protectors by his side during his time at the Pill Tower. The Thunder Sovereign's body stiffened once more, as if his entire being was electrified, his eyes widening in disbelief. Semi-saint protectors? Indeed. Witnessing the Thunder Sovereign's astonished expression, Huang Xian felt a sense of delight within, yet maintained a calm smile. As far as I know, even among the ancient 7 clans, it is a rarity for a genius of the Saint Sun level to be accompanied by more than 2 Dou Zun as protectors. The privilege of having semi-saints as protectors is not something our Tian Yao Phoenix clan's young clan leader enjoys. Upon hearing Huang Xian's remarks, the Thunder Sovereign's expression fluctuated once more. Your implication is that Xiao Yan holds a position of considerable esteem within the Xiao clan? Huang Xian smiled silently, yet internally, he felt a subtle sense of awe. Although the Celestial Phoenix clan is formidable, it pales in comparison to the Xiao clan. It is likely that even a moderately powerful royal lineage from the Xiao clan could easily subdue the Celestial Phoenix clan, and should they deploy an imperial lineage, it might be sufficient to obliterate the Celestial Phoenix clan entirely. The Celestial Phoenix clan may assist a genius in swiftly ascending to the Dou Zun rank. Yet the Xiao clan possesses the means to elevate a prodigy to the saint level under specific conditions. The Thunder Sovereign sat dazed on the ground, only regaining his senses when he realized the sun had set. So be it. Is it merely an apology I must deliver? Apologizing to the patriarch of the Xiao clan incurs no loss on my part. He alone knows the effort it took to rise from a mere outer sect disciple to the position of pavilion master. When it comes to matters of pride, he would not overly concern himself when the time comes to let it go. Haha, Brother Lei truly is a remarkable individual. A mysterious smile graced Huang Xian's face. When you go, take Qing'er with you as well. Chapter 307. You are Feng Qing? Take Qing'er along. The Thunder Sovereign's previously calm demeanor was once again tinged with surprise. Indeed, it is to take Qing'er along. Huang Xian smiled slightly, his expression imbued with an enigmatic allure. However, upon witnessing Huang Xian's demeanor, the Thunder Sovereign's astonished gaze once more stirred with tumultuous waves. Has the Xiao clan grown so powerful that even the Celestial Phoenix clan must take notice? With this thought in mind, the Thunder Sovereign quelled his inner tumult and slowly nodded, stating, "Since you command it so, I shall naturally comply." Upon hearing the Thunder Sovereign's response, Huang Xian nodded in satisfaction. It has long been said that the imperial scion of the Xiao clan is quite the libertine. Although Qing'er's talents may not be unparalleled within our clan, they are certainly commendable. Most importantly, her beauty is unrivaled among the younger generation of the Celestial Phoenix clan. Countless thoughts surged within Huang Xian's mind. If Xiao Yan can be captivated by the daughter of a minor family, and given his numerous romantic exploits, he is likely to be utterly enchanted by Qing. With this in mind, a smile crept onto Huang Xian's lips. Though the Celestial Phoenix clan is powerful, there are numerous clans on the continent that surpass them, not to mention their long-standing rival, the ancient Void Dragon clan. Even within the Alchemist Guild, there exists an ancient figure who instills trepidation in all the experts of the Celestial Phoenix clan. As for the ancient 7 clans, even the weakest among them could effortlessly dominate the Celestial Phoenix clan. The Celestial Phoenix clan has long since declined. Thus, if a favorable alliance with the Xiao clan could be forged, it would indeed be a commendable choice. Although Huang Xian shares a certain closeness with Feng Qing'er, When faced with such significant matters concerning their clan, he naturally prioritizes the interests of his people. Though he was unaware of the precise standing of Xiao Yan within the Xiao clan, it was reasonable to surmise that it was certainly not low. In the future, it seemed inevitable that a position among the core leadership of the Xiao clan would be reserved for Xiao Yan. Regarding Feng Qing'er's beauty, Huang Xian was quite confident. In the northern Sky City, at the Hong family estate, the patriarch Hong Li sat wearily in the main hall, gazing at several elders and stewards, and weakly inquired, "Have those children with some talent been sent away?" Upon hearing his words, the other elders exchanged glances, and one of them slowly replied, reporting to the patriarch, "All children under the age of 5 have been dispatched to various locations in the central continent. Among them, a few exceptionally gifted children have been given some property." Upon receiving this report, Hong Li let out a slow sigh of relief, a trace of fatigue evident on his face. That is good. Although the Hong family was on the brink of a great calamity, the mere glimmer of hope was enough to provide a semblance of comfort. However, as he contemplated this, a sudden wave of regret washed over him. Had he not been so aggressive in the past, perhaps the Hong family would not have sunk to such depths today. Yet, after a moment of melancholy, his eyes turned cold once more. In this world, the law of the jungle prevailed, whether it was the Han family or the Hong family. If one were to always embody the virtues of humility and forbearance, it would be impossible to establish the foundations they currently possessed. In northern Sky City, which great power was not stained with countless bloodshed, it was merely the survival of the fittest. The silvery moonlight cast a crystalline sheen over northern Sky City. In a small courtyard of the Han family, Xiao Yan gently enveloped Han Yue's spring beauty in a moon-white robe. "You are truly wicked," Han Yue remarked, her cheeks still flushed with lingering warmth. "What is wrong with being a bit wicked? Don't you quite like it?" Xiao Yan grinned as he gazed at her rosy face, the memory of the ice-cold goddess's other side igniting a flicker of excitement within him. How annoying. Han Yue lightly glared at him, though her once frigid gaze now held a hint of allure. Subsequently, she rested her head softly against Xiao Yan's shoulder and whispered, "Thank you." "Thank for what?" Xiao Yan chuckled, extending his hand to grasp her silvery hair. Her long locks were not merely white, but possessed a hue reminiscent of silver, which, under the moonlight, exuded a crystalline beauty. "If it weren't for you, how could I have so quickly escaped Hong Chen's entanglement? If it weren't for you, how could the Han family have so swiftly dominated the entire northern Sky City?" Since Xiao Yan's arrival in northern Sky City, the atmosphere had transformed in a matter of days. The once overwhelmingly powerful and domineering Hong family now kept silent, quietly gathering their belongings, even voluntarily ceding much of their territory to the Han family. Upon learning about the misfortunes of the Han family at the hands of the Han clan, another Dou Zun family, along with several other Dou royal families, tactfully relinquished some non-core territories. After hosting Xiao Yan and sharing an intimate conversation with Han Yue, Han Shi found himself embroiled in a flurry of activity over the subsequent days. Although this busyness was exhausting, Han Shi wore a smile that nearly revealed his prominent teeth. How could he not be elated? The territory of the Han family had expanded threefold, and it seemed as though half of Tianbei City's enterprises were soon to bear the Han name. Moreover, upon discovering that the patriarch of the Han family was the father-in-law of the esteemed vice-leader of the Xingyun Pavilion, even the family's long-secluded Dou Zun elder emerged from his retreat to pay his respects to Xiao Yan with a cup of tea. The elder further proclaimed that Han Qi was the most exceptional patriarch in 5 centuries, entrusting him with all authority. At that moment, Han Qi realized the immense significance of having a commendable son-in-law. While the two were engrossed in whispered exchanges, an abrupt knock echoed at Han Yue's door, followed by the entrance of a young girl clad in a flowing blue gown. "Sister, what are you doing?" Han Yue beamed with delight, having just returned from a gathering with her companions, feeling elated by the envious glances of her friends. However, as soon as she stepped inside, her cheerful countenance turned crimson. Han Yue was draped in a moon-white robe, her fair legs exposed. Although Han Yue was still a girl, she understood the implications of what had just transpired. To make matters worse, Han Yue noticed her sister seated on Xiao Yan's lap, who was bare-chested, displaying a muscular physique that made her heart race. "Swear." Upon seeing Han Yue enter, the blush on Han Yue's face intensified. "Why did you come in without knocking?" she admonished, her eyes wide. "You need to leave. I'm practicing Dou Qi." Han Yue opened her mouth, having shared a close bond with her sister since childhood, often entering without knocking. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before her, she nodded in flustered compliance and hurriedly turned to exit. Once Han Yue had departed, Han Yue exhaled slowly. "That was close. I almost got caught by that little girl." "Indeed, it was fortunate that you were quick-witted enough to tell her we were practicing Dou Qi," Xiao Yan remarked with a mischievous smile, prompting Han Yue to shoot him an admonishing glance. "How can you say that? It's utterly mortifying. What is there to be embarrassed about?" Xiao Yan replied with a gentle smile. What are you doing? Just as Shuer leaves, what if she discovers us? Han Yue chided playfully. My soul's power envelopes the entire Han family. That girl has long departed. Xiao Yan uttered these words. Yet his gaze inadvertently flickered towards a corner of a certain courtyard. At that moment, a maiden who had been secretly observing from outside the courtyard felt her cheeks flush crimson. However, upon witnessing the final scene, a trace of astonishment appeared on Han Shue's delicate face. It seemed her sister's cultivation had genuinely ascended. Could it be that this too is a form of training? A look of emotion crossed the young girl's features. On the following day, a rift in space quietly manifested within the city of Tianbei, from which emerged a middle-aged man of formidable demeanor, the esteemed Master Lei of the Fenglei Pavilion. Following him was a woman of such striking beauty that her appearance would leave the entire Tianbei city in awe. With both grace and allure that were second to none, her slightly slender face showcased a perfect oval shape, complemented by a pair of amethyst-hued eyes that shimmered with an ethereal quality. Adorned in a radiant short skirt, she exuded an unmistakable air of nobility. This enchanting figure was none other than Feng Qing, the distinguished young lady from the Tianyao Phoenix clan and the cherished disciple of Master Lei. Gazing upon his precious student's breathtaking visage, even Master Lei could not help but let out a soft sigh. It was no wonder that Huang Xian had such confidence in sending this girl to meet Xiao Yan. With Feng Qing's beauty, if she were unable to captivate that young man, then Xiao Yan's standards of aesthetic appreciation would indeed be excessively demanding. As these thoughts lingered in his mind, Master Lei sighed once more. Huang Xian had only considered Xiao Yan to be a man of lecherous tendencies, failing to realize the lofty pride within his own disciple. Perhaps, even Xiao Yan would find it difficult to win Feng Qing's favor. Qinger, what do you perceive Xiao Yan to be? After a moment's hesitation, Master Lei slowly inquired. His talent is unparalleled, his background astonishing, yet he is shamelessly lecherous. Such a person may achieve considerable success, but he may not necessarily reach the pinnacle of this world. Feng Qinger replied slowly, her tone devoid of admiration, imbued instead with a hint of mockery. Indeed, a faint, bittersweet smile graced Master Lei's lips. Huang Xian, you only recognize this girl's beauty, yet you remain oblivious to the extent of her pride. Even if Feng Qing's future accomplishments do not surpass Xiao Yan's, it does not preclude her from looking down upon him. Alas, I am merely a puppet master. Master Lei consoled himself, then took to the skies alongside Feng Qing, heading towards the Han family. With the arrival of this formidable Dou Zun, the members of the Han family, who had been engrossed in their tasks, finally set aside their duties and returned to welcome this esteemed figure. Xiao Yan may exhibit a certain disregard, even humiliation, towards a Dou Zun expert. Yet this does not imply that the Han family can act with such impunity, even with the formidable support of the Starfall Pavilion. It is inappropriate to treat a Dou Zun expert with such levity. The arrival of the esteemed Lei Zun has finally compelled Xiao Yan to make a rare appearance. Soon, within the grand hall of the Han family, Lei Zun, enjoying his tea, observed a striking young man clad in a black brocade robe approaching him. Upon exchanging glances, Lei Zun's previously restrained demeanor shifted dramatically, his eyes brimming with astonishment. How could this be? He is so young. It is inconceivable. Lei Zun gazed at Xiao Yan in disbelief. At Xiao Yan's current level, an ordinary person could hardly fathom his true strength. Most would assume him to be merely at the pinnacle of Dou Huang, or, at most, a Dou Zong. Only someone of Lei Zun's caliber could genuinely perceive the depth of Xiao Yan's aura and realize the extent of his prowess. Dou Zun, indeed, the youth before him, one might even say a boy, was a Dou Zun expert. He seemed to have been merely 16 years old 2 years prior. Countless thoughts surged within Lei Zun's mind. This meant that the boy standing before him was, at most, 18 years of age. An 18-year-old Dou Zun, even as a Dou Zun expert himself. He had never encountered such a prodigy. He understood that ancient clans possessed immense power and numerous talents. Yet an individual of such extraordinary caliber would be exceedingly rare even among them. At the very least, the Tianyao Phoenix clan had never heard of a talent of this level. It was no wonder the Xiao clan had dispatched 2 semi-saints to serve as his protectors. With such potential, he was bound to achieve sainthood, and ascending to a high-level Doushang would pose little challenge. In an instant, Lei Zun felt that his decision to come and apologize was exceptionally wise, and he resolved to seize the opportunity to ingratiate himself further. You are indeed Lei Zun. Xiao Yan finally spoke, his voice calm. I am the current head of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. If you do not mind, you may call me Old Lei. Oh, you are quite understanding. A hint of surprise flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. In the original narrative, this man was decidedly obstinate, repeatedly offending the protagonist, ultimately meeting a swift demise. To his astonishment, he found this individual to be rather obsequious. It was but a trivial matter. Yet I never anticipated it would provoke the young master. My management has evidently been lacking. Lei Zun offered a few courteous remarks, allowing the members of the Han family to witness Xiao Yan's strength. This was indeed Lei Zun, a distinguished Dou Zun expert, humbling himself to apologize. Such a scene was nothing short of surreal. Just as Lei Zun wished to utter a few more words, Xiao Yan turned his attention to Feng Qinger, who stood behind him. Lei Zun, you are truly gracious. Why bring along a beauty? One cannot help but wonder, what is the name of this enchanting beauty? Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's demeanor, a thought simultaneously arose in the minds of both master and disciple. Indeed, Xiao Yan is a notorious libertine. Meanwhile, not far from Xiao Yan, Han Yue narrowed her eyes slightly, a flicker of jealousy igniting within her gaze. I am Feng Qinger. Without waiting for the esteemed Thunder Elder to make the introduction, Feng Qinger took the initiative to speak. She maintained her regal and exquisite appearance, resembling a proud swan, seemingly indifferent to Xiao Yan's brilliance. However, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled even more brightly. You are Feng Qinger?